Chapter 1, The Unsolvable Loop. Fairy Tale Town hint: trust is a double-edged sword. It can grant you rebirth, or it can send you into the abyss. On the globally broadcast pitch-black screen, the cold system notification sound slowly faded away. The screen lit up, freezing on a young and peaceful face. The last trump card of the Dragon Nation, the so-called rule observer, Lu Zhe, was smiling as he lay among 7 dwarfs of various shapes. His chest was pierced by 7 gleaming miniature pickaxes, and blood stained the crystal coffin beneath him. In the corner of the screen, the innocent face of Snow White reflected the greedy and strange smiles of the 7 dwarfs. Lu Zhe, the chosen one of Dragon Nation, has died. Challenge for SS-level dungeon: Snow White failed. Dragon Nation National Luck 200W, winter disaster coverage increased by 30%, life expectancy decreased by 20%. Warning! Dragon Nation's national luck has dropped to the critical point. If the next dungeon fails, national extinction punishment will be triggered. Boom! Before the mechanical broadcast sound had fully faded, the light summer rain outside the window suddenly turned into a blizzard mixed with hail. In an instant, the entire city seemed to be pulled into the Ice Age. The harsh alarm sounded across every inch of Dragon Nation's land. On the internet, the bullet comments that had just been praying for Lu Zhe were instantly drowned in endless despair. God, Lu is dead? Betrayed by the little dwarfs. I remember before he went in, he said those 7 dwarfs were his only allies. Winter. It's really snowing in reality. Are we all going to die? No hope, pack up and leave. The neighboring ugly country is still recruiting laborers, at least we can survive. Who's the next chosen one? Is there any hope left? What hope? This is already an SS-level dungeon. Even the top genius like God Lu is dead. Whoever comes next, it's just going to die. Despair spread like a plague, instantly engulfing everything. Click. In a dimly lit rented room, Su Ming expressionlessly pressed the spacebar, pausing the animation playing on his computer. On the screen, a blue-gray cat named Tom was being flattened into a thin paper-like shape, slowly sliding off the wall. Storyboard, rhythm, tension, all perfect. As an animator who had just been optimized out by an animation company, analyzing these classic old animations had almost become his only spiritual support. He wasn't unaware of the blizzard and the piercing alarms outside the window. He was just numb. In this era where Fairy Tale Town had descended, the fate of ordinary people was like a candle in the wind, easily extinguished by the failure of some distant dungeon. Rather than live in panic, it was better to sink into the world he loved. If I were Tom. Su Ming adjusted his black-framed glasses and muttered, I would never put the mousetrap on the path I need to run. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed across the globe. SS-level dungeon Eternal Chase is about to begin. The new chosen one for Dragon Nation is about to be selected. This voice caused the already hopeless people of Dragon Nation to feel their hearts sink into the abyss. Eternal Chase? What dungeon is that? Never heard of it. Who cares what it is, SS level is enough for us to die 10,000 times. Don't pick me, don't pick me. I have elderly and children to care for. Amidst countless prayers and fears, a blood-colored beam of light cut across the sky, tearing through the roof of the rented room, precisely enveloping Su Ming. In that moment, it seemed that Tom on Su Ming's computer screen moved. The next second, Su Ming, along with his computer desk and old monitor, disappeared from the spot. The eyes of hundreds of millions of people worldwide instantly focused. The new chosen one of Dragon Nation has been selected. Name, Su Ming. Age, 25. Occupation, unemployed, former animation artist. When Su Ming's profile was displayed on the global live broadcast screen, the Dragon Nation live room fell into a second of deathly silence. Then, it erupted like a volcano, collapsing. Unemployed, and just a damn ordinary man. An animator? What's the use of that job? To draw memorial portraits for ghosts? Heaven wants to destroy our Dragon Nation. We're completely doomed. GG, brothers, delete your accounts and start over, see you next life in America. Inside the Dragon Nation Bureau of Strange Tales Strategy, the gray-haired director, Zhang Guoquan, looked at the screen showing Su Ming's slightly dazed, ordinary face, and collapsed weakly into his command chair, the light gone from his eyes. It was over. Consciousness returned from a short, tearing pain. Su Ming found himself standing in a living room full of American country style. A warm fireplace, a soft-flowered sofa, the classic triangular cheese hole in the corner of the wall, and outside the window, a pointed doghouse painted in bright red. Every detail felt so familiar, as if carved into his DNA. Before he could recover from the huge shock, a giant black shadow, as big as a truck, stepped over his head. Su Ming instinctively looked up, only to see a pair of huge back legs wearing an apron, and a foot in a red high heel. Mistress. His throat rolled, and a name slipped out of his mouth. A yellowed parchment list floated down lightly from above, landing right at his feet. Su Ming bent down to pick it up, but his eyes were caught by a tiny figure beside the list. A brown mouse, the size of a palm, was sitting cross-legged on a tiny beach chair, elegantly sipping milk from a bottle cap with a thin straw. It seemed to feel Su Ming's gaze, slowly put down the cup, turned its head, and showed him a strange, human-like smile. Su Ming's mind went completely blank. This scene, these characters. He whispered in disbelief, his voice trembling without him even realizing it. Tom and Jerry? At that moment, the words on the parchment list seemed to come alive, twisting as they crawled into his eyes. Tom Cat's work rules. Rule 1, your duty is to catch Jerry, but you will never catch him. Always remember this. Rule 2, Jerry is the guest of this house. You must not cause him any real harm. Rule 3, the mistress is the law of this house. You must obey her unconditionally and make sure she never finds out about Jerry's existence. Rule 4, this is a chase that will never end. Please enjoy the process. Note, as a cat, you have 9 lives. Chapter 2, Tom's work rules. The rusty-scented ink on the parchment writhed like twisted worms, crawling into Su Ming's pupils. Never catch him, Su Ming chewed on the paradoxical words, and a chill rose from the base of his spine, spreading fast over his back. This was not a simple game, nor just a cartoon chase. This was Fairy Tale Town, a place that eats people. Catch but never catch, in other words, you must go die, and keep dying, endlessly and for nothing. Su Ming's fingertips holding the parchment turned pale, cold sweat oozing from his palm. He could feel gazes coming from every direction, cold, sticky, like wet moss wrapping around his skin, making his breathing heavy. In the living room, the old clock ticked, tick-tock, not loud, but every swing hit his eardrums like a hammer. Each movement seemed to shorten what little life he had left. And that mouse called Jerry still sat leisurely on his tiny beach chair. He even dragged out another piece of cheese from the wall hole, cutting it delicately with a toy fork, taking tiny bites. His bean-black eyes gleamed with mocking, icy light. He was watching the play. Su Ming forced himself to calm down, his gaze once again returning to the parchment. As an animation sketch artist, he had an almost obsessive attention to detail. He didn't overlook a single word on the parchment, not even the inconspicuous note in the corner. Note, as a cat, you have 9 lives. It was this sentence. Like a beam of light, it pierced through the endless darkness created by the rules. If the end of this game was destined to be failure and death, then what was the point of the 9 life setting? Just to make him experience the pain of dying more times? Su Ming didn't believe it. In any story setting, the core ability of the character must be the key to breaking the situation. Tom's most well-known trait, besides never catching Jerry, was his almost indestructible cockroach-like resilience. Whether blown up into fireworks or crushed into a pancake, in the next shot, he would reappear full of life. 9 lives. Su Ming whispered, his gaze gradually changing. Perhaps, these 9 lives were not meant to be used for survival. Their real purpose was... Before he could think any further, a sharp, unquestionable, authoritative woman's voice suddenly boomed from the second floor like thunder. Tom. The voice was filled with a high and mighty anger, each syllable seemingly causing the dust in the entire room to fall. Damn cat. Bring me the milk from the fridge right now. If I don't have it within 5 minutes, I'll throw you out to feed Spike. The mistress. Su Ming's heart tightened, and almost instinctively, he looked up towards the second floor. The staircase was shrouded in shadows, and he could see nothing, only feeling the enormous, mountain-like pressure. Rule 3, the mistress is the rule of this house. You must obey her commands unconditionally. 5 minutes. Su Ming's gaze swept over the clock on the wall, the second hand ticking mercilessly. The corridor leading to the kitchen wasn't long, but he immediately saw the brown mouse standing in the middle of the hallway. Jerry put down the cheese in his hand, wearing a mischievous grin. He leisurely dragged a whole box of crystal-clear glass marbles from the wall hole behind him, then, like sowing seeds, scattered them all over the path. After finishing all this, he pulled out a mousetrap larger than his own body from nowhere, snapping it open with a crunch, carefully hanging it on the door handle of the white fridge not far away. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a cold, deadly gleam on the marbles and the metal of the mousetrap. A textbook-like death trap. In the global livestream, the foreign experts who had just been mocking now furrowed their brows. Classic layout, narrow corridor, floor filled with sliding obstacles, deadly traps set at the target. Nearly unsolvable for a newcomer. I remember the last chosen one to enter this instance died at this point. He tried to walk carefully but still stepped on a marble, and the last shot was his head crushed by the mousetrap. In the Dragon Nation livestream, the oppressive atmosphere almost suffocated people. It's over, this is a kill from the start. This Jerry has become a genius. He even sets up chain traps. What should we do? Is there another way to the kitchen? Director Shang's heart was in his throat, and he was ready to use a hint opportunity at any time. Although they had no better solution, at least they could remind Su Ming, give up the task, and ensure survival first. This was the unspoken rule in all horror story instances. However, Su Ming, in the footage, did something that no one expected. He didn't panic, didn't look for another way, and didn't even try to clear the marbles. He simply stood there quietly. Looking at Jerry at the end of the hallway, he slowly, tentatively took a step forward. Just one step. Then, he pulled it back again. He was like a meticulous artist measuring the dimensions of a canvas, or a top athlete calibrating the starting distance. His eyes slightly narrowed, his pupils reflecting the deadly marbles, while his brain raced at lightning speed. Tom chasing Jerry, one of the most classic scenes, his trajectory, inertia, the parabolic curve after slipping. Countless animation frames flashed through his mind. He could almost see himself, after stepping on the marbles, how his body would fly out, and where he would crash into the fridge. This was a professional instinct carved into his bones. Time, with less than 3 minutes remaining. Jerry seemed a little impatient too. He placed his hands on his hips and motioned with a finger at Su Ming, his face full of provocation. Su Ming took a deep breath. A helpless yet absurd smile suddenly appeared on his face, just like the expression Tom would have every time he made up his mind to go to his death in an animation. Then, under the incredulous gaze of millions of viewers, he struck a standard sprinting start pose. He was going to run through it? He's crazy. This guy is definitely crazy. What is he going to do? Commit suicide? Zhang Guochuan's pupils shrank sharply, and he was about to press the alert button. But, it was too late. Su Ming's body shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow, without hesitation, straight into the death zone covered with glass marbles. Chapter 3, The First Death. Creak. The wooden floor beneath his feet groaned under the weight, and Su Ming's body became a blurred blue-gray streak. At this moment, time seemed to stretch and slow down under some invisible force. Billions of global live-stream viewers, along with experts from various countries' ghost story research institutes, all widened their eyes, clearly seeing the mixed expression of desperation and absurdity on Su Ming's face. He wasn't paralyzed with fear. Even at the moment of takeoff, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, as if mocking the script he had already seen through. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Story Strategic Bureau, Zhang Guochuan's hand, which had reached for the red alert button, froze in midair. It wasn't that he didn't want to press it, but Su Ming's speed was too fast, so fast that he had no time to think. What does he want to do? The analyst Zhang Yu beside him, his eyes behind his glasses filled with shock and confusion. In the footage, Su Ming's foot precisely stepped into the trap zone covered by marbles. There was no expected panic, not even the slightest hesitation. He was like a tragic hero charging toward his destiny, willingly embracing the ridiculous end that had already been determined. Whoosh! Countless glass marbles scattered like an activated school of fish, instantly flying in all directions. The sense of weightlessness surged like a tide. Su Ming's body soared into the air, tracing a perfect and textbook parabolic arc in the air. His body spun uncontrollably in the air, with the warm chandelier in the living room, the crooked picture on the wall, and Jerry's enlarged face full of mocking laughter flashing rapidly before his eyes, eventually blending into a blur of light and shadow. So funny, so awkward. Just like the eternally unlucky cat in the animation. Bang! A dull impact echoed through the entire living room. Su Ming's back slammed heavily into the cold fridge door, the massive impact making his throat taste iron, and the scent of rust immediately filled the air. But this was not the end. The chain reaction triggered by his crash caused the giant mousetrap hanging on the door handle to make a crisp crack sound. The steel-toothed trap, with a howling wind, snapped shut with deadly precision toward his skull. In that moment, Su Ming could even clearly see the reflection on the trap. His twisted and terrified face. He wanted to hide, but his body was numb from the impact, completely unresponsive. The excruciating pain didn't come. The live broadcast froze at the moment the mousetrap snapped shut, plunging into total darkness. Dragon Country's chosen one, Su Ming, has died. Remaining life, 8. Silence. The entire Dragon Country livestream room fell into several seconds of deadly silence. The bullet comments seemed frozen, everyone stared blankly at the cold message, their minds blank. Dead? Just like that, he died? In less than 10 minutes, with the first task still incomplete, he died in a nearly absurd way? After a brief moment of shock, came an overwhelming wave of collapse and curses. What the hell? What is he doing? Idiot. Pure idiot. Why go and seek death? Is this the chosen one you picked? A suicidal maniac? The country's luck was already at rock bottom, now he died again, it's over. Zhang Guochuan felt as if all the strength had been drained from him, slumping against the back of his chair, the last glimmer of light in his eyes fading away. 9 lives, so this is how they are used. He muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Even with 9 lives, this is not how you waste them. However, just as the whole world thought Dragon Country had already been eliminated. Only 3 seconds later, the pitch-black screen flickered back to life. In the frame, Su Ming was still standing at the start of the corridor filled with rolling balls, completely unharmed, as if the brutal death just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Even the rolling balls he had disturbed during his charge had mysteriously returned to their original positions. Time, reversed? No. Not right. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the calm young man in the frame. Only Su Ming himself, at this moment, was tightly closing his eyes, carefully feeling the new stream of information in his mind. It was an indescribable feeling. Not words, not images, but an almost instinctive understanding. Just like how people inherently know to breathe in their heartbeats, he now knew. Death information. This mousetrap is manufactured by Spike Ironworks. Its serrated structure simulates 95% of the biting force of canine creatures, but its efficiency in capturing rodents is less than 30%. A clear, precise, almost like a product manual, piece of information just appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of realization flashed deep within them. He had guessed right. 9 lives was not as simple as a resurrection item. It was the only source of intelligence in this dungeon. Each death was a sacrifice, exchanged for a piece of bottom-level rule information about the cause of death. The real way to play this dungeon was not to cautiously survive, but to use these limited 8 trial-and-error chances to brutally break all the rules of this fairy tale world. So that's it. Su Ming lifted his head and looked once again at the seemingly unsolvable death corridor, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's not about survival, it's about making a strategy. At that moment, his aura changed dramatically. The despair of the former unemployed animator was swept away, replaced by the calm and sharpness of a top-tier player who had finally figured out the game mechanics and now controlled the whole situation. This scene, through the livestream, clearly spread across the world. The Dragon Country viewers, who had just been wailing and cursing, froze. The speed of the bullet comments noticeably slowed down. Wait, it seems like he didn't die in vain? I don't understand, but it looks so impressive. What's that smile about? Did he figure something out? Inside the Ghost Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu suddenly pushed up his glasses, breathing heavily, and said, "Information." He's using death to exchange for information. This kind of breakthrough thinking, is simply a madman. Zhang Guoquan also snapped out of his despair, staring intently at the screen. The heart uncontrollably began to pound. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom still has hope. At this moment, Su Ming in the picture moved again. He no longer looked at that death corridor, but instead turned and walked toward a red toolbox in the corner of the living room. It was the place where Tom usually stored all his mouse-catching tools. Under the curious gaze of the global audience, he dug out a half-person high red bomb and a match from it. A bad grin appeared on Jerry's face, but for the first time, there was a hint of hesitation. Su Ming weighed the bomb in his hand, his face showing the same kind of intelligent, actually foolish, smile that Tom had in the animation. He looked at Jerry and softly said, as if stating a fact. The rule only says I can't cause substantial harm to you, but it didn't say I can't scare you. Chapter 4, The Gentleness of the Bomb. Su Ming's voice was not loud, but it was like dropping a deep water bomb in the quiet living room. The air seemed to freeze. In the global livestream, the thoughts of billions of viewers short-circuited for a moment. Scare? Did I hear that right? He's going to use a bomb to scare a mutated rat? This guy's brain circuit must be a little different from ours, right? Crazy, completely crazy. Does he want to die? The rule clearly says no substantial harm. Intimidation, in the world of strange tales, is often more dangerous than direct attacks. Because it's a proactive provocation and it can instantly escalate the conflict, bringing about the most frenzied retaliation from the strange creature. In the Dragon Kingdom's Strange Tales Strategy Bureau, Zhang Guoquan, who had just started to feel a spark of hope, turned pale again. He suddenly stood up, slamming his palm onto the table. He's playing with fire. Professor Zhang Yu also held his forehead, his face full of bitterness. I understand his thinking now. He wants to exploit the ambiguity of the rule. But this boundary is too hard to grasp. Once the system deems his actions as harmful, he might be wiped out by the rule, that is, the Mistress, without even the chance to use his second life. Yes, this was the most fatal danger. The 9 lives could absorb physical damage from traps and other creatures, but they offered no immunity against the punishment from the Mistress, the rule's embodiment. Once he crossed the line, it would be true death. However, Su Ming in the picture seemed to be oblivious to all these risks. He even had the leisure, just like Tom in the animation, to dust off the imaginary dust on the bomb with his palm. His gaze remained fixed on the brown rat at the end of the corridor. Jerry's bad grin had completely disappeared. In its place was a look that Su Ming was very familiar with, a mix of vigilance and a touch of confusion. As an animator, he had drawn this expression countless times on paper. This was the expression Jerry made when he realized Tom was about to pull off some out-of-the-ordinary trick. It didn't understand. A creature polluted by strange tales, long accustomed to the fear and caution of the chosen ones, saw in its prey's face for the first time an expression identical to its own madness. Su Ming didn't waste any more words. He slowly placed the bomb at his feet, then struck the match in his hand. SSS ha. The orange-yellow flame flickered in the dim living room, casting his slightly neurotic smile in and out of the light. He didn't bring the match near the fuse but held it up, letting the small flame burn quietly, while his gaze, full of pressure, fixed on Jerry. It was a silent standoff. A chosen one and a strange creature. Both sides were testing each other's limits. Jerry's throat bobbed, and a hint of unnoticeable wariness flashed in his small black eyes. It slowly moved half a step backward. It retreated. Everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath. The smile at the corner of Su Ming's mouth grew even wider. Rule 2, Jerry is the guest of this house, you cannot cause him any substantial harm. He spoke like a patient teacher explaining a difficult problem to his student. Substantial, this is a very interesting word. It means physical, irreversible damage. But are the shockwaves, sounds, and the resulting scare caused by an explosion considered substantial harm? His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears through the live broadcast. Rule 4, this is a never-ending chase, please enjoy the process. Su Ming shook the match in his hand that was about to burn out, his tone becoming lighter. You see, the system said to enjoy. If you're always being careful, how boring would that be? Let's add some excitement, it fits Tom's character, right? His seemingly crazy remarks struck like a thunderclap to experts and research institutes across the world, enlightening them. Professor Zhang Yu suddenly slapped his thigh, excitedly saying, I understand. I understand. Role-playing. The core is role-playing. He's not provoking, he is perfectly playing Tom. Tom is a character who uses all sorts of exaggerated props and acts recklessly. His current behavior perfectly fits the logic of Tom's character. No wonder. No wonder he made that seemingly foolish charge earlier. It wasn't just about trial and error, it was an announcement to the rules of this world, I am Tom. A Tom who does stupid things, who acts recklessly, but always solves problems in the most exaggerated ways. Once they understood this, everyone looked at Su Ming with eyes no longer filled with the perception of a madman, but as if seeing a profound genius. And just as the match was about to burn down to his fingertips, Su Ming moved. He did not ignite the dynamite. He made an unexpected move that no one, including Jerry, could have foreseen. He gently threw the burning match onto the empty ground next to the dynamite bag. Then, he covered his ears, opened his mouth wide, and used all his strength to let out a funny and exaggerated scream, boom. He made the explosion sound effect with his mouth. In the living room, it was completely silent. The match he had thrown on the ground burned quietly, eventually turning into a small piece of charred wood. The half-human-high dynamite bag stood motionless, like a red mute. Jerry. Global viewers. Su Ming lowered his hands from his ears, looked at the dynamite bag at his feet with a face full of fear, then patted his chest in relief, and in a tone of having survived a disaster, he complained to Jerry. Did you see that? This thing is too dangerous. It almost blew us all to the sky. For our safety, you'd better put away those little marbles and traps, or they might accidentally trigger it. After speaking, he didn't forget to carefully poke the mute dynamite with the tip of his shoe, his face full of lingering fear. At this point, Jerry's strange little face showed the first expression of confusion. It seemed unable to understand the human thought process in front of it. In its corrupted logic, there was only hunting and being hunted, traps and counter-traps. It had never seen such a fresh and unconventional method of threat. After a brief daze, under Su Ming's kind urgent gaze, Jerry hesitated for a moment and reluctantly, walking slowly, picked up the marbles one by one from the ground and struggled to put away the giant mousetrap. Because it was afraid. It wasn't afraid of the dynamite, but it was afraid of this Tom who didn't play by the rules. Who knows if this madman will really ignite the fuse next time? Seeing the trap lifted, Su Ming finally, with satisfaction, picked up the dangerous bomb and slowly placed it back in the toolbox, as if the thrilling psychological game had never happened. Is it solved, just like this? Damn, it can be played like this? Empty city stratagem? Psychological warfare? This guy must have the art of war engraved in his DNA. Jerry, I've been in this weird business for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen something this slick. The live stream was completely boiling over. And Su Ming, with calm steps, walked into the corridor that just a few minutes ago had been a certain death trap. 5 minutes remained, with only a minute and a half left. The time was just perfect. Chapter 5, The New Order in the Kitchen. The corridor was not long, but with every step, Su Ming walked unusually steadily. He could feel it, that gaze from Jerry behind him, like two thin steel needles, never leaving his back. It lacked the mockery from before but now held more investigation and wariness. He had won this psychological battle. But Su Ming knew very well that this was just the beginning. He had earned a moment to catch his breath, but he had also completely shattered the original script here. Next time, this rat, tainted by strange tales, would never fall for such a trick so easily again. The ticking of the clock's second hand reminded him of the time he had left. Finally, he stood at the kitchen door. Unlike the warm and bright kitchen in his memories from cartoons, the scene in front of him was filled with an eerie sense of disconnection. On one side, there were neat cabinets, gleaming dishes, and a sparkling white fridge, everything maintaining a classic mid-century American country style, so clean that it almost felt unreal. But on the other side, in the corners, under the sink, and in the floor cracks, dark red sticky liquid seeped out, wriggling like a living thing. The liquid pulsed slowly, emitting a sweet and greasy smell, mixed with milk and a stinky odor. This smell made Su Ming's stomach churn with physical discomfort. He didn't rush to open the fridge door. Instead, he scanned the entire kitchen. His professional instincts as an animator, the detailed observation of scenes, were fully activated in this moment. His gaze stopped at a small sign in the corner of the wall. There, with childish handwriting, was a simple map and a few crooked lines of text. Kitchen safety instructions. 1. Cheese is Jerry's exclusive property. No one is allowed to touch it without his permission. 2. Miss Canary likes to sing on the windowsill. Please do not disturb her enjoyment. The beauty of her song is directly related to her mood. 3. The ant army underground is the house's cleaner. You can throw food scraps to them, but never provoke them. Their numbers are more than you can imagine. 4. This is a place that values order. First come, first served, with labor distribution. New rules. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he quickly memorized these rules. The kitchen is not just a kitchen, he judged in his heart. It's more like a small, multi-force coexisting ecosystem. Jerry, Canary, and Army, these supporting characters, who sometimes had cameo roles and sometimes were important in the cartoons, had formed a subtle balance in this tainted fairy tale world. And the fourth rule, values order, was the core of this ecosystem's operation. This explained why Jerry's traps could be blatantly placed in the corridor. Because, before he arrived, the order in this house was built around Tom catching Jerry. But now, a Tom who didn't play by the rules had arrived. The new order would be established by him. Su Ming's gaze swept over the small sign and then looked at the wall hole not far away. He could feel Jerry lurking inside, watching him. He was waiting. Waiting for him to make a mistake. Su Ming took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and walked straight toward the huge white refrigerator. The second hand on the wall clock had already pointed to the last 30 seconds. His hand grasped the cold refrigerator handle, the sensation sticky and slippery, as if holding a slippery snake. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and pulled the refrigerator door open with all his strength. Creak! A strong cold air mixed with a sweeter, more nauseating stench hit his face. Inside the fridge, there were no array of tempting foods as he had imagined. Only a solitary bottle of milk, contained in an old-fashioned glass bottle. The milk appeared in an abnormal, blood-red color. A handwritten label on the bottle read, "For the mistress only." As expected, something's wrong. Su Ming was not surprised in the slightest. He extended his hand and steadily picked up the bottle of milk. It felt cold and piercing, as if holding a block of eternal ice, numbing his fingertips. System prompt: you have touched the contaminated milk. Contamination value +5. Current contamination value, 10 out of 100. Su Ming furrowed his brow, but his actions did not stop for a second. He closed the refrigerator door and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he never looked at the dark red slime in the corners of the fridge, nor did he touch anything that shouldn't be touched. His goal was clear: take it and go. That was his order. Just as he was about to leave the kitchen, a faint, disappointed squeak sound came from the small hole in the wall behind him. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew he had won again. Thump, thump, thump. Su Ming climbed the stairs, step by step, heading toward the shadowy depths of the second floor. The bottle of dark red milk in his hand looked even more eerie under the dim light, the liquid inside swaying slowly with his steps. With each step up, the temperature around him seemed to drop by a degree. The pressure from the mistress, as heavy as mountains, grew stronger, almost suffocating him. Finally, he reached the corridor on the second floor. At the end of the corridor was a tightly closed bedroom door, intricately carved with patterns. The mistress's voice came from behind that door. "Tom. Are you dying? Where's my milk?" Her voice was full of impatience and irritation. Su Ming didn't answer. He simply placed the milk bottle on the floor in front of the door, then gently knocked on the door. Thump thump. After 2 knocks, he immediately turned around and walked back downstairs without looking back. Rule 3, ensure she never discovers Jerry's existence. On the flip side, this means it's best if she doesn't discover Tom's existence either. Su Ming silently thought to himself. As a toolcat, all I need to do is complete the task, no unnecessary communication. Turning himself into a tool was another core part of playing the role of Tom well. Sure enough, as he descended the stairs, the heavy wooden door behind him let out a slight creak, and a withered arm covered in fine black scales, not belonging to a human, stretched out from the crack in the door. It silently took the milk bottle from the floor and pulled it back inside. Then, the door was tightly closed again. From start to finish, there was no communication. The suffocating pressure slowly dissipated. The first task was completed. Ding! Congratulations, the chosen one, Su Ming, has completed the Mistress's limited time task. Get the milk. Reward, temporary residence rights in Fairy Tale Town. Before you violate core rules, the Mistress will not actively expel you. Hearing the system prompt, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. He leaned against the stair railing, only then realizing that his back was soaked with cold sweat. This series of games, seemingly calm on the surface, was actually full of tension. But at last, he had temporarily secured his footing in this strange fairy tale house. And his gaze had once again turned to that kitchen, full of unknowns and challenges. The new order there, he hadn't had the chance to confront yet. Chapter 6, A Piece of Cheese's Pledge of Allegiance. Returning to the living room on the first floor, Su Ming let out a long breath. The faint oppressive feeling in the air had disappeared, but in its place were several pairs of curious and scrutinizing eyes from different corners. He knew that after completing the Mistress's task in that cheating way, the script that originally existed in this house had been completely torn apart. From now on, he was no longer just the unlucky Tom chasing Jerry in the script. He was a variable. A dangerous variable that made all the actors reassess everything. Su Ming paid no attention to the prying eyes. Like Tom in an animation after completing a task, he stretched out wearily, then walked slowly toward the kitchen. This time, he was no longer the task executor rushing around, but a family member who had just gained residence rights. He was going to walk into this kitchen with dignity and meet the natives there. As soon as he stepped into the kitchen, Su Ming sharply sensed that the atmosphere here had completely changed from just a few minutes ago. The dark red slime in the corners and under the sink seemed to have gathered much, no longer pulsating recklessly as it had before. On the windowsill, a canary with golden feathers and an elegant figure tilted its head, curiously observing him with its small black eyes. It didn't sing, nor did it show any hostility, as if it were observing a strange intruder. And in the gaps of the floor, tiny black ants, the size of worker ants, were marching in neat rows, quickly cleaning up the small food crumbs left on the ground. They moved quickly, disciplined, like a well-trained miniature army. The entire kitchen was quiet and orderly. Su Ming's gaze finally landed on the small triangular hole in the wall. Jerry sat at the hole's entrance. It no longer lounged leisurely, but sat upright like an opponent across a negotiation table, its tiny claws placed in front of it, its small black eyes gleaming with complex emotions. There was wariness, confusion, but more than that, a slyness that Su Ming recognized. It was evaluating him. Su Ming understood its gaze. He didn't speak, nor did he approach, he simply turned around, took a brand new mousetrap and a golden triangle of cheese from the nearby cupboard. This action instantly made everyone in the live broadcast room tense. What is he trying to do again? Is he going to challenge Jerry? No, didn't the rules say? No touching the cheese. That's Jerry's exclusive property. It's over, just as he steadied himself, he's going to start making reckless moves again. This protagonist's personality is really. Even Zhang Guoquan furrowed his brow, he didn't understand Su Ming's intentions. Actively violating the clearly stated rules didn't seem like something Su Ming would do. And the atmosphere in the kitchen instantly became tense as Su Ming took out the cheese. The canary on the windowsill stopped grooming its feathers, and the ant army on the ground paused its march. All eyes were focused on Su Ming and Jerry. A dangerous cold light flashed in Jerry's little black eyes. Its back legs tensed slightly, ready to either attack or flee at any moment. Su Ming seemed completely unaware of the tense atmosphere. He calmly snapped open the new mousetrap with a click and carefully placed the piece of cheese, which emitted an enticing fragrance, onto the trap's trigger pad. This is a standard, deadly mouse-catching trap. However, the next move by Su Ming once again overturned everyone's expectations. He did not place the trap at Jerry's hole. Nor did he place it on any path Jerry might pass. He carefully held this dangerous gift and slowly walked to the center of the kitchen, then gently placed it on the empty floor. That spot was not near anyone, nor did it obstruct anyone. It was like placing a neutral, observable piece of art for everyone to see. After doing all of this, Su Ming clapped his hands, said nothing, and quietly retreated to the kitchen door, folding his arms, watching leisurely. He handed the choice to Jerry. Time passed, second by second. The kitchen was as silent as death. Jerry did not move, its little brain seemed to be engaged in a high-speed battle. It couldn't understand. This Tom's actions were full of contradictions. He broke the rule of do not touch the cheese, yet he didn't aim the trap at himself. He took on a hostile posture but placed the prize in a neutral position. What exactly did he want to do? After a long while, in Su Ming's patient wait, Jerry finally moved. It did not charge towards the cheese trap. Instead, it carefully pushed out another identical triangular piece of cheese from its hole and placed it at the entrance. Then, it raised its chin at Su Ming. It seemed to say, "That's yours, this is mine. We'll keep our distance." Su Ming smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He slowly shook his head. Then, he extended one finger and pointed at the cheese trap he had placed in the middle. Next, he pointed at the canary on the windowsill. Then, he pointed at the army of ants on the floor. Finally, he pointed at Jerry, then pointed at himself. After making all these gestures, he spread his hands out, making a sharing gesture. At that moment, the natives in the kitchen seemed to understand something. The canary on the windowsill chirped a crisp, pleasant sound, as if expressing approval. The army of ants on the floor began marching again, but they avoided the central trap, moving in an orderly manner. Jerry gave Su Ming a deep look. In its little eyes, for the first time, a complex emotion mixed with surprise and a hint of admiration appeared. It understood. This Tom was not trying to seize control of the kitchen. He was using this piece of cheese to make an oath of allegiance. He wanted to establish a new order, coexistence, shared benefits. Rule 4, this is a place that values order, with first come, first served, and labor-based distribution. He wasn't trying to break the order, he wanted to be the one to create the new order. Having realized this, Jerry no longer hesitated. It quickly pushed its own piece of cheese back into its hole, then nimbly ran to the center of the kitchen, and with dazzling skill, took the piece of cheese from the dangerous mousetrap without a scratch. It didn't take it all for itself. Instead, it broke the cheese into several pieces of different sizes. The largest piece, it pushed toward Su Ming. The next largest piece, it threw with all its strength toward the windowsill. The smallest crumbs, it scattered toward the army of ants on the floor. As for itself, it carried away a piece that was neither too big nor too small, and happily returned to its wall hole. Ding! You have passed the joining test in the kitchen, and your relationship with Jerry's faction has changed from hostile to neutral. Your relationship with the canary's faction has changed from strange to friendly. Your relationship with the army of ants has changed from ignored to acknowledged. Hearing the system prompt, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. He walked forward, picked up the piece of cheese that belonged to him, but did not eat it. Instead, he solemnly placed it in his pocket. From today, in this strange kitchen, he was no longer a lone intruder fighting a battle by himself. Chapter 7, The Canary's Commission. When Su Ming tucked the cheese representing joining the group into his pocket, the atmosphere in the kitchen visibly softened. The constant feeling of being watched, the scrutiny that never left, vanished, replaced by a subtle and peaceful understanding. The dark red slime in the corner had completely retracted, no longer pulsating. The army of ants on the floor was still busy, but no longer circling him. Even the unsettling feeling of being watched from the triangular hole in the wall had disappeared. It seemed he had, for the moment, been accepted by this tiny ecosystem. But Su Ming did not let his guard down. He knew this was only temporary. This fragile balance could be broken at any time by a new variable. He put the abandoned mouse trap, which he had pried open, back into the toolbox. This was a silent declaration. He had no intention of being enemies with Jerry anymore. After finishing this, he found a chair against the wall, sat down, and began to rest, recovering the energy he had exhausted from the high mental strain earlier. Current pollution value, 10/100. This number was like a thorn, constantly reminding him that this world was far from as peaceful as it seemed. He needed more information, he needed to find ways to lower the pollution value, and most importantly, he needed to find the root cause of this fairy tale world being twisted. And all the clues could not possibly be limited to just this small kitchen. While he was thinking, a crisp, pleasant, wind chime-like chirping sound came from the direction of the windowsill. Su Ming opened his eyes and happened to meet the small, bright black eyes of the canary. She no longer just observed from afar like before but jumped off the windowsill, taking small graceful steps, slowly moving closer to him. Her feathers, glowing softly and warmly in the sunlight streaming through the window, clashed with the cold, gloomy tone of the kitchen. Cheap? The canary tilted her head and chirped tentatively. Su Ming did not move, just quietly watched her. He remembered what the rules said: Miss Canary likes to sing on the windowsill, please do not disturb her enjoyment. This meant she was a character who did not like being disturbed, possibly a bit aloof in nature. Sure enough, seeing Su Ming not rush toward her, the canary's wariness lessened slightly. She hopped a few more steps forward, stopping at a safe distance neither too far nor too close from Su Ming, then gently pecked at a small piece of cheese fragment on the floor. This fragment was exactly what Jerry had shared with her just now. Cheep, cheep, cheep. She pecked at the food while letting out a series of cheerful chirps. This time, it was no longer just a simple test. Though Su Ming could not understand bird language, his sharp observation skills as an animator allowed him to read a clear intention from the canary's body language and the rise and fall of her chirps. That was a request. In the live stream, all the viewers were confused. What is this bird saying? Is there anyone who speaks bird language who can translate? I feel like she might be giving Su Ming a mission. After fighting wits with the mouse, is he now going to make contact with the bird? The development of this chapter is so strange. Zhang Guoquan and the others also furrowed their brows, unable to understand either. But they knew that the canary's actions were definitely a key plot point. Su Ming did not respond hastily. He just quietly listened and observed. He saw that when the canary chirped, she would occasionally glance toward the glass door leading to the backyard. Her eyes were full of longing, mixed with a deep sense of fear. When all the fragments of information pieced together in his mind, in Su Ming's heart, a bold guess had already formed. He slowly stood up, not walking towards the canary, but heading straight to the glass door. The door was covered in dust and dried stains, and the glass was somewhat blurry, but he could still vaguely see the scene outside the courtyard. It was a piece of grass surrounded by a tall fence. On the grass, there was a red-painted doghouse with a pointed roof, and in front of it, a food bowl with the name Spike engraved on it. A bulldog, Spike. The yard ruler that Tom could never provoke in the animation. Su Ming's gaze swept across the courtyard. He didn't see Spike, but beside the doghouse, under a big tree, he saw a small, pointed-roof miniature doghouse, with a little leather ball next to it. Tyke. Spike's son. And right at the top of the tree, Su Ming saw an empty bird's nest. In that moment, all the clues connected. He finally understood what the canary wanted. Her home was in the courtyard. But she was afraid of the owner of the courtyard, Spike, so she didn't dare to go back. I see. Su Ming turned around and looked at the canary, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and slowly spoke, as if stating a fact. You want to go home? The canary abruptly stopped chirping, her body slightly trembling, and for the first time, her pitch-black little eyes showed an expression of shock and disbelief. She didn't expect that this stranger, Tom, could understand her words. Ding! You have successfully deciphered the canary's request, triggering the side mission, Return to Nest. Mission goal, help the canary safely return to the bird's nest on the tree in the courtyard. Mission reward? Mission difficulty, high risk. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, confirming his guess. High risk. Su Ming's gaze shifted again to the seemingly calm courtyard, his expression becoming extremely serious. A region marked as high risk by the system probably posed a danger far greater than the tasks with the Mistress and the kitchen game combined. However, he had no reason to refuse. To gain more information and allies in this house, helping the canary was his only choice at the moment. Damn! Triggered a mission. He can understand this? Is Su Ming a human translation machine? I told you this bird was strange. Turns out it's an NPC with a mission. The livestream was in an uproar. Su Ming, however, had already returned to the canary, slowly extending a hand with his palm facing up. It was an inviting gesture. The canary hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage, flapped her wings, and lightly landed on his palm. Her body was light, and her claws were a little cold. The canary's favorability towards you increases, and the relationship from friendly changes to trusting. Just as Su Ming was about to take the canary out of the kitchen and face the new challenge, a faint, warning-like squeak suddenly came from the silent triangular wall hole. It was Jerry. Su Ming stopped, turning to look. Jerry didn't appear, but Su Ming could clearly feel the gaze coming from the hole in the wall, filled with seriousness and dissuasion. It seemed to be telling him, "Don't go, it's dangerous there." Chapter 8, The Rules of the Courtyard. The squeak from the hole in the wall carried an undeniable weight. Su Ming halted his steps. He turned back, his eyes silently meeting the dark hole. He knew that Jerry was on the other side, watching him with its small, black bean-like eyes. This warning was unexpected, yet understandable. What surprised him was that this strange creature, which had recently wanted to kill him, would actually warn him of danger. What made sense was that he had just used a piece of cheese to establish a fragile new order in this small kitchen. And once the creator of this new order faced danger in the courtyard, the balance in the kitchen might be broken again, and this does not align with Jerry's interests. Jerry, actually reminding him? What the hell, what's going on? The enemy's enemy is a friend? Why do I feel like the relationships in this mission are getting more and more complicated? Shouldn't Tom and Jerry be mortal enemies? The viewers in the live stream also noticed this subtle moment. Su Ming did not immediately respond to Jerry's warning. He simply stood still, holding the now nervous canary in his palm, his gaze once again fixed on the tightly shut glass door. The courtyard outside, bathed in sunlight, seemed peaceful and serene, with a green lawn and a red doghouse, everything just like in the animation. But Su Ming could smell a danger far stronger and more primitive than the sweet, pungent odor in the kitchen coming from that calm. It was a mixture of dirt, decaying grass, and the distinctive, bloody scent of some large wild animal. This smell made the hairs on the back of his hand stand on end. The system's high-risk evaluation, Jerry's serious warning, and his own instincts all told him one thing: pushing the door open and going in would be like walking straight into death. But the mission had been triggered, and the canary's little eyes were full of hope and trust. He could not back down. Looks like I need to find the right way to enter the courtyard, Su Ming thought to himself. He slowly placed the canary on the clean dining table beside him, signaling her to stay calm with his eyes. Then, without looking at the glass door again, he turned around and walked toward Jerry's hole in the wall. This time, he wasn't provoking, nor was he negotiating. He was carefully searching the wall next to the hole. This action puzzled both the viewers in the live stream and Jerry. Soon, Su Ming found a neatly folded, slightly yellowed note behind a loose piece of wallpaper. This note was hidden extremely well. If not for his obsessive attention to detail as an animator, he would never have found it. He carefully unfolded the note. The handwriting was no longer the childish, crooked script from before, but one full of strength, yet trembling slightly due to some emotion. Spike's courtyard rules. 1. Mr. Spike is the only owner of this courtyard, please respect him. 2. No cats, mice, or flying creatures are allowed to enter the lawn without Mr. Spike's permission. 3. Mr. Spike has a habit of napping, usually from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Please do not make any noise during his nap, or face the consequences. 4. Mr. Spike loves his son, Tyke, very much. He will never allow anyone to harm Tyke, not even a single hair. 5. If you see Tyke playing with his red ball, please do not touch it. That is Tyke's favorite toy. 6. The courtyard's fence is very old, do not try to climb over it. 7. Never, ever mention the words dog leash, capture, or collar in front of Mr. Spike. After reading these 7 rules, Su Ming felt a chill down his spine. These rules practically wrote the word danger on their faces. Especially the second one, no cats, mice, or flying creatures, which almost covered all 3 of the main creatures in the kitchen, strictly forbidding them from entering. And the 4th and 7th rules, written in bold font with a strong warning tone, highlighted Spike's 2 taboos, his son Tyke, and his unwillingness to mention his past. No wonder Jerry didn't dare to go in, no wonder the canary could only look on helplessly. Su Ming suddenly understood. The courtyard, for them, was an absolute forbidden zone. But for Su Ming, the Tom, it was not entirely unsolvable. Because he was a cat, the rules clearly mentioned cats, which meant Tom was qualified to interact with Spike, as long as he found the right key. And that key was hidden in the 4th rule. He would never allow anyone to harm Tyke. Su Ming's gaze lingered on this sentence for a long time, as a bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. He folded the notepaper filled with rules carefully and solemnly placed it back into his pocket. Then he turned around, faced the dark wall hole, and slowly, clearly said, "Thanks, brother. I remember this favor." There was a moment of silence in the wall hole, followed by an almost inaudible squeak, like a form of consent or a helpless sigh. Su Ming knew that from this moment on, the purely hostile relationship between him and Jerry had quietly changed. They were no longer just a cat and a mouse, but neighbors in this strange house, using and balancing each other for their own purposes. The relationship with Jerry's camp has subtly changed. Unlock status, temporary ceasefire agreement. After dealing with his relationship with Jerry, Su Ming felt much more relaxed. He walked back to the dining table, where the canary was anxiously pacing. "Don't worry," Su Ming said to her, revealing a comforting smile, "I found a way in." Saying this, he did not go directly to the forbidden glass door. Instead, he turned around and walked once more toward the red toolbox. Under the curious gaze of the worldwide audience, he rummaged through it for a long time. He didn't take out explosives or mouse traps. He finally pulled out a seemingly ordinary, rusty gardening shears. Chapter 9, Parker's Reverse Scale. A pair of gardening shears. Seeing Su Ming take this item out of the toolbox, everyone in the live broadcast felt deep confusion. Gardening shears? What is he going to do? Prune some plants? Is it tea time now? I can't understand the protagonist's thoughts more and more. I have a bad feeling, he isn't really going to provoke the dog with this, is he? Zhang Guoquan and others were also frowning tightly. In the information known so far, this gardening shears had nothing to do with any rule of the courtyard. Su Ming's taking out this seemingly useless tool left them puzzled about his underlying intentions. In the footage, Su Ming ignored the outside speculation. Holding the rusty gardening shears, he walked to the glass door leading to the courtyard. This time, he did not hesitate at all. His hands, which had once drafted countless sketches, felt unusually steady at this moment. He didn't touch the doorknob but carefully inserted the sharp tip of the gardening shears into the old gap under the glass door. Creak. Accompanied by a slight friction sound, he gently pried upwards. The door lock, sealed shut with dust, was forcibly opened by him from the inside in an almost brutal yet skillful manner. This action made everyone gasp in shock. Pry the lock? Wow, I thought he was a wizard. Unexpectedly, he's a thief. Su Ming opened a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through, sidled out, and quickly closed the door gently, leaving only a barely noticeable crack. He didn't step directly onto the grass that the rules clearly prohibited. Instead, he moved along the edge of the house wall, keeping close to the foundation, step by step, toward the corner of the courtyard. There was a blind spot in view, also the only area not completely covered by lawn. The canary in his palm seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere, remaining utterly still, even its breathing becoming cautious. The courtyard was terrifyingly quiet. The afternoon sunlight was somewhat glaring, turning the lawn to a golden hue, yet it couldn't dispel the subtle sense of oppression in the air. From the red doghouse not far away, there came a series of heavy and even snores. Hoo. Roo. Spike was napping. Su Ming's movements became even lighter. He remembered the warning of the third rule, do not make any noise while he is napping. Each step he took was extremely light, like a real cat sneaking through the night. His target was the wild bush in the corner of the courtyard. The bush was close to the old fence, growing wildly and chaotically, nearly completely hiding a small area. In the animation, Tom had used this bush countless times as a hiding place to evade Spike's pursuit. Su Ming carefully pushed aside the bush and slipped inside. The dense branches instantly obscured the view from the outside and blocked most of the sunlight, creating a natural and hidden observation point. From here, he could clearly see the layout of the entire courtyard, while inside the doghouse, Spike would find it hard to detect his presence. Safe. For now. He gently placed the canary from his palm onto a branch in front of him, signaling her to stay here and not move. Then, he began his real task. He raised the gardening shears in his hand. Snip. Snip, snap. He didn't cut anything else but began to meticulously and patiently trim the bush in front of him. He snipped slowly, with great concentration, each cut making only the slightest sound. He was like a true gardener, carefully tending to his creation. This action left everyone in the live stream utterly confused. After risking his life to sneak into the courtyard, was it just to trim a bush? What was he after? Time flowed slowly with each subtle snip sound. Su Ming's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, not from heat, but from extreme mental focus. He had to ensure that every single movement he made would not create a noise loud enough to wake Spike. Just then, a small, white figure stumbled out from that tiny doghouse. It was Tyke. It looked only a few months old, with an entire coat of snow-white fluff, walking somewhat unsteadily. It yawned sleepily, then looked around in confusion, seemingly searching for something. Its gaze was quickly drawn to a red rubber ball not far away. Tyke barked happily, a soft woof, wagging its tail as it ran towards its toy. However, an accident happened. Perhaps still half asleep, its little feet stumbled, and its tiny body bumped straight into the bush that Su Ming had just trimmed unevenly. Oof. A pained whimper. Tyke's little leg was scratched by a sharp branch that had just been cut. Bright red blood instantly seeped through the snow-white fluff. Though it was just a tiny wound, for the young Tyke, it was enough to make it tear up in pain. A woo-woo. Tyke's cries were not loud, but they pierced through the courtyard silence like the sharpest dagger. The heavy snores from the doghouse abruptly stopped. A terrifying, extreme aura filled with rage and murderous intent exploded from that little red doghouse. The temperature in the entire courtyard seemed to drop to freezing point in that moment. Hidden in the bushes, Su Ming only felt as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. He looked at the small white figure sitting on the ground, crying pitifully while holding his injured little leg, and then glanced at the terrifying presence that was about to emerge from the shadows. His hand tightly gripped the gardening shears still stained with grass juice. The plan succeeded. Chapter 10, The Soft Spot of Dogdad. Roar. A roar filled with endless fury exploded like thunder in the yard. The violent power contained in that sound made even the bushes where Su Ming was hiding tremble, shaking off all the dew on the leaves. A large and sturdy gray figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the red doghouse. It was Spike. But at this moment, it was completely different from the silly and protective Dogdad in the animation. Its eyes displayed a disturbing mix of murky and crimson colors, like two burning ghostly flames. Its muscular body was crisscrossed with fierce, healed scars, like a map depicting countless brutal battles. What was most chilling was the deep, bone-revealing mark around its neck, worn raw by a rough iron chain. This was the source of the taboo in Rule 7, never, ever mention dog leash, capture, or collar in front of Mr. Spike. Ding. Warning. Spike has entered frenzy mode, yard danger level raised to deadly. Current pollution value, 15/100. Just being locked on by its breath raised Su Ming's pollution value by 5 points out of nowhere. He only felt a bone-chilling cold rush from his feet straight to the top of his head, and his brain throbbed with sharp pain like needles. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers' hearts were in their throats. F***CK. This dog is terrifying. This is nothing like the animation. It's over, it's really messed up now. Spike's target is him. Run. What are you still hiding in the bushes for? Are you waiting to die? Zhang Guoquan and the others also turned pale. They never expected Su Ming's plan was actually to actively provoke the most dangerous creature in the whole scenario. However, Su Ming did not run. He didn't even dare to breathe, pressing his body tightly against the inner side of the bushes, lowering his presence to the minimum. Because he knew, Spike's target was not him. Woo! Daddy! On the ground, little Tyke's crying carried a hint of grievance and reliance. Spike's crimson eyes locked onto the small wound on its son's leg. What seemed insignificant to Su Ming was, in its eyes, the most serious injury in the world. Rule 4, Mr. Spike loves his son, Tyke, very much. He will never allow anyone to harm Tyke, not even a hair. A low growl emanated from its throat, a sound interwoven with anger and heartache. Its gaze began to sweep wildly across the entire yard, like a high-speed radar searching for the culprit who harmed its son. Its eyes scanned the lawn, the fence, the tightly closed glass door. Finally, it fixed its gaze on the bush where Su Ming was hiding, a bush that clearly showed signs of being trimmed. Found it! Roar! Another deafening roar erupted. Spike's massive body sank slightly, muscles tensed, taking a standard pouncing stance. It was going to tear apart the murderer who dared to harm its son and hid. In the live room, the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience almost stopped beating. In this critical moment, Su Ming moved. He did not run, nor did he resist. He made a motion that made Spike, filled with killing intent, freeze in midair. He slowly reached out a hand through the gap in the bushes. In his hand, there was no weapon. Only a large, green leaf, freshly picked from the bushes, still glistening with dew. Then, with an extremely slow and gentle motion, he carefully offered this leaf to the crying little Tyke. It was as if he was saying, "Here, put it on, and it won't hurt anymore." The entire yard fell into a strange silence. Spike's massive body remained frozen, poised as if about to pounce. For the first time, a hint of confusion and bewilderment appeared in his crimson eyes. The script seemed off? If this guy hiding in the bushes was the murderer who harmed his son, then why was he not running away or preparing to fight, but rather, trying to comfort his son? The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. What is this operation? Slap them and give a sweet date? No, that slap wasn't even his. I get it. He wants to clear his name. To prove he's not the murderer. Professor Zhang Yu excitedly slapped the table. No, he's not clearing his name. He's fishing for favor. Yes, fishing for favor. Su Ming's plan was not simply to anger Spike from the very beginning. He exploited the loophole in the rules to create an accident, causing Tyke to get hurt. But he himself had never actively harmed Tyke. The real murderer was that sharp branch he accidentally cut. And he, this witness hiding in the bushes, at the first moment, expressed goodwill towards the injured Tyke. He cleverly transformed himself from a potential attacker into an innocent, even helpful bystander. At this moment, little Tyke stopped crying, tilting his little head, curiously sniffing the suddenly appeared, green large leaf. Su Ming's hand was very steady, without the slightest tremble. His gaze pierced through the gaps in the leaves, silently locking eyes with the terrifying giant not far away. It was a silent game of wits. He was betting. Betting on the core of Rule 4, Spike's love for Tyke would outweigh its tainted violent instinct. Time passed, second by second. The atmosphere in the yard was oppressively tense, as if it could drip with water. Finally, Spike's tense muscles slowly relaxed. The low growl in its throat gradually calmed, the violent killing intent in its crimson eyes receded, still full of vigilance and scrutiny, but no longer the insane frenzy from before. It slowly straightened up, taking heavy steps, carefully picking up its injured son. Before turning back to the doghouse, it cast a deep glance in the direction of the bushes. That gaze was incredibly complex. There was confusion, a warning, but more of a, "You're lucky this time, but don't let me see you near my son again." Ding! Spike's fury state has been lifted, and the yard's danger level has returned to dangerous stat. Hearing the system prompt, Su Ming finally dared to slowly exhale the foul air stuck in his chest. He knew he had once again performed a perfect dance on the steel wire of the rules. He not only averted a deadly crisis but, more importantly, successfully planted a seed in Spike's heart. This Tom seems a bit different from before. And the green leaf in his hand had already been quietly withdrawn. He hadn't forgotten, the canary was still waiting for him. Chapter 11, The Song of Purification. When Spike's massive figure disappeared into the shadow of the doghouse, the yard returned to its afternoon tranquility. But this peacefulness was no longer filled with false harmony like before. The suffocating aura of violence in the air dissipated. Instead, there was an almost dead silence, as if after a storm, even the wind was being cautious. Su Ming remained hidden among the bushes, not daring to come out immediately. He could feel that even though Spike had returned to the house, that vigilant and scrutinizing gaze never left this direction. He was like a lion guarding its cubs, even at rest, maintaining the highest level of vigilance against any potential threat. It seems there's no way to explore further for now, Su Ming concluded in his heart. The core purpose of his daring venture into the courtyard was already half achieved, engaging in a successful safe contact with Spike without breaking any rules. Though the process was thrilling, the result left him very satisfied. At least, in the heart of this courtyard overlord, he was no longer just a simple loser chasing after mice and causing havoc. Now, it was time to accomplish the other half of his goal. He slowly turned around and looked at the canary behind him, which had been tightly clutching onto a branch and dared not breathe. At this moment, the little bird was looking at him with a gaze of almost worship. If before, Su Ming's interpretation of its request had made it feel friendly, then just now, his textbook-like extreme maneuvers in the face of furious Spike had left it feeling deeply shocked and trusting. Su Ming gave it a reassuring smile and silently mouthed two words. "Let's go." He did not return to the kitchen by the same route. Rule 2, no cats, mice, or flying creatures are allowed to step onto the lawn without permission. This rule was like an invisible shackle, restricting all conventional paths of action. But from the very beginning, Su Ming's target was not the lawn. He lifted his head, his gaze landing on the thick clothesline that stretched between the courtyard and the house above the bushes. In cartoons, Tom and Jerry had countless thrilling chases on this clothesline. This was an aerial corridor tacitly allowed by the rules. Su Ming took a deep breath and whispered to the canary in his palm, "Hold on tight." After saying that, he gently placed the canary on his shoulder. Then, using the gardening shears that had just played the role of a weapon, he hooked onto a sturdier branch above his head and, using his strength, climbed up the top of the bushes like a real cat. Wow! What is he going to do? Walk a tightrope? Such physical ability, is he really an animator? Did you forget? He is playing Tom. A cat's sense of balance and climbing ability is already top-notch. In the live broadcast room, the audience was once again awed by Su Ming's action. He showed no hesitation and stepped onto the clothesline that gently swayed with the breeze. The sensation beneath his feet felt a bit unstable, but he quickly adjusted his body's center of gravity, arms outstretched to maintain balance, and steadily walked toward the direction of the big tree in the center of the courtyard, step by step. Below was the forbidden lawn. He could feel the scrutinizing gaze coming from the doghouse sharpened even more. Spike was watching him, evaluating whether his actions constituted a violation by stepping onto the lawn. Su Ming kept his eyes straight ahead, each step taken with utmost focus. He knew this was the ultimate test of understanding the rules. Finally, under Spike's oppressive gaze, he successfully reached the midpoint of the clothesline, right above the big tree. He looked down at the empty bird's nest and then gently tilted his head, calling out softly to the canary on his shoulder. The canary understood. It rubbed its little head against Su Ming's cheek in gratitude. Then, flapping its wings like a golden arrow, it flew back home with precision. Ding! Side quest returning home has been completed. You have gained the canary's eternal friendship and blessing. Quest reward, Purified Song. At the moment the quest was completed, the canary, back in its nest, turned around, faced Su Ming, and opened its small beak. A ethereal, melodious song, unlike anything from the mortal realm, slowly flowed from its throat. That song was filled with the breath of life and warm power. It transformed into visible, light golden notes, like living spirits, softly surrounding Su Ming, then slowly merging into his body. At that moment, Su Ming felt an indescribable warmth instantly spread through his limbs. The headache, palpitations, and chilling cold he experienced from the polluted milk and the rage of Spike rapidly retreated like melted snow, in the warmth of the song. The values in his vision began to drop at an astonishing speed. Current pollution value, 14 out of 100. Current pollution value, 13 out of 100. Current pollution value, 5 out of 100. Current pollution value, 0 out of 100. Zeroed. The pollution value was completely cleared. Whoa! This is a way to eliminate pollution. I get it. The pollution value in this instance can be cleared. It's not permanent. God, this canary is simply a moving fountain of healing. The Global Ghost Story Research Institute erupted in fervor at that moment. This was absolutely the first time since the opening that such a direct and efficient mechanism for clearing pollution was discovered. Its strategic significance was no less than discovering a new continent. And Su Ming himself felt an unprecedented ease. The shadow that had always loomed over his heart was swept away, and even his thoughts became clearer than before. The canary's song gradually ceased. It solemnly nodded at Su Ming, then picked up a small piece of shimmering feather from the nest with its beak and gently placed it on the clothesline at Su Ming's feet. Immediately, its gaze turned serious as it looked towards the closed window of the mistress's room on the second floor. It emitted a short, sharp, and hostile chirp in that direction. Chirp! Su Ming followed its gaze. He knew this was the canary passing him new clues. The source of all the bizarre occurrences was likely pointing to the mysterious mistress and her legend of being unseen yet seemingly having a great influence on this home. Witch's best friend. Chapter 12, The Feather of Friendship. The canary's hostile chirp echoed in the quiet courtyard, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples. The closed window on the second floor remained still, as if everything inside the house was isolated from the world. But from that silence, Su Ming felt a deeper, colder malice. It was like a sleeping beast, disturbed, turning unhappily in its slumber. He knew the canary's hint had touched upon the core secret of this fairy tale world. But he did not rush to act. Now was not the time to explore the second floor. His understanding of the mistress was limited to a few cold rules and that withered arm. Acting rashly would mean walking into a trap. The priority was to solidify his newly conquered base. Su Ming subtly nodded at the canary in the nest, signaling that he had received the message. Then, he bent down and carefully picked up the softly glowing golden feather from the clothesline. The feather felt warm and light in his hand, like a piece of condensed sunlight. Ding! You have obtained the canary's token. Another special item. Su Ming solemnly placed the feather into his pocket, right next to the piece of cheese that represented the kitchen's letter of loyalty. After doing all this, he no longer lingered. Before the impatient gaze from the doghouse returned, he turned around, stepping on the clothesline he had walked in on, smoothly and swiftly retracing his steps. The entire process was graceful and fluid, without any hint of delay. When he returned to the shadow under the kitchen wall and quietly closed the glass door, restoring it to its original state, he truly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, the courtyard remained peaceful. The canary had already begun to happily preen its feathers in the nest, and the oppressive feeling from the doghouse had finally completely vanished. The first exploration of the courtyard held no danger and yielded rich rewards. When Su Ming re-entered the kitchen, the atmosphere here was completely different from when he had left. The wriggling dark red slime in the corner had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. The army of ants on the ground was still patrolling, but when they passed by Su Ming's feet, they clearly made a half-circle around him, as if expressing respect to a worthy neighbor. And at the triangular hole in the wall, Jerry was leaning against the entrance with his arms crossed. Its face showed no sign of the previous vigilance and cunning, instead, it wore a gaze of near equality, tinged with complex emotions. It had personally witnessed everything Su Ming did in the courtyard, from cleverly using the rules to mess with Spike to ultimately helping the canary return home. This time, its behavior pattern had completely exceeded the scope of understanding for its mind polluted by the eerie tales. Su Ming did not immediately pay attention to it. He walked over to the dining table, sat down, and drank the glass of water that had gone cold long ago in one gulp. As the tension in his nerves relaxed, a profound fatigue surged over him. He needed to review everything. He took the piece of cheese, the letter of loyalty, out of his pocket. The cheese still emitted an enticing aroma, but from this scent, Su Ming sensed a faint, sweet, and fishy smell that was reminiscent of the dark red slime in the refrigerator. Ding! You have discovered the secret of Jerry's cheese. Item information: a food specially made by the female master, which can slowly enhance the consumer's strength but will also deepen their bond with this fairy tale world, increasing the speed of pollution. There was indeed a problem. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. The reason Jerry was so powerful, able to contest against the chosen one playing Tom, was likely linked to long-term consumption of this special cheese. This was a strong but lethal way of drinking poison to quench thirst. Su Ming looked at the cheese in his hand and then remembered the warm golden feather in his pocket. A thought slowly rose in his heart. He did not eat the cheese nor did he put it away. Instead, he made a move that surprised everyone in the live streaming room. He stood up and walked to the kitchen trash can. Then, right in front of Jerry at the hole in the wall, he unhesitatingly tossed the piece of alluring cheese into the trash can. This action silently declared, "I do not need this polluted power." Jerry at the hole visibly stiffened for a moment. Its small, black, bean-like eyes revealed true, undeniable shock for the first time. It could not comprehend. In this house of the survival of the fittest, how could someone actively give up the opportunity to enhance their power? Su Ming did not give it much time to think. After throwing away the cheese, he turned around and walked over to the windowsill. The returning. The canary, symbolizing the power of rebirth, was happily humming an off-key little tune. Su Ming slowly reached out his hand. In his palm, lay quietly a golden feather that emitted a soft glow. He did not claim the feather for himself. Instead, in front of all the natives in the kitchen, he gently placed this feather, symbolizing token and friendship, on the sunniest windowsill. That was a place belonging to the canary. He seemed to say, "This is yours, I am just helping you get it back. I don't need to use it to proclaim our friendship, because true allies do not need tokens." After doing all this, he returned to the dining table, sat down, and closed his eyes, as if those two astounding actions were merely casual. However, the entire kitchen's atmosphere changed completely at that moment. Ding! You have shown your principle and attitude to all members of the kitchen ecosystem. Jerry's neutral relationship with you has been strengthened, and he is starting to reassess your threat level and cooperation value. The canary's trust in you has evolved into absolute trust, and it sees you as a true ally. The ant army's recognition of you has risen to respect. Jerry in the wall hole fell silent for a long time, but eventually, he quietly retreated back into the darkness. The canary on the windowsill flew back to Su Ming's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its warm little head. This time, it was not out of omission's trust. Instead, it was a heartfelt closeness. Su Ming knew that from this moment on, he truly had an ally in this kitchen he could trust his back to. And his next goal became clearer. It was time to explore that legendary basement. Chapter 13, The Key to the Basement. After establishing a true alliance with the canary, time in the kitchen seemed to enter a peculiar ceasefire. Jerry did not come out to cause trouble, and the ant army retreated back to their nest after cleaning up the last bit of dirt. In the entire space, only the canary's occasional off-key melodious singing remained, along with the golden patches of sunlight lazily pouring in through the afternoon. It was a calm before the storm. Su Ming enjoyed this tranquility. It gave him plenty of time to sort out his thoughts and recover his strength. But he knew better that this serenity could not last. He did not forget the canary's warning about the window on the second floor, nor did he forget his true purpose for coming to this fairy tale world, finding the source of pollution and breaking this eternal cycle of pursuit. Simply staying in the corner of the kitchen would never lead to success. It's time to see the other side of the house. Su Ming made up his mind internally. He stood up from the chair and gently nodded to the canary on his shoulder, signaling her to stay in the kitchen. The canary obediently flew back to the windowsill, watching him with its clear little eyes, as if sending him off. Su Ming did not look at Jerry's wall hole again. After a series of games in goodwill, he believed this clever mouse had already understood his intentions. Before finding new chips that could break the balance, it would not act recklessly. Su Ming stepped slowly out of the kitchen, back into the living room filled with American country style. Free from the pressure of the hostess's tasks, he could finally calm down and view this space as a resident rather than an intruder. His gaze scanned the living room like the most precise radar, sweeping through every corner, the carpet under the fireplace, the gaps beneath the sofa, the storage cabinet by the stairs. He was searching. Searching for the thing that often appeared in animations. The entrance to the basement, which was always overlooked. According to his memory as an illustrator, that entrance should be hidden beneath a certain floorboard in this living room. However, he checked every single floorboard carefully, tapping on every spot that might sound hollow, but found nothing. The entire living room floor was tightly sealed and looked nothing like it had a hidden door. Strange, where is the entrance to the basement? Isn't it often seen in animations? Could it have been cut out by some creepy tale? Or does it need a special trigger condition? I feel it's not that simple. In this scenario, every way to enter is filled with malice. The audience in the livestream also noticed this problem. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He believed his memory was accurate, the entrance had to be right here. Since the usual methods didn't work, it meant that opening it required a special key. What could that key be? Just as he was trying to figure it out. Squeak! A faint sound came from behind him. Su Ming turned around and saw Jerry, who had by now poked half of his body out from a hole in the kitchen wall. He no longer showed the previous wariness and hostility, but instead lifted a small paw toward Su Ming, pointing at the thick round rug in the center of the living room that was printed with a sunflower pattern. Then, he made a lift motion. Su Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened. It was Jerry. He immediately understood. The key to the basement wasn't an object, nor was it a mechanism. Rather, it required both protagonists in the house to be together. This was a clever setup. It ensured the plot progressed while deepening the complex relationship between Tom and Jerry, which was both opposing and symbiotic. Without Jerry's permission, the chosen one playing Tom would never be able to unlock this hidden scene. Wow! Jerry is actually helping out. This is Tom and Jerry teaming up? My childhood is complete. This tug of war, amazing. All the build-up was for this moment. The live stream room was buzzing with excitement. Su Ming nodded seriously towards the hole in the wall, expressing his gratitude. Then, he walked to the heavy round rug, took a deep breath, grasped the edge of the rug with both hands, and vigorously lifted it up. Whoosh! Amidst a cloud of dust, a square hidden door, exuding a strong moldy smell and concealed for who knows how long, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The dark door was made of thick oak and was secured with a huge, rusty old padlock. It was locked. Su Ming looked at the padlock, which was bigger than his fist, and furrowed his brow again. At that moment, Jerry had already bounced out of the hole with light steps. In his mouth, he held a rusty bunch of keys. He ran to the hidden door, skillfully picked out the right key from the bunch, cleverly inserted it into the lock, and turned it gently. Click! The crisp sound of unlocking echoed clearly in the silent living room. After doing all this, Jerry placed the bunch of keys beside the hidden door, then looked deeply at Su Ming, as if to say, "I can only help you this far, the next path is yours to walk." With that, he turned and disappeared back into the darkness of the wall hole. Su Ming looked at the key, then at the dark, unfathomable entrance, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that when he picked up this key and opened this door, the fragile truce between him and Jerry would truly evolve into a tacit, secret alliance. He no longer hesitated. He picked up the key and opened the heavy wooden door. Creak! A smell mixed with dust, mold, and some unknown metallic rust filled the air. The cold and damp air surged out from the darkness beneath the ground, making him shiver involuntarily. A narrow and steep wooden staircase led to an unknown abyss. Su Ming did not go down immediately. He paused at the door, quietly waiting for a moment, listening carefully to the sounds below. A dead silence. No sound, and no light. He took out the match he had prepared just in case from his pocket. He struck one and threw it down. The faint light traced a yellow-orange arc in the air, illuminating a small area below. What he saw were mountains of abandoned mousetraps, scattered mechanical parts, and on the wall, a yellowed, curled-up note that had been stuck for who knows how long. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. He cautiously walked down the stairs, step by step. The air in the basement was exceptionally cold, each step felt as if he was treading on ancient ice. He reached the note, using the last flicker of the match to read the first line clearly. That line was written in blood-red ink. "Welcome to Tom's Toy Exhibition Room. Chapter 14 Failed Inventions." As Su Ming's footsteps completely disappeared into the dark of the staircase, the secret door to the basement in the living room creaked gently and slowly closed on its own. Click! The old lock fell into place by itself, as if to separate the underground from the ground into two completely unrelated worlds. Su Ming was unaware of all this, as he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. With another match flickering to life, he saw the full extent of this so-called toy exhibition room. This place was less of an exhibition room and more like a cold grave, filled with failures and grievances. The air was filled with a sharp smell of oil, rust, and dust, thick enough to choke him. The entire basement space was much larger than he had imagined, like an abandoned, giant machine shop. Everywhere he looked were various odd-shaped, half-finished mouse-catching inventions. A huge fully automatic catcher, made of pots, pans, and springs, lay in the corner in a twisted position, its complex structure covered in webs, like the skeleton of a mechanical beast that had died many years ago. Beside it, rows of mouse traps of various sizes, with their designs only half drawn, were haphazardly piled on the workbench. Many of the traps still bore dark brown, dried stains, whether blood or something else unknown. The walls were decorated with various half-drawn design blueprints, filled with mad imagination: rocket-powered skateboard, ballistic cheese launcher, sonic hypnosis device. Each blueprint was scribbled over with large red crosses. Failures, failures, all were failures. This place was filled with all the countless efforts Tom had made to catch Jerry, ultimately leading to endless disappointment. Each toy was like a tombstone, recording a comical yet tragic defeat. So the failed inventions that flashed by in the animations have all been piled up here? Su Ming murmured to himself, and for the first time, his heart as an animator felt a complex, almost sympathetic emotion toward the character Tom. The audience in the livestream was also touched by this scene full of stories. Wow, suddenly I feel so sorry for Tom. Yeah, when we watched the animation, we just find it funny, but didn't realize there were so many failures behind it. Tears are welling. This is no longer a simple ghost story side quest, it's cutting into me. Su Ming did not linger in this emotion for long. He knew very well that in this world, any excess sympathy could become the most deadly weakness. These failed toys are certainly not just decoration. The resentment they have accumulated may have long turned them into the most dangerous and bizarre entities. His gaze fell again on the note pinned to the entrance wall, filled with blood-red rules. Toy Display Room Survival Rules. 1. This is Mr. Tom's private space, please maintain silence and respect. 2. Do not casually touch any unfinished inventions, their emotions are unstable. 3. If you must use the tools here, please ensure to wipe them clean and return them to their original place. 4. The basement has no windows, all the light you see is an illusion. 5. Old things are always more trustworthy than new things. 6. Late at night, you may hear faint knocking sounds, please do not seek the source of the sound, that is Mr. Tom working overtime. 7. The most dangerous toys often look the most harmless. Please pay extra attention to those complete works. 7 rules, each filled with traps and implications. Su Ming analyzed each word and sentence carefully. Rules 2 and 7 clearly pointed out the sources of danger here, those emotionally unstable unfinished products, and those that look most harmless. Rule 3 hinted that some tools here could be used, but the price was to wipe them clean. Su Ming's gaze swept over the wrenches and hammers stained with dark brown marks on the nearby workbench. The 4 words, "wipe them clean," made him shiver. Rules 4 and 6 highlighted the sources of mental pollution here, the illusory light and overtime Tom. But what caught Su Ming's attention the most was Rule 5. Old things are always more trustworthy than new things. Old and new? What does this mean? Does it refer to the age of the items? Su Ming's gaze slowly swept across the entire basement. He noticed that the toys piled high indeed showed a clear difference in age. Some were covered in rust and cobwebs, while others were merely dusted with a thin layer, as if they had just been abandoned yesterday. Could this be some kind of hint? Just as he pondered this, the match in his hand went out. Absolute darkness swallowed him once again. However, before he could strike another match, a faint, flickering yellow light suddenly appeared deep within the basement. That light resembled an old kerosene lamp, quietly placed in a corner of a workbench, illuminating a small area as if silently guiding him over. An illusion. A trap explicitly stated in Rule 4. Su Ming did not hesitate, he directly ignored that point of light. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, no longer wasting matches but allowing his eyes to adjust to the extreme darkness. He had to wait. Wait for the right moment. He didn't know how long had passed, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps 10 minutes. Clink. Clang. Click. A series of faint sounds, like someone gently tapping metal parts with a small hammer, came from another direction in the basement. The sound was intermittent, filled with some kind of persistent rhythm. Rule 6, that is Mr. Tom working overtime. Another trap was here. Su Ming remained unmoved, he even closed his eyes, blocking out his hearing. He knew that in this place filled with resentment and failure, anything presented to him by the replica, whether visual light or auditory oddities, was surely a deadly bait. The only thing he could trust was his own judgment and... Rule 1, maintain silence and respect. He was like a real friend here to pay his respects. Just quietly stay here, not disturbing, not exploring, expressing respect for these failed works. This is a reverse game. The more you try to lure me, the more I hold my ground. I don't know how long has passed. The flickering kerosene lamp seemed to grow dull and bored waiting for an audience, and eventually dimmed away. The intermittent knocking sounds also seemed to lose their interest due to the lack of listeners, eventually falling silent. The entire basement returned to its original, pure silence. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. He knew the first round of testing had ended. Now it was his turn to take the initiative. He stood up, struck the third match, and this time he did not stay in place, but stepped forward carefully towards the pile of the oldest, most rusted scrap he remembered. What he was looking for were those truly forgotten by time, the old things. Chapter 15, The Oldest Toy. The crackling sound of the burning match was the only source of sound in this silent space. The faint light cast a long, wavering shadow in front of Su Ming, like a silent companion exploring the graveyard of failed inventions with him. He walked slowly, each step taken with utmost caution. Underfoot was the cold, hard concrete floor scattered with unknown screws and gears. A slight misstep could produce a crisp sound that would disturb the grievances sleeping here. He bypassed the relatively new rocket skateboard design, merely covered in dust, and ignored the half-finished mousetraps that gleamed with cold metallic luster. His goal was the deepest corner of the basement. There, a pile of metal scraps, long rusted beyond recognition, was stacked up. They rose like a small mountain built from years and disappointment, giving off a rich, almost pungent smell of rust. According to Rule 5, old things are always more trustworthy than new things. This was the safest area in the whole basement. The light of the match gradually faded. Su Ming quickly struck the fourth match, and in the moment of bright and dim, his pupils slightly constricted as his gaze was firmly drawn to something at the top of the scrap pile. It was a toy mouse. A very crudely made wind-up tin mouse. It was small, only the size of a palm, and the gray paint had long since peeled away, revealing the black tin beneath. It lay quietly on a rusted iron plate, wrapped in layers of cobwebs and dust, as if it had been sleeping here for decades. If it weren't for the firelight reflecting off its cloudy glass eyes, Su Ming might have nearly missed it. The oldest toy. Su Ming's heart began to race uncontrollably. His intuition told him he had found it. He cautiously approached the scrap pile, reaching out to take the tin mouse. However, just as his fingertip was about to touch the mouse, creak! A very faint sound, like bones rubbing against each other, came from deep within the scrap pile below him. Su Ming's movements froze in an instant. He slowly lowered his head and looked by the firelight. He saw a bizarre mechanical arm, fashioned from various discarded gears and springs, slowly reaching out from the gap in the scrap pile, grabbing his ankle. The arm was filled with barbs and sharp edges. The cold metal instantly pierced his pants leg, tightening around his flesh. Rule 2, do not casually touch any unfinished inventions, their emotions are quite unstable. Su Ming's mind went blank. He didn't even see how that arm appeared. Coldness, confinement, and a mix of resentment and anger rushed into his body through that mechanical arm. Ding! You have disturbed failed product number 017, resentment captor, currently suffering from resentment confinement. Pollution value is rising rapidly. Current pollution value, 10 out of 100. Current pollution value, 12/100. Current pollution value, 15/100. A sharp pain radiated from his ankle, and the dizziness from the pollution began to assault his brain. The audience in the live stream room erupted in chaos. Damn it! It's a trap. It's over, we've been caught. There's no escaping now. I told you it wasn't simple. Every step in this basement is a trap. Zhang Guoqian's heart leaped into his throat. He never expected that even the oldest area hid such deadly danger. However, Su Ming's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not struggle, nor did he panic. After the initial shock, a bitter smile of understanding appeared on his face. So that's it. Is it like this? Instead of trying to pry open the mechanical arm, he used his other hand with astonishing speed to firmly grasp the rusty iron mouse on top of the pile of junk. The feeling in his hand was cold and heavy, filled with the texture of time. Ding! You have obtained a key item, Tom's first toy. The moment the system prompt sounded, the mechanical arm that had tightly grabbed his ankle suddenly lost all its power and released him instantly. The red light above faded, creaking as it retreated into the darkness of the junk pile, as though it had never existed. Resentment confinement has been lifted. Su Ming breathed heavily, glancing at the shallow blood marks on his ankle, and then at the plain iron mouse in his hand, finally understanding completely. This was not a simple choice. It wasn't that the old was absolutely safe and the new absolutely dangerous. Instead, it was a trade. All the toys in this basement had a spirit. To take anything from here, one had to pay the corresponding price. To take this oldest and safest toy mouse, he had to endure a resentment attack from the other failed products. This was a test and a ritual. If you were scared off by this attack and gave up your goal, you would leave empty-handed and safe. But if you could withstand the pollution and insist on getting the goal. Su Ming looked at the iron mouse in his hand. There was a small winding key on its back. Without any hesitation, he gently twisted that long rusted key with his finger. Click, click, click. With a series of grinding sounds, the gears inside the iron mouse, dormant for who knows how long, began to turn again. Su Ming gently placed it on the ground. The iron mouse shook its head. Its two murky glass eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of life. It shook off the dust on its body and scampered off on its four short legs, no longer lifeless as before. It didn't go off in every direction. Instead, it ran straight toward the staircase that Su Ming had come from, tap tap tap, with clear intent. It was like a silent guide, showing Su Ming the way out. In the live stream room, there was dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Su Ming's series of actions and the logic behind them. So, this is what it means. Using pollution to exchange for items? It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. What is this main character's heart made of? In that situation, he was still able to calmly analyze so much? Professor Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses, murmuring to himself, living towards death, this is no longer simple intelligence, it's a kind of near madness. The ultimate insight into the rules. At this moment, Su Ming had already stood up. He did not immediately follow the tin mouse. He remembered, Rule 3, if you must use the tools here, please make sure to wipe them clean and return them to their original place. His gaze fell on the remnants of the matches that he had lit earlier for self-preservation, quietly lying on the ground. Is this also a tool? Chapter 16, Return in Layout. In the darkness, Su Ming slowly crouched down. He did not disdain the dust on the ground, but rather, with an almost reverent posture, he extended his finger and carefully picked up those 4 match remnants that had long burned out and turned to charcoal, one by one. All the viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath, quietly watching this scene. No one considered his actions to be superfluous anymore. After experiencing the thrilling equivalent exchange earlier, everyone understood that in this basement filled with resentment, any rule was not without reason. Rule 3, if you must use the tools here, please make sure to wipe them clean and return them to their original place. The match, as a tool to illuminate the darkness, also applies to this rule. But how to wipe clean a match that has burned to charcoal? And where should it be returned? Su Ming did not act immediately, he simply cradled the 4 fragile remnants in his hands, falling into deep thought. He knew this was both a test of the rules and the last hurdle before leaving this place. If he did not handle it well, even with the tin mouse's guidance, he might not be able to safely ascend the stairs. His gaze slowly swept across the dim basement, finally landing on the wound on his ankle, still oozing blood, that had been clawed by the mechanical arm. A bold yet reasonable idea burst to life in his mind. He no longer hesitated. He reached out his other hand and gently dabbed a little of the fresh blood flowing from his wound, then, using that warm and vital red liquid, carefully wiped each of the 4 blackened matches, one by one. He wiped with great seriousness, as if treating a rare treasure. Holy crap, using blood to wipe? I get it. Wipe clean does not refer to physical cleanliness, but to removing the traces left by outsiders. Using one's own blood is a kind of sacrifice and marking, proving that the use of this tool has been repaid. This comprehension ability is too remarkable. It hardly seems something a human could think of. In the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu trembled with excitement. He felt he was witnessing the birth of an artmaster. Su Ming's interpretation of the rules had completely transcended the constraints of the literal, reaching a realm that directly touched the core essence. When the last match was purified by Su Ming's blood, the contamination level in his palm miraculously stopped rising, stabilizing at 15/100. Then, he stood up and walked to the workbench where he had initially found the matchbox, solemnly placing the 4 renewed matches back into the old matchbox in an orderly manner. Return to their original position. Complete. At the moment he finished all of this, the cold and oppressive aura of resentment in the entire basement seemed to ebb away like a tide. The air seemed to become a bit more breathable. At the stairway leading upwards, the tin mouse that had been patiently waiting for him flicked its tail, making a soft click sound, as if urging him, yet also as if approving him. Su Ming knew he had gained the recognition of this space. He did not linger any longer, turning to follow the tin mouse's steps, step by step, out of this underground space filled with failure and secrets. Squeak! When Su Ming pushed open the secret door in the living room floor and returned to the above world, a warm air mixed with cheese and the scent of wood made him feel as if he had crossed into another era. The sunlight outside had shifted from the noon's fierce glare to the gentle afternoon slant. The clock in the living room showed that he had spent exactly 2 hours in the basement. Perfectly timed with Spike's afternoon nap. Ding! You have successfully explored the hidden area Tom's toy display room and obtained key information. Your SAN value, sanity, has slightly increased, and your resistance to cursed objects has improved. As he walked out, the guiding tin mouse spun around on the floor and then pitter-pattered its way toward the kitchen, eventually stopping motionless at Jerry's wall hole, like a loyal guard. Su Ming did not pay it any mind. He knew this old toy now had a new mission. This was a tacit understanding between him and Jerry. He carefully closed the heavy secret door and placed the rusty keychain on top of it, an accessible spot for Jerry at any time. After that, he laid the thick sunflower carpet back down, smoothing out all the wrinkles. Everything returned to its original state. As if the door to another world had never been opened. After finishing all this, Su Ming dragged his exhausted body back to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the canary was still happily singing on the windowsill, its song easing Su Ming's fatigue caused by blood loss and mental drain. He smiled and nodded in the direction of the windowsill. Then, he walked to the triangular wall hole. He said nothing, just quietly stood there. After a long time, a small, brown paw slowly stretched out from the wall hole. In its palm was a little cookie, bitten off neatly. This was Jerry's food supply. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled too. He reached out, took the tiny cookie, and without any disgust, popped it into his mouth. The taste was a bit dry and hard, but it carried a hint of grainy sweetness. Ding! You have eaten Jerry's thank you gift. SAN value, sanity, has slightly increased again. Your secret alliance relationship with Jerry has been strengthened. After swallowing the cookie, Su Ming spoke softly to the wall hole in a voice that only he and Jerry could hear. The things in the basement are very dangerous. The wall hole fell silent for a moment. Squeak! A low response came, as if saying, I know. But I found a way to deal with them. Su Ming paused and continued, however, some things need your help. He knew that to explore the more dangerous place on the second floor, he could no longer rely on himself alone. He needed help. A helper who was clever enough, understood this house well, and had a common enemy with him. Once again, silence fell in the wall hole. But this time, Su Ming did not rush. He knew Jerry needed time to think, to weigh the pros and cons. He turned around, took a clean glass from the cupboard, and filled it with clear water, preparing to relax completely. Just as he turned, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the outside. In the yard, the canary was still resting in its nest. Spike, in the doghouse, was still peacefully napping. Everything seemed so calm. But Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a pale face, devoid of features, pressed quietly against the glass of the always closed window of the mistress's bedroom on the second floor. As if it had been watching him for a long, long time. Chapter 17, New Rules Under the Night. In that instant, Su Ming felt a chill rush from his head to his feet, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. That face. Pale, smooth, without any features, like a white mask overly polished by a clumsy craftsman, quietly and lifelessly stuck to the dark glass of the second-floor window. It had no eyes, but Su Ming could clearly feel a cold, malicious, and scrutinizing gaze piercing through the glass, crossing the distance, locking onto him tightly. The mistress. No. Not right. Su Ming forced himself to calm down, his brain racing in extreme fear. This thing felt completely different from the mistress who merely stretched a dry arm at the staircase before. The mistress's aura was irritable, filled with undeniable authority, like a volcano ready to erupt. But the face at the window radiated a chilling atmosphere, filled with calculation and malice, like a poisonous snake lurking deep in the dark swamp. It is her. The source of all things strange that the canary spoke of, the mistress's witchy best friend. Ding. You have been subjected to the malicious gaze from an unknown entity. SAN value, sanity, is continuously decreasing. Current pollution value, 15 out of 100. Current pollution value, 16 out of 100. Just a moment of eye contact, and the pollution value began to uncontrollably rise. Su Ming abruptly averted his gaze, picked up the cup in his hand, turned his back to the window, pretending to drink water nonchalantly to mask his suddenly stiffening body. He dared not look again. But he knew that gaze had not wavered. It was still there, like a bone-deep larva, firmly pinned to his back. The atmosphere in the kitchen, which had just eased, suddenly grew heavy again. On his shoulder, the canary, which had been humming a little tune, fluffed up its feathers, curled into a ball, and emitted a chirp-chirp filled with fear. It felt the terrifying malice even more than Su Ming did. And in the triangular wall hole, a deathly silence had fallen. Jerry also sensed the awakening of that forbidden presence. The whole house seemed to hold its breath under the watchful gaze. Su Ming's hand holding the cup was as steady as a rock, but only he knew, fine cold sweat had soaked his palms. Don't panic. The more it was like this, the less he could show any signs of abnormality. He forced himself to shift his attention away from that gaze on his back, starting to think of a countermeasure. This witch was clearly disturbed by his previous series of actions. She was observing him, evaluating him, looking for his weaknesses. If he showed fear or made any instinctive reactions now, he might be caught by her and provoke a more direct attack. What should I do? Time passed by second by second. Su Ming stood there quietly, back turned to the window, slowly sipping the water in his cup. He looked like a true tomcat, completely unaware, enjoying the rare afternoon break. This was a contest of willpower. It was about who could hold their nerves longer. Uncertain how long had passed, maybe a minute, maybe 10 minutes. When Su Ming felt the muscles in his back were about to stiffen like stone, that cold, sticky gaze finally, slowly withdrew. Like a tide receding, leaving no trace. The pale face was gone from the second-floor window, returning to darkness once more. Only then did Su Ming's tense body finally relax imperceptibly. Malicious gaze has ended. He slowly turned around to look outside the window. The sky had darkened unknowingly. The last rays of the setting sun were struggling to disappear over the horizon, replaced by nightfall as thick as ink. Night had arrived. With the cover of night, the rules of the house seemed to start changing quietly. The old-fashioned wall clock in the living room. A heavy clock chimed, ding. 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 6 o'clock sharp. On the kitchen windowsill, the canary stopped singing. It preened its feathers, chirped softly at Su Ming, then curled up and buried its head in its wings, entering a sleep state. The army of ants had long disappeared without a trace. And Jerry's triangular hole was firmly blocked from the inside by a small wooden board, found from who knows where. The entire house suddenly fell into a strange silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. Just like depicted in the old books, they were all playing dead in their own way. Su Ming's heart sank along with it. He knew that when the daytime actors exited, a more dangerous group of audiences belonging to the night would take the stage. He approached the kitchen door, carefully peering into the living room. The living room was dark, only faint moonlight filtering in from outside outlined the furniture in twisted and grim shadows. Everything seemed just the same as during the day. But Su Ming could clearly feel that something was different. A faint, charred smell similar to burnt charcoal began to fill the air. In the shadows of the walls, something seemed to be slowly writhing, producing a soft rustling sound. What made him most uneasy were the new rules that surfaced in his mind automatically. These rules did not come from any piece of paper, but appeared directly in his consciousness, like a brand. Nighttime safety rules. 1. After the clock chimes 6 times, please return to your own room and remain in a sleeping state. 2. Do not respond to any noises from outside the door, regardless of who is calling. 3. The house is very dark at night, please do not light any sources of light, as that will attract bad things. 4. If you hear anything in your dreams, make sure to forget it. 4 completely new rules, applicable only at night. Each one exudes an ominous air. My own room. Su Ming frowned. Where is Tom's room? In the cartoons, he sometimes slept in the basket in the living room, sometimes at the foot of the owner's bed, and sometimes even beside the doghouse in the yard. He didn't have a fixed room. This is a trap. A seemingly simple yet deadly word game. If he couldn't find his own room defined by the copy, he would not be able to adhere to the first rule. So, what would await him? Su Ming's gaze slowly swept across the dark living room, finally landing on a little, somewhat worn cat bed located beside the stairs. Chapter 18. Playing dead is also a skill. The cat bed was small, sitting all alone in the darkest corner of the staircase. It seemed to have been around for a while. The blue velvet surface faded to white, with the edges even revealing some grayish-yellow fluff. A small pillow with a fishbone pattern was crookedly stuffed inside. This place was filled with a sense of being forgotten. Compared to the bright and beautiful furniture in the living room, it seemed so out of place. But at first glance, Su Ming was almost certain. This is his own room as designated by the rules. Because this cat bed was a one-to-one replica of Tom's exclusive sleeping basket from the early animations. Although in the later episodes, it appeared less and less, it was indeed the only space in this house that truly belonged to the identity of Tom. This was a clever test. It wasn't testing the chosen one's wisdom or courage, but rather their familiarity with this fairy tale world. If you do not have a deep understanding of Tom and Jerry, you might easily overlook this inconspicuous corner, thus violating the core rule of please return to your own room the moment night falls. Wow! So it's here. This detail, if I hadn't seen it since I was a child, I would completely forget that there's such a nest. So sinister. The designer of this scenario is definitely a seasoned Tom and Jerry fan. Every step is an exam question. The viewers in the live stream were all suddenly enlightened, followed by a wave of fear. Su Ming did not hesitate. Before the night completely consumed the last bit of light, he stepped forward and walked to that cat's nest. He didn't lie down directly. Instead, he first extended his hand and gently touched the small pillow with a fishbone pattern on it. It felt cold and damp to the touch, with a faint smell of dust and mildew. Ding! You have confirmed your resting point, and the nighttime rules have been fully activated. Hearing the system prompt, Su Ming finally felt relieved. He curled up his body, mimicking Tom from the cartoon, and carefully lay down in the small cat's nest. When his body touched the whitish velvet, an overwhelming chill instantly penetrated through his clothes and into his skin. This felt nothing like a warm sleeping nest, it was more like a container just taken out of an ice cellar, prepared for a corpse. He endured the discomfort and closed his eyes. Rule 1: Maintain a sleeping state. Pretending to sleep is a skill. You need to control your breathing rate, slow down your heartbeat, relax your muscles, and not let any detail of your body reveal the secret that you are actually awake. Su Ming adjusted his breathing to make it long and even. The entire living room fell into absolute silence. Only the wall clock continued to tick, the sound magnified countless times in this quiet environment, like the footsteps of death, knocking on the heart with every sound. He didn't know how long it had been. The burnt smell, similar to charred wood, that he had smelled at dusk reappeared. And it was several times stronger than before. It no longer just wafted lightly in the air, it seeped out from the cracks in the floor and the shadows of the walls as if it had a life of its own, coalescing into thick, almost tangible black mist, slowly swirling and flowing in the living room. Rustle, rustle. A subtle rubbing sound arose again, getting closer and closer. Su Ming could clearly hear that something was dragging its heavy, unhuman-like footsteps from the direction of the kitchen, slowly, inch by inch, moving toward the living room. Its target seemed to be the very corner where he was. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. But he still kept his eyes tightly closed, maintaining steady breathing. He knew that no matter what came, he must never open his eyes. Rule 3: The house at night is very dark, please do not light any source of light. Light does not only refer to fire or electric light. The light of sight seen when opening your eyes may also be a forbidden source of light. That rustling sound finally stopped in front of his cat's nest. An extreme, cold breath, seemingly from the abyss, instantly enveloped him. Su Ming felt as if he was lying naked on a huge block of ice, to the point where his very marrow felt like it would freeze. He could even clearly feel that a gaze was scanning his face inch by inch, carefully examining him. The muscles on his forehead twitched uncontrollably. Oh! However, the anticipated attack did not come. That gaze merely lingered for a moment, seemingly confirming whether he was truly asleep. After a moment, that cold breath slowly retreated, and the rustling sound gradually faded away. It seemed to be moving towards the second floor. Su Ming's tense nerves finally dared to relax just a bit. He was right. Pretending to sleep really worked. But before he could completely put his mind at ease, a faint, whispered voice, like a dreamlike murmur not belonging to any language in this world, suddenly echoed in the depths of his mind without warning. Rule 4: If you hear something in a dream, be sure to forget it. It's here again. This voice was filled with eerie temptation, like an ancient witch chanting forbidden spells in your ear. It seemed to be telling a forgotten secret, painting a picture of a world full of supreme power and eternal life. It was luring you. luring you to listen, to understand, to remember. Su Ming suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain immediately woke him from that hypnotic state. He forced his mind to think of other things, recalling classic moments from animations, analyzing Tom's running posture, even mentally writing down a grocery list of items he needed to buy tomorrow. He used every boring, trivial thought to fight against that ear-piercing whisper. It's coming. It's the shadow. The most terrifying possession setup from that old book. Damn, just hearing this voice makes me feel like I'm losing say endpoints. Can Su Ming hold on? He must not listen. The god of Lu was found weak and backstabbed just because he wrote down a spell in a dream. The viewers in the livestream were also getting tense, clearly seeing a shadow made of pure black mist, identical to the Tom played by Su Ming, silently floating above his cat nest. That shadow had no physical form but a clear outline. Its mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, with a pair of crimson eyes staring intently at the sleeping body below. That whisper was coming from its mouth. It was waiting. Waiting for even the slightest shift in Su Ming's consciousness. As long as he attempted to remember that whisper, the shadow would invade his body in an instant and complete the possession. This would be a long and hard battle of willpower that would last the entire night. At this moment, Su Ming's pollution value was slowly rising again due to this ongoing mental pollution. Current pollution value, 16/100. Su Ming knew that this was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 19 An Unspoken Chase. As the first ray of morning light struggled to break through the thick dust-covered curtains in the living room, the bizarre whispers, which had swirled all night like a bone-deep torment, finally began to dissipate, like morning mist chased away by sunlight. The Black Tom phantom that had been floating above Su Ming also seemed to twist reluctantly, eventually turning into a wisp of blue smoke and rejoining the retreating shadows in the room. Almost at the same time, the old-fashioned wall clock let out a clear, melodious chime. 6 o'clock in the morning. The night had come to an end. Curled up in the cold cat nest, Su Ming finally dared to slowly and deeply exhale the breath he had held in all night. He didn't immediately open his eyes but patiently waited a few more minutes. After confirming that he could hear the canary's crisp morning song from the kitchen and the slight scraping sound of the wood board being moved at Jerry's wall hole, he finally allowed himself to free from that long and painful marathon of willpower. He slowly opened his eyes and sought his own slightly trembling palm. A night of pretending to sleep was more exhausting than an hour of confronting Spike in the courtyard. That kind of moment, hovering on the edge of sanity's collapse, is enough to completely crush an ordinary person's spirit. Current pollution level, 25 out of 100. Overnight, it surged up by 9 points. The cost is not small. Su Ming laughed self-deprecatingly, rubbing his stiff neck from maintaining one position for too long, sitting up from the cat's nest. But he knew this cost was worth it. Not only had he successfully made it through the first night in this eerie house, but more importantly, he had personally witnessed the existence of the shadow and its patterns of action. This provided the strongest intelligence foundation for his next plans. I can't wait passively anymore. Su Ming stood up and stretched his numb limbs. His gaze crossed the living room, over the staircase leading to the second floor, and finally landed on that tightly closed bedroom door of the Mistress, which seemed to hide all secrets. Yesterday's fleeting glimpse, that faceless woman pressing against the window, and the canary's warning all convinced him everything strange in this house might very well be hidden behind that door. Passive playing dead could only ensure his temporary survival. But pollution levels would continue to accumulate, and someday, his sanity would be entirely worn away before his life. He must take the initiative. While pollution levels were still controllable, he needed to find the key to break this cycle. And the first step to unlock the exploration of the second floor. A familiar smile appeared on Su Ming's face, a smile belonging to Tom, filled with shining wisdom. He needed an accident. An accident perfect enough to allow him to charge upstairs with justification, yet would not provoke the Mistress to impose punishment, a perfect accident. He turned around and strode into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, the canary was happily preening its feathers on the windowsill. Seeing him come in, it chirped affectionately. And Jerry, unusually, was not hiding in the wall hole. It was sitting at a small table made of matchboxes, munching on a small piece of cheese crumb from what Su Ming had discarded yesterday. It was waiting for him. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, Jerry put down the cheese, its small black bean-like eyes sparkling with understanding. The night's torment was not just Su Ming's alone. That shadow had also visited it. Su Ming said nothing. He simply walked up to Jerry's dining table, then, right in front of it, took out a brand new, gleaming mousetrap from the toolbox. In the live stream, the audience that had just awakened became alert again in an instant. What the hell? Here we go again? Open it up and fight. Is a classic show about to air? Wait a minute, didn't they just form an alliance? Why is Su Ming starting trouble again? However, this time, Jerry's reaction was surprisingly calm. It simply watched as Su Ming pried open the trap, and even when Su Ming searched for bait, it took the initiative to push a piece of cheese crumb toward him with its little paw. This action left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. What were they going to do? Su Ming looked at the cheese crumb and smiled. He shook his head, then took out the plain garden shears he had confiscated from Spike yesterday from his pocket. With the tip of the shears, he gently cut a small piece from his entry cheese and carefully placed it on the trap's pedal. This was a silent declaration. This show was a matter between the two of us, with no one else involved. After doing all this, he did not place the trap anywhere. Instead, he held it and walked to the doorway from the kitchen to the living room. Then he turned back and gave Jerry a knowing glance. Jerry understood. With astonishing speed, it darted out a piece of classic cheese from the animated film from the wall hole. The dog biscuit with bone patterns, then whoosh, disappeared into the gap of the door leading to the yard. It went to call for help. Meanwhile, Su Ming took a deep breath and gently placed the already set mouse trap on his way. Then, in front of billions of viewers in the live stream, wide-eyed and speechless, he turned around, with his back to the mousetrap, and pretended to unintentionally step on it with one foot. Bang! A loud and crisp metallic crash echoed through the entire morning. Accompanied by it was Su Ming's voice filled with drama, extreme pain, yet with a hint of comedy in a tragic scream. Me-oh-wo-wow-wow. His body was clamped by that immense force and shot up into the sky, flipping countless times in the air like an out-of-control cannonball, and it did not veer off but precisely shot toward the second floor. This unspoken chase officially begins. Chapter 20, The Guest Upstairs. Su Ming felt his body light as a feather, like a leaf being swept up by a fierce wind. The intense pain from the mousetrap had long vanished, replaced by a peculiar feeling, a mix between weightlessness and floating. He tightly closed his eyes, letting his body roll and soar through the air. This was a performance carefully planned by him and Jerry, and the trajectory of his flight was already calculated. He needed to use this accident in the most reasonable and fitting way for the Tom persona to cross that invisible line that prevented him from stepping over it actively. Bang! A sound that wasn't too loud, more like a soft object hitting something, made a muffled sound. Su Ming felt his back crash into something soft and thick, cushioning most of the immense impact. He rolled on the ground a couple of times to dissipate the last bit of force and finally lay sprawled on the floor in a slightly awkward position. There was no pain as imagined, and even, it felt a bit soft. He slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a deep and luxurious purple, as serene as the night sky. He lay on a huge, thick Persian carpet. The carpet had long, soft pile, adorned with golden threads embroidered with various celestial patterns he could not understand, full of mysterious vibes. And what he had just crashed into was indeed this carpet. Where is this? Su Ming slowly propped himself up and looked around. He found himself in a world that was entirely different from the cozy American country-style living room downstairs. Here was the corridor on the second floor. But rather than a corridor, it felt like an eerie space full of elements of mysticism and astrology. The floor beneath him was no longer warm oak but replaced by cold, smooth obsidian. The walls were devoid of any warm family photos, instead, they were adorned with tapestries depicting bizarre mythical creatures and twisted star constellations. The air was thick with a rich, strange aroma, a mix of sandalwood and some unknown herbs, making him feel inexplicably dizzy. The lighting in the entire space was very dim, with the only source of light coming from a young mistress's bedroom door at the end of the corridor, or a faint green light seeped through the crack. Ding! You have entered an unknown area, the guest's corridor. Warning! This area is deeply contaminated by unknown forces, Saiyan value, sanity, will continuously decrease, and the pollution value will rise at an increasing speed. Current pollution value, 25 out of 100. As expected. Su Ming's heart sank. This is definitely not Tom and Jerry's familiar home. This is the territory of that witchy friend. A strange space, forcefully grafted into this house, full of ominous vibes. Su Ming gritted his teeth against the waves of dizziness coursing through his brain, quickly standing up from the carpet. He dared not linger here, his goal today was just a test. However, just as he was about to turn around and roll down the stairs according to the script, his gaze was drawn to something on the hallway wall. It was a large mirror with a gorgeous silver frame hanging on the wall. The mirror surface was smooth and new, clearly reflecting his present figure, a bluish-gray, upright walking cat playing the role of Tom. Everything looked perfectly normal. But Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that behind the self in the mirror, an indistinct, barely noticeable shadow had appeared at some point. The shadow's outline was exactly the same as his, like his own shadow. But its mouth was twisted into a silent, malicious grin. Ding! You have discovered the overlapping shadow. Pollution level is rising rapidly. Current pollution level, 28 over 100. It was it. Su Ming felt a chill rush up from his tailbone to the top of his head, his muscles instinctively tensing up. He understood. Its source was right here. Su Ming forced himself to calm down, not making any reactive actions. He merely pretended not to see anything, turning around as if he were just an ordinary cat, carelessly wandering to the second floor, curiously observing his surroundings. But his brain was racing. In this copy, mirrors were extremely dangerous objects. They were not just tools for reflecting images but could also be a passage connecting the outer world and the inner world. The shadow was hiding in the inner world of the mirror. It was watching everything in this house, waiting for the right moment to come out and complete the seizure. Su Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He initially thought that as long as he endured the night, he could temporarily escape the shadow's threat. But now it seemed that as long as he remained in this house, he was under that vile gaze coming from the mirror at every moment. Just as he was about to leave this place of troubles, he caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision of a small card tied to the wall with a purple ribbon next to the mirror. It was a very exquisite card, similar to a tarot card. The edges of the card were adorned with golden vine patterns, and in the center, a few lines of elegant script were written in a decorative font. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. Battling the dizziness that almost tore his sanity apart, he quickly walked over and burned the content into his mind. Guests etiquette. 1. Please remain silent and do not disturb the owner's meditation. 2. Do not attempt to open any door in the corridor without an invitation. 3. If you see something unclean, please pretend not to notice. Your curiosity will become their food. 4. The owner loves to play hide and seek. If you hear it calling your name, be sure to find a place where a mirror cannot see you within 10 seconds. 5. Never trust the self in the mirror. After reading these rules, Su Ming felt a chill even more intense than before. Especially the 4th and 5th rules. These almost plainly told him that the shadow from the mirror could come out to play games at any time. The consequences were unimaginable. I can't stay here any longer. Su Ming knew that today's test was enough. He had confirmed the danger of the second floor, obtained the critical rules, and even caught a glimpse of the shadow's true face. Staying any longer, once the witch behind that bedroom door fully awoke, he might not even have the chance to escape. He no longer hesitated and turned to run towards the staircase. He wanted to end this meticulously planned accident in the most awkward and Tom style, according to the script. He wanted to roll down the stairs. Chapter 21, A Silent Meeting. Su Ming lay on the cold floor, breathing heavily. The feeling of rolling down the stairs from the second floor was just as terrible as he had imagined. Every bone in his body felt like it was dislocated, every muscle screaming in pain. Ding! Your acting of accidental fall matches the Tom character, acting level slightly increased. However, the pain in his body was far less than the heaviness in his heart at that moment. He slowly pushed himself up and glanced back at the dark staircase leading to the second floor. It had returned to calm, as if that eerie, mysterious space was just a nightmare he had. But he knew it was not a dream. The malicious shadow in the mirror, the forbidden rules on the wall, and the lingering dizzying scent of sandalwood were all clearly etched in his mind. Current pollution value, 28 out of 100. This number felt like a heavy mountain pressing on his heart. Just a brief exploration had resulted in such a heavy price. The danger level of the second floor exceeded his imagination. He rubbed his still aching temples and did not linger in the living room, but dragged his tired body back to the kitchen, limping. He needed a place that was absolutely quiet and relatively safe to digest the massive amount of information he just obtained. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, the canary sorting its feathers on the windowsill immediately let out a worried chirp, flapping its wings to fly onto his shoulder, gently rubbing its warm little head against his cheek as if to comfort him. And the tightly blocked wooden board in the triangular wall hole also let out a small creak, pushed open a gap from the inside. A pair of small, black bean-like eyes was watching him intensely from the gap. It was Jerry. He was waiting for him to return. Su Ming could read a different emotion in those small eyes, concern, urgency, but more than anything, a sense of inquiry. It wanted to know what was up there. Su Ming did not speak. First, he walked to the dining table, sat down, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all at once, letting the cold liquid calm his racing heart and chaotic thoughts slightly. Then, he made a move that surprised everyone in the live room. He did not try to describe the situation on the second floor to Jerry using words or gestures. He found a small piece of discarded, hardened cheese from the cupboard and then took out the gardening shears from the toolbox. Under the confused gaze of the canary and Jerry behind the wall hole, Su Ming began his unique information transmission. He used the tip of the gardening shears to start detailed and swift carving on the smooth, hardened surface of the cheese. His movements were very skillful and precise, filled with the unique artistry of an animator. What is he doing? Carving? What the heck, what kind of magic operation is this? Is he drawing to convey information? Incredible! This fits his animator character perfectly. Communicating through images is more direct than any language. The viewers in the live room immediately understood Su Ming's intention. This was the most brilliant and safest way to communicate. It avoided the risk of disturbing that presence upstairs by making noise and also replicated everything he saw with utmost precision for his ally. Within just a few minutes, a miniature yet detailed second floor map was perfectly presented on that small piece of cheese. He depicted the corridor carpeted with stars and moonlight. He depicted the magnificent mirror that could reflect eerie shadows. He even marked the 5 deadly guest etiquette rules on the map with extremely simplified pictograms at different locations. After doing all this, he gently pushed the cheese map, carrying crucial information, to the entrance of the triangular wall hole. This was an invitation. An invitation for Jerry to join this strategy meeting against the second floor. Inside the wall hole, silence reigned for a long time. Su Ming could sense that Jerry was quickly deciphering the message he transmitted with a wisdom far beyond that of an ordinary mouse. After a moment, a small paw stretched out from the wall hole, carefully dragging the cheese map into the darkness. After a long while, the wooden board of the wall hole was completely pushed open. Jerry stepped out. But this time, its expression was unprecedentedly serious and solemn. It no longer displayed any slyness or mockery. In its small black eyes, there reflected deep distrust, and a hint of a flame of hatred that Su Ming had never seen before. It seemed that it, too, had seen something unforgettable in that mirror. Jerry did not speak. It only responded with action. First, it ran to another corner of the kitchen, dragging out a very simple sand table made of buttons and matchsticks from a hidden floor gap. On the sand table, a miniature model of the first floor house was suddenly constructed using flour and gravel. Next, it ran in front of Su Ming, dipped its paw in a bit of water stain on the floor, and then forcefully drew a huge, warning-filled X right underneath the second-floor bedroom, which was the ceiling of the living room, on the sand table model. Then, it pointed to Su Ming, then to itself, and finally pointed to the area marked with an X. Its intent was already clear. That place is very dangerous, you alone cannot go. We need to cooperate. A smile finally appeared on Su Ming's face. He knew that the fragile secret alliance between him and Jerry, at this moment, had finally upgraded to a true meaning of a strategic partnership due to a common enemy and shared information. Ding! Your cooperative relationship with Jerry has deepened, unlocking joint action mode. With mutual agreement, you can plan and execute actions against specific targets together. And just as they reached a consensus in that instant, the canary on Su Ming's shoulder suddenly let out a short, sharp, and anxious call. Its gaze fixed firmly on the direction of the kitchen door. Su Ming and Jerry instantly sensed danger, following its gaze. In the shadows of the living room, the old cat nest belonging to Tom, which they had never seen during the day, was now emitting a faint, almost imperceptible, black mist. The rules of night seemed to begin, quietly seeping into the day. Chapter 22, The Polluted Stronghold. The black mist seeping from the cat nest was very faint, almost blending into the shadows of the living room. If it weren't for the canary's natural sensitivity to this polluted atmosphere, Su Ming and Jerry wouldn't have been able to sense it at all. However, its appearance struck Su Ming's heart like a silent alarm bell. Something is wrong. His face, which had just relaxed slightly due to the alliance, instantly became serious again. The rules of night begin to erode the day. Su Ming almost immediately understood the seriousness of the problem. Originally, although the oddities of this fairy tale house were numerous, they mostly followed a clear separation between day and night. Daytime was the stage for Tom and Jerry. The night is the domain of the shadows and witches. Both sides have their duties and do not interfere with each other. This clear division is Su Ming's greatest support to maneuver, plan, and even survive here. But now, this support is beginning to shake. The cat's nest, as his safe stronghold resisting the invasion of the shadows last night, has now turned into a bridgehead for the shadows to penetrate into the daylight. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. It means that the existence on the second floor is no longer satisfied with just playing games at night. It has begun to try to break the rules, extending its power into the sunlight. What the hell? What's going on? That black mist can come out in the daytime too? Isn't that cat's nest a safe house? How did it become a source of pollution? I said it wasn't that simple. The malice of this copy is layered and stacked. It doesn't give you any breathing room at all. The audience in the live broadcast room also became tense in an instant, their relieved hearts hanging in their throats once again. In the kitchen, the atmosphere reached an oppressive extreme. The canary had long been frightened and hid behind Su Ming, trembling all over. And Jerry had completely walked out from the wall hole. It stood by the sand table it had made, its little black bean-like eyes fixed on the cat's nest in the living room, its small body trembling slightly with anger and vigilance. It knows better than anyone that once that black power spreads completely, no corner of this house will be safe anymore. At that time, whether cat, mouse, or canary, all will become fish on the chopping board. What to do? Jerry turned its head and looked at Su Ming. In its eyes, true help appeared for the first time. Although it is smart and understands how to use various traps and environments, its power is ultimately limited. Facing that strange power from another dimension that can corrupt minds, it too is utterly helpless. And this Tom in front of it is the only variable that can maneuver under the gaze of that existence and even bring back information. Su Ming understood its eyes. He did not act immediately but fell into deep thought. To directly deal with that cat's nest? No, that's too reckless. He currently has no idea what mutation has happened to that cat's nest, nor does he know the characteristics of that black mist. Acting rashly could very well lead him to contract a more serious pollution. He needs to test. To use a method that is safe enough yet can yield valid information to probe the limits of that polluted stronghold. His gaze slowly swept across the kitchen, searching for usable tools. In the end, his eyes fixed on the inconspicuous ant nest belonging to the ant army in the corner. A plan rapidly formed in his mind. He walked to the ant nest and crouched down. Then, he took out from his pocket a precious piece of cheese that represented his status as a kitchen member. He hesitated not at all, carefully cutting off a tiny piece of cheese, smaller than a grain of rice, with the tip of his gardening scissors. He placed this piece of cheese on the tip of his finger. Then, he extended his hand, slowly offering the tip of his finger to the entrance of the ant nest. This is an extremely risky move. Rule 3: The underground ant army is the house's cleaner, but do not provoke them. Directly extending a hand to their doorstep is undoubtedly the highest level of provocation. Jerry saw the scene and involuntarily took a half step back, as if foreseeing the grim situation of Su Ming being overwhelmed by the angry ant swarm. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. A soldier ant responsible for guarding poked its head out from the entrance, swaying its antennae. Upon smelling the familiar cheese scent belonging to its comrade, along with the absence of malice from Su Ming's hand, it hesitated for a moment. Then, another soldier ant crawled out and gently touched its companion. They seemed to be communicating about something. After a moment, the first soldier ant carefully picked up the piece of cheese crumb from Su Ming's fingertip and quickly retreated back to the nest. Ding! You issued a commission to the Ant Legion, consuming reputation points. Current kitchen faction reputation, good. Seeing the system prompt, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. He had bet right. After the establishment of the new order, his relationship with this kitchen ecosystem was no longer just a simple neighbor. Instead, it had become a partner for equivalent exchange. Cheese was the currency he used for trading. Soon, inside the ant hole, an elite reconnaissance team composed of a dozen soldier ants lined up neatly and quickly crawled out. They had a clear target, heading straight towards the cat's nest that continued to emit black mist, moving silently. Su Ming, Jerry, and the canary all held their breath, nervously watching everything through the kitchen doorway. The ant team stopped after approaching a certain distance from the cat nest, not daring to move forward carelessly. They spread out, forming a semicircular encirclement. Then, one soldier ant, seemingly gathering its courage, carefully extended an antenna and gently touched the black mist creeping out from the cat nest, which was clinging to the floor. Z. A sound, extremely faint, like a branding iron searing into flesh, echoed. In an instant, that brave soldier ant turned into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing without a trace. The remaining soldier ants, witnessing this, immediately retreated like well-trained soldiers, not daring to step another inch forward. They lingered for a moment outside a safe distance, seemingly recording something, then quickly turned around and returned to the kitchen. They crawled to Su Ming's feet, leaving a series of complex, pheromone-laden trails on his shoes with their antennas. Su Ming couldn't understand. But Jerry understood. Jerry rushed to his sand table, picked up a burned matchstick, and drew a burning flame and a skull symbol at the spot representing the cat nest. Then, it pointed to the area representing the second-floor bedroom on the sand table. The meaning was crystal clear. The pollution in the cat nest originated from the second floor. It had strong corrosiveness and instant death potential. Moreover, it was slowly, yet irreversibly, contaminating the entire first floor from the cat nest as the source point. Su Ming's face darkened completely. He knew he could wait no longer. If he couldn't find a way to deal with this pollution source before tonight, then when night fell again, that shadow would not be content with just taking over. It would likely use this stronghold to directly descend. Chapter 23, Dangerous Cleaning. The burning skull drawn by Jerry burned like a glaring mark deeply etched into the hearts of every member of the kitchen. The atmosphere had turned as heavy as ice. The canary no longer sang, only pacing anxiously back and forth on the windowsill. The Ant Legion's patrol had also halted, as if waiting for orders from the highest commander. Meanwhile, Jerry stood by its sand table, its small black bean-like eyes fixed on Su Ming, filled with questions. It had analyzed the severity of the problem in its own way. But how to solve the problem was beyond its capabilities. Now, the hope of all the creatures in the kitchen rested on this new Tom who could maneuver beneath the eyes of that presence upstairs, and still come back unscathed. Su Ming did not give an answer right away. He simply stared at the cat nest in the living room that continued to emit black mist. The brain is running at full speed, weighing all possibilities. To rush in is not an option. The fate of the ant scout has proven that any physical contact will be instantly eroded by that pollution power. To ignore it is absolutely not an option. If it continues to pollute, by nightfall, the whole house will become the Shadow's arena, and at that time, they won't even have the chance to pretend to sleep. This is a deadlock. A deadlock that seems to lead to destruction no matter what choice is made. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room has become extremely oppressive. What do we do? We can't touch it, and ignoring it is not an option. I feel that this pollution source is a trap set by that witch, designed to force the main characters to make mistakes. It's over. I feel this time it's truly unsolvable, unless they can leave this house, but that's obviously impossible. In the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, the brows of Zhang Guoquan and others were also tightly knitted together. They had called upon all computing resources and performed countless simulations of the current situation, but every result pointed to the word failure. The trap set by the witch is too perfect, it is almost impossible to find any flaws. However, when everyone, including Jerry in the kitchen, felt helpless, Su Ming slowly revealed an inscrutable smile. He raised his head, his gaze slowly sweeping across the kitchen, glancing at the anxious canary, looking at the ready ant army, and finally, turning to Jerry, who was waiting for his decision. Then, in a calm yet undeniably powerful tone, he spoke a word that left everyone feeling baffled. Thorough cleaning. What? Jerry tilted his head, seemingly not understanding. Su Ming did not repeat himself. He turned around and strode towards the storage cabinet below the sink that he had deliberately avoided before. In the animation, that storage cabinet is where Tom kept various cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, disinfectants, soap. Su Ming opened the cabinet door, and a strong, mixed smell of chemicals and mold rushed to his face. He took out a half-full bucket of blue liquid with a somewhat faded label, super strong toilet cleaner, and a red plastic bucket. Then, he pulled out a brand new, unopened package of yellow rubber gloves. Watching Su Ming take out these three items, the viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as Jerry in the kitchen, were completely stunned. Toilet cleaner? No. Dude, are you serious? You're going to use this to deal with the strange pollution? I really can't keep up with this line of thought, modern chemical weapons versus mystical pollution? What kind of dimension battle is this? But Su Ming seemed utterly unaware of the shock around him. He acted like a true househusband preparing for a thorough cleaning, twisting off the cap of the toilet cleaner. Hiss. A gas with an even stronger, corrosive smell burst forth. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming poured the entire half bottle of toilet cleaner, glug glug, into the red plastic bucket. Then, he walked to the faucet, opened the switch, and splash splash, added water to the bucket to dilute it. He did everything meticulously, as if he was truly preparing cleaning water for mopping the floor. After finishing all this, he put on the brand new yellow rubber gloves, picked up the bucket that was emitting a strange blue glow and a nose-wrinkling smell, and walked to the kitchen doorway. This time, he did not look at Jerry again. Instead, his gaze was directed at the nervous canary on the windowsill. He gently whistled at her. It was an incredibly complex whistle, the tone melodious and sweet, filled with a special rhythm. This is not just a simple whistle. Instead, it is the courtship song that Tom plays in the animation to attract those beautiful female birds. The canary was momentarily stunned, and then it understood Su Ming's intention. On its face, it surprisingly showed a touch of human-like shyness. But it did not refuse. Ding! You have sent a cooperation invitation to the canary. The canary has accepted your invitation. A plan-completed smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He knew that the most crucial part of his plan was now ready. He turned back again, looking at Jerry, who had been silently observing from the beginning. This time, he said nothing. He simply pointed to the water bucket he was holding, then pointed to the cat nest in the living room. Next, he stretched out another hand, making a lighted gesture, pointing to the gas stove in the kitchen. Finally, he pointed at Jerry, then at the area leading to the backyard, Spike's territory. Through a few simple gestures, a crazy and imaginative battle plan, including water attack, fire attack, and lure the wolf into the house, was clearly conveyed to his ally. In Jerry's small, black bean-like eyes, wisdom and shock sparkled. It looked at this Tom, who was holding a bucket of cleaning solution but had a strategizing expression on his face. It finally understood completely. This new Tom was not going to fight the strange enemy. What he wanted to do was to clean up the house in the most ordinary, reasonable, and cat-style way. An unprecedented, dangerous family cleanup. Chapter 25, Operation Codename, Cleanup. Jerry understood Su Ming's gestures. A glimmer of excitement and determination, only seen in highly intelligent beings, flashed in its small, black bean-like eyes. It showed no hesitation. It solemnly nodded to Su Ming, and then its small body turned into a brown flash, instantly disappearing through the crack of the door leading to the backyard. Its task was clear. Lure the wolf into the house. As Jerry left, Su Ming's gaze turned to the canary on the windowsill. The canary also dropped its usual elegance, its bright little eyes filled with a fighting spirit. It let out a crisp and strong chirp towards Su Ming, as if to say, "Leave it to me." Then, it flapped its wings, not flying out of the window but circling around in the kitchen, finally landing on the gas stove switch marked with Jerry's fiery skull drawing. Its task was equally clear. Control the heat. Seeing that both of his allies were in position, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the chaotic and destructive aura that belonged to Tom. He picked up that bucket of pungent blue liquid and strode out of the kitchen with a bold, fearless air. Operation Codename Cleanup officially began. In the living room, the thick black mist seeping from the cat nest was even denser than before. It spread slowly across the floor as if it were alive, freezing the air around it with a chilling sensation. However, when Su Ming confidently appeared in the living room with that chemical weapon, the spread of that black mist noticeably halted for a moment. It seemed to sense a certain threat and began to slowly contract towards the cat nest, just like a startled octopus retracting its tentacles. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's smile grew broader. Afraid? He did not give the other party any chance to react. Hey hey! He let out a powerful shout like a real cleaner. Then, with all his strength, he hurled the bucket of diluted toilet cleaner, glowing with an eerie blue light, straight at the cat nest that was continuously emitting black smoke. Splash! The blue liquid drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a waterfall descending from the heavens, perfectly submerging the entire cat nest and the surrounding floor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A horrifying sound, like strong acid corroding flesh and blood, instantly echoed throughout the living room. The area covered by the blue liquid began to rise with thick white smoke, accompanied by an extremely unpleasant smell, as if something was burning. The black smoke that had stubbornly resisted began to emit a desperate, silent scream the moment it came into contact with the toilet cleaner, like cotton ignited by a fierce fire. It rolled and twisted violently, trying to escape from the blue ocean, but the diluted chemical liquid felt like a natural enemy, firmly trapping it in place, continuously eroding and purifying. Ding! You used item, powerful toilet cleaner, causing massive damage to pollution source, infested cat nest. Black Shadow's pollution spread has been temporarily restrained. Effective. Su Ming's eyes brightened. He had made the right bet. This mysterious pollution from the witch had almost no resistance to modern chemical weapons. This was a dimensional strike on a rules level. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. It really works? Toilet cleaner can really defeat the weirdness? The end of science is metaphysics, and the nemesis of metaphysics is chemistry? This is outrageous. Newton's coffin lid is going to burst. Today's best, toilet cleaner, the new generation of exorcism holy water. However, Su Ming knew very well that this was only the first step. The infested cat nest began to tremble violently under the purification of the toilet cleaner. The seemingly soft fabric surface revealed faces twisted in pain, emitting silent wails. A wave of even thicker, purer black smoke suddenly spewed from the center of the cat nest, trying to break through the confinement of the toilet cleaner. It was fighting back. Canary! Su Ming didn't look back, just shouted. Almost the moment he finished speaking. In the kitchen, the canary pecked fiercely at the gas stove switch with its sharp beak. Hiss! Colorless and odorless gas began to silently and rapidly spread into the living room through the pipes. Immediately following. Woof! Growl! A roar filled with grievance and anger came from the direction of the courtyard. It was Spike. Jerry, like a brave bullfighter, was riding on a huge, charred roasted chicken, waving a matchstick in his hand, constantly provoking the courtyard's ruler, who had just been tricked out of its nap by him with dog biscuits. Spike was thoroughly enraged. It never dreamed that this mouse, which usually only dared to sneak around the kitchen, would actually come into its territory today and steal the afternoon snack prepared for its son, Tyke. Unforgivable. Roar! Spike turned into a gray lightning bolt, crashing through the fragile glass door, charging into the living room, filled with rage. Meanwhile, Jerry calculated the timing perfectly, leaping off the roasted chicken just a second before Spike charged in, instantly diving into the absolute safe zone of the wall hole, hiding his name and achievements. Poor Spike smashed in, only to find the target had vanished. What welcomed it was a house full of dense gas, making it unable to resist sneezing, and the cat nest that was submerged in toilet cleaner, still emitting black smoke and agonized screams. Achoo! Spike was stimulated into a huge sneeze. And it was this sneeze that created a tiny spark. That was when it charged in. The static sparks generated by the intense friction against the floor. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Su Ming had already hidden behind the sturdiest sofa at the very beginning of the plan. The canary had also flown back to the safe windowsill long ago. Only the bulldog, who had just rushed in with a dumbfounded look, was still standing foolishly in the middle of the living room. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar. The whole house shook violently. A scorching wave of fire, centered around the cat's nest engulfed by gas and black smoke, exploded with a loud bang. Blue flames instantly consumed everything. A never-before-seen home cleanup, starring toilet cleaner, gas, and an angry dog, opened its curtain in the most dazzling and violent way. Chapter 26. Who will take the blame? The aftershock of the explosion echoed in the living room for a long time. The air was filled with a mingled smell of chemical toilet cleaner, burnt gas, and the unpleasant scent of burnt dog fur. Su Ming cautiously peeked out from behind the sturdy sofa. What caught his eye was a scene of devastation. The floor of the living room was charred black, and the walls were covered with a layer of soot. Several hanging paintings were tilted, ready to fall at any moment. At the center of the explosion, the pollution source cat's nest, along with the surrounding floor, had been utterly blown to pieces, leaving behind a deep, black pit that was still emitting wisps of smoke. The cold, gloomy black mist that had been lingering was completely driven away, disappearing without a trace with this violent explosion. The plan succeeded. In the most brutal and effective way. Su Ming glanced at his character panel. Pollution source, corroded cat's nest, has been completely cleared. Pollution speed in the first floor area has temporarily decreased. However, before he could catch his breath, a roar filled with frustration and fury erupted from the other end of the living room. Growl! It was Spike. At this moment, he looked utterly miserable. His soft gray fur was charred in patches of black and yellow, and a few tufts even stood upright on his head, slightly smoking like a lightning rod. His eyes, which were already bloodshot, were now red enough to bleed, glaring fiercely at the ruins before him and that culprit, Su Ming, who caused all this chaos. Spike's dog brain was now in total shutdown mode. He couldn't understand it all. He had only been fooled into coming in by a damn mouse, wanting to get back his afternoon tea. How did the house explode? And this damned cat hiding behind the sofa, he clearly had done nothing at all? Ah, I declare this episode's MVP goes to Spike. Dog, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? I feel sorry for Spike for a second, getting played once again by Tom and Jerry, classic reenactment. Su Ming's diversion tactic is simply brilliant. He didn't touch the fire from start to finish, a perfect crime. The viewers in the live stream, after the tension, couldn't help but laugh. This scene was just too absurd, like something out of a cartoon. Su Ming slowly stood up from behind the sofa. He didn't look at the angry Spike, nor did he show any hint of guilt. He just stood there like a truly terrified tomcat, wearing a shocked expression, trembling as he pointed at Spike and stammered. Spike. You did this? You blew up the house. This unexpected accusation forced Spike's half-formed roar back down his throat. I didn't. Spike spoke human words for the first time, his voice rough and irritable, carrying a hint of grievance he didn't even realize. It's you. Su Ming's performance continued, pointing at the burnt black pit on the ground. I saw you sneeze, and then, it just happened. God, the mistress will kill us when she gets back. Spike opened its mouth, but found itself unable to argue. Because it remembered that, indeed, it had just sneezed. It didn't know what gas was, nor what static sparks were. In its polluted, linear thinking logic, sneezing and explosion, two unrelated events, were forcibly twisted together by Su Ming's words. It fell into chaos. Just as Spike sank into the self-doubting turmoil, a crisp and pleasant, yet slightly panicked birdsong came from the direction of the kitchen. The canary had also arrived. It flapped its wings, landing on Su Ming's shoulder with a face full of fear, chirping at Spike with cheep sounds, full of accusation. Immediately after, in the triangular hole in the wall, Jerry poked out half its head, even raising a tiny arrow pointing at Spike made from matchsticks, its face filled with the expression of "the killer is you." The Kitchen Alliance, at this moment, displayed astonishing unity. They were providing evidence for Su Ming's accusation in their own way. Now Spike was completely speechless. The cat saw it, the bird saw it, and even that pesky mouse saw it. Could it really have done it? Spike's massive body trembled slightly with anger and suffocation. It wanted very much to tear this cat, this bird, and that mouse into pieces. But its reasoning, though sparse, told it that if the mistress returned and saw this wreckage, the first one she'd look for would definitely be the biggest and most suspicious destroyer. It couldn't stay any longer. Roar! Spike let out a reluctant low growl, no longer entangled with Su Ming, but turned around, tucking its tail, and fled back into its courtyard through the hole it had crashed through, in a dejected manner. This blame, it had to carry. Watching Spike's guilty escape, Su Ming, the canary, and Jerry exchanged silent glances. In each other's eyes, a hint of satisfaction at their successful collaboration was revealed. At this moment, the new order of the house was completely established. Ding! You have led and completed a successful joint operation. The Kitchen Alliance's cohesion has significantly increased. You have gained the temporary title, Creator of Chaos, in the first floor area. Your intimidation success rate slightly increases. However, before they could enjoy the joy of victory. Creak! A slow, heavy sound, like a rusty door hinge turning after hundreds of years, suddenly came from the direction of the second floor, floating in. The sound was not loud, but it was like a cold key, instantly locking the hearts of all members of the Kitchen Alliance. Su Ming's smile also slowly froze. He slowly lifted his head to look towards the dim staircase. He knew. This cleanup directed entirely by him had successfully cleared the source of pollution. But that deafening explosion sound had inevitably startled the one who should never be disturbed in that house. The true master. Chapter 27. The Mistress comes downstairs. That creaking sound of the door opening, like a pause, instantly pressed pause on all the chaos and commotion in the living room. The kitchen, which had just been filled with victorious joy, fell into dead silence in an instant. The canary tucked its wings away, standing stiffly on Su Ming's shoulder, even its feathers stopped trembling. Jerry at the wall hole also froze in place, as if under a freezing spell, maintaining the posture of poking out half its body. Motionless. All their wisdom, courage, and understanding seemed so pale and powerless in front of that voice. Because, that was the voice of rules itself. Su Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He slowly turned around, facing the dark staircase. He knew he couldn't escape. This fire, ignited by his own hands, had ultimately attracted the most terrifying and supreme existence in this house. Thud. A dull yet crystal clear sound of footsteps came from the second floor. The sound was slow, heavy. Every step felt like stepping on everyone's heart, causing breaths to hitch involuntarily. It was not the crisp sound of high heels on wooden floors, heard earlier when getting milk. Instead, it was a more primal, heavier sound, as if some colossal and hard limb, not belonging to a human, was walking on the floor. Su Ming's pupils uncontrollably constricted. Rule 3, the mistress is the rule of this house. You must obey her orders unconditionally. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing at an overwhelming speed, recalling every piece of information about the mistress. Thud. The footsteps grew closer. They had reached the corner of the staircase. An indescribable, ancient stench of decay began to slowly seep down the stairs. That scent was thicker than the mustiness of the basement, colder than the sandalwood smell in the second-floor hallway. It was like an invisible giant hand, gripping the throat of the entire living room. Behind Su Ming, Jerry and the canary had started to tremble uncontrollably. That was the most primal fear from the depths of life. Warning! An unknown powerful presence is approaching. Area rules are being reinforced. All your actions will be subjected to stricter judgments. Current pollution level, 25 out of 100. Just the presence of the other party made Su Ming feel that same weak sense of dizziness pressing down on his spirit again. He instinctively took half a step back, retreating into the doorframe of the kitchen. This was an incredibly delicate position. It allowed him to see the entire living room while standing within the territory of the Alliance of the Kitchen, offering him a sliver of psychological comfort. Thud. Finally. Accompanied by the final dull thud of footsteps, a massive figure, completely shrouded in shadow, appeared at the end of the staircase, standing quietly there. In the live broadcast room, billions of viewers at this moment forgot to breathe. They could not see the whole figure clearly. Because, from the staircase downward, the light seemed to be swallowed by some kind of power, forming an absolute, impenetrable darkness. The only thing they could see was below the shadow. A pair of feet in old-fashioned red high heels. Those feet were large yet surprisingly slender, pale without a hint of blood, like the finest porcelain. The red shoe surface formed a strong and unsettling visual impact against the pale skin. It just stood there quietly. No words were spoken, nor did it take a step forward. But the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop to freezing point in that moment. The warmth left from the earlier explosion was completely dispelled by this chilling aura. Time seemed to freeze. Su Ming, Jerry, the canary, and that massive figure standing in the shadows formed a bizarre standoff. No one spoke first. Damn, this sense of oppression, just seeing a pair of feet makes me feel suffocated. Is this the mistress? Why does she feel 100 times more terrifying than Spike? It's over, this time it's really exposed. How will Su Ming explain this explosion? Inside the Strange Tales Strategic Bureau, Zhang Buoquan and others also looked serious. They knew this was the most severe and direct life-and-death test faced by Su Ming since entering this scenario. Before any tricks or games, in the face of absolute rules, everything might fail. Not knowing how long it had been, it felt like a century long. The presence standing in the shadows finally made a move. It slowly lifted a hand that did not belong to a human, dry and covered with fine black scales, a hand. It was the hand that Su Ming had seen through the crack in the door earlier. That hand did not point at the instigator, Su Ming. Nor did it point at Spike, who provided the fire source. Instead, it slowly pointed at the charred remains of the cat nest. Then, a hoarse voice, filled with unquestionable authority and a hint of weariness, echoed throughout the living room. The voice sounded like two rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other, each word carried a chilling, scraping texture. Tom. It called his name. Your bed is broken. Before the new bed is repaired, tonight, you will sleep in. Its arm slowly moved, pointing towards the direction of the kitchen, ultimately fixing on the little silent triangular wall hole. Here. Chapter 28, Tonight, you sleep here. The mistress's voice slowly faded in the living room. But the bone-chilling coldness and pressure still lingered like frozen air, casting a shadow over every corner. Her dry arm covered in black scales, after pointing at Jerry's wall hole, slowly retreated back into the shadows. Thud. Another dull sound of footsteps. The huge figure, which had never revealed its true appearance, turned slowly and, step by step, walked back up the dark staircase to the second floor. Creak. A familiar sound of a rusty door hinge turning came from upstairs. Everything returned to calm once again. As if that terrible presence had never appeared at all. Until the mountain-like pressure completely disappeared, the two little creatures in the kitchen, already paralyzed with fear, dared to slowly breathe a sigh of relief. The canary's feathers were no longer tense, and its body stopped trembling. Jerry, peeking from the wall hole, finally dared to withdraw the half of his body he had stuck out completely. Su Ming still quietly stood at the kitchen door, his back facing the living room, not turning around. His back had already been soaked through with cold sweat, the icy fabric clinging to his skin, bringing a wave of uncomfortable chill. But there was no relief of having survived on his face. Instead, it was an expression of extreme gravity and deep thought. Let me sleep in Jerry's wall hole? This command was too strange. Strange enough to even feel absurd. The viewers in the live broadcast room also gradually calmed down from the extreme tension, and were soon stunned by this unfathomable punishment. What kind of divine punishment is this? Let the cat and mouse coexist? I thought Su Ming was doomed, but the mistress just did this? Loud thunder with little rain. Punishment? Why do I feel like this is a reward? The wall hole is Jerry's nest, the safest place in the entire dungeon. The upstairs is overthinking. You want a cat to sleep in a mouse hole? This is humiliation. Naked humiliation. It's worse than killing him. The bullet screen's discussion was unusually intense, forming a stark division. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang Yu in the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau adjusted his glasses, deep in thought, murmuring, something is off, this punishment is too illogical. Yes, illogical. Whether as a punishment or a reward, it appeared so abrupt and merciful. This did not fit the image of the mistress, who was brutal, authoritative, and viewed everything as rules. She took so much effort to come down, just to change Tom's sleeping place? Su Ming's gaze crossed the kitchen, landing on the tiny, pitch-black triangular wall hole. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed at that moment. This is not a punishment. Nor is it a reward. This is a shackle, and also a command. Su Ming instantly understood the key point. A chill, deeper than the pressure brought by the mistress, rose from his heart. What a ruthless scheme. He whispered, his voice trembling slightly, even he did not notice. The mistress did not let him go. On the contrary, she used a clever and irresistible method to bind him and Jerry together completely. She saw through it. She saw that the explosion was a tacit joint operation between him and Jerry. She had no evidence, or rather, she did not bother to look for evidence. As the rule itself, she only needed to set new rules to easily dismantle their alliance. Letting Tom sleep in Jerry's hole was not just humiliation. It was also a surveillance and collateral responsibility. From tonight on, Su Ming's safe house would no longer be the independent cat nest where he could pretend to sleep alone. Instead, it would be Jerry's lair. This meant that anytime Su Ming showed any abnormal behavior at night, or was successful possessed by the shadow, the first to suffer wouldn't be him. It would be Jerry, with whom he cohabitated. Vice versa. This was an unsolvable deadly cycle. With a simple command, she turned the fragile trust they had just built into suspicion and doubt. Damn. So that's what it means? So toxic. This move is too cruel. It's forcing them to guard against each other. It's all over now, the kitchen alliance is about to disband right after it formed, even possibly turning into infighting. The viewers in the livestream instantly understood the mistress's malicious intent, gasping in shock. Su Ming slowly turned around. His gaze met the equally serious and uneasy small black eyes in the wall hole, silently locking onto each other. In the air, there was an awkward and tense atmosphere. The allies who had just fought side by side seemed to have turned into gladiators about to be thrown into the same arena. Jerry's eyes were filled with struggle. Its clever little head clearly understood the stakes involved. Letting Tom sleep in his own home? That was 100 times more terrifying than having Spike as a neighbor. Who knows if this crazy new Tom would suddenly go mad in the middle of the night? Who knows if the shadow from upstairs would use his body to bring a sudden attack? After a brief standoff, Jerry made its choice. It didn't block the hole, nor did it show any hostility. It simply, silently pushed out a small piece of tattered cloth, not knowing where it was torn from the wall hole. Then, it laid that small cloth right at the outermost position of the hole. That was a temporary, makeshift bed. Its meaning was clear. You can sleep here. But only at the door. We are still allies. But from tonight on, I must keep an eye on you. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's heart sank completely. He knew that the mistress's seemingly flawless plan to sow discord had failed. She underestimated what they could create among these lower beings when facing an absolute survival threat, a thing called trust, which is so strong. Su Ming nodded slowly and seriously at the wall hole. No words were needed, everything was understood without words. Ding. Joint operation mode consolidated, unlocking status, surveilled roommate. At night, you and Jerry will share each other's security state. And Su Ming's gaze had turned back toward the staircase leading upstairs. He knew he could no longer wait. Tonight, he might still be able to monitor each other with Jerry and barely get by. But tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? He must, and can only, take the initiative to completely eliminate the true threat from upstairs before the next night falls. His time is running out. Chapter 29, The War Conference of Cat and Mouse. The small floral cloth laid out by Jerry was like a silent contract, breaking the stalemate set by the mistress. The air in the kitchen was no longer the tense atmosphere of drawn swords but had restored a delicate balance between vigilance and trust. Su Ming did not immediately take note of his new bed. He knew that discussing where to sleep was meaningless before dealing with the fundamental threat from upstairs. Slowly, he walked to the makeshift sandbox made by Jerry, consisting of buttons and matchsticks. This sandbox miraculously survived the violent explosion because Jerry had moved it to the safest corner earlier. At this moment, it became the Kitchen Alliance's only command center. Su Ming squatted down, looking gravely at the one-story house model made of flour and gravel. His finger gently brushed over the position representing the living room, which now had a blank area symbolizing ruins due to the explosion. Then, his finger slowly moved up, finally stopping at the area marked by Jerry with a burned matchstick, depicting a burning skull and a huge crossmark. The second floor, the mistress's bedroom. That place was the only area marked as extremely dangerous on the entire sandbox. He didn't turn around, but he knew Jerry was silently watching him through the hole in the wall behind him. We need a plan. Su Ming spoke softly, almost to himself, but every word clearly echoed into the darkness of the wall hole. A plan that can let us walk into that door alive and come out alive. There was no response from the hole. But Su Ming knew Jerry was listening. He extended a finger and gently tapped the miniature model representing the stairs on the sandbox. The first step is how to safely go up. He began his review and tactical analysis. The stairs are the only passage. But that is the mistress's territory and also the hunting ground of the shadow. We cannot rely on an accident like last time. We need a legitimate reason. He spoke slowly, like a meticulous chess player contemplating his next move. Rule 3, the mistress is the rule of this home. You must unconditionally obey her orders. This is both a shackle and the only breakthrough. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Su Ming's eyes. If we can make the mistress actively order us to go up, it would be the best cover. How to make a being who sees you as an ant, looking down from above, give you an order to enter her forbidden zone? This sounded like a fantasy. The viewers in the livestream felt Su Ming's idea was too crazy. Make the mistress give the order? How is that possible? She would rather have Su Ming and them stay far away from the second floor. I feel it won't work, the risk is too great. If we anger the mistress, we could be wiped out on the spot. However, there was no trace of retreat on Su Ming's face. He looked towards the hole in the wall, continuing to speak, as if asking or stating. In the animation, there is something the mistress cannot tolerate the most. The hole remained silent. Su Ming did not tease any further, he provided the answer. It is dirt. The intolerable mess. She can tolerate Tom and Jerry tearing the house apart, but she absolutely cannot tolerate any unclean things in her home, especially unclean things from the creatures she hates the most. Su Ming said this, his lips curling into a familiar smile filled with Tom-like wisdom. His gaze turned to the courtyard outside the window. The doghouse of the king of the courtyard, who had just scurried back in defeat. In the wall hole, Jerry, who had been silent, suddenly shuddered. He instantly understood Su Ming's plan. This was a plan that could be described as insane, yet utterly brilliant. Frame the blame. Use the mistress's almost obsessive personality and her natural dislike for dogs to create a reason that they must go up and clean. The risk of this plan was extremely high. It needed to provoke the highest power in the entire house, Spike. But the rewards were equally huge. Once successful, they would obtain a safe pass to the second floor, personally signed by the mistress. After a brief moment of shock, from the wall hole, a series of excited and approving squeaks echoed. Jerry agreed. Ding. Joint action mode has been updated. You and Jerry have established a new operational goal, lure dog inside. With the allies' affirmation, Su Ming felt much more relaxed. He knew that the most critical part of this crazy plan had already closed. With Jerry's help, the old rival who understood Spike's weaknesses best, provoking and enticing that big dog would no longer be an impossible task. He stood up, walked to the kitchen cabinet, and began preparing props for the next step of the action. His gaze swept over a row of spice jars, finally landing on a bottle labeled with an image of an angry bull. Super spicy chili sauce. At the same time, in the wall hole, Jerry quietly re-entered the crack leading to the courtyard. In his mouth, he clutched a rusty dog whistle that he had secretly hidden away from the basement. The second alliance of cat and mouse, a crazier grand cleaning aimed at challenging the highest authority of the whole house, was about to unfold at an unexpected moment for everyone. Chapter 30, A Rusty Dog Whistle. In the courtyard, the afternoon sun remained warm. Spike lay in front of his red doghouse, dozing. The earlier mysterious explosion, although it made him bear a heavy blame, unexpectedly kept that annoying cat and that even more annoying mouse away from bothering him all afternoon. This allowed him to enjoy a rare and peaceful afternoon. He even rolled over comfortably, exposing his furry belly to the sunlight, making a gurgling sound of satisfied snoring. He had no idea that a malicious and scheming plot against him was quietly unfolding. In the shadow of the trimmed bushes next to the courtyard, Jerry was cautiously poking half of his head out. In his mouth, he tightly clutched the dog whistle, already rusted, with even a trace of dried blood on it. That was his trophy secretly brought out from the basement graveyard of failures. His small black bean-like eyes calmly observed the giant creature sleeping in the distance, carefully calculating the distance, wind direction, and escape route. Behind the glass door of the kitchen, Su Ming was also nervously watching everything through the crack. He held tightly the bottle of super spicy chili sauce that had been opened, emitting a pungent smell. On his shoulder, the canary had stopped singing, its expression serious, like a lookout soldier about to head into battle. At that moment, the entire kitchen alliance had staked their fate on Jerry's next action. Jerry did not let them down. After observing for a long time, confirming that Spike's snoring had entered the deepest stage, it finally moved. Its small body, like a ghost, silently slipped out of the bushes. It did not rush directly toward Spike, but instead took a wide arc, using every patch of grass and stone that provided cover on the lawn, stealthily making its way to the back of Spike's doghouse. There was Spike's absolute blind spot. Wow! Jerry's movements, a professional-level assassin. Textbook stealth. Its familiarity with this courtyard is almost greater than its own home. Tom's loss is not unjust, encountering such a cunning opponent. The viewers in the live stream were all amazed by Jerry's professional maneuvers. Upon reaching the designated spot, Jerry did not act immediately. It carefully placed the rusty dog whistle on the ground. Then, it pulled out a small ball of cotton. It tore the cotton apart, skillfully and perfectly stuffing it into its own ears. After completing all these preparations, it picked up the dog whistle again. It took a deep breath, its small chest puffing up high. Then, beep. A piercing, ear-splitting whistle, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, instantly shattered the tranquility of the entire courtyard. That sound was just a bit annoying for humans. But for dogs, whose hearing is tens of times more sensitive than humans, it was like the most terrifying, brain-attacking sound wave assault. A whoa! Spike, deep in sleep, leaped up as if pricked by a needle. Its massive body thrashed and rolled on the ground, its two front paws painfully covering its ears, howling in a tragic and chaotic cry. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, filled with madness and violence born from agony. Ding! Spike affected by special item, cursed dog whistle, has entered indiscriminate fury status. Courtyard danger level raised to deadly. And the instigator, Jerry, after blowing that whistle, did not stay for a moment, gripping the whistle and turning to flee toward the bushes from which it came, moving at a blurring speed. Roar! Spike, recovering slightly from the intense pain, immediately locked onto the small brown figure that was escaping. It was it. That damned mouse again. New hatred and old grudges surged in Spike's already furious brain. It gave up thinking, abandoned everything. All that was left in its mind was a single thought. Catch that mouse and then tear it to pieces. Roar! Spike's massive body transformed into a gray whirlwind, charging toward Jerry's fleeing direction with a terrifying momentum capable of crashing through a wall. The grass of the courtyard was trampled under its heavy footsteps, the dirt flying everywhere. Jerry's speed was at its peak, darting through the complex courtyard, using every familiar obstacle to engage in a thrilling life-and-death chase with the enraged beast behind. Sometimes diving into pipes, sometimes jumping onto fences, each time narrowly dodging just a second before Spike's massive claws would land on it. What the hell? This is too exciting. This is the true cat and mouse game. Adrenaline is skyrocketing. Jerry is awesome. This maneuver is like dancing on the edge of a knife. And Su Ming, behind the kitchen door, was watching with his heart in his throat. But he knew this was not enough. Just anger alone was not enough to make Spike lose all reason and charge into the indoor space, which was also filled with unknowns for it. He needed to add more fuel to the fire. He focused on the route Jerry was about to take back to the kitchen door. He twisted open the cap of the super spicy chili sauce, facing the broken glass doorframe that led from the kitchen to the yard and the floor at the entrance. Without hesitation, he generously smeared the thick, pungent red sauce all over. After finishing this, he gently gestured to Jerry, who was about to dash to the door. Jerry understood immediately. In the last moment before rushing to the door, it made a quick stop, turned around, and made a highly insulting gesture towards Spike, who was hot on its heels. It raised its rear and gave it a tap. At this moment, the last shred of sanity in Spike completely snapped apart. Chapter 31: The Power of a Bottle of Chili Sauce. Jerry's extremely provocative action was like a lit fuse, instantly detonating all the accumulated fury in Spike's body. Roar! A roar like never before, almost shattering the glass. Spike's already crimson eyes were now blackened with rage, and the strings of sanity snapped completely. It no longer recognized any difference between indoors and outdoors, nor did it care for the mistress. Its only thought was to rush in, catch that damn mouse, and defend its dignity as a dog in the cruelest way possible. Its massive body, fueled by unmatched anger and power, charged like an out-of-control heavy truck towards the narrow kitchen doorway that it had just smashed through. And just as its saliva-dripping, fong-filled mouth was about to touch the doorframe, it smelled it. An extremely rich, dominating scent of super-hot peppers that could send any sensitive creature's soul flying out. Ow-oh! Spike's roar took a strange turn in the air, transforming into a cry filled with pain and confusion. Its highly sensitive nose, upon contact with the smeared super spicy chili sauce on the doorframe, suffered a devastating chemical blow. Burning sensation. Stinging sensation. And a feeling as if millions of ants were gnawing at its nasal cavity. An indescribable sharpness surged through its olfactory nerves, straight into its not-so-bright brain. Before its eyes, everything went instantly black. The world seemed to lose all color in this moment, leaving only a searing red. Ding! Spike has been further stimulated by the item, super spicy chili sauce, and has entered the absolute fury all-out attack state. Warning! Spike's target of hostility has shifted from Jerry to everything that moves. Roar! 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 Completely losing vision and sanity, Spike began its indiscriminate, frenzied rampage in the small kitchen. It was like a bull locked in a china shop, its massive body crashing through everything. Crash! The cabinet was smashed to pieces by its head, countless plates and dishes flew like snowflakes, shattering on the ground into a mess of fragments. Bang! The storage cabinet was struck apart by its paw, cleaning supplies and tools scattered everywhere. Splash! Its gigantic tail swept across the sink, breaking the faucet. A cold spray of water shot out, adding a flood-like chaos to the already disordered kitchen. In just a few seconds, the kitchen transformed from a relatively tidy cooking space into a chaotic battlefield. And the mastermind, Su Ming, had already, a second before Spike dashed in, nimbly leaped onto the highest cabinet, coldly watching this farce he orchestrated. His face showed no panic, only an almost cold calmness. He was calculating. Calculating Spike's path of destruction. Calculating the level of chaos, and calculating the response time to that presence upstairs. Damn! The world is a nuclear wasteland. Is this the legendary bringing the dog into the house? This is too thrilling. In the kitchen, I was terrified. Jerry, come out and deal with your dad that you brought here. The viewers in the live stream were stunned into silence by this epic scene of chaos. And Jerry had already slipped away through a secret passage known only to him within the walls, leaving behind a big mess. Spike's rampage continued. After completely turning the kitchen into ruins, its chaotic senses, driven by hot sauce and anger, seemed to finally catch sight of a new target. The living room. And that staircase leading upstairs, emanating a tempting, but malicious to it, aura. Roar! Spike let out a roar, without a moment's hesitation. Its massive body smashed through the small door between the kitchen and the living room and charged out. Its target was the staircase to the second floor, which had just been meticulously arranged by Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes instantly narrowed at the sight. He knew that the most critical step of the plan was coming. He jumped down from the top of the cabinet and landed steadily on a puddle of water. Then, he made an unexpected move that shocked everyone. He didn't try to stop Spike, nor did he choose to hide. He bent down and picked up one of the red high heels belonging to the mistress that Spike had knocked away. Then, he picked up some broken plate fragments stained with dark red goo. Immediately after that, he chased after Spike and charged out of the kitchen. But he didn't go upstairs. Instead, as Spike's huge body was about to rush onto the first step of the staircase, he timed it perfectly, throwing the red high heel and the plate fragments at an incredibly tricky angle, casually letting them fall at Spike's feet. Oh! Spike, rushing wildly, felt its feet slide on something hard and smooth. Its giant, irrational body instantly lost its balance. It spun out of control on the stairs like a comic actor slipping on a banana peel, rolling, crashing, and sliding, until it smashed into the entire wooden staircase, creating a series of crackling sounds, leaving a chaotic mark mixed with dog fur, saliva, and the smell of hot sauce. A perfect crime scene. Su Ming quietly placed the last piece of debris in the corner at the staircase entrance. After doing all this, he quickly retreated into the shadows of the kitchen, holding his breath. He was waiting. Waiting for the final judgment to arrive. And above the staircase, the closed bedroom door belonging to the mistress. Finally, after enduring a series of earth-shattering disturbances, it let out a louder, more impatient creak than ever before. The door opened. Chapter 32, Evidence on the Staircase. Creak. The tightly closed bedroom door was pushed open with an unprecedented force, filled with impatience and anger. In an instant, a strong, icy stench of decay erupted like a tangible black tide from the darkness of the second floor. The temperature in the entire living room seemed to be sucked away at that moment, making the air thick and sluggish. Spike, who had just been struggling on the stairs in pain and anger, suddenly froze. For the first time, fear surfaced in its bloodshot eyes, driven by hot sauce and violent emotions. It was like a mischievous child who had caused a huge disaster outside. Finally heard the sound of parents pushing the door to come home. It instinctively tightened its tail and curled its massive body as much as possible, making a low whimper of woo-woo, filled with grievance and fear, completely losing the earlier half of its yard tyrant dignity. In the shadow of the kitchen, Su Ming also instantly held his breath. He could feel that this time, the mistress's fury was unprecedentedly fierce. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed again. The gigantic creature, shrouded in absolute shadow, slowly walked down from the second floor. Each step made the already squeaky wooden stairs groan under the burden they could hardly bear. It stopped at the corner of the stairs, exactly the position where Su Ming could only look up last time. It did not look at Spike, who had caused the trouble, nor did it look at Su Ming hiding in the kitchen. Its gaze, or rather, its will filled with absolute authority, slowly settled on the messy steps one by one. There were Spike's dirty paw prints and dog fur left behind. There were sharp fragments with dark red sticky residue left from a broken plate. And that red high heel thrown out by Su Ming unintentionally, symbolizing its rules and dignity. All the evidence was cleverly and dramatically placed in the most conspicuous position by Su Ming. The entire living room sank into dead silence. It's coming, it's coming. The final judgment is here. Damn, this atmosphere feels scarier than when it exploded just now. How will the mistress handle it? Will she throw away Spike? I'm more worried about Su Ming. He is the true mastermind. Will he be discovered? In the live streaming room, all the audience had their hearts in their throats. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment. After a long while, the existence standing in the shadow finally spoke again. Its voice was even more hoarse and colder than last time. Each word felt like a block of ice carrying the Siberian cold, heavily smashing onto people's hearts. Dirty. Just one word. But it made the massive Spike tremble violently, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Dirty. The mistress's head seemed to slowly turn towards the direction of Spike. Dog. These understated two words seemed to contain the most vicious curse in the world. Spike let out a wailing cry, its massive body began to twitch uncontrollably, a haze of black, like chains, surged out from the shadows in all directions, tightly wrapping around its limbs and neck, lifting it off the ground. Woo woo woo. Spike struggled painfully in the air, but those black chains grew tighter, almost breaking its bones. This was the power of rules. In front of the mistress, even the tyrant of the yard was still that lowly pet that could be punished at will. Watching this scene, there was no gloating in Su Ming's eyes. Only a piece of cold calm. He knew this was not the end yet. Merely punishing Spike was not enough to quell the mistress's anger. She still needed a tool to clean up all of this. Sure enough. After tormenting Spike to the brink of death, the mistress's cold will finally, slowly, shifted towards the kitchen. Tom. She called his name again. Come up. Here it came. Su Ming's heart completely settled at this moment. He had been waiting for this command. Clean this place. The mistress's voice paused, as if thinking of which word to use to describe the mess in front of her. Clean it up. Ding. You have received a mandatory task from the mistress: clean the second floor. Task objective: thoroughly remove all stains on the second floor and stairs. Task deadline: before the next bell rings, 1 hour. Task warning: if not completed on time or not cleaned cleanly, you will suffer a punishment more severe than spike. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Su Ming did not hesitate at all. He slowly walked out from the shadows of the kitchen. He did not look at Spike, who was hanging in midair, barely alive. He simply bent over respectfully, even with a hint of flattery, like Tom from the cartoons, toward the presence shrouded in shadow on the stairs, representing the highest rules. Then, he turned and walked to the storage cabinet that Spike had already smashed to pieces. Among the chaos, he skillfully found a bucket that was not completely damaged and a mop that was still fairly intact. He picked up these two simplest cleaning tools. He did not say another word. In the gaze of Spike, filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of complex hatred. Under the watchful eyes of Jerry and the canary, filled with worry and expectation. Step by step, he ascended the staircase leading to the Forbidden Land, a stairway covered with evidence. His blue-gray, slender figure appeared small yet exceptionally firm in the dim light of the living room. Like a prisoner about to walk to the scaffold, yet also like a king about to enter his own kingdom. Chapter 33, An Upside-Down Cleaning Manual. The wooden planks of the stairs creaked lightly under Su Ming's feet. With each step upward, the cold air from the second floor, mixed with sandalwood and the smell of decay, grew heavier. He carried the bucket and held the mop, walking slowly, but each step was exceptionally steady. He knew that behind him, the icy will of the lady had not left. It was like an invisible mountain, heavy on his back, watching his every move. He could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. At last, he stepped onto the second floor, on the cold obsidian floor. The tension from his previous glimpse was now replaced by a stronger, immersive sense of oppression. He truly stood on the witch's territory. The hallway was darker than he had imagined. The eerie green light from under the door was not enough to illuminate the space, but instead made the strange creatures in the tapestries on the walls look even more lifelike, as if they would break free from the fabric at any moment. The strange fragrance in the air grew even stronger, penetrating his nostrils, causing a continuous, mild dizziness in his brain. Warning! You are in a mental pollution area. SAN value, sanity, will continue to slowly decrease. Current pollution value, 25 out of 100. Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He did not rush to start cleaning, but first gently placed the bucket and mop in the corner. Then, like a true, dedicated cleaner, he began the first and most crucial pre-work inspection of his work area. His gaze slowly swept over the entire hallway. He saw the purple Persian carpet that he had previously used as a reference. Now up close, he noticed that what was embroidered in gold thread was not abstract stars and moons, but rather tortured, twisted human faces, trapped in the cycle of star orbits, silently wailing. He also saw the decorative candlesticks on the wall. Instead of candles, there were dry, slightly curved human finger bones. The entire hallway resembled a sacrificial ground, constructed from countless horrific details, filled with blasphemy and malice. And in the end, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the large mirror, framed with gorgeous silver edges. The mirror remained spotless, as new. But this time, Su Ming did not see that familiar overlapping shadow inside. In the mirror, it was empty. As if everything just now was merely his illusion. But this actually deepened the chill in Su Ming's heart. Rule 5, never, ever trust the self in the mirror. Since the self in the mirror cannot be trusted, then, does the absence of self in the mirror truly mean it is really absent? Su Ming dared not take the gamble. He forced himself to look away, no longer gazing at that strange mirror. He knew that sweeping the stairs was his main task, but to complete it cleanly, he must first understand the rules of this area. And those rules could not possibly be just the 5 guest etiquette he had glimpsed in panic. He began to search carefully in the corridor. His movements were very light, making no extra sounds, like a ghost sneaking into a forbidden place. Soon, beneath the strange mirror, on an inconspicuous small table made of dry bones, he discovered a thin manual wrapped in black leather, with no name written. The leather cover of the manual felt cold and flexible, like the skin of some creature. Su Ming suppressed the discomfort in his heart and slowly opened it. What met his eyes was not text, but illustrations, meticulously drawn in charcoal, filled with a strange beauty. Under each picture, there was a short description written in cursive. Cleaner Work Guide. On the first page, there was a cleaner with his back to a closed door, scrubbing the stains on the floor vigorously. Description 1, when you are working, please always face away from all doors. The master behind the doors does not like to be spied on. The second page showed the cleaner's reflection in a pool of clear water. But that reflection had an extra pair of arms compared to the cleaner himself. Description 2, please use clean water for cleaning. If you see extra things in your reflection, pour the water out immediately, that is it inviting you to join. On the third page, the cleaner was facing a mirror, wiping its surface with a cloth. But the person in the mirror was not wiping the mirror, instead, he was smiling strangely at the cleaner outside. Description 3: The mirror is the cleanest place in this home, and it needs to be wiped constantly. But please remember, no matter what you see in the mirror, do not stop your actions, and do not make eye contact with it. The fourth page depicted a ground full of shards, while the cleaner carefully swept the pieces under the carpet. Description 4: Broken things will bring misfortune. Please hide all broken items in invisible places. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Ming flipped through the pages one by one. His expression gradually became more serious. This so-called cleaning guide was not teaching people how to clean at all. This was clearly a manual filled with death traps, with completely inverted logic. A manual for summoning spirits. Each rule was enticing the user to complete some taboo ritual to communicate with the inner world. Facing away from the door was showing submission to the existence behind the door. Using polluted water was accepting its invitation. Wiping the mirror was interacting with the reflection within. Hiding the shards was concealing evidence, becoming its accomplice. If he really followed the guidelines in this manual, Su Ming could almost be certain that before he finished cleaning the stairs, he would be completely and irreversibly assimilated by the shadow in that mirror or the witch behind the door. Damn! These rules are all inverted? So insidious. This is not a cleaning manual at all, this is a suicide manual. So what should I do to clean? This is a dead end. If I do it, it's death. If I don't, it's a violation of the mistress's orders. This is again an unsolvable deadlock. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers felt a deep sense of helplessness. The malice of this instance had completely lost all reason. However, after the initial shock, Su Ming's face slowly revealed a smile mixed with gravity and a hint of madness. He gently closed the black manual. Then, he lifted his head and looked again at the enormous, empty, eerie mirror. He whispered softly, "So, it's like this. The so-called cleaning up does not actually refer to those stains on the stairs." Chapter 34: Cleaning the Mirror. Su Ming's meaningful murmur was like a stone tossed into a silent corridor. Though it did not stir up waves, it sent huge ripples through the hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast. What does that mean? Cleaning up doesn't refer to stains? Then what could it be? In the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu was also lost in thought, repeatedly chewing on Su Ming's words, trying to follow his thinking that had transcended conventional logic. And in the footage, Su Ming had already given his answer. He did not touch the bucket filled with clear water, nor did he pick up the mop that seemed to be the main tool. He found a relatively intact and fairly clean cloth from the shattered remains of the storage cabinet. Then, he walked to the enormous, eerie mirror, adorned with a luxurious silver border that could reflect the entire hallway. He stood still. He quietly stood in front of the mirror, looking at the blue-gray, thin, elongated self who was also quietly looking at him. In the mirror, there was nothing. No strange overlapping shadow, and no extra arms. Everything was normal to the point of making the scalp crawl. Rule 5: Never, ever trust the self in the mirror. Su Ming took a deep breath and hesitated no longer. He raised the cloth in his hand. Then, in front of billions of viewers in the live broadcast, in front of the allies holding their breath in the kitchen downstairs, in front of the witch who might be peeking through the door crack, he began to wipe the mirror. What the hell? What is he doing? Didn't Rule 3 say it? You can't wipe the mirror. No matter what you see, you can't stop. He's actively triggering the death rule. He's gone crazy. Totally insane. What does he want? Suicide? 9 lives aren't meant to be used like this. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Everyone was shocked by Su Ming's seemingly suicidal act. That black manual, that inverted spirit summoning guide, clearly defined wiping the mirror as a forbidden ritual to communicate with the inner world. Yet Su Ming, at this moment, actively performed this ritual. What does he want? Zhang Guochuan's heart was nearly jumping out of his throat. He clenched his fists tightly, nails embedding deeply into his flesh, but he dared not make any noise, afraid of disturbing the young man in the footage who was executing some sacred yet mad ritual. Su Ming wiped very slowly and seriously. His movements were full of a unique rhythm, like an experienced painter polishing his most proud work. The cloth glided from top to bottom over the cold mirror surface. He did not look into the eyes of that self in the mirror. Rule 3, and definitely do not make eye contact with it. His gaze always maintained a strange focus, as if he were looking through the mirror, viewing something deeper that did not exist in this space. Time passed second by second. Changes began to happen in the mirror. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible change. In the mirror, the reflection of Tom seemed to slightly lift the corners of his mouth, revealing a strangely eerie smile. But Su Ming did not stop. The rag in his hand continued to move steadily, slowly gliding across the mirror's surface. immediately following that. The overlapping black shadow that had once flashed by reappeared behind Tom in the mirror. It was now more solid and clearer than before. It pressed tightly against the back of Tom in the mirror, like a lingering lover, with a pair of blood-red eyes piercing through the surface, staring at Su Ming outside the mirror, filled with resentment and greed. Ding! Shadow has been awakened by your actions. You are undergoing intense mental erosion. Current pollution value, 30 out of 100. Current pollution value, 35/100. Su Ming's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A chilling sensation, seemingly from deep within his soul, surged wildly into his brain. Countless malicious, chaotic whispers echoed once more in his ears. But the rag in his hand still did not stop. It was as if he couldn't see the strange changes in the mirror, or feel the mental pollution that could drive a person insane. He remained stubborn, wiping the increasingly dirty mirror over and over again. Finally, as Su Ming was about to finish wiping the last section, the shadow in the mirror seemed unable to restrain its greed any longer. It slowly reached out a twisted arm formed from pure black mist from behind Tom in the mirror. That hand gradually penetrated the mirror's surface, like passing through an invisible curtain of water. Silently, it reached for the back of Su Ming's neck. It's coming, it's coming. It's out. Run. Su Ming. It wants to take over. In the live stream, there were screams everywhere. Just as that black hand was about to touch Su Ming's skin, he smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His hand suddenly halted its movement. Then, he made a surprising move that took the shadow and all the viewers by surprise. He threw the rag, already tainted with the mirror's eerie essence, into the red plastic bucket behind him that he had been using to hold clean water. Splash. A light sound. Rule 2, please use clean water for cleaning. If you see extraneous things in the reflection of the water, pour it out immediately, for it is inviting you to join. Cleaning. Su Ming turned around, no longer looking at the mirror, but at the bucket that had instantly turned as black as ink, vigorously bubbling and boiling, revealing a near-cruel smile on his face. Means to clean you, this dirty thing, out of the mirror. Before his words fell, the black arm that had reached out from the mirror suddenly emitted a piercing scream, as if it were being violently pulled by an invisible force, helplessly dragged toward the violently churning black dirty water. Chapter 35, A Broken Mirror. Crash. Accompanied by a crisp and piercing sound of shattering, the huge mirror, embedded with a splendid silver border, could no longer maintain its eerie shape without the shadow as its core. The mirror's surface, like ice hit by a heavy hammer, instantly became covered with web-like cracks and ultimately shattered completely. Countless shards of various sizes mixed with remnants of the silver frame fell like rain, covering the purple Persian carpet embroidered with warped human faces, leaving it in disarray. And the red plastic bucket had also completely returned to calm. The pitch-black dirty water, after boiling violently for a moment, slowly settled down. The shadow sealed within no longer struggled, no longer screamed, as if it had become a silent specimen trapped in amber. The lingering, dizzying aura of spiritual pollution in the entire second-floor corridor was weakened to its lowest point at that moment. Ding! The core source of pollution overlapping shadows has been successfully sealed by you. The danger level of the second-floor area has dropped from deadly to highly dangerous. Your SAN value, sanity, upper limit has been greatly increased, and your resistance to mental erosion attacks has significantly risen. A series of system prompts resonated in Su Ming's mind, but he did not even have the strength to lift a finger. He leaned against the wall weakly, gasping for breath. The seemingly smooth series of actions just now had almost exhausted all of his mental power. Each step was like dancing on a tightrope of rules, every move had to be achieved with extreme timing and control over human nature. A slight mistake, and it would be him sealed inside that water bucket at this moment. In the live stream room, it was already an uproar akin to a tsunami. F***K, we won, we won? He really did it. He turned that ghostly shadow back against it. How is this possible? I declare that from today on, Su Ming is my only god. This move is no longer just high intelligence, this is a freak. Look at his pollution value. It's zeroed out. After sealing the shadow, his pollution value reset to 0. In the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, Zhang Guoquan and others were so excited that they were tearing up. They witnessed a miracle that was nearly impossible to achieve. Once again, Su Ming cracked a deadly rule maze in his nearly mad, yet logically meticulous way. After resting for a long time, Su Ming finally recovered from that extreme mental exhaustion. He did not rush to deal with the dirty water-containing trophies, nor did he immediately start cleaning up the mess on the ground. His gaze slowly landed on the pile of broken mirror shards. Among them, there was one largest core shard, about the size of a human head, quietly lying in the center of the carpet. Unlike the other shards, its surface was no longer a smooth mirror. But like an old black and white TV screen, it flickered with noisy, fragmented Images. Su Ming's eyes sharpened. He braced his tired body, stepped forward, slowly knelt down, and carefully held the shard of the mirror that was still flickering with images in his hands. The touch was icy and piercing. He focused all his attention on that silent, time-worn black and white image. In the image, what appeared was the past of the second-floor bedroom. At that time, the bedroom was not as eerie and strange as it is now, though still filled with mystical decorations. Its overall style was brighter and warmer. A tall figure dressed in a maid outfit busily worked in the room. It was the mistress. But then, even though her face remained unclear, she exuded no hint of violence or decay, instead radiating a kind of gentleness and love. She was arranging the room, as if preparing for an important guest. Then, the scene changed. The bedroom door was pushed open, and a shorter figure in a black witch's robe, wearing a weird mask, walked in. In her arms, she cradled a swaddling. Within the swaddling, a tiny newborn baby was peacefully asleep. The mistress appeared incredibly excited upon seeing the infant. She carefully took the swaddling from the witch's hands and, with her arms not yet dried out, gently and tenderly cradled the baby. Though the expression was unclear, Su Ming could clearly feel the joyful aura of motherly love radiated from her. The witch stood aside, quietly watching everything, her eyes behind the mask filled with satisfaction. They seemed to be the best of friends. Yet, in the next second, the scene changed dramatically. Outside the window, a crimson moon, like a gigantic eyeball, suddenly rose. The blood-red light instantly enveloped the entire room. The witch's body began to tremble violently, twisting as she let out a silent scream. From her body, a large amount of shadowy mist started to uncontrollably seep out. And the baby in the mistress's arms also began to cry loudly. Strange, black magical patterns emerged on the baby's skin. The mistress was utterly panicked. She tried to shield the blood-red moonlight with her body, but it was futile. In the end, in endless despair, she made a decision. She picked up the already tainted baby and walked towards the giant, untainted mirror in the room. Then, with all her strength, she pushed the baby, along with the shadows erupting from the witch, into the mirror. She wanted to use the mirror as a cage to seal away the already tainted child and the uncontrollable best friend. As for herself, she turned to face the blood-red moonlight, stretched out her arms, and allowed the filthy light to completely erode, twist, and decay her body. She exchanged her own fall for this house's temporary peace. The image came to an end. The shattered mirror piece also with a crack lost all its light, turning back into an ordinary, broken glass. But Su Ming, however, couldn't pull himself away from that silent, tragic past for a long time. His chest felt heavily blocked. So it turns out, it was like this. There was no witch friend. The so-called mistress and the malicious witch were, from the very beginning, the same person. That violent, imposing, and full of rules mistress was the shell she forcibly put on to maintain order in this house. And the one hiding on the second floor, constantly spreading pollution and malice, the witch, was her uncontrollable, evil other side after being tainted by the blood moon. The so-called Shadow Tom was the unfortunate child from their past, mixed with the witch's uncontrollable power, resulting in a resentful entity. They were mother and son, but also best friends. They were guardians, yet also sources of pollution. They were even tragic prisoners, forever unable to escape. The sad, imprisoned ones. Ding! You have touched the core secret of SS-level side story Eternal Pursuit. Main quest updated, Purification. Chapter 36 A Silent Past. Su Ming held the piece of the mirror that had lost its light, quietly sitting on the messy carpet for a long while. In his mind, the silent, tragic black and white images replayed repeatedly. The resolute back of the mistress, the witch's painful loss of control, and the baby pushed into the mirror world. Everything felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. So, the so-called Eternal Pursuit was not just a farce between Tom and Jerry. It was an endless, tragic cycle across infinite years, between a mother and child, best friends, and oneself. Purification. Su Ming murmured this newly updated main quest, his gaze becoming incredibly complex. This word completely changed his understanding of this side story. He was no longer just a chosen one who needed to find a way to survive and escape from here. He had been given a heavier, more challenging identity. Breaker of the game. Even possibly Redeemer. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the ground. He knew he could no longer fight alone. Such a heavy truth, such a difficult task, could not be accomplished solely by him. He needed to synchronize this information with his allies, who were still anxiously waiting for him in the kitchen downstairs. He needed collective wisdom. Su Ming did not go downstairs immediately. First, he followed the reverse logic of the fourth rule in the upside-down cleaning manual to start cleaning up the mess. Rule 4, broken things will bring misfortune. Please hide all broken items in invisible places. Out of sight, out of mind. He did not sweep the broken mirror shards under the carpet to hide them. Instead, he found a garbage can that had been affected by the previous explosion but was still relatively intact. He put on the yellow rubber gloves and carefully picked up all the scattered mirror shards, big and small, one by one, and placed them into the garbage can. He cleaned thoroughly, leaving not a speck of glass residue. What he was doing was not to hide dirt, but to completely and openly clear away all broken misfortune. After doing all this, he lifted the can filled with shadows and dark, dirty water. Then, he carried the garbage can and the water bucket to the end of the second-floor hallway, in front of the door of the mistress's bedroom, which was always tightly closed. He placed these two items neatly side by side at the door. Like a submission to the master. This was a silent declaration. I have temporarily imprisoned your polluted child. I have also cleaned your broken heart. As for what comes next, I need your permission, and I also need your help. After doing all this, Su Ming did not linger. He turned around and walked down the staircase that had witnessed everything with steady steps. When Su Ming returned to the first floor, back to the kitchen, the canary immediately flew down from the windowsill, landing on his shoulder, rubbing its little head against him affectionately, as if welcoming the hero's return. And Jerry had long since emerged from the wall hole, standing in front of the simple sand table, waiting for him with a serious expression. In front of it lay a small piece of clean chalk that it had treasured. It was waiting for his battle report. Su Ming looked at his two allies, revealing a slight tired yet determined smile. He knew that the upcoming information might completely upend their understanding. He did not speak. Instead, he took out from his pocket that piece of cheese, which had been carved into a bumpy shape as the joining token. He placed the cheese on the table. Then, he closed his eyes, rapidly recalling every shocking scene he had seen in that shard of mirror. Immediately after, his gardening scissors moved again. This time, he was no longer carving a map or writing symbols. He was like a true, top-notch animation keyframe artist, quickly beginning to raise the storyboard on that small flat surface of cheese. The gentle mistress in a maid outfit, the mysterious witch holding a swaddled baby, the blood-red evil moon, the polluted infant, the broken mirror. Scenes of silent, tragic pasts were perfectly replicated under the tip of his agile scissors in an extremely concise yet story-filled manner. Jerry and the canary were both stunned. They had never seen such a magical way of communication. It was as if they really saw that sealed, sad history. When Su Ming carved the last cut, fixing the mistress's resolute silhouette as she walked toward the blood moon onto the cheese, the entire kitchen fell into a long, deep silence. The heartbreaking silence. In Jerry's small, black bean-like eyes, for the first time, there was a nearly human emotion called sadness. It seemed to finally understand why this house had become so eerie, and why the mistress had become so irritable. And the canary let out a sad, melodious chirp, as if offering a silent elegy for the lost warmth and beauty. Ding! You have shared the core secret with all members of the Kitchen Alliance. Kitchen Alliance has reached peak cohesion, the alliance relationship has officially elevated to community of fate. After a long time, Jerry finally snapped back from that sad story. He wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, and his expression became unprecedentedly firm. He ran to his sand table. Then, in front of Su Ming, he used the burnt matchstick to forcefully circle the area representing the second-floor bedroom, marked with a giant cross. Immediately, he drew a small sun symbol beside that circle, representing purification. Its meaning was crystal clear. Their goal was no longer simply survival and confrontation, but to work with Su Ming to complete that ultimate, seemingly impossible task. Purify the mistress. Seeing this scene, Su Ming finally revealed a genuine, heartfelt smile. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer fighting alone. He looked at the forbidden zone that had been circled, and recalled the old toy mouse in the basement that was guiding him along the way. He knew that to achieve purification, mere courage and cooperation were far from enough. They also needed a key capable of unlocking all mysteries. And the clue to that key. His gaze finally landed on the simple sand table model, a place they had never ventured into, and the last unknown area in the entire house. In the yard, that belonged to the bulldog Spike. The red doghouse. Chapter 37. The last puzzle piece. The small sun drawn by Jerry shone like a bright lamp, illuminating the gloom born from the truth in the hearts of all members in the kitchen. The goal became clearer than ever before. But soon followed was an even more severe and tricky question. How to purify? Su Ming's gaze fixed on the sand table model marked as the final goal by Jerry, the second-floor bedroom. He was well aware that this was the power core and source of pollution for the entire house. Without adequate preparation, rushing in with their fragile kitchen alliance would be akin to throwing eggs at rocks. They were lacking one thing. A thing, crucial sacred object or key that could counter that pollution stemming from the blood moon. And in this house, the only unexplored yet important place that could hide such a key item was just one. Su Ming's finger slowly moved away from the second-floor model, and finally gently pointed at the small, peaked doghouse model built with red stones in the yard. Spike. He whispered the name. The air seemed to freeze again. Just moments ago full of fighting spirit, Jerry shivered instinctively upon seeing Su Ming point to the doghouse, his black bean-like eyes instantly filled with apprehension. Even the canary, who had just shown bravery due to their common goal, nervously clutched his collar. Spike. This name was like an insurmountable mountain, heavy on their hearts. It was the most powerful, unpredictable, and dangerous existence in this home, aside from the mistress. To enter its den and search for something uncertain right beneath its eyelids. This task's difficulty is no less than making Su Ming himself take a trip to the second floor again. What the hell? The ultimate goal is actually a doghouse? It's over, it's over. How could we possibly get in? Spike must hate Su Ming and the others by now. Yeah, they just blew up his house and shifted the blame onto him. Now they want to dig into his secrets. Who wouldn't fight back? This is really unsolvable. For Spike, relying on wisdom doesn't help much, it's absolute force suppression. The viewers in the live stream also expressed their pessimism. In their eyes, this was almost an impossible task. However, on Su Ming's face, there was not the slightest hint of fear. His expression was so calm that it even seemed confident. He looked at the small red doghouse model on the sand table and slowly began to speak, as if explaining to Jerry and Canary, or perhaps confirming with himself. A strong attack won't work. Infiltration also won't work. He recalled Spike's keen senses and shook his head. Any unauthorized intrusion will be seen as the highest provocation. So, a familiar, cunning light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, belonging to a top player. We need an invitation that cannot be refused. Invitation? Canary tilted her head, giving a crisp chirp filled with confusion. Su Ming did not answer directly. He turned around and rummaged through the wreckage of the storage cabinet that had been smashed by Spike. Soon, he found what he was looking for. A deflated red children's ball. And a tube of, still usable, strong adhesive designed for repairing rubber products. He placed these two items on the kitchen table. Then, he turned back and looked at Jerry. This time, he didn't use gestures or cheese sculptures. He simply looked at his ally with an expression full of trust and understanding. Jerry instantly understood. It gave Su Ming a similarly determined look in return. Then, its small body turned into a shadow and once again disappeared silently through the crack of the door leading to the yard. It no longer needed to provoke. This time, its mission was even more challenging and sophisticated. It had to act like an actor. Half an hour later. In the yard. Spike was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of his doghouse. His wounds had long healed, but his severely humiliated pride was still aching. He couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the explosion in the afternoon was filled with suspicions. But he had no evidence. Just as he dug at the dirt with his claws in frustration. Woo! A weak, whimpering sound, tinged with crying, came from not far away, under the big tree, from the mini doghouse belonging to his son. Spike's giant body suddenly froze. He immediately stopped all movements, his large ears perked up with alertness, all his attention instantly focused on the source of that sound. It was Tyke. His heart as a father tightened instantly. He took 2 steps for every 3, his huge body moved in an extremely gentle, careful manner that belied its size, running softly to the little doghouse. He lowered his head and carefully peered inside with his massive head. There, his precious son Tyke was pitifully lying on his small bed, his snow-white fur marked with tears, his big watery eyes filled with grievance and sadness. And in front of him lay quietly the one he loved most. A deflated red ball, which even had a small hole in it. Seeing this scene, Spike's heart was about to break. It knew that for young Tyke, this ball was his entire world. Now, his world had collapsed. Spike awkwardly nudged Tyke's little head with his nose, making a soft, sorrowful sound in his throat filled with pain and confusion. But Tyke remained lost in his immense sadness, unable to escape. Just when Spike was anxiously pacing, not knowing what to do, a small brown figure appeared like a savior upon the fence wall in the yard. It was Jerry. In its hands, there were no weapons or provocative items. It simply raised a tube of glue that sparkled with silver light, incredibly eye-catching in the sun. Then, it gently shook the tube towards the pair of father and son in the doghouse, both looking up with blank expressions. Chapter 38: A Silent Negotiation. At the moment Jerry appeared on the fence wall, time seemed to stand still. In the yard, there was only the tiny, aggrieved whimper of little Tyke and Spike's heavy, oppressed breaths. Spike's gaze turned incredibly complex. It looked at that damned mouse on the wall, then at the tube of glue in its hand shimmering with hope in the sunlight, and finally, its eyes fell on its son's heartbroken little face. Hatred, need, and a father's instinctual desire to make his child happy, 3 distinctly different emotions, were waging a war in its mind, already muddied by strange tales. Rationality told it to rush forward immediately and tear that mouse who dared to show off in its territory into pieces. But woo ball, the ball is broken. Little Tyke's weeping and childish murmur felt like invisible hands tightly gripping Spike's raging heart. It couldn't. At least, it couldn't until its son was happy again. Jerry had clearly seen through this. It made no further provocative moves. It simply held up the tube of glue, like a calm negotiator holding the final bargaining chip, waiting for the other side to compromise. The viewers in the livestream were completely stunned by this scene. Wow! This is literally a heart-wrenching move. Jerry has pinned Spike's weak spot. It's a clever plot. This is true cunning. Knowing full well it's a trap, yet having to jump into it. Spike, I have never felt so humiliated in my life. So what now? Do we really let Jerry inside to fix the ball? Isn't that too dangerous? Just as the atmosphere in the yard fell into a strange stalemate, and even Spike didn't know how to decide, a slender blue-gray figure appeared silently behind the broken glass door of the kitchen like a ghost. It was Su Ming. He didn't step out directly. He simply leaned quietly against the doorframe, arms crossed. His face bore a perfectly casual expression, somewhere between just passing by and watching the show. His appearance instantly broke the original deadlock. It became the last straw that broke Spike's tightly wound string of dignity. Spike's gaze immediately shifted from Jerry to Su Ming. If Jerry's appearance made it feel troubled, then Su Ming's presence made it feel humiliated. Being forced into a dilemma by a mouse as the ruler of the yard was bad enough. And now, that same damned cat, the cause of all this chaos, was standing by, enjoying the show? Grr! An uncontrollable rage surged again from Spike's throat. Its target shifted immediately from Jerry. The transfer was directed towards Su Ming. However, facing Spike's gaze filled with killing intent, Su Ming showed no sign of fear. He even remained motionless in his stance. He simply, slowly, and without any emotion, made a gesture towards Spike. He stretched out a hand, pointing at Jerry on the wall, and the glue in its hand. Then, he pointed at the little Tyke on the ground, who was crying sadly. Finally, he pointed at himself. Then, he shrugged his shoulders slightly, spreading his hands. This was an extremely simple mime performance. But the message contained within made Spike's impending fury extinguish once again. That gaze clearly conveyed. Hey, buddy. I know you're angry, and I also know you don't want to bow down to that rat. But look at your son, he is very sad right now. And I, a third party who has nothing to do with you, am neither your enemy nor need anything from you. Perhaps I can step in and help you with this task? Su Ming's proposal was too timely and too empathetic. It perfectly offered Spike an acceptable way to preserve its fragile dignity. Letting the sworn enemy Jerry come in to fix the ball would be yielding. But allowing a neighbor who had no grudge against it, and even reminded its son of the danger, to come in and help would be seeking help. The nature was completely different. Spike's crimson eyes fixed on Su Ming. It was assessing the risk behind this proposal, as well as the trustworthiness of the cat in front of it. And Su Ming let it observe. His eyes were calm and steady, with no provocation or greed. He stood still like a true, kind neighbor who wanted to help simply because he couldn't bear to see the suffering. After a long while, under the growing cries of little Tyke, Spike finally made its choice. It slowly, and extremely reluctantly, turned its large body to give way to the only path leading to the doghouse. This was a silent invitation. Ding! You have passed Spike's trust test and gained temporary permission to enter the red doghouse. Seeing this, Jerry on the wall also understood, and gently threw the tube of strong glue at Su Ming's feet. Then, its small figure disappeared again beyond the fence, hiding its achievements and fame. The entire plan formed a perfect closed loop. Su Ming bent down and picked up the tube of glue as a token of loyalty. Then, he didn't look at Spike again. He took steps, ignoring the grass that was strictly forbidden, slowly walking towards the little, still sobbing white figure, and the red doghouse hiding the last secret behind it. Chapter 39, A Father's Love in the Doghouse. Stepping on the courtyard grass felt softer than Su Ming imagined. The grass underneath carried a hint of afternoon warmth and mixed with a faint scent of earth. If it weren't for that constant, warning gaze locked on his back, this place could almost be called the most pleasant part of the house. Su Ming didn't look back at Spike. He knew that any extra movement at this moment could shatter this hard-won, extremely fragile temporary trust. He maintained a steady pace and walked straight to the little figure still sobbing. Hey, little one. Su Ming slowly squatted down, trying to make his voice sound gentle and harmless. He didn't immediately touch the punctured ball but instead reached out a hand to gently and tentatively stroke Tyke's fluffy little head. Tyke's body slightly trembled, and it raised its tear-filled, big watery eyes, timidly looking at the unfamiliar Uncle Blue Cat in front of it. In its gaze, there was no malice, only a childlike innocence and curiosity. Ding. You have interacted kindly with Tycho, and Spike's alert level has slightly decreased. Effective. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that to act safely in this place, gaining Tycho's trust was the first and most crucial step. He showed Tycho the friendliest smile he could muster, and then picked up the deflated red rubber ball. The ball had a small tear, like a little cut made by a sharp object. He unscrewed the cap of the powerful blue, and a strong smell instantly filled the air. Little Tycho curiously sniffed it, then sneezed in disgust, its adorable look easing the tense atmosphere. Su Ming skillfully spread the glue evenly on the inside of the tear, then pressed the two sides together firmly, quietly waiting for it to solidify. His movements were gentle and focused, like a master repairing a precious piece of art. The audience in the live broadcast room were also drawn to this warm yet slightly eerie scene. Is this art style? Am I watching a creepy story live or a pet healing show? Whoa, Tycho is just too cute. I want to ruffle it. Su Ming's curved rescue technique is really amazing, first dealing with the son, then conquering the father. While Su Ming was focused on repairing the ball, his peripheral vision did not stop observing the surrounding environment. His gaze subtly swept toward the red doghouse, his ultimate target, which was so close. The entrance of the doghouse was small, and it was dark inside, making it hard to see clearly. But right at the edge of the dark entrance, a small wooden sign, crudely scratched with a paw, caught his attention. On it were the final rules of this copy. My home. 1. This is my and Daddy's house, welcome kind-hearted guests to come and visit. 2. Daddy likes to chew bones, but he doesn't like others touching his old bones, those are his treasures. 3. There are my favorite toys hidden under my bed, but Daddy won't let me play with them, he says that's dangerous. 4. Sometimes, I dream of a faceless ant singing, Daddy says that is a lullaby. 5. If you can make Daddy happy, he will give you great gifts. After reading these 5 rules written in Tycho's voice, Su Ming's heart sank suddenly. These rules seemed innocent, but the hidden information within them made him feel a chill running down his spine. Rule 2, old bones, could this be some kind of key item? Rule 3, dangerous toys, what could that be? Why would a father hide it under his son's bed? But what Su Ming was most concerned about was Rule 4. A faceless ant singing. Which? Its power has seeped to this extent. Even this doghouse, which seemed to be guarded by Spike, had already unknowingly been eroded by its dreams. Does Spike really know nothing about this? Or does it know but feel powerless, only able to protect its young son with a kind lie-like lullaby? Su Ming's expression turned extremely serious. He realized that this doghouse was far more dangerous than he had imagined. This was not just Spike's lair, it could be an important node where the witch's power penetrated the real world. As he pondered, the rubber ball in his hand had completely solidified. He gently squeezed the repaired ball in his hand to confirm it was very sturdy, and then presented it to Tycho. Alright, little one, take a look. Tycho looked at the world he had regained, and in his big, watery eyes, a light burst forth, unprecedented and bright. He let out a happy woof, rushing forward with joy, affectionately rubbing his little head against Su Ming's arm, his tail wagging like a high-speed spinning propeller. Ding! You have gained Tycho's absolute trust and friendship. Spike's alert level has been reduced to 0, changing your faction relationship from hostile to neutral, observing, but at that moment, Spike, who had been standing at a distance and quietly observing everything, finally moved again. He took heavy steps, slowly walking over. His face had lost the previous brutality and vigilance, and the madness in his crimson eyes had faded, revealing an extremely complex expression. There was gratitude, there was doubt, but more than that, it was a clumsy kindness of a father. He walked up to Su Ming and did not emit any threatening low growls anymore. He simply touched Su Ming's shoulder gently, with his massive head, in a very awkward way. Then, he turned to the side, indicating the dark entrance of the doghouse with his eyes. This was a true invitation. Su Ming knew he had finally gotten the ticket to the final secret. He nodded seriously at Spike. Then, under the watchful eyes of Spike and Tycho, he stood up, brushed off the grass clippings on him, and without any hesitation, directly walked into the unknown. The Red Doghouse. Chapter 40, Old Bone and Lullaby. The moment he stepped into the doghouse, a mixed smell of hay, dog hair, and some aged bloodiness rushed to his face. Contrary to his expectations of dirt and chaos, the inside of the doghouse, though dim, was exceptionally tidy. The floor was covered with thick, soft hay, like a comfortable carpet. In the corner, there were neatly stacked cowhide toys that Spike usually used to grind his teeth. The whole space was filled with a clumsy and warm feeling that Spike, as a father, had created for his son Tycho. However, Su Ming caught a deep, lingering sense of discord beneath this warm facade. It was too clean. So clean that it seemed intentionally covering something up. He didn't rush to find what the rules mentioned. Instead, like a true guest, he quietly stood at the entrance, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness here. He could feel Spike's massive figure behind him, blocking the only exit like a guard. He didn't come in, but his scrutinizing gaze never left Su Ming's back. He knew that every move he made here was under the strict scrutiny of this dog dad. After a moment, Su Ming's vision finally adapted to the dim light. He began his exploration. His gaze first fell on a small protrusion made of stones and dirt in the deepest corner of the doghouse, resembling a miniature grave. In front of the protrusion, a very smooth wooden board was awkwardly carved with the name Old Pal. And on that raised mound of dirt lay a huge bone, already gnawed to a mottled state, even beginning to slightly weather. Rule 2, Daddy likes to gnaw bones, but he doesn't like anyone touching his old bone, that is his treasure. Su Ming's eyes instantly turned grave. He could almost be certain that this old bone was far more than just a toy for Spike to grind his teeth on. From the way it was so ceremoniously enshrined, it seemed more like a keeper of some important memory of Spike's, a monument. Is it the old buddy from before? Su Ming did not touch it. He knew this thing was the untouchable sore spot in Spike's heart. His gaze shifted from that old bone to another direction in the room, toward the small, soft velvet-covered bed belonging to Take. The bed was also kept clean and tidy. Su Ming slowly crouched down. His eyes looked into the pitch-black, bottomless shadow under the bed. Rule 3, my favorite toy is hidden under my bed, but Dad won't let me play with it. He says it's dangerous. Su Ming's breathing unconsciously slowed. His intuition told him that the thing he was looking for was right inside there. He didn't reach in carelessly. Instead, he turned his head slightly, giving a questioning look to Spike, who was blocking the doorway. A low growl full of warning came from Spike's throat. But he did not stop him. This silent consent made Su Ming more certain of his judgment. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and slowly extended his arm into the cold, sticky darkness. What he felt was not the soft bottom of the bed, but a void. It was as if his hand penetrated a membrane of some space, entering another dimension. Soon after, his fingertips touched a hard, cold, and oddly warm round object. His heart moved, and he slowly pulled the object out from the darkness under the bed. The moment he clearly saw what was in his hand, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. All the viewers in the livestream also gasped in shock. That was not a toy at all. It was a heart made of pure crystal, bearing within it a pulsating, golden flame. That crystalline heart was only the size of a baby's fist, clear and flawless. The golden flame inside pulsated slowly, radiating a sacred, warm, purifying light. This light was completely opposite to the cold, rotting, polluted aura of the witch. Ding! You have discovered the ultimate quest item, the heart core of initial fire. Item information: the core was formed from the purest kindness and hope at the dawn of this fairy tale world. It possesses the initial power to purify all pollution. Current state: suppressed by the dream power of lullaby, in a dormant state. Found it. The key to purifying the female protagonist. Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. He fought to contain his excitement, carefully observing the crystal heart. He noticed that on the heart's transparent surface, wisps of almost imperceptible black mist, like strands of hair, were swirling. That mist shared the same origin as the aura from the witch's domain on the second floor. And when he leaned in closer to the heart, he could even hear from that pulsating flame a series of extremely faint, almost imperceptible singing. It was a melody soft yet carrying a strangely hypnotic power, a lullaby. Rule 4, sometimes, I dream of an ant without a face singing, and Dad says that's a lullaby. Su Ming instantly understood. It was the witch. It used its power that could invade dreams to forcibly seal this initial fire heart core, which could threaten it, within Take's dream. Spike knew all of this. But he was powerless. He could not fight against the bizarre power from the dream realm. The only thing he could do was hide this dangerous heart under his son's bed, using his strong, fatherly aura to suppress its power and protect it from being completely corrupted by the witch. At the same time, he feared that Take would touch it out of curiosity. Thus, he was caught up in this terrifying game. So, he could only use the kind lie of danger to warn his son. This is a father's deepest and most helpless protection. Oh my. I solved it. Everything matches. So that's how it is. Spike is the greatest guardian in this chapter. I'm in tears. So, how do we wake up this heart? It is suppressed by the power of dreams. Su Ming looked at the crystal heart in his hand and fell into deep thought. Taking it away directly is definitely not possible. Spike would never allow this time bomb, connected to his son's dreams, to leave his sight. He needs a way to awaken the initial fire while also making Spike happy. Rule 5, if you can make Daddy happy, he will give you great gifts. A bold plan, almost like going against heaven, slowly emerged in his mind again. His gaze slowly fell once more on the old bone in the corner, representing Spike's taboo and reverse scale. Chapter 41, The Weight of an Old Bone. Su Ming's gaze moved back and forth between the weathered old bone and the sleeping crystal heart in his hand. A normal person's thinking would never link these two items together. One carries the sorrow of lost friendship. The other is the sacred core sealing the hope of the beginning of creation. They are yin and yang, life and death, meant to be two parallel lines that never intersect. Yet in Su Ming's warped, crazed thinking shaped by this strange fairy tale world, these two things pointed to a common and also the only answer. Emotion. Rule 5: If you can make daddy happy, he will give you great gifts. How to make a creature steeped in the dual pressures of grief over a lost friend and the anxiety of protecting his child happy? Conventional flattery would not work. Spike needed neither food nor toys. The only thing that could touch it was that deepest, softest, and most painful part of its heart. To untie the knot, one must tie it. To break the hypnotic lullaby from the witch in Tyke's dream. Perhaps it required another song, filled with even stronger and purer emotions, to cover and awaken it. And the source of that song? Su Ming's eyes became incredibly determined. He knew the next thing he had to do was extremely dangerous. Rule 2. It doesn't like anyone touching its old bone, that is its treasure. This is a clearly written taboo, Spike's last piece of pure land in this home, apart from Tyke. Touching it is like dancing next to a sleeping volcano. But he had no choice. This was the only method he could think of to break this deadlock. He cradled the sleeping crystal heart and slowly stood up from Tyke's bedside. Then, under the watchful gaze filled with scrutiny and doubt from Spike at the door, he took a step, then another, toward that small tomb made of stones and dirt. Woo! A low growl full of warning and threat, oppressive in tone, came from the doorway. Spike's muscles tensed again. Its eyes, just having faded from bloody red, began to glow with dangerous red light once more. It was warning him. Do not touch. Su Ming's footsteps stopped. But he did not retreat. He just quietly looked at the old bone lying quietly on the mound of soil from a small distance away. Then, he made a move that Spike, and all the viewers in the live broadcast, never anticipated. He slowly, very solemnly, bent down towards that bone. He deeply bowed. He was not there to take it away. It is not about desecrating it. He approaches it with an equal, respectful posture, visiting it. The low growl at the door stops abruptly. Spike's massive body stiffens suddenly. In those red glowing eyes, deep and unbelievable confusion appears. It cannot understand. And Su Ming, after bowing, does not immediately straighten up. He holds that posture and speaks slowly in an extremely gentle tone, full of reminiscence and empathy. His voice is soft yet clear, echoing in this small, silent doghouse. I once had an old buddy. He speaks slowly, as if telling a story from long, long ago. He was not a dog, he was a very clever but annoying mouse that lived in a hole in the wall. Every day we chased each other, played around. I made many foolish inventions to catch him, but every time, it ended in my own failure. I used to hate him, thinking he made everything so terrible. Su Ming's voice carries a hint of true regret that he himself did not even notice, a feeling that truly belongs to Tom. Until one day, he almost didn't come back to help me. I realized that when that endless chase is really about to end, the most fearful thing is myself. Su Ming slowly straightens up, looking calmly into the silent gaze of Spike at the door. His eyes contain no deception and no calculation. Only a pure empathy that can arise after experiencing a similar loss, or almost losing. Ding! Your actions and words have touched the deepest memories and feelings within Spike. Your camp relationship with Spike has fundamentally changed from neutral observation to temporary allies based on shared feelings. Spike's crimson eyes slowly lose the last trace of madness. What replaces it is a deep, sorrowful, and nostalgic sadness that Su Ming has never seen before. It slowly lowers its proud head, the head of the yard ruler. This is a silent permission. Su Ming knows he has won the gamble. He does not hesitate any longer. He holds the crystal heart still wrapped in black mist and slowly moves closer. Then, gently, he places this heart representing new life and hope beside the old bone representing death and recollection. He does not touch that bone. After doing all this, he steps back and solemnly bows once more to the small grave. In the instant he bows, the change occurs. That old bone that had quietly lain for countless years suddenly emits a very faint yet incredibly tough golden light. Though weak, the light is full of power. That light resonates with the pulsating golden flame within the crystal heart. The loyalty and guardianship left in the old bone have been activated. Immediately, the sleeping crystal heart seems to respond to some invocation, starting to beat violently. Thump! 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 With each beat, the black mist of dreams surrounding it dissipates a little. With each beat, the golden flame inside burns even brighter. Eek! A sharp, pain-filled, furious female scream that does not belong to humans suddenly pierced through space from upstairs. It is the witch. It feels it. It feels the dream seal it cast is being forcefully broken by a more primitive, purer power. Thump! With the final heavy and powerful heartbeat, the crystal heart completely breaks free from all black mist's bonds. 1,000-foot golden light erupts violently. The sleeping original fire, which had no idea how long it had been dormant in this moment, carried the power to purify all. Completely awakened. Chapter 42, Setting Out with Hope. Golden light exploded like a small sun in the cramped space of the doghouse. That light was warm yet not glaring, filled with sacred and pure power. It pierced through the low doorframe of the doghouse, illuminating the entire gloomy courtyard, and even penetrated the walls of the house, bringing a thin, yet undeniable warmth back to the kitchen, which had always been shrouded in darkness and oppression. Under the shine of this pure light, Su Ming felt as if his whole body had become lighter. The last 15 points of pollution value, which had accumulated from encountering various strange things and could never be completely cleared, under the light's shine, melted and evaporated as rapidly as thin ice meeting the blazing sun. Current pollution value, 0/100. You have received the blessing of the original fire, your pollution resistance has been permanently enhanced. His body had never felt so relaxed. His brain had never felt so clear. The angry and pained shriek from the second floor suddenly ceased under the impact of this magnificent golden light. The witch, lurking upstairs, seemed to be severely burned by this sudden, restraining force, temporarily curling back into her deepest, darkest lair. It worked! Su Ming looked at the crystal heart floating in midair, radiating light and heat like a small star, and finally let out a long breath. The final key was in hand. He slowly reached out his hand. The awakened original fire seemed to sense his goodwill. It retracted its outward radiance, turning into a warm golden light ball that emitted a faint warmth, lightly and trustingly landing in his palm. The warmth in his hand felt like holding a hand warmer on a winter's day. However, Su Ming did not immediately put it away. He cradled this heart core, representing hope, slowly turning around to face the large gray figure that had quietly guarded the doorway from the beginning. Spike, Su Ming's voice carried a kind of indescribable seriousness for the first time, thank you. He knew that without Spike's consent, without the resonance of its old bone carrying the notion of protection, he would not have been able to awaken this sleeping heart so easily. Spike did not respond. Its brown eyes, which had long lost all madness and blood-red color, now clear, simply looked deeply at the golden light ball in Su Ming's palm. Its gaze was filled with complex emotions. There was excitement, there was longing, but more than anything, there was a profound expectation. It hoped that this flame could dispel the endless nightmare of the witch that overshadowed its son's dreams. Su Ming understood its eyes. He nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. There were no more words, but these 3 words were heavier than any vow. Spike's heart, which had always been tightly wound as a father, seemed to finally loosen a little at this moment. It slowly turned aside, once again opening the path to the outside world. This time, it was no longer a cautious temporary permission. Instead, it was a true release filled with entrustment and trust. Su Ming knew it was time to go. He carefully placed the warm original fire into his pocket, then walked over to the small bed of tech. The little guy had already been startled awake by the blinding golden light and was now looking curiously at this new toy that had just been glowing under his bed. Su Ming crouched down and gently stroked its fluffy little head. Take care of your dad. He spoke softly, as if bidding farewell, yet also as if giving an entrustment. After finishing, he did not turn back. He stepped forward, walking out of the red doghouse filled with paternal love and secrets. When Su Ming returned to the kitchen, he was welcomed like a hero. The canary joyfully circled above his head, scattering golden petals made of light. And Jerry stood in front of the sand table, which had been completely repaired. In its hand, it held a tiny flag made of toothpicks and leaves. It solemnly planted that flag on the model representing the red doghouse. The last stronghold has been conquered. Su Ming looked at these 2 allies who had accompanied him from the beginning and never backed down, a heartfelt smile appearing on his face. He took out the heart core, still radiating a gentle warmth, the initial fire. When the canary saw this radiant sphere filled with purifying power, its song became even more melodious. In Jerry's eyes, a light named Hope bloomed like never before. They knew that the horn of counterattack was about to sound. Su Ming did not say any extra words. All the plans had long been rehearsed countless times in that silent operation meeting. He simply gave his 2 allies one last, serious nod. Then, he turned around. He pinned the feather, symbolizing the canary's token, to his collar. And put the cookie, representing Jerry's gift, into his mouth, slowly chewing, drawing the last strength from it. In the end, his blue-gray, slender figure carried no extra tools. Only with a trust from the kitchen, a mission from the yard, and a hope that could purify everything. Alone. Yet, heavy as a mountain. He took one step, then another, walking out of the kitchen again, into the silent living room. This time, his goal was no longer any probing or layout, but that dark staircase leading to the second floor, deciding the ultimate fate of this fairy tale world. The last step. Chapter 43, The Final Cleanup. The moment Su Ming stepped onto the first stair, he felt a chilling, bone-deep cold as if it could freeze his soul. This time was completely different from the previous attempts. This time, the malice from the second floor was tangible, blatant, filled with absolute rejection and killing intent. The whole staircase seemed to turn into a frozen road leading to the underworld. In the shadows of the walls, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up like ghostly flames, glaring viciously at this mortal who dared to enter the forbidden zone with the sacred object. The rich scent of sandalwood in the air became aggressive, like countless invisible poison needles, frantically trying to invade his mouth and nose, eroding his sanity. Warning! You have entered the divine chosen forbidden zone. The rules of this area have reached their highest intensity. Your every action will be seen as provocation. Pollution levels are rising sharply. Su Ming's footsteps paused slightly. His face turned somewhat pale due to the intense mental pressure. But his eyes remained calm as water. He didn't descend further. He simply, quietly took out the heart core, which was radiating a gentle warmth, the initial fire. He held it in his hands. The golden light, like the gentlest tide, slowly spread from his palm. That light was not blazing, but filled with undeniable purifying power. Wherever the light passed, the scarlet eyes in the shadows of the wall shrieked in silent pain, as if melted by the scorching sun, instantly dissolving and retreating. The air was filled with an aggressive, strange sandalwood scent, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, being neutralized and dispersed by a warm breath, returning to its normal woody aroma. The immense pressure coming from the mistress that could drive a person insane seemed to crumble before this small golden light, like a paper tiger retreating step by step. The rules of the divine selection forbidden zone are being weakened. Your pollution value has stopped rising and is locked at 0. Su Ming's body felt light once again. The heavy feeling of being rejected and suppressed by the whole world vanished. He held the warm heart core, like a pilgrim carrying a sacred torch, stepping forward once more on this denied, forbidden path. 1 step, 2 steps. He walked slowly, yet with extraordinary determination. With each level he ascended, the golden light in his palm purified the pollution of this home a little more. The cold, bone-chilling stair railing returned to its warm wooden touch as he passed by. The twisted, hideous shadows on the wall transformed back into the normal outlines of furniture under the radiance of the light. He was like a true cleaner, performing the final and most thorough spring cleaning for this house that had been shrouded in darkness for too long. Finally, he set foot on the second floor, where the floor was paved with obsidian. The entire hallway remained dim. But this time, the darkness was no longer that malicious and unsettling type from before. Instead, it was a kind of sorrowful, tranquil darkness. The tapestries depicting strange myths on the walls slowly faded their bloody and mad colors under the golden light, revealing family murals filled with warmth and joy depicting a mother and child playing and close friends sharing happy times together. Su Ming's gaze swept over those murals. He saw a loving mother, still untainted, gently cradling her child, humming a real, non-cursed lullaby under the starry sky. He saw 2 close friends, who also loved the mysteries, sharing their secrets and filled with hope for the future. That was how this home was meant to be. Damn, purification, is this true purification? Tears in my eyes, I never knew these strange tapestries hid such warm stories. So, the mistress and the witch, they just wanted to return to the past, didn't they? In the live broadcast room, there was a wave of emotions and sighs. And Su Ming's steps did not stop. His goal was the closed bedroom door of the mistress at the end of the hallway. There lay the core of pollution, and the source of all tragedy. When he reached the door, he did not knock, nor did he try to push it open. He simply, quietly, pressed the initial fire heart core he held in his hand gently against the cold, intricately carved oak door. Sizzle. The golden flame met the pitch-black door. There was no violent explosion as imagined, nor was there a thrilling battle. At the moment that sturdy door, which seemed capable of isolating everything, came into contact with that warm golden flame, it melted away like snow in sunlight, silently and slowly turning into little stars, dissipating into the air. The door opened. The world behind the door was completely revealed to Su Ming's eyes. There was no room. Only an endless void shrouded in crimson moonlight. In the center of the void, a huge, terrifying figure in tattered maid clothing, wrapped in countless black chains, was kneeling there in pain. It was the mistress. In her arms, she tightly cradled a giant, already covered in cracks, dark mirror with all her strength. And in that mirror was a figure of the witch, identical to her, but wearing a strange mask. And a silhouette of a baby made entirely of pure black shadows was struggling and roaring madly, trying to break free from the mirror. Su Ming finally understood. She was not protecting this home. She was suppressing. With her own body, she had turned into a cage, using her own rules, turning into chains. She tightly imprisoned the completely polluted friend and child in that mirror space belonging to the inner world. She was the most painful and lonely one in this home. The jailer. Main quest updated, assist the guardian, purify the shadow in the mirror. Chapter 44, The Performance. When the mistress saw the initial fire in Su Ming's hand, her massive body, tightly bound by black chains, trembled violently. Her face, covered by absolute shadows, slowly and laboriously lifted for the first time, as if it was looking toward Su Ming's direction. Su Ming could not see her features. But he could clearly feel, from that darkness, a mixture of shock, doubt, and a slight, weak hope that had been suppressed for endless years. She seemed unable to believe that this sacred object, which only existed in the legends of creation, would truly appear before her. In the mirror, those two imprisoned shadows, the witch wearing a strange mask and the baby made of pure black shadow, seemed to have encountered their most terrifying enemy. They stopped struggling, no longer roaring, only trembling in the deepest part of the mirror, making a hissing sound full of fear. Ding! The power of the initial fire is suppressing the shadow in the mirror. The rule's power of the guardian, Mistress, is slowly recovering. Su Ming stood silently in that blood-colored moonlight-covered void, not rushing forward. He knew that even when holding this sacred object, the being in front of him was still the most dangerous and unpredictable rule in the whole house. He needed to wait for her permission. Time seemed to lose its meaning in this absolute silence of the void. No one knows how long it passed. Thump! A muffled heartbeat slowly emanated from the massive body bound by black chains. The sound was no longer that of violent and imposing beats. Instead, it carried a touch of fatigue, a hint of fragility, and a trace of plea. Then, that dry arm covered with dense black scales slowly and with great difficulty reached out towards Su Ming. The palm was facing up. This was an invitation. Inviting him to come forward. Inviting him to complete this redemption that spanned endless years. You have obtained the highest permission of the guardian, Mistress. Final task activated, Purification Ritual. Su Ming knew that the final test had finally arrived. He no longer hesitated. He cradled the initial fire that radiated warm golden light, stepping into the blood-colored void, one step at a time, approaching the terrifying figure that knelt like a mountain. He gently placed that warm heart core on that outstretched, cold, scaly palm. Sizzle. The golden flames made contact with the pitch-black scales. In that instant. Roar. A roar filled with endless pain yet carrying a hint of relief erupted explosively from deep within the mistress's throat. The golden flames, like living creatures, flowed along her arms, turning into golden patterns that quickly spread across her entire body. Those black chains that bound her, formed by her own rules and pollution, emitted a painful crack sound, breaking and disintegrating under the scorching of the golden flames. In the mirror, the shadows of the witch and the baby let out even more piercing screams as their bodies began to be slowly dragged out from the mirror by an invisible force. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became focused at the sight of this scene. He knew that the ceremony had already begun. Relying only on the initial fire was far from enough. He immediately turned around, facing the empty darkness behind him that connected to the first floor, and shouted loudly. Jerry! Canary! Start the performance! His voice pierced through the barrier of space, clearly echoing in the small kitchen on the first floor. Jerry and the canary, already prepared, sprang into action the moment they heard the call. Jerry did not use any mouse traps or explosives anymore. It dragged out a long dusty, from the wall cavity that only it knew about. An old phonograph. And the canary, from the windowsill, picked up the golden feather, which Su Ming had solemnly put back, representing friendship and purification. The golden feather. Jerry skillfully turned the crank of the phonograph and gently placed the needle on an old, black bakelite record. A melodious jazz tune, full of warmth and nostalgia, slowly flowed out from the golden horn. It was the music that the lady of the house loved most before the house was polluted. And the canary, holding the golden feather, flapped its wings and flew out of the kitchen, out of the courtyard. Its target was the one who had been anxiously waiting in the doghouse. The dominant ruler of the courtyard, Spike. When Spike saw the familiar feather, filled with purifying power, a hint of understanding flashed in its brown eyes. It did not let out any more growls. It simply, slowly, and carefully dug out with its claws from the small grave inscribed with the words Old Pal. A well-preserved, silver flute. That was the favorite instrument of its former old pal. Spike picked up the flute, its massive body became a gray lightning bolt, disregarding any constraints of rules, charging straight into the living room, up the stairs to the second floor. It gently placed the flute on the hallway of the second floor. The melodious jazz music flowed gently into the blood-red void, like a warm stream. The enormous body of the guardian, being burned by flames, trembled slightly, its painful struggle seeming to ease a bit. The music awakened her tenderest memories deep within her heart. And the silver flute sent by Spike, representing loyalty and guardianship, automatically flew into the void. It made no sound. Just quietly, it suspended in mid-air. Like a silent, loyal guard, watching over its master, giving her silent strength. Su Ming saw the scene and finally showed a true, heartfelt smile on his face. He knew. All the pieces of the purification ceremony had finally come together. The music was to awaken her kind memories. The initial fire was to purify her polluted body. The loyal flute was to suppress the raging chaos within her heart. And he, the outsider playing Tom. He took out from his pocket the last piece of cheese he had brought from the kitchen. The cheese. He slowly broke that piece of cheese into two halves. One half he placed in front of the violently trembling, shattered mirror, like an offering to the hungry baby about to be pulled out. And the other half. Su Ming glanced at the enormous figure of the guardian, enduring endless pain. He gently placed this half piece of cheese into his mouth. He chose to share, with her. To share the pollution, to share the sin. This was what he could offer as the Redeemer. The final performance. Chapter 45, The Warmest Lullaby. The moment Su Ming swallowed the half piece of polluted cheese. A cold, sweet, chaotic and maddening torrent rushed violently into his body. Warning! You have actively consumed the high-concentration pollution source Jerry's cheese. Your pollution level is skyrocketing at an uncontrollable speed. The system's warning sound, barely had time to fully ring out, abruptly stopped. Because, a warmer and purer golden flame surged instantly from the initial fire core he held in his hands, flowing into his limbs and bones. The golden purification power clashed silently but fiercely with the black pollution power inside him, engaged in a relentless tug-of-war. Su Ming felt as if his body was half falling into an icy abyss, while the other half was in a lava fire sea. The intertwining of ice and fire made every nerve in his body scream in pain. But he did not back down. He just gritted his teeth, silently enduring it all. His gaze was unwavering, staring firmly at the figure of the guardian, who was also enduring endless pain ahead. And his act seemed to have thoroughly moved the soul that had been bound by madness and rules for endless years. Thump! A very weak, almost imperceptible sigh, filled with motherhood and sadness, slowly came from the massive shadowed figure. The black-scaled, withered arm slowly raised up. This time, its target was no longer any enemy, but that cracked, dark mirror that had imprisoned her dear friend and child for so long. Smash! With a light sound, she exerted her last strength and proactively shattered that mirror completely. Yah! Accompanied by a scream full of unwillingness and liberation, the witch wearing a strange mask and the baby made of pure black shadow completely lost their last barrier. They transformed into two primordial, pollution-filled clouds of black mist, desperately trying to escape this space filled with golden flames. However, it was too late. The initial fire, which had long been waiting, at this moment, fully unleashed all its brilliance. The golden flames turned into an endless, gigantic net woven from hope and kindness, instantly enveloping the two clouds of black mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The purifying holy fire clashed with the source of filth in the final and most thorough confrontation. The jazz music filled with nostalgic vibes, played by the gramophone, had unknowingly come to a quiet stop. In its place was a brand new lullaby, automatically played by a silver flute suspended in midair, representing loyalty and guardianship. A soothing, tender, and peaceful lullaby. The song was no longer the previous curse filled with eerie hypnotic power from the tech dream, but a true father's deepest, most protective goodnight song for his child. Under the comfort of this warm lullaby, the two clouds of black mist, being purified by the golden flames and struggling madly, slowly calmed down. The witch's aura of madness and hatred gradually dissipated, revealing a quiet figure of a woman wearing a mask, who seemed to only be asleep. And that baby, made of pure black shadow, also stopped its unconscious howling. Its distorted, deformity-like outline slowly condensed into a true shape, curling up and appearing as if it were sleeping in its mother's embrace. A baby's appearance. In the end, the golden light faded. The blood-red moonlight retreated, replaced by a warm, gentle light like dawn breaking. The space filled with despair and pain vanished. In its place was a restored, warm and mystical, bedroom. The massive figure of the guardian, bound by black chains, vanished. In its place is a mother, dressed in a simple maid outfit, tall in stature, with a hint of fatigue and a grateful smile on her face. She has no features, but Su Ming can clearly feel, from her, that overwhelming sense of relief, filled with tender gratitude. In her arms, she tightly holds two quiet figures. One is a close friend wearing a mask, seemingly just in a deep sleep. The other is a baby, whose skin has regained a healthy color, free from all pollution, and is peacefully sleeping. Everything has come to an end. Ding! The final task purification ritual has been completed. SSS level side quest Eternal Pursuit has been successfully cleared by you. Clearing evaluation in progress. Role-playing completion, S, you not only played Tom but surpassed him. Task completion, S, you not only completed the task but also achieved redemption. Exploration degree, S, you uncovered all secrets. Special achievements, ruler of the kitchen, mediator of the courtyard, ender of shadows, breaker of fate. Overall evaluation, SSS, perfect. You have received an epic clearing reward. Dragon Country's fortune plus 10 million. All negative disasters eliminated. Average lifespan plus 30. Technology tree unlocks clean energy branch. Chosen one Su Ming, your body will receive the fairy tale blessing for permanent enhancement. Your spiritual power will be tempered by the initial fire. You have obtained a unique special item, Tom's Toolbox, which can randomly obtain a wonderful tool filled with Tom-style wisdom that fits the current scene in any dungeon. Teleportation will open in 10 seconds. Su Ming looks at the warm yet slightly sad scene in front of him, his face finally revealing a true, relieved smile. He knows that it's time for him to go home. He solemnly bows to the silent mother, who is softly humming a lullaby, for the last time. It's like a goodbye, and also like a blessing. The mother also slowly, with great difficulty, gives a slight nod to him. A beam of white light completely envelopes Su Ming's body. Chapter 46, Long-Awaited Sunshine. As the white light disperses. When Su Ming opens his eyes again, the strange air filled with sandalwood and decay, belonging to the fairy tale house has vanished. In its place is a, slightly sanitized, fresh, and clean air. The glaring incandescent light causes him to instinctively squint. Comrade Su Ming. You are awake. A voice full of excitement and concern rings in his ear. Su Ming slowly turns his head, adapting to the light. He finds himself lying on a soft, white medical bed. Surrounding him is no longer a dark living room or twisted corridor, but a spacious, bright white room filled with futuristic technology. Several researchers in white coats are excitedly gathered around his bed, their eyes looking at him like they were gazing at a lost national treasure returned. And at the front of the crowd, an elder with white hair, wearing a Zhongshan suit, whose face is marked by the winds and sands of time and endless fatigue, yet at this moment his eyes shine with remarkable brightness, is holding his hand tightly. That hand is warm, yet slightly trembling with excitement. Su Ming looks at the face before him, both strange and familiar. He has seen this face countless times on the globally livestream screen. He tentatively calls out the name of the person. Director Zhang Zhan? It's me. It's me. Director Zhang Guoquan nods excitedly, his eyes slightly red. Well done. Well done. Comrade Su Ming, on behalf of the Dragon Country Strange Tales Strategic Bureau, and on behalf of all the people of Dragon Country, I express the highest respect and the most sincere gratitude to you. Saying this, he even solemnly gives a military salute to the Su Ming lying on the bed. All the researchers behind him also express serious faces and collectively salute him. This sudden, highest-level honor. Su Ming suddenly found himself at a loss. He only did what a gaming nerd was best at. Director Zhang, what are you all doing? Of course. This is all you deserve. Zhang Guoquan's voice was full of pride and emotion. You might not know yet, but in the mere hours since you cleared the instance, our world has undergone earth-shattering changes. He turned sideways, signaling the staff beside him to open the enormous floor-to-ceiling curtains in the room. Swish. The curtains slowly opened. The scene outside made Su Ming's pupils shrink suddenly. The city that was once shrouded in snowstorms and gloom, filled with an apocalyptic air, had vanished. In its place was a long-lost, brilliant sunshine. The sky was a deep blue, crystal clear, with white clouds lazily drifting by. The sunlight freely bathed the earth, coating the entire city in a warm golden glow. On the streets, the ground that had cracked from the severe cold was already restored, and even the roadside trees had sprouted tender green buds, full of vibrant life. The city, once frozen by the winter disaster, seemed to have crossed from the bleak autumn and winter into the warm, hope-filled spring overnight. Wow! Is this what the world looks like after the country's fortune soared? It's so beautiful. Woo-woo, finally saw the sun again. I thought I would have to live in snowstorms for the rest of my life. Su God. From today on, you are my only faith. Quick, look at the news. Not just here, but the winter disaster across the country has disappeared. The temperature is rising, and crops are starting to grow again. We have been saved. The live broadcast room had turned into a sea of joy. Su Ming stared blankly at the vibrant world outside, listening to Zhang Guoquan and others excitedly talk about the wonderful changes nationwide. For the first time, a complex emotion named sense of achievement and sense of responsibility surged in his heart. It turned out that the battle he thought was just for his own survival truly changed the world. After a detailed physical examination confirmed Su Ming had no issues, he was finally allowed to get out of bed. He changed into a clean outfit and sat in the highest specification conference room of the Creepy Tales Strategic Bureau. Zhang Guoquan personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Comrade Su Ming, we invited you today to both welcome you and discuss the next instance. Zhang Guochuan's expression became serious once again. Su Ming nodded. He knew that after a brief victory, a more severe challenge awaited. The threat of the fairy tale town was far from over. According to the system prompt, after you cleared Eternal Chase, the overall danger level of Fairy Tale Town seems to have risen once again. Zhang Guoquan handed over a freshly printed document, still warm to the touch. This is our preliminary analysis and warning of the next instance based on current intelligence. Su Ming took the document. The cover of the document featured two globally recognized cartoon characters with round ears. One was a cheerful black mouse in red shorts. The other was an irritable white duck in a sailor suit. Instance warning, SSS level, crazy amusement park. Su Ming's gaze instantly turned serious. Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. This was yet another super IP with an influence stronger than, not weaker than, Tom and Jerry. Moreover, this time, the setting was no longer confined to the closed space of a single house, but rather a much broader, more complex, and inevitably filled with more unknown rules and dangers an amusement park. The information about this instance is almost non-existent at this point. Zhang Guochuan's voice was filled with worry. All we know is, in the ugly country, two chosen ones mysteriously disappeared while exploring the edge of a dungeon, without even a hint of death. Su Ming's fingers gently brushed over two familiar cartoon figures. In his mind, memories of everything about these two animation stars began to rush back, their personalities, their stories, their friends, and the hidden other side behind their laughter that no one knew. At this moment, he felt a slight vibration in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out an ordinary-looking old wooden toolbox. It was the only special item he had received after clearing the dungeon. Tom's toolbox. Looking at the toolbox, Su Ming's heart stirred. He tentatively gave it a soft command. I need something that can bring happiness in the amusement park. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient toolbox made a click sound and popped open. Inside, there was no exaggerated prop or weapon. Only a seemingly ordinary, golden paper ticket lying quietly on a red velvet cloth. In the center of the ticket, a line of words was printed in a playful and dreamy font. Welcome to Mickey's House of Fun. Chapter 47. Welcome to the happiest place in the world. The air in the conference room seemed to heat up because of that small golden ticket. Zhang Guoquan and others gathered around, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. They had never seen such a magical item, able to materialize specific objects based on the user's wishes, just like a wishing machine in a fairy tale. Mickey's House of Fun. Professor Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses and studied the words on the ticket closely, his brow furrowed. This is a very special existence in the series of Mickey Mouse animations. It's like an independent world with its own rules, capable of conjuring various magical items. If this ticket really allows us to enter there, it might become the key to conquering this new dungeon. But similarly, Zhang Guochuan's eyes were filled with seriousness. This could also be a very dangerous trap. Su Ming deeply agreed. He solemnly put the light yet heavy ticket back into the toolbox. He knew this ticket was a trump card in his hand. He would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary or until he found the most suitable moment. In the next 3 days, Su Ming did not leave the headquarters of the Haunted Tales Strategy Bureau. He almost completely immersed himself in all known information about the new dungeon, Mad Amusement Park. He repeatedly watched the only few seconds of unclear footage before the two chosen ones from the ugly country mysteriously disappeared. He and the expert team led by Professor Zhang Yu conducted a frame-by-frame, comprehensive analysis of the entire series of Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck animations. He even personally hand-drew a preliminary concept map of the amusement park, marking all the potential danger zones and key NPCs. Time flew swiftly amid the intense and fulfilling preparations. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, that cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed once again across the entire Dragon Country. SSS-level dungeon, Mad Amusement Park, is about to open. Chosen One Su Ming, please get ready. Teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. In the conference room, everyone stood up. Zhang Guoquan stepped forward, giving Su Ming's shoulder a firm pat, his eyes full of trust and entrustment. Comrade Su Ming, everything is up to you. Remember, behind you is the entire Dragon Country. Su Ming looked at him and all the researchers sending him off. He nodded solemnly. I understand. The moment the words fell, a blood-red light column enveloped him again. After a familiar brief sensation of weightlessness, Su Ming found himself standing in a wide square, paved with colorful tiles. In his ears, a happy and slightly distorted background music filled with childlike joy could be heard. In the air, a complex smell mixed with the sweet aroma of popcorn, the stickiness of cotton candy, and a faint, pungent scent of rust and disinfectant wafted around. He raised his head. What came into view was a huge, almost towering, dreamlike fairy tale castle. At the highest point of the castle, a giant black mouse head outlined by neon lights flashed with eerie yet passionate red light. Right beneath the castle, a similarly giant archway decorated with countless balloons and ribbons hung high. In the center of the archway, in a lively and cheerful font, was a line that read, "Welcome to the happiest place in the world." The sun shone brightly, and the music flowed sweetly. In the square, mascots dressed in strange costumes and wearing massive cartoon heads were comically interacting, hugging, and taking photos with the excited tourists around them. The carousel turned slowly, and roller coasters whistled by in the distance, accompanied by the excited screams of visitors. Everything looked so peaceful and beautiful. Like a real, laughter-filled dreamland. However, the moment Su Ming saw all this, his heart sank to the bottom. His pollution value was rising slowly, yet extremely firmly, in an unprecedented and bizarre way. Current pollution value, 1/100. He hadn't done anything yet. There was no obvious danger around. But just by being in this happiest place in the world, he began to be polluted. What the hell, what's going on? Why is the pollution value rising as soon as I get here? This place feels off. Too happy, it's happiness that seems a bit fake. Look at those tourists. Their smiling faces, don't they seem a bit too radiant? Like masks. And those mascots. Why do I feel like something is writhing underneath their headpieces? In the live stream, the experienced viewers also quickly sensed something was wrong. Su Ming calmly blended into the cheerful tourists, pretending to curiously look around while starting to search for the first rule of this world. He walked past a mascot dressed as Goofy handing out balloons. He clearly saw that in the gap of the gigantic, silly dog headpiece, what was exposed were not human eyes but a pair of, constantly rotating, insect-like crimson compound eyes. He passed by a couple of tourists who were sweetly hugging each other. He noticed that when the man kissed the girl's cheek, the stretch of his lips had exaggerated to an inhuman degree, almost tearing down to his ear roots. This so-called happy amusement park was a gigantic hunting ground filled with lies, constructed by countless bizarre creatures disguised as humans. Su Ming's heart grew heavier. He knew that in this place, any slightest relaxation could lead to irretrievable consequences. At that moment, he finally found what he was looking for on a visitor's notice sign at the entrance of the amusement park. It was a document printed in colorful, playful font. Amusement Park Safety Manual. Rule 1, please always keep a smile. In this park, those who are not happy are not welcome. And the moment he understood this rule, a staff member, wearing yellow overalls and a headband with Mickey Mouse ears, suddenly appeared in front of him with an unnaturally bright smile on his face. He enthusiastically handed a golden piece of paper, glowing softly, to Su Ming's hand. It was exactly the same ticket he had previously received from Tom's toolbox. The staff member pointed at the words on the ticket that said, "Welcome to Mickey's Funhouse," and then pointed at a peculiar red house nearby shaped like a giant Mickey Mouse head. His smile grew even brighter, and his voice became a bit shrill from excitement. "Sir, you are the 10,000th lucky visitor today. As a reward, you will have the chance to experience our most wonderful, most mysterious, and most joyful special program for free. May I ask, do you want to go now?" Chapter 48, The First Luck. The staff member's smile was bright like the noon sun but carried a hint of a robotic stiffness, making it feel warm yet somehow empty. His overly enthusiastic eyes stared unblinkingly at Su Ming, waiting for his answer. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. The background music, once loud and lively, seemed to drop a few decibels. Those tourists and mascots who had been happily interacting seemed to cast part of their attention towards the lucky one standing at the entrance of the park. Su Ming could feel countless eyes filled with scrutiny, expectation, and a hint of hunger gathering around him. This was a trap. A glaring, even shamelessly obvious, deadly trap. In the live stream, all of the viewers suddenly felt their hearts jump into their throats. What? A royal flush at the start? What should we do? Go or not go? Definitely don't go. It's clearly a feast of deceit. That Mickey's Fun House looks like the most dangerous place in this scenario. But the rules say we have to always keep smiling, we can't show unhappiness. Refusing the lucky prize clearly displays unhappiness, right? Damn. A deadlock. Going means death, not going also means death. What the audience could think of, Su Ming naturally could think of too. He looked at the golden ticket in his hand, identical to the one that appeared from the toolbox, and glanced at the bizarre red building resembling a giant Mickey Mouse head, his mind racing. To refuse? The consequence would likely be an immediate violation of Rule 1, please always keep a smile. In this bizarre amusement park full of fake people, once labeled as unwelcome, the outcome could be imagined. He could be attacked by a mob instantly, dying before even finishing the first complete rule. To accept? That would also be walking a tightrope. That so-called Mickey's Funhouse, as a special program, would definitely be far more dangerous than any other area in the park. To step inside voluntarily was like a sheep walking into a slaughterhouse. This was a classic trolley problem. No matter how one chose, it seemed to lead to destruction. However, Su Ming's face showed no sign of panic or difficulty. He even returned an equally bright, if not brighter, sunshiny smile to the staff member whose facial muscles seemed nearly frozen with laughter. He did not immediately answer yes or no. He simply spoke in a tone filled with surprise and honor, extravagantly. His voice, not too loud nor too soft, was clear enough for those eavesdropping strange creatures nearby to hear. Oh my! Am I really the 10,000th lucky visitor? His performance began. His expression went from surprise to disbelief, then to wild joy, layer upon layer of emotion, his acting rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. This is just amazing. I am simply the luckiest person in the world. He raised the golden ticket high in his hand, as if displaying a newly won Olympic gold medal. I love this place. It's like paradise. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly twirled around, vigorously waving to the tourists around him who wore strange smiles, his face beaming with the most sincere, the most joyful smile. This acting. Wow, what is he doing? Is he acting awkward? I get it. He is performing happiness. He wants to prove he fits Rule 1 in the most exaggerated way. In the live stream, all the viewers were dumbfounded by Su Ming's sudden exaggerated performance. But in the Strange Tales Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu suddenly slammed the table, his eyes filled with excitement. I understand. He is not just acting. He is establishing a persona. He wants to create an image of a crazy fan who loves this place, is extremely happy, and will never refuse any joyful activity in everyone's strange hearts. Yes, establishing a persona. This was the most brilliant response that Su Ming made after understanding the essence of Rule 1. Don't you want me to be happy? Then I will give you the most extreme, the most fervent, even a little mad happiness. When Su Ming built up the atmosphere of happiness to its peak, he turned back, looking at the staff in front of him with eyes full of expectation, even with a trace of impatience. Then, in a near pleading voice filled with desire, he asked the final question. So then, can we set off now? I simply can't wait any longer to experience the most amazing, the most mysterious, the most joyful special activity. He did not say go, nor did he say not go. With a question full of the mindset of a crazy fan, he suddenly threw this deadly choice back to the other party. And he intentionally repeated the three words used by the other party to describe the project: the most amazing, the most mysterious, the most joyful, verbatim. This is an extremely clever psychological trap. It was almost clearly telling the other party, I have believed your words. I have formed extreme anticipation for this project. Now, if the project you take me to is not amazing, not mysterious, not joyful, then, the one making me feel unhappy will not be me, but you. The staff, who always wore a template smile, showed a slight moment of stasis in their overly enthusiastic eyes upon hearing Su Ming's question. It seemed, they too fell into some kind of judgment of rules. After a moment, the smile on their face appeared to be a bit more sincere than before. Their voice also softened, no longer the sharp excitement from before. Of course, lucky sir. It seems you are ready. Then, please follow me. The door to Mickey's Funhouse is always open for you. Ding! You have successfully used the rules to avoid an instant death judgment. You have gained a temporary status, the expected lucky one. Effect: in Mickey's Funhouse, your first unhappy performance will not immediately trigger a fatal penalty but will first receive a warning. Upon hearing the system prompt, the stone in Su Ming's heart finally slowly dropped. He knew he had bet right once again. Not only had he resolved the deadlock before him, but more importantly, he had secured a ticket for his upcoming, destined to be filled with danger funhouse journey. Extremely valuable, life-saving gold medal. Chapter 49: Magical Meow Meow House. The staff member in yellow suspenders respectfully led the way ahead. Su Ming kept his bright smile of a crazy fan on his face, following closely behind, step by step, toward the uniquely shaped red building that resembled a giant Mickey Mouse head. In the square, those tourists and mascots who were still performing at that moment, all tacitly made way for them. They still wore those template-like, weird smiles on their faces. But their eyes, however, were all focused on Su Ming. That gaze was no longer a simple scrutiny. Instead, it was a kind of expectation, as if they were watching the opening of a good show. They looked forward to seeing this self-righteous lucky guy and what kind of surprises he would encounter in this happiest house in the world. Su Ming was well aware of all this, yet the smile on his face remained unchanged. He even had the leisure to wave back at a Mickey Mouse mascot waving a big white glove at him, equally enthusiastically. Through the gaps in that huge, comical black headpiece, he could clearly see several small, red compound eyes shining in the darkness, like insects. Keep performing, Su Ming sneered in his heart. You are performing, and so am I. Let's see who can't keep up the act first. Soon, they arrived at the gigantic, red Mickey Meow Meow house. Up close, the building's oppressive presence was even stronger. Its enormous, black round ears hung high on the roof like two black suns, blocking most of the sunlight, casting large, unsettling shadows on the ground. The entrance to the house was not a regular door. Instead, it was a huge, gaping mouth that revealed a row of white teeth, the smiling mouth of Mickey Mouse. "Lucky sir, please come in." The staff member stepped aside, making a pleased gesture toward the pitch-black mouth opening. His smile seemed to shine even brighter. "The friends inside the Meow Meow house have been waiting for you for a long time." Su Ming's smile was equally radiant. "Great. I can't wait to play with them." Saying this, he hesitated not at all, stood tall, and walked in with a step full of pilgrimage-like excitement, boldly entering that deep, seemingly light-devouring smile. The moment he stepped into the darkness, the mouth behind him let out a soft creak, slowly and seamlessly closing. Unlike the imagined darkness, the interior of Meow Meow House was filled with soft and bright light, as if it had a fairy tale filter. The layout here was almost identical to Su Ming's memories of the Mickey Meow Meow House from the animated show. Around, cozy living room, a cute kitchen with an oven and refrigerator, even the classic red sofa that could slide down from the second floor like a slide was perfectly recreated. In the air, there was a faint aroma, reminiscent of freshly baked cookies. The wall clock was not an ordinary clock, but a comical smile clock with two white glove hands as the pointers. Everything was filled with childlike fun, brimming with innocence and joy. However, Su Ming's heart was raised to its peak the moment he stepped in here. Because the pollution here was 10 times denser than that outside in the square. Ding! You have entered a special rule space, Mickey Meow Meow House. All rules in this space will have the highest priority judgment. Your temporary status expected lucky one has been activated. He could clearly feel an invisible, joyful pollution. Just like a frog in slowly boiling water, it gradually and irresistibly eroded his sanity. The smile on his face was becoming more and more uncontrollable. It was as if an invisible hand was forcefully pulling at the corners of his mouth, making him maintain a happy expression. He had to find the core rules of this place as soon as possible. Su Ming's gaze began to quickly scan the living room. Soon, he spotted a round, red coffee table in the center of the room, and on it was a colorful picture book with a giant Mickey Mouse head on the cover. He stepped forward and slowly opened the first page. There were no lengthy texts on it. Just bright, colorful crayon drawings full of childlike fun, along with lines of crooked writing that looked like a child's handwriting underneath each picture. Meow Meow House Game Rules. The first page shows Mickey Mouse warmly opening the door, welcoming his friends. Rule 1, we are good friends. Good friends should help each other and share everything. The second page depicts Mickey and his friends sitting together, playing with blocks. Rule 2, there are many fun toys here. Please take care of them. If you accidentally break one, you must exchange it for a better toy. The third page shows Mickey's girlfriend, Minnie, holding a plate of steaming cookies. Rule 3, Minnie's cookies are the most delicious in the world. Please eat them and sincerely praise them. Refusing Minnie's kindness is the worst behavior. The fourth page shows Donald Duck chasing 3 mischievous little squirrels in frustration. Rule 4, sometimes there will be some naughty little ones here. Please help Mickey make them obedient. You can use any method. Su Ming flipped through each page. His expression gradually became more serious. These rules seemed to be full of childlike innocence and kindness. But every highlighted word, good friends, help each other, share, take care, better, eat, praise, worst, naughty, obedient. They felt like carefully disguised, sugar-coated poisons. Full of word games and rule traps. What does share everything mean? Does that include life? What does better toy mean? What is the standard for judgment? Just as he was about to turn to the last page. Ah! Do we have guests coming? A voice full of surprise, childish innocence, and vivacity suddenly rang out from behind him. Su Ming's body went stiff in an instant. He slowly turned around. There, he saw a Minnie Mouse dressed in a red polka dot dress, wearing a huge bow, with the purest and most adorable smile on her face. She held in her hands a plate of freshly baked cookies, emitting deadly sweet aromas. The center of that plate of cookies was a beating, human heart. Chapter 50, A Delicious Cookie. In that moment, Su Ming felt an indescribable chill shooting up his spine, causing a momentary blankness in his mind. The aroma of the cookies that had originally seemed sweet suddenly turned bloody and thick. He looked at the Minnie in the polka dot dress with the purest and most innocent smile, and then at the plate she held with a beating heart as a decoration, and his stomach churned violently. Rule 3, Minnie's cookies are the most delicious in the world. Please eat them and sincerely praise them. Refusing Minnie's kindness is the worst behavior. The rules were clear and unmistakable, written in black and white. Eat, or not eat, this was not a question of choice. It was an execution task. Either endure the extreme nausea and fear and swallow that heart, which belonged to some unfortunate soul. Either you will immediately violate the rules, being judged as the worst guest, and then be dealt with in a more terrifying way by the seemingly innocent and lovely hostess. Oh my, this is just too disgusting. I'm gonna puke. Can't you make something more normal for us? How can we eat this? Eating it will definitely cause a problem, right? The pollution level will surely explode right on the spot? But if we don't eat it, the rules say very clearly, not eating is the worst behavior, and the next round will probably be even worse. Isn't this just a variant of Snow White eating the poisoned apple? Eat it and die, or don't eat it and die. In the live broadcast, all the viewers turned pale, and some couldn't help but cover their mouths, feeling a shared discomfort in their bodies. In the Strange Talk Strategic Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu's face was also grave to the extreme. This is a mandatory pollution ritual. Its purpose is not a test at all, but to force the chosen one to have direct contact with the source of pollution in this bizarre space. Yes, this is the most terrifying part. Eating this cookie means actively accepting the pollution of this world, and the consequences are unimaginable. However, Su Ming's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. After the initial shock, there was no hint of disgust or fear on his face. Instead, there was a kind of brighter, more joyful expression, even with a hint of astonished ecstasy. His eyes lit up in an instant, like two 200-watt light bulbs, staring intently at the plate of cookies, as if looking at a rare treasure. Wow! He exclaimed dramatically, even his voice cracking a bit with excitement. Is this cookie made by Miss Minnie herself? Oh my god. I must be dreaming? His acting was pushed to the limit at this moment. He was like a little fan who finally met his idol, excitedly waving his hands, even his voice shaking with a bit of happy tremor. Can I really eat this? He looked at Minnie in disbelief, his eyes filled with the purest admiration and desire. This is simply the best gift I have ever received in my life. Minnie seemed a bit stunned by his exaggerated reaction. A hint of barely noticeable confusion flashed in her huge, obsidian-like eyes, but it was soon replaced by a sense of fulfillment brought by admiration. The smile on her face seemed to become even more sincere. Of course, my good friend. Her voice was still youthful and sweet. I specially prepared this for you. Come, taste it. Great. Su Ming cheered. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he reached out without hesitation, precisely picking up that slightly pulsating heart from the plate of cookies. He showed no hesitation at all. In fact, he even lifted that heart cookie to his eyes like a professional food critic, seriously evaluating it. Perfect hue, rich aroma, especially the raspberry filling in the middle, it's simply a stroke of genius. Miss Minnie, you are a true artist. He spoke sincerely, as if he were truly facing the top dessert of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I can't really tell which one is weirder now. Is this guy really crazy or just pretending? Did he just call that thing raspberry filling? His psychological quality is no longer enough to describe him. This is simply psychological perversion. The live broadcast fell into a strange, awe-filled silence. And Su Ming's performance was not over yet. After completing a heartfelt and artistically infused praise, he turned his head, with a tone filled with apologetic gentlemanly politeness, and said to Minnie, "Such a perfect piece of art. I really can't bear to eat it all at once." Miss Minnie, his eyes, at that moment, became incredibly sincere. "May I first share it with my most important good friend? Because, the best things should always be shared with the best friends, that's the greatest joy among good friends, right?" He cleverly twisted the concept of Rule 1, we are good friends, and good friends should help each other and share everything. And threw it back, redefining it. You wanted me to be a good friend, right? Then you must also follow the good friend rules. Minnie was once again stunned. In her simple mind, built on cartoon logic, she seemed unable to process such a complex and reasonable request. Refusing him? That would seem to violate the principle that good friends should share. Agreeing with him? Then the purification ceremony of the cookie couldn't be completed right away. She found herself in a dilemma. And Su Ming gave her no time to think. He didn't wait for her answer. He held that still dripping heart cookie and walked straight to the corner of the living room. There was an unassuming mouse hole. He squatted down. Gently, he placed the still beating heart at the entrance of the hole. Then, facing that dark, bottomless hole, he spoke in the softest, most spirit-of-sharing tone. "Hey, buddy. Tea time is here." Chapter 51, Good Friends in the Hole. Su Ming's casual "tea time is here" was like cold water dropping into hot oil, instantly blowing apart the seemingly warm atmosphere in Meow Meow House's living room. Time seemed to slow infinitely at that moment. Minnie's pure and cute smile, for the first time, showed a hint of undeniable stiffness. Her huge eyes, as black as obsidian, fixed tightly on Su Ming's back and the still slightly pulsing heart cookie he placed at that unremarkable mouse hole. Her mind seemed to be trapped in unprecedented chaos. This guest, his logical behavior completely exceeded her understanding built on the rules of the game. Rule 3, please be sure to eat it, and sincerely praise it. This was her undeniable order to the guest. Rule 1, we are good friends, and good friends should help each other and share everything. But this was also the highest priority, the supreme creed in this meow meow house. Now, this cunning Tom had, with the most sincere and fitting demeanor of a good friend, violently collided these two seemingly harmonious rules together. He did not refuse to eat. He just needed to fulfill the sharing obligation of a good friend before eating. This logic was flawless. If Minnie forcibly stopped him from sharing, it would mean she personally violated the creed of good friends, and she would no longer be the warm, hospitable host. If she did not stop him, Minnie's gaze involuntarily turned to that dark, bottomless mouse hole. For the first time, her eyes revealed a hint of fear. All the viewers in the live stream were also stunned. What the hell, this move, hitting the root. Is he going to throw this bomb to Mickey? 6666. Diverting the disaster. Let the weirdness fight itself. This is the strategy of a top-tier player. I really want to know what's in that hole. Minnie seems really afraid. Su Ming squatted at the hole, not looking back. But he could clearly feel the gaze belonging to Minnie behind him, filled with entanglement and scrutiny, and a cold breath slowly seeping from that dark hole, completely different from Minnie's joyous pollution. He was waiting. Waiting for that good friend in the hole. Make its choice. The whole meow meow house fell into a strange, three-way standoff silence. Su Ming, Minnie, and the mysterious master hidden in the darkness. Not knowing how much time had passed. Perhaps, it was just a moment. Squeak. A very faint sound, like old wood being slowly moved, came from the depths of that dark hole. Then, a hand, wearing a white glove, completely different from the shadow Tom that Su Ming saw in the second-floor mirror, full of cartoonish qualities, hand. Slowly, it stretched out from the darkness. That hand was clean, with smooth and classic lines, as if it had walked straight out of an old cartoon. It did not reach for the still-beating heart. Instead, it first faced Su Ming at the hole, and very politely made a gesture of please, as if thanking him for his sharing. Then, that hand extremely gracefully picked up the heart, which served as a cookie, still faintly pulsating, gently and steadily. It even flicked non-existent dust off it like a gentleman. Finally, under Minnie's somewhat stiff gaze, that white-gloved hand, holding the heart cookie, slowly and without any sense of life, retreated into the endless darkness. There was no sound of chewing. No comments at all. It just disappeared. As if that terrifying heart, filled with strong pollution, capable of driving any chosen one to mental collapse, was nothing more than the most ordinary, even somewhat insufficient to fill the gaps between teeth, dessert after a meal. Ding! Your sharing behavior has received the tacit approval of the housemaster. Minnie's afternoon tea task is judged as completed. You have gained complex affection from Minnie, affection level slightly increased, vigilance level sharply increased. Hearing the system prompt, Su Ming finally slowly stood up, the stone that had been hanging in his heart completely fell. He turned around. Right in front of him were Minnie's large black eyes, filled with complex emotions. Her face still bore that innocent and adorable smile. But this time, the smile lost some of its previous template-like enthusiasm and added some detachment and scrutiny. She looked at Su Ming, tilted her cute little head, her voice still sweet. Ah. Seems like my good friend has already shared the cookie with Mickey. Mickey must be very happy. She emphasized the word happy. That tone was filled with warning, and also filled with threat. Su Ming knew that this time, although he had cleverly diffused the crisis, he had completely pushed himself into the center of the rule game of this meow meow house. He was no longer just a guest who needed to abide by the rules. Instead, he had become a breaker who could pry into the delicate balance here. And for any stable system, the fate of the breaker often is rarely good. He looked at Minnie, who was smiling increasingly brilliantly, and returned a similarly sincere smile. Of course. Being able to bring joy to Mr. Mickey is also my good friend's greatest honor. In his heart, however, the truth was crystal clear. It seemed that this seemingly harmonious meow meow house was not as solid as it appeared. Between Minnie and that Mickey in the hole, there seemed to exist some kind of competitive relationship. Chapter 52. Those disobedient little guys. Though the brief and thrilling afternoon tea game with Minnie had ended, the aftershocks it brought, like stones thrown into a calm lake, stirred up invisible ripples again and again in the small meow meow house. Su Ming could clearly feel that the pollution pressure coming from the surrounding environment seemed to have eased a little. That constant pull on the corners of his mouth, feeling. The power of forced happiness has become less rigid. This is not because the Mickey in the hole has stepped in to protect him. Rather, it is because his earlier actions have proven one thing to all the existences in this space. He has the ability and the courage to challenge the long-established rules here. He is no longer a lucky fool who can be easily manipulated. He is an uncontrollable troublemaker that might disrupt the entire game board. For such a troublemaker, any player, before finding an absolute, one-hit kill method, would subconsciously keep a safe distance from him. And this safe distance is the greatest reliance for Su Ming's next actions. Miss Minnie, Su Ming's smile, after the earlier game, has lost some of its previous flamboyance but gained a fitting composure and politeness. Your cookies are the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. To express my gratitude, may I ask, is there anything I can do for you? Once again, he threw out the rule of friends should help each other in an impeccable manner. He was taking the initiative. He was forcing Minnie to show him more rules of the game in this wonderful house. Minnie's large, pure black eyes quietly watched him for a moment. She seemed surprised that this guest, after resolving the deadly afternoon tea crisis, not only chose not to play it safe but also dared to actively ask her, the hostess, for a task. This courage, this calculation. After a long while, Minnie's slightly distant smile slowly returned to the original kind of warmth. Oh. You are such a warm-hearted good friend. She clapped her hands happily, and then she extended a hand clad in a white glove, pointing to a corner of the living room filled with various blocks and dolls, the toy corner. But there are indeed some disobedient little ones here that give me a headache. Her voice remained sweet, but Su Ming could detect a hint of coldness. If you can help me make them obedient again, I would be so grateful. Rule 4, sometimes, there may be some disobedient little ones here. Please help Mickey make them obedient. You can use any method. It has come. A new game. Su Ming understood clearly. Without any hesitation, with a sunny smile of willingness to help, he walked straight towards the colorful yet slightly eerie toy corner. At your service, my dear good friend. The toy corner is not large, with a soft carpet printed with Donald Duck patterns covering the floor. On it, a variety of new and cute toys were scattered about, colorful building blocks, adorable plush dolls, and a few exquisitely crafted toy cars. Everything seemed to brim with childlike innocence. However, when Su Ming squatted down to observe closely, he sensed a different kind of malice in these seemingly harmless toys, distinct from the resentful objects in the basement. His gaze fell upon one of the most ordinary-looking toys. It was a Donald Duck plush wearing a blue sailor suit and a red bow tie, pouting with an angry look. The plush was well made and appeared quite adorable. But Su Ming keenly noticed that in its eyes, stitched with black thread, filled with rage, there seemed to glimmer with a barely noticeable, non-plush light of wisdom and mockery. Ding! You have discovered the possessed toy. Disobedient little one. Su Ming instantly understood the true meaning of this rule. These toys are not simple lifeless objects at all. They, or rather, inside them, is a parasite, an awareness from outside. And this so-called becomes obedient, in essence, might just mean he must drive out or eliminate these parasitic consciousnesses in some way. Su Ming's gaze lingered on the Donald Duck puppet for a long time. Then, he reached out his hand. He didn't touch that puppet. Instead, he picked up a nearby, ordinary, red square building block. Rule 2, there are many fun toys here, please take care of them. If you accidentally break one, you must exchange it for a better toy. He tossed the block lightly in his hand. Then, under the puzzled eyes of Minnie and all the viewers in the live stream, he made an act that could be called rebellious. He aimed that red square block at a nearby yellow toy car tire, which also looked brand new. Then, without hesitation, he smashed it down. Bang! A crisp sound of plastic breaking echoed. The tire of the toy car was smashed, leaving a clear crack. He actively destroyed a toy. Minnie's smile froze instantly. And that Donald Duck puppet, which had always pretended to be silly, now had a flash of mockery suddenly dim in its black-stitched eyes. They could not understand. What on earth did this Tom want to do? Chapter 53 Better Toy. Bang! The crisp sound of plastic breaking was exceptionally piercing in the quiet living room of Meow Meow House. The template-like enthusiastic smile on Minnie's face completely disappeared. For the first time, a trace of cold, unmasked, murderous intent appeared in her huge, pure black cartoon eyes. Rule 2, if you accidentally break one, you must exchange it for a better toy. This sentence rang in Su Ming's mind like a warning bell. But it seemed he was entirely oblivious to the terrifying murderous intent that could freeze an ordinary person into an ice sculpture in an instant. He even wore a slightly innocent expression of oops, I was careless. He picked up the toy car he had smashed with his own hands, looked at the red block that served as his weapon, then spoke in a tone filled with regret and sincerity to the mistress who was on the brink of fury, saying, "Oh dear. Miss Minnie, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to see if these blocks are as sturdy as the legends say, but unexpectedly, I accidentally broke this cute little car. His explanation was filled with loopholes, reeking of self-justification. But strangely, it carried an absurd sense of righteousness that fit the persona of Tom. Minnie didn't speak. She merely looked at him quietly, the cold murderous intent in her giant black eyes continuously condensing and rising. The light in the entire Meow Meow house dimmed along with it. She resembled a patient hunter, waiting to see how her prey would fulfill the second half of the rule. To exchange for a better toy. She knew very well that, within this Meow Meow house shrouded entirely by her rules, there did not exist anything better than the brand new toy she had personally selected. This was an impossible condition to fulfill. A rule designed to deal with those unruly guests, a rule of certain death. Oh no. Has this gone too far? I said we shouldn't initiate destruction. Now what? Hand ourselves over as a toy? It's over, Minnie's expression feels scarier than the Mistress. Is Su God really going to meet his end here? In the live stream, all the viewers' hearts tightened. They could not fathom what to do. How could Su Ming conjure a better toy out of thin air? However, Su Ming seemed to have anticipated everything long ago. Faced with Minnie's increasingly intense killing intent, he showed no signs of panic. He simply, at a leisurely pace, spoke to all the toys present, especially the Donald Duck plush that was disguised the deepest, slowly starting to narrate a fact. Of course, as a responsible good friend, I will definitely compensate for a better toy. After saying this, in the midst of the confused gazes from everyone, including Minnie and that Donald Duck plush, Su Ming reached into the one he had never parted with, Tom's toolbox. The audience in the livestream instantly understood what was happening. Damn. Props. He's going to use props. Yeah. How did I forget? He has that overpowered toolbox. But, what comes out of the toolbox is random, isn't it? What if he pulls out a wrench? Yes, randomness. That was indeed the biggest gamble. And Su Ming, he was precisely the craziest gambler. He reached into that ancient toolbox, while his heart was giving an extremely clear and crafty directive to the system of this instance. I need a old thing, but better than all the new toys here. This directive was filled with paradox, yet precisely, it caught the loopholes of the two instance rules. Rule 5 of Tom's basement, old things are always more trustworthy than new things. Rule 2 of the funhouse, exchange for a better toy. He was going to define the value of this instance using the rules from another instance. This was an unprecedented, crazy gamble that crossed the realm of rules. Ding! Tom's toolbox has responded to your will. Conducting rules judgment. Judgment successful. The next second, Su Ming slowly withdrew his hand from the toolbox. In his hand, there appeared no glittering divine artifact, nor any powerful bomb. Only a rusted trinket that was unrecognizable in its original form but filled with the texture of time. A wound-up, tin toy mouse. It was the first toy of Tom, the most old, yet most crucial toy, which he had exchanged from that basement filled with failure and resentment. When this tin mouse appeared in the fun house at that moment, Minnie's huge, black eyes, filled with killing intent, suddenly contracted. And the Donald Duck that had always disguised as an ordinary plush, its eyes sewn with black silk thread, sparkled with wisdom and mockery, suddenly fluctuated violently. They both sensed it. From that seemingly ordinary, old tin mouse emanated a complex, heavy aura that did not belong to this joyful world, filled with failure, persistence, unwillingness, and a hint of hope. That aura was so strange, so out of place for them, beings formed purely from joy and malice. Yet it also bore an indescribable, deadly allure. It truly was better than all the new, beautiful, yet hollow toys here. Su Ming looked at their shocked expressions, a successful smile appearing on his face. He said nothing more. He simply laid down the toy car he had smashed with his own hands, gently on the ground. Then, he also placed the story-filled tin mouse down beside it, just as gently. New and old. Intact and broken. Hollow and heavy. Formed the most distinct yet ironic contrast. He had completed his exchange. Next, it would be time for the rules of this funhouse to carry out its judgment. The entire living room fell into a long, suffocating silence. The cold killing intent emanating from Minnie slowly, and extremely reluctantly, retreated. She deeply glanced at Su Ming, her gaze was incredibly complex. Then, she turned around, dragging the tray containing the heart cookie, and without looking back, walked back into the darkness of the kitchen. She accepted it. She accepted this absurd exchange that did not fit her script. Ding! Your exchange has been recognized by the rules of Meow Meow House. And at the moment Minnie disappeared. The Donald Duck, who had always disguised itself as an ordinary puppet, finally moved. Its clumsy body slowly stood up from the carpet. With its black embroidered eyes, gleaming with wisdom, it quietly looked at Su Ming and the tin mouse from another world that he had just placed on the ground. Then, A hoarse, magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of cynicism, the classic Donald Duck voice echoed directly in Su Ming's mind. Hey, buddy. Who, exactly are you? Chapter 54. Who is the toy? Donald Duck's hoarse question, echoing directly in his mind, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the subtle balance in the living room of Meow Meow House. Su Ming's heart sank suddenly. He slowly stood up from the ground, not answering immediately, just calmly meeting the gaze of the puppet dressed in a blue sailor suit that was no longer disguised, silently. Here it comes. In this Meow Meow House, besides Minnie and that Mickey in the hole, there was a third, and the most unstable player. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. What the hell? Donald Duck is alive. It really can talk. What on earth is this? Is it also strange? Why didn't it attack Su Ming like Minnie did? Who exactly are you? This question carries so much weight. Has it seen through that Su Ming is not Tom? This is bad. If his identity is exposed, all the advantages of the rules will be gone. The audience's concerns were not unfounded. In this copy where role-playing is the core survival rule, once the identity is revealed, it equates to losing all protection. However, there was no panic visible on Su Ming's face. He just quietly looked at the Donald Duck that was also silently observing him. From the black silk thread embroidered eyes, filled with an unusual glint of wisdom, he did not read any malice. What he read was a probe. A mix of curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of mutual understanding only found between kindred spirits. Does it matter who I am? After a long time, Su Ming slowly spoke. He did not directly answer that question, but instead threw the question back. His voice was soft, yet full of strength. What matters is, who are you? This was a top-level psychological game. Both sides were trying to extract more information from each other's words and reactions to gain the upper hand in this conversation. A hint of humanized, approving smile seemed to appear on Donald Duck's fabric face. Smart answer. Its voice still rang directly in Su Ming's mind. You can call me Donald. For the first time, it revealed its name. As you can see, Donald shook its soft body stuffed with cotton. I'm just a little guy who was disobedient and trapped here. It placed emphasis on the words disobedient, as if in self-mockery, or hinting at something. Su Ming did not respond. He simply used his scrutinizing eyes as an animator to carefully re-examine the puppet in front of him. You are not it. Su Ming slowly stated a fact. The it he referred to were the ones that disguised themselves as tourists and mascots in this Meow Meow House and the entire amusement park. Filled with strange creatures of joyful pollution. Donald does not have that kind of aura. His aura feels more like the kind of resentment that Su Ming sensed in Tom's basement, filled with failure and unwillingness. But it is different somehow. The resentment on Donald is not so chaotic. It feels more like a long-suppressed, clear, and purpose-filled anger. Oh? Donald's tone carried a hint of genuine surprise. It seems you know more than I thought. He did not deny it. He slowly walked to the tin mouse from another world that Su Ming had placed on the ground. He stretched out a soft, fabric-made hand, gently touching the tin mouse's already weathered, cold body. His movements were light, filled with a sense of nostalgia. It's been a while. Donald's voice carried a trace of longing. I haven't felt this kind of imperfection for a long time. Imperfection? Su Ming keenly caught this keyword. Yes. Donald slowly lifted his head, his black, embroidered eyes quietly watching Su Ming and the brightly colored living room of the so-called wonderful house. His voice resonated in Su Ming's mind like a thunderous bell, loud and clear. Do you really think this so-called wonderful house is a home? No. Here is a toy box. A perfect, eternal toy box created by the master in that hole. And all of us people. His gaze swept over the new and adorable toys in the living room, over the kitchen direction, and even over the door to the outside world. Are just toys for its amusement. This statement struck Su Ming's heart like a clap of thunder. He instantly understood. He understood all the previous feelings of incongruity. He understood why this wonderful house had both Minnie and Donald Duck. He understood why the toys here could be parasitized. This place is definitely not the real world of Mickey Mouse. But rather, an odd, sinister dollhouse where some higher, terrifying being, Mickey, forcibly captures, turns other fairy tale characters into toys, and then confines them for its own entertainment. And he, the chosen one playing Tom, is also just the latest, most interesting new toy thrown into this toy box. Ding! You have touched the core worldview of the SSS level instance Crazy Amusement Park. Main quest updated, escape the toy box. Looking at Su Ming's suddenly serious face, Donald's hoarse voice rang out again, filled with temptation and seduction. Now, newcomer. You tell me. Facing a master who is unpredictable and could break you at any time. Do you want to continue being an obedient toy? Or do you want to join me in smashing this damned toy box into pieces? Chapter 55, A Duck's Request. Donald's provocative words echoed like whispers of a demon, slowly resonating in the quiet living room of the wonderful house. His black silk-embroidered eyes sparkled with a sharpness and anticipation that were completely opposite of his comical exterior, fixating on Su Ming, waiting for his answer. This was an invitation. An invitation to join the toy resistance. And it was also a deadly test. If Su Ming's answer did not satisfy him, then this Donald Duck, who had just tried to ally with him, could instantly become an even more dangerous enemy than Minnie. The atmosphere in the live stream room became extremely tense. Damn! It's happening. The faction choice question. How should I choose? Agree with him. Isn't that like declaring war on the strongest boss in this copy, Mickey? But if I refuse? I feel like this Donald Duck is not a good guy either. There will definitely be no good outcomes. What will Godsu choose? I'm so nervous. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Ming's decision. However, Su Ming's reaction once again amazed everyone. He did not immediately answer yes or no. He simply asked back in an extremely calm tone, almost with a sense of inevitability. Smash the toy box? And then? Then? Donald seemed not to expect him to ask this question, his tone momentarily stalling. Right, and then? Su Ming's gaze had become as sharp as a scalpel, staring directly into Donald's cross-stitched eyes, speaking each word deliberately. When we smash the box, can we toys gain our freedom? On what grounds do you believe we can resist a master who can create rules at will and even capture characters from other worlds to be toys? Or? Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile full of sarcasm. Did you just want to use me, this newly arrived new toy who seems to have some special abilities, to act as your cannon fodder? This series of soul-piercing questions hit Donald like three heavy hammers, smashing down on his seemingly calm heart. Donald's body, made of fabric, clearly stiffened. For the first time, a trace of undisguisable shock and embarrassment appeared in his eyes filled with wisdom. He did not expect this new toy in front of him could remain so calm in such a short time. He was not bewildered by the empty slogans of resistance and freedom. Instead, he pinpointed the most fatal and fundamental issue behind this seemingly passionate uprising plan. The power gap. And trust. Damn, striking at the heart. Godsu is awesome. This reverse PUA immediately left Donald Duck stumped. This is the thinking of a top player. Never be led by NPCs, but instead, question their motives and take control of the conversation. In the live broadcast room, the audience, who had previously been worried about Su Ming, had now completely transformed into Su fans. Su Ming's operation had taken psychological warfare to the extreme. In the living room, a long silence fell. Donald's black cross-stitched eyes locked onto Su Ming, seemingly reassessing the value and danger level of this newcomer. After a long while, his hoarse, magnetic voice finally rang out again, but this time, it lacked some of the previous agitation and bore more sincerity. You are right. He actually admitted it voluntarily. With just the two of us, and even adding that brainless muscle stick, Spike, outside, and that little yellow bird that can only sing, we really have no chance at all. He seemed to know every toy in this house like the back of his hand. But Donald's tone suddenly shifted, becoming exceptionally grave. We have no other choice. He slowly extended his fabric hand, pointing toward the kitchen direction, that dark corner guarded by Minnie. You see Minnie, you see her ridiculous, joyful afternoon tea. But what you don't see is the master in that hole. Its game is far more terrifying than you think. His voice took on a hint of fear that even he did not notice. It will reset. Every once in a while, when it gets bored with a certain toy, it will trigger a big reset. At that time, everything in this Wonderland, the rules, memories, and even our very existence itself, everything will be completely wiped out, erased, and then recreated again. We will become a brand new, obedient toy. Until it gets bored with us again. Hearing this, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Reset? This was the deepest, most desperate secret of this instance. This was no longer a simple death threat. This was a kind of erasure at the rules level, where even existence itself could be completely erased. He understood instantly. He understood why this Donald, despite having such high intelligence, would choose to cooperate with this new toy of unknown origin. Because it, too, was running out of time. So, Su Ming's gaze became incredibly serious. You need me to help you find a method to strike hard before the Great Reset arrives? Exactly. Donald's voice was filled with determination. I have observed for a long time, you are the only one who managed to bring imperfect things from the Tom's house, which is also trapped by the box, to here as a variable. It pointed to the old tin mouse quietly lying on the ground, filled with the texture of time. That thing, its aura, makes the master feel disgusted, and it also feels threatened. So, Donald looked seriously at Su Ming. I need you to help me take out one, or several, similar to it, from your toolbox, that can cause rules-level harm to the master. It paused and said its ultimate goal in a tone almost pleading. Old toys. Chapter 56, Weapons from Another World. Donald's request was like a boulder dropped into the already turbulent lake of Su Ming's heart. Old toys. It actually pinned its hope on Su Ming's Tom's toolbox, which was full of randomness, something even he couldn't fully control. Su Ming didn't respond immediately. His brain was operating at an unprecedented speed at this moment. Donald's request seemed like a reliance, but behind it, there was a deeper logic. It recognized the power contained in Tom's world as a force capable of resisting Mickey's world, which had a different rule system. This was a rule confrontation that crossed the instant's dimensions. Wow! A dream crossover? He wants Tom's tools to fight Mickey Mouse? This idea is too bold. Using one fairy tale to defeat another fairy tale. But the toolbox is random. How can Su God ensure useful things come out? Yeah, what if it pulls out a bunch of wrenches and hammers? Then it's game over. The audience in the livestream quickly grasped Donald's intention, but they were also worried about the huge uncertainty of this plan. Su Ming understood this point very clearly as well. His toolbox, while magical, was primarily responsive to will. However, the way will materializes is filled with Tom-style, absurd randomness. He could not pin all hopes on such uncontrollable luck. He needed a more stable, more operational plan. I refuse. After a long while, Su Ming slowly spoke the two words that surprised Donald and all the live-streamed audience. Donald's embroidered eyes suddenly squinted, a dangerous aura radiating once more from its soft plush body. Reason? Its voice turned a bit cold. The reason is simple. Su Ming showed no fear, his gaze calmly meeting Donald's. First, my toolbox is full of uncertainty. We can't put everyone's fate on a gamble of the unknown. Second, Su Ming paused, his tone sharpening, and most importantly, why should I trust that after you get those old toys, you won't become another tyrant that needs to be overthrown like the master? Trust. This is the cornerstone of all cooperation. Su Ming is using the most direct way to force the ally in front of him to reveal his true self. Donald, whose body is made of fabric, trembles slightly from Su Ming's blunt and almost rude questioning. It seems to be completely enraged. The temperature in the entire Meow Meow house drops a few degrees. However, after a long, suffocating silence, the dangerous aura around him slowly retreats, replaced by a profound, self-mocking, and helpless fatigue. You're right. For the first time, its hoarse voice carries a tinge of real emotion. If we really succeed, who can guarantee that there won't be another Mickey appearing? It slowly turns around to look at the fake, joy-filled amusement park outside the window. This world, this so-called fairy tale town, is itself a huge toy box. Mickey is just one of the most powerful masters inside. Smashing one box might just drop us into another box that is larger and more terrifying. These words full of pessimism and despair bring Su Ming's heart down as well. He did not expect that this seemingly defiant Donald would have such a profound emptiness inside. But it is precisely this emptiness that causes Su Ming to completely lower his last guard against it. Because a true schemer would never reveal such a vulnerable side to his pawn. So, Su Ming slowly begins, breaking the silence. What we need is not a simple weapon. What we need is something that can change the rules themselves. Donald suddenly turns his head, and for the first time, the black thread embroidered eyes ignite with a true flame of hope. Do you have a way? I don't. Su Ming shakes his head, but then a familiar, crazed and confident smile emerges at the corner of his mouth. But I know where to find it. He slowly walks to the tin mouse he regards as a meet and greet gift from another world. He squats down and gently turns the key at its back. Click, click, click. The tin mouse begins to move again. But this time, it does not rush towards the door like a guide. It simply remains in place, using its tiny tin claws to draw an extremely complex, mechanically beautiful design blueprint on the carpet. A true old-world design blueprint from Tom's basement, which is filled with failures and resentment. In the center of the blueprint is a huge, fully automatic capture device. Ding! Tom's first toy has activated the memory sharing function. In my world, there is a place filled with countless failed products like it. Su Ming's voice is full of temptation. They may all have failed, but they embody my predecessors, their purest, most imperfect creativity and obsession. They themselves are a collection of rules. He lifts his head and gazes intently at the duck, who is completely stunned by this extraterrestrial object. I cannot bring them here directly. But if you can help me find enough parts, I can reassemble them here. We will use a failed world to fight against this perfect world. Chapter 57, A List of Parts. The air in the entire Meow Meow house living room seems to freeze. Donald's eyes, sewn from black silk thread, are fixed on the complex design blueprint filled with otherworldly mechanical beauty drawn on the carpet by the tin mouse. Silence lingered for a long time. In that mind, confined within the toy box for what felt like an eternity, accustomed to perfection and repetition, there came, for the first time, a thunder from another world, filled with imperfect and creativity, which violently cleaved a crack open. Rebuild. Not simple replication. But rather, to forcefully reproduce the creations under another rule system, within this perfect world. This thought was too mad. So mad that it even felt somewhat blasphemous. This was a blatant challenge to the master's established rule of creation at the lowest level of this world. Are you sure? After a long time, Donald's hoarse voice finally spoke again, but this time, his tone carried a tremor of excitement that even he didn't notice. I am sure. Su Ming's reply was calm and firm. There was no trace of hesitation or uncertainty on his face. It was a confidence belonging only to top engineers and designers regarding their creations. Theoretically, as long as the basic rules, that is, the physical laws, are similar, and we can find enough substitute parts, I have over 70% confidence that I can reassemble them here. He pointed to the design blueprint of the fully automatic capture device lying on the ground. Of course, it's impossible to make an exact copy. For example, he pointed to a complex trigger device made of a clock and a toaster in the drawing. In this wonderful house we might not find identical parts. But we can find substitutes. His gaze swept over the amusing clock with two white-gloved hands ticking in the living room and then to the cute red oven in the kitchen. For instance, using its heartbeat to replace the clock's ringing. Using that enthusiastic guy to substitute for the toaster's popping. Su Ming's words sent shivers through Donald and all the viewers in the live stream. He intended to treat everything in this home as parts he could freely disassemble and reassemble, pieces? Damn, this guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. Demolishing the home, I dare say this is the strongest demolition team in the history of copies. Mickey, I just grabbed a new toy, and you want to tear down my home? This is no longer madness, this is art. It's performance art. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Su Ming slowly stood up. Like a true chief engineer, he began to issue the first and most crucial task list to his CEO Donald. First, we need a complete parts list. He pointed to the metal mouse, tirelessly sketching drawings on the ground. It can provide us with all the blueprints. But translating these blueprints from another world into a parts list that we can understand and need to collect will take time. This task is up to me. Donald nodded in agreement. Su Ming's steps began to slowly pace in the living room, and his thoughts became exceptionally clear. Second, collecting the parts. His gaze sharpened. This is the most dangerous and crucial step. We cannot just flail around like headless flies. We need to conduct a thorough, systematic inventory of all available parts in this toy box. He looked at Donald. This task requires you. You are the old hand here, you know better than I which toys can be persuaded and which hard cases need to be dealt with. Donald's body trembled slightly. It knew that Su Ming had entrusted it with the most dangerous and central task. This was a test of its abilities and a probe into its willingness to ally. It didn't hesitate. He solemnly nodded. Third, and most importantly. Su Ming stopped, turned around, and his gaze passed through the living room, landing on the closed kitchen door. Minnie. He softly whispered the name. She is in the kitchen, seemingly quiet. But she is the housekeeper of this wonder house and the most loyal watchdog of the master. Our every move cannot escape her eyes. Donald's hoarse voice sounded, filled with gravity. What do you plan to do? We don't need to hide from her. A calculating smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. We just need to give her some fun. He slowly pulled out from his all-powerful Tom's toolbox After completing the cleaning of the second floor task, as a reward, he had randomly picked up from the disassembled storage cabinet something that looked quite ordinary. A small jar of butter. And a brand new banana peel that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. He placed these two items on the table. On her daily fixed patrol route, Su Ming's voice was like a devil's whisper. Give her a little surprise that fits our good friend status. An afternoon tea. Donald looked at the jar of butter and the banana peel, its embroidered eyes flashing with extreme excitement and a hint of cruelty. It completely understood. Su Ming's plan was a seamless and vast project of multi-thread operations. He would be responsible for the core technology, drawing the arms blueprint. It would be responsible for lurking and contacting, integrating all available rebellion forces, and listing the parts list. And together, they would prepare an endless series of surprises full of the Tom and Jerry style for the most loyal lapdog of this home. This would be a great arms race taking place inside the toy box. Chapter 58 Special List. From now on, it was no longer a verbal test or promise, but a silent, unspoken action. Donald did not say another word. Its embroidered eyes, sparkling with wisdom, deeply looked at Su Ming, as if imprinting the image of this crazy yet reliable ally in its core program. Then, its soft, cotton-filled body, like a weightless feather, quietly reintegrated into the colorful yet turbulent shadows of the toy corner in the living room. Its lurking had begun. Su Ming knew that from this moment on, this irritable yet clever duck would transform into the top spy, moving through every corner of this toy box, identifying, testing, and roping in every possible toy that could become their parts. This would be an extremely dangerous process. Once Minnie, or the master in the hole, detected any abnormality, it would face a fate far more terrifying than a big reset, direct destruction. But this was their only step, and it was necessary. Su Ming's eyes returned from the shadow where Donald had disappeared. His face was no longer filled with previous scheming and crazy calculations. Instead, it was replaced by a nearly artisan-like, absolute focus. He also began his own equally vast and tedious work. He carefully picked up the tin mouse that had stopped moving, quietly lying on the carpet, and placed it on the red low table in the center of the living room. On the table, the design drawing of the full automatic capture device that it had drawn remained clear and visible. But just one blueprint was far from enough. Su Ming took out a stack of clean, blank drawing papers and a charcoal pencil from Tom's toolbox. Then, he gently placed his hand on the cold, mottled top of the metal mouse's head. Ding! Memory sharing function has been connected. Reading blueprints database of the old world. Read successful. In the next second, Su Ming's eyes slowly closed. In his mind, a vast flood of blueprints filled with crazy imagination from Tom's toy showcase surged in like a sea of stars. Rocket-powered skateboards, ballistic cheese launchers, sonic hypnotizers, camouflage cloaks, all-terrain remote-controlled mouse-catching vehicles. One blueprint after another, filled with failures and unwillingness, yet sparkling with bursts of creativity, flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. This was a massive, rule-filled, imperfect technological tree from another world. Damn, this is totally cheating. I get it. The metal mouse is a USB drive. It's storing all the blueprints from Tom's basement. Su God just moved his family's tech tree over. There's no way to lose. Don't get too optimistic upstairs. Having the blueprints is one thing, but turning those ideas into things using Meow Meow house parts is the real challenge. The audience in the live streaming room was utterly shocked by this epic scene. And Su Ming was completely immersed in his own world. His hand moved. The charcoal pencil in his hand began to dance across the white drawing paper with an astonishing speed, almost without thinking. Sha 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 sha. That sound became the only symphony in the quiet living room. He was not simply copying. He was doing an extremely complex translation job. He transformed the devices from Tom's world, made up of old appliances like toasters, alarms, and irons, into brand new designs that could be replaced with blocks, wind-ups, and stuffed toy fillers from Meow Meow House through his top-notch spatial imagination and mechanical understanding. This was a project vast enough to make any top engineer feel despair. But Su Ming, however, was meticulous, even enjoying himself. It felt like he had returned to his tiny rented room, back to that pure creative world where he could forget all his worries. Time, amidst the sha-sha of the pencil tip rubbing, slowly passed by. Not knowing how long it had been. When Su Ming finished the last structural breakdown of the substitute part, he slowly raised his somewhat stiff neck. He realized that the sky outside had changed from afternoon to dusk. And in front of him, that red short table was already covered with dozens of new blueprints filled with various intricate designs, emitting a faint scent of ink. At that moment, a barely audible sound, like fabric rubbing, came from the shadows of the toy corner behind him. Su Ming turned back. He saw Donald, who had returned he didn't even notice when. In its hands, it did not carry anything. But at its feet, there quietly lay a lopsided, yet still recognizable, duck-shaped tombstone made of blocks. And beneath that tombstone, in charcoal pencil, found from who knows where, a name was written. Gao Fei. Donald looked at that tombstone, and a complex emotion flickered in its black embroidered eyes. Then, it turned its head to look at Su Ming. Gently, it placed a small list made of leaves and spider silk beside his drawings. On that list, also written in charcoal pencil, were lines of names. Bruto, dog, Chi-Chi and Dee-Dee, squirrels, Crabble, cow. And at the end of the last name, there was a huge, ominous cross drawn. That name was Peter, the cat. Chapter 59, The X on the List. Su Ming's gaze fell on the list woven from leaves and spider silk, filled with a primitive aura. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. He did not immediately ask what the tombstone, built from blocks and belonging to High Fly, represented. He knew that for Donald, this deep-thinking old toy, what it chose to show you was undoubtedly something it had carefully considered and wanted you to see. And those things it deliberately hid were the deeper secrets. This is... Su Ming extended his finger, gently tapping the list, his voice low, a list of allies we can strive for? Donald's hoarse voice slowly echoed in his mind, carrying a touch of weariness and gravity. No. This is not a list of allies. This is a list of survivors. Survivors? Su Ming's brow furrowed even deeper. Exactly. Donald slowly walked to the small tombstone, using its soft cloth arm to gently stroke the name Hi-Fly carved on it, his eyes showing a deep sadness Su Ming had never seen before. Hi-Fly was once the kindest and also the most noisy guy in this toy box. It was always so optimistic and energetic, even when Master repeatedly reset its memory, it could always be the first to rediscover happiness. But Donald's voice suddenly turned cold. Just before the last great reset, it disobeyed. It began to question Master's game. It began to spread some dangerous thoughts among other toys. And then Donald did not continue speaking. But that little, crooked block tombstone had already said it all. Oh my. Hi-Fly was destroyed? The deeper you think, the scarier it gets. So the people on this list are all those who disobeyed before but fortunately survived the Great Reset cleanup, the survivors? No wonder Donald said they are survivors. This is not a toy box, it's simply a concentration camp. In the live broadcast room, all viewers felt a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. Su Ming's heart also sank. He finally understood why Donald was so eager, even willing to cooperate with him, this mysterious new toy. Because if they didn't do something soon, when the next Great Reset came, it would very likely become the next Hi-Fly. I understand. Su Ming nodded, his gaze returning to that list. Bruto, the dog, Kiki and Titi, the squirrels, Clarabelle, the cow. Each name represented a classic character well known in the Disney animated universe. They also represented embers of resistance that had long been buried, ready to be ignited at any moment. Can they be trusted? Su Ming asked the most critical question. I don't know. Donald's answer was filled with uncertainty. The Great Reset erases not only memories but also courage. They are now just numbly playing their roles, trying hard to make themselves look sufficiently obedient. But the embers still exist. It needs a powerful external force to reignite them. Donald's eyes burned as he looked at Su Ming. That external force was unspoken. Su Ming did not immediately respond to this heavy topic. His finger slowly brushed over the list, eventually stopping at the last name, marked with a huge red X. Peter, the cat. What about it? Su Ming's voice became a bit cold. Who is it? At the mention of this name, an unmasked, deep-seated hatred suddenly erupted in Donald's eyes made of black silk threads. It. Donald's voice was as hoarse as two rusty iron sheets rubbing together. Is Master's most loyal dog. And also, the one who caused Hi-Fly's death. The informer. Su Ming's gaze instantly sharpened. He understood. If Minnie is the guardian of this mysterious house, then the cat named Peter is the one responsible for eliminating the abnormal, maintaining the Master's absolute rule. The executioner. Is it strong? Su Ming asked. Very strong. Donald's reply was filled with seriousness. It is the only toy in this toy box, besides the Master and that crazy woman, Minnie, that is allowed to retain some memories from before the Great Reset. It takes pride in this, enjoying the power of clearing us unstable factors for the Master. It is the nightmare of all survivors. Donald slowly turned around, fixing its eyes full of anger and determination on Su Ming. Its intention was now clear. It wanted to ignite those long-extinguished embers, to make those survivors gather their courage again. They must first pull out the deepest, and most painful, nail that is stuck in everyone's heart. They must first prove to everyone that the Master's dog is not invincible. I understand. Su Ming slowly stood up. His face no longer bore the earlier relaxed and calculating expression. Instead, it replaced with an unprecedented, cold calm, like a hunter locking onto its prey. He walked to the pile of weapons blueprints for the other world he had just finished drawing. He pulled out the most complex design, which he believed was the most powerful blueprint. In the upper right corner, in messy handwriting, its name was written. Multifunctional, self-adaptive, chain reaction. Mouse, cat, trap max. He gently placed the blueprint on the small building block tombstone belonging to Goofy in front of Donald. Like a sacrifice for the deceased. Also like a declaration of war handed to the enemy. Put it. Su Ming's voice carried no emotion. As the first item on the parts list. Chapter 60, The Track of the Scavenger. When Su Ming placed the drawing of the mousetrap max like a declaration of war on Goofy's tombstone, the alliance negotiation between him and Donald, filled with probing and bluffing around smashing the toy box, finally came to a true conclusion. They were no longer just cooperating to resist. They had a common, clear, and revenge-filled first enemy. Donald looked at the complex blueprint overflowing with the madness of another world, and the suppressed flame of anger in its black, lined eyes finally ignited completely. It did not say another word. It simply nodded solemnly and deeply at Su Ming. Then, its soft body, like a flash of black lightning, again disappeared silently into the shadows of the toy corner. It was going to carry out its first and most dangerous task as the chief executive officer. To scout out that cunning executioner Peter's current location and its patterns of movement without alarming Minnie and the master. Su Ming knew this was an extremely difficult task. According to Donald's description, as the master's lackey, Peter's authority in this toy box was likely far greater than that of the other toys. It might be able to freely move through some forbidden areas, even possess some ability to see through disguises. Donald's reconnaissance was like walking on the edge of a blade. But this was necessary. Know yourself and know your enemy, you will never be defeated. Without sufficient information about the target, any rash action would only cause them to repeat Goofy's tragic end. Su Ming did not interfere with Donald's actions. He knew that in this house, regarding stealth and reconnaissance skills, no one could surpass a true Doc? Su Ming felt a bit absurd about this strange perception of his. He has his own work to do. He slowly walked to the pile of weapons blueprints he had drawn himself. His eyes swept over the complex blueprints filled with imaginative ideas, yet extremely challenging to create. In the end, he pulled out a relatively simple but highly practical blueprint. In the upper right corner of the blueprint, its name was written. Portable, high elasticity, terrain adaptive, catapult chair. This was a comical yet efficient mobility device invented by Tom to instantly reach Jerry's head in the animation. Su Ming's reason for choosing it was simple. First, the parts it required were mostly springs, fabric, and some simple wooden boards, which were relatively easy to find in this Meow Meow house. Second, and most importantly, he needed mobility. He glanced at the broken glass door leading to the courtyard and remembered the seemingly calm square, yet fraught with hidden dangers. He knew that when the war with Peter officially broke out, the battle would not be confined to the small living room. They needed a way to quickly move, chase, and even escape in a complex environment. And this catapult chair was the first and most important tactical equipment he prepared for himself and his rebels. He laid the blueprint on the ground and took out a set of miniature woodworking tools that looked very professional and came from nowhere, from Tom's toolbox. Then, like a craftsman immersed in his own world, he began to meticulously and creatively modify the blocks and plush toys borrowed from the toy corner. Time slowly passed in this tense yet hopeful atmosphere of preparation for battle. Not knowing how long it had been. Just as Su Ming finished connecting the last component of the core spring mechanism of the catapult chair. In the shadow of the toy corner, a very faint, almost imperceptible sound of fabric rubbing could be heard. Donald had returned. It looked a bit ragged. Its iconic blue sailor suit was stained with a few fresh, wet leaves, and there were even traces of something burnt on the brim of its hat. Clearly, this reconnaissance did not go smoothly. It might have even had a brief confrontation with some unknown entity. But its eyes were surprisingly bright. It said nothing, just quickly walked to the simple conceptual map of outside Meow Meow house that Su Ming had drawn before. Then, it extended its fabric-made arm and dipped its fingertip into some dust on the ground. On that enormous map representing the entire amusement park. One corner that Su Ming had never noticed before, located at the farthest edge of the park. It forcefully drew a circle. That place was marked on the map as Scrap Recycling Center. Immediately, Donald then hastily drew next to that circle a highly recognizable, a mouse head with a pair of large round ears. Mouse head. And a black cat sharpening its claws and revealing its sharp fangs. Black cat. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly understood the message Donald was conveying to him. Peter. That black cat, the executioner, was not in the Meow Meow house. Its lair was actually in that place which sounded ominous, the scrap recycling center. And that place was also the final resting place of all the failed products that had been broken and discarded in this amusement park. The final destination. In Donald's eyes, a deep wariness flashed, along with uncontrollable rage. Its hoarse voice slowly echoed in Su Ming's mind, filled with coldness. That bastard. It's hunting. Hunting us, who have been abandoned by the master. Kindred. Chapter 61, Hunting the Hunter. Donald's words, filled with anger and coldness, blew through Maya's living room like the fiercest cold wind, instantly dispersing the last false warmth. Hunting, kindred? Su Ming chewed on this cruel term, his gaze turning exceptionally cold. He finally understood. Understanding why Donald hated Peter so intensely. Understanding why those survivors had such profound fears beyond the Great Reset. Because, in this seemingly happy amusement park, beyond the master's apparently random annoyance and reset rules, there existed another set, established by Peter the Executioner, that was bloodier and more direct. The rule of elimination. It was not merely the master's dog. It was a pure sadist who took pleasure in clearing its kind and torturing failed products. And that so-called abandoned goods recycling center was not a garbage station at all. It was its slaughterhouse. Damn. Peter is too twisted. Isn't this the legendary scab? Having become a dog, it still bites all the disobedient companions. So miserable, those broken toys that don't listen in the end are not reset, but recycled by this Peter? This is troublesome. That guy's lair is a slaughterhouse. How could Su Ming and the others possibly break in? The viewers in the livestream were also shocked by this cruel truth, feeling worried for Su Ming and their next plan. However, there was not the slightest hint of retreat on Su Ming's face. His gaze sharpened, burning brighter than ever, fueled by anger. He looked at the recycling center, crossed out by Donald on the map, and slowly said something that made Donald and all the viewers tremble in their hearts. A good hunter often dies in the traps it knows best. Donald's eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly understood Su Ming's intention. Su Ming did not want to attack the heavily guarded slaughterhouse. What he wanted to do was lure this cruel hunter out of its lair. Then, in the familiar Mayo, filled with home advantage, design a tailored final hunt for it. Your plan. Donald's hoarse voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. Very simple. Su Ming did not keep them guessing. He extended his finger and lightly tapped on the somewhat worn armament blueprint, Catcatcher Max. The first step, we need to assemble it. Where are the parts? Donald asked the critical question. The recycling center is the only place where we can find enough discarded metal parts. But there is now Peter's territory. We don't need to go. Su Ming's mouth curled into a devious smile. We have a better supplier. His gaze slowly turned to the window. That enormous figure, aimlessly wandering in the square, handing out balloons. High fly. And the distant figure performing a slapstick show. Bruto. Also, aboard Clara Belle, organizing goods in the small shop. Those, on Donald's survivor list, had all smoothed their edges and numbly played their roles to survive. The old toys. Donald's tone was filled with doubt. They no longer dare. No. Su Ming shook his head, his gaze firm. They are not afraid, they simply lack a reason. A reason strong enough to make them take the risk of being double punished by the master and the executioner. And the reason to gamble a little. Su Ming slowly took out the dry biscuit, that represented his alliance with Jerry, from his pocket. Su Ming looked at Donald, go tell them. Just say, the mouse in the kitchen has found perhaps a new grain depot that can fill everyone's stomach. No need for them to fight, no need for them to resist. All that is needed is for them to borrow an unremarkable screw from their respective areas, at a fixed off work time every day. This statement left Donald completely silent. Its mind, shaped by cartoon logic and strange tale rules, was struck by an unprecedented impact at this moment. This new Tom's plan was intricately woven, almost calculating the hearts and rules of everyone in this toy box. He aimed to utilize those survivors' most primal desires for freedom and full stomachs, long suppressed to the extreme. He planned to carry out this primitive accumulation of arms in the safest, most unsuspected way, like ants moving houses. And he himself would bear all the risks. Once the plan falls apart, the ultimate source of the parts would only point to him, the mastermind, and would not implicate any porters. This was a nearly perfect, bright scheme. I understand. After a long time, Donald nodded solemnly. It knew that when Su Ming laid out this plan filled with trust and risk, it had no way back. But, it looked at Su Ming and asked the last and most deadly question, even if we successfully assemble this cat trap. What will we use to tempt a cunning and cruel hunter into the trap willingly? Bait? Su Ming smiled. He slowly turned around. He extended his hand and gently pushed open the door to the outside world, the mouth of Mayo. The afternoon sun lazily streamed in. He looked at the tourists and mascots in the square who were happily interacting, unaware of the impending storm. His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling madness that could make any creature shiver. Who says? Bait must be dead? Alive, disobedient, and secretive new toy that knows the master's secrets. Isn't that the best bait? Chapter 62 Unhappy Tourists. When Su Ming used himself as bait to complete the final and most insane piece of the puzzle for the reverse hunting plan against Peter. The secret operation meeting inside Mayo had already ended. Donald did not say another word. Its black embroidered eyes only looked deeply at Su Ming, filled with complex emotions. It knew that this newcomer had completely tied his life to the fate of all the toys. This gamble would only allow success, and not failure. It respectfully mimicked human etiquette, slightly bowing to Su Ming. Then, its soft body vanished silently like a black lightning bolt merging into the shadowed corner of the toys. It would execute its last and most important mission as a messenger and liaison. To pass on the hope of the new grain depot and the spark of resistance to every survivor who was lost in numbness. Su Ming quietly stood at the door, watching his ally leave. He knew that from this moment on, they were no longer alone. A storm that would engulf the entire crazy amusement park had quietly begun to brew. And he himself, as the eye of the storm, must now begin his performance. The afternoon sun was still warm. In the plaza of the amusement park, there was still the distorted cheerful background music, and the tourists wore an unchanging, brilliant, eerie smile on their faces. Su Ming had returned to this huge stage filled with lies. But this time, the expression on his face was completely at odds with the happy atmosphere around him. He put away the exaggerated smile of a fervent fan. In its place was a perfectly balanced expression, one that hovered between tiredness and boredom, a blank face. He no longer participated eagerly in various interactions like other tourists, nor did he wave enthusiastically at the comical mascots. He simply wandered alone, with his hands in his pockets, walking at an extremely slow, aimless pace, like a true tourist who was forced to come here out of boredom, aimlessly strolling in the plaza. This action seemed insignificant. But in this bizarre world where one was required to always smile, and unhappy people were unwelcome. His blank face stood out like a drop of ink falling into clear water, exceptionally noticeable, glaringly so. Almost the moment he stepped out of the funhouse, countless scrutinizing and questioning gazes silently converged upon him from all directions. Those goofy figures handing out balloons noticeably paused their movements. The Mickey Mouse taking pictures with tourists turned its gigantic headpiece ever so slightly towards him. Even the clown selling popcorn in the distance, with heavy paint on his face, seemed to retract the corners of his mouth slightly. They were observing him. Observing this only survivor who had just exited the funhouse, wondering why he suddenly became unhappy. Su Ming understood all of this but did not make any changes. He maintained that expression of who am I, where am I, how bored I am, and continued his aimless stroll. He was waiting. Waiting for the hungry, cruel hyena hidden in the shadows to catch the alluring scent of his outcast meat. What the heck? What is Su God doing? Openly breaking the rules. Fishing. He is fishing for enforcement. He is deliberately exposing himself to lure that Peter to the hook. This is too brave. It's like jumping back and forth on a tightrope. If Minnie or Mickey decides he is breaking the rules first, won't he just be done for? Don't worry upstairs, didn't you forget? He has a golden card for immunity. In the funhouse, his first unhappiness would only get a warning. He is now playing that card. In the live broadcast room, quick-witted viewers immediately understood Su Ming's intention and were shocked by his brilliant strategy and unparalleled courage. But Su Ming's plan was far from over. His wandering path seemed random, but in reality every step was meticulously calculated. He unintentionally passed by the maintenance hatch of the carousel. There, the survivor acting as Pluto pretended to check the screws of the equipment. As their eyes met for a moment, Su Ming's gaze subtly glanced down at the screw. He then boredly walked to the exit of the roller coaster. There, the Clarabelle responsible for guiding tourists was numbly waving a little flag. Su Ming yawned, but his eyes lingered on the base of the flagpole for 0.5 seconds. He was using his actions to signal the porters who were about to act, showing them the target part they needed. Meanwhile, in another corner of the amusement park, in the dark, rusty, and oil-smelling abandoned goods recycling center, a gigantic, pitch-black cat, adorned with a face reminiscent of classic Disney villains, full of cunning and cruelty, was lazily lying on a throne made of broken robots and discarded metal parts. Its name was Peter. In front of it, a massive surveillance wall, pieced together by countless shattered mirrors, clearly reflected the real-time scenes from every corner of the amusement park. At this moment, almost all the mirrors on the wall focused together on a slender, bluish-gray figure, which seemed a bit out of place. Peter watched this new toy wandering in the square, its narrow, malicious eyes slightly squinting. A low, greedy gurgle sounded from its throat, filled with playful delight. It licked its sharp claws, the reflection of Su Ming's unhappy face shimmering on its scarlet tongue. It seemed to smell the scent of prey. Chapter 63, The First Screw. The night, like a gigantic black velvet curtain, slowly covered the false, eternal daylight of the crazy amusement park. The cheerful, distorted background music gradually came to a stop. The tourists with eternally smiling faces in the square turned into marionettes with broken strings, their bodies stiffly moving in unison, disappearing into the end of the street. The cartoon mascots that were so lively during the day retreated back to their respective resting rooms. In just a few minutes, the amusement park transformed from a paradise of noise and celebration into a silent ghost town, with only the neon lights flickering. This was the off-duty time for the toys. Also, it was the only moment during the day when this giant toy box almost came to a standstill. In the abandoned goods recycling center, Peter continued to lie lazily on its throne made of scrap metal. The massive surveillance wall in front of it, constructed from countless shattered mirrors, had dimmed significantly. Only a few mirrors still shone brightly. One of them clearly reflected the living room of the Meow Meow house. The bluish-gray new toy that had been strolling in the square all day, capturing all its attention, was now curled up in a small corner, seemingly fallen into sleep. Peter let out a disdainful gurgle. It initially thought it had finally found a new prey that piqued its interest, one brave enough to challenge the rules. But unexpectedly, the other party was merely throwing a small tantrum. At night, wasn't it just like those other cowards, obediently adhering to the sleep rules set by their master that were the most ridiculous? Boring. Peter yawned, a hint of disappointment flashing in its narrow eyes. It slowly closed its eyes, ready to enjoy this rare, tranquil night without any noise needing its cleaning. However, just as it was about to fall completely asleep, its huge, furry black ears suddenly twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. It opened its eyes wide. Those malicious eyes fixed tightly on another corner of the surveillance wall. On a forgotten, inconspicuous shard of mirror that it had completely overlooked. That shard of mirror reflected a corner of the long-stopped carousel. There, it should have been empty. But at this moment, a tall, slender figure with long droopy ears appeared sneakily in the frame. It was Goofy. He did not return to his resting room like the other toys. It sneaked back to its workstation after off-duty. Peter's gaze instantly became cold and sharp. It saw Goofy's clumsy body lying on the base of the carousel, holding a small wrench that it had found from who knows where. Its movements were a bit awkward, even looking somewhat comical due to nervousness. Creak, squeak. It seemed to be struggling to twist a insignificant screw used to fix the base. Peter's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, its body slowly sat up from its lazy throne. A cold, snake-like killing intent began to slowly gather around it. At the same time, in the shadow of the carousel base, another small puppet figure, dressed in a blue sailor suit, was holding its breath and cautiously watching around. It was Donald. It looked at its old friend, now sweating profusely, locked in a struggle with a tiny screw, its embroidered eyes filled with complex emotions. A few hours ago, it had found Goofy in that narrow mascot lounge filled with the smell of disinfectant. When it revealed the full plan of the enticing yet risky new grain store from Su Ming, this once optimistic and kind survivor had the first reaction of refusal. It's useless, Donald. Goofy's voice was filled with exhaustion and numbness, a stark contrast to its energetic and comical appearance during the day. We tried. Resistance will only lead to a more thorough destruction. I don't want to disappear once again. Its eyes were hollow and desperate. Donald looked at its old friend, now like a walking corpse, and the flame inside it, long suppressed, flared up again. So, you just want to stay here forever, like a puppet, performing happiness? Its hoarse voice became sharp with anger. Goofy! Look at me! It jumped onto Goofy's shoulder, forcing that huge, hollow dog head to turn towards it. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But this time, it's different. We have a real madman, from another world. He is stirring up the master's house. He even dares to confront that presence on the second floor. This is our last chance. I'm not asking you to fight or to die. Donald held up the cheese map, intricately carved with the feel of otherworldly rules, given to it by Su Ming, in front of Goofy. I just need you, like before, to help us, the not-so-smart ones, to twist down a screw. Crack. A crisp sound of metal breaking pulled Donald back from its memories. Goofy had finally succeeded in twisting down the screw that had long been rusted in the base. It carefully placed the small but heavy screw into its overalls pocket. Then, it showed Donald a smile filled with determination, harder to bear than tears. That smile seemed to say, "For the ultimate freedom." Donald smiled back. However, just as they completed this historic first step and prepared to withdraw quietly, a voice full of playfulness and cruelty, like a hooting owl, suddenly echoed from the shadows behind them. Hey, you two. Off duty, not going home. But working overtime here? Donald and Goofy's bodies instantly stiffened. Peter's voice, filled with mockery and cruelty, sounded like a death knell, slowly ringing out by the silent carousel. Donald's and Goofy's bodies became completely stiff. They slowly, extremely difficultly, turned around. In the not-so-far distance, in the shadows, the giant, pitch-black executioner was walking toward them, step by step, with the unique, graceful, and deadly stride of a feline. On its face, there was a playful, mice-catching kind of smile. Those long, sly, gleaming eyes shone like two ghostly green lights in the dark. What should I say? Peter stopped, maintaining a safe distance, enough for it to launch a deadly attack in an instant. Really, you have surprised me. Its gaze lingered for a moment on the wrench tightly gripped in Gao Fei's hand. Then it swept its eyes briefly over the screw that Cao Fei had cautiously hidden in his pocket, still peeking out due to tension. Finally, its eyes landed on Donald's deliberately calm, silly duck face. One is the mouse that managed to survive the last great reset. The other is a foolish dog that should have stayed obedient but couldn't learn to listen. Its voice was full of mockery. What game are you playing, House? Donald felt his heart sink to the bottom. He had been discovered. From the very first moment of action, he had been caught by this one person that should not have been disturbed. Countless escape plans flashed rapidly through his mind. But all were dismissed one by one. Peter's speed, strength, and acute intuition as a hunter were far beyond his own. In front of it, any form of escape would be in vain. Run! Donald did not look back. Instead, he used a very subtle voice, one meant only for Cao Fei, directly affecting their consciousness, to give the only command to his old friend, who was trembling in fear beside him. Take it and run. The it he referred to was the small screw that carried the hopes of all the survivors. Cao Fei's hollow, fear-filled eyes suddenly regained some brightness at this command. He glanced at the small but incredibly determined puppet figure beside him. Then he looked at the black nightmare slowly approaching in the distance, resembling the Grim Reaper. His heart, wrapped in numbness and despair, felt as if it was sharply pierced by something in that moment. He remembered. He remembered the last time before the Great Reset, when he had also been cornered by Peter. Back then, another friend had used their disappearance to buy him a chance to survive a bit longer. History must not repeat. No. Cao Fei slowly stood up straight, his long body slightly stooped from fear. He took the small screw from his pocket and tightly clenched it in his palm. Then, he took a small step forward. Using his enormous body, which was several times larger than Donald's, he firmly protected the small puppet figure that was the mastermind behind him. His voice was no longer that silly, theatrical tone from earlier. Instead, it was a low growl, unprecedented, mixed with fear and resoluteness. You will not. This action completely stunned Donald. It also made Peter, who was preparing to enjoy a cat-and-mouse game from a distance, wear a frozen expression for the first time. Damn it! Cao Fei! Wah wah wah, I'm crying. It stepped up. This is the real Cao Fei. Though he's clumsy, he will always be brave for his friends. No! He can't defeat Peter. This is a death sentence. In the live broadcast room, everyone's hearts were moved by Cao Fei's tragic act. Tightly gripped. Oh! On Peter's face, a cruel and interesting smile appeared. What a touching friendship indeed. It seems that the Great Reset didn't completely wash away your ridiculous courage. Well. Its body slowly sank down. The pitch-black, steel-like muscles instantly tensed up, taking the classic hunting pose. Let me help you with that favor. The moment the words fell. Whoosh! Peter's massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, almost impossible for the eye to catch, instantly tearing through the space. Its target was not Donald, protected behind Goofy, but Goofy's hand tightly gripping the screw. What it wanted was not their lives. What it wanted was their ridiculous, fragile hope. However, just as Peter's sharp claws, capable of tearing steel, were about to touch Goofy's arm, a thing faster than it appeared right before it. It was Donald. It had rushed out from behind Goofy without anyone noticing. Its soft body, made of fabric and cotton, unleashed an incredible force in that moment. It did not attack, nor did it defend. It simply opened its arms. Using its soft, fragile, even called weak body as a trivial barrier, it fiercely crashed into that devastating black lightning. It wanted to use its body to buy Goofy that precious 0.1 seconds to escape. Bang! A deep, chilling sound of fabric tearing. Donald's small body was like a soft doll hit by a speeding truck, instantly sent flying. Its body traced a tragic arc in the air. Clear, huge cracks grotesquely opened in its blue sailor suit. White cotton stuffing mixed with some unknown black, circuit-like fragments poured out of the rips, fluttering down like sad, white snow. Goofy was completely stunned. It watched as the ally who had just fought alongside it shattered in front of it, to protect itself. Shattered. No. No. A wave of unprecedented anger, capable of completely consuming reason, erupted. Goofy's hollow, fear-filled eyes were instantly filled with endless blood red. Chapter 65, The Responsibility of a Foolish Dog. Roar. That was no longer a sound that Goofy could produce. It was the roar of a beast cornered, watching its most important companion being torn apart, filled with the rawest, most tragic and furious rage. Blood red completely consumed its eyes, which should have been filled with optimism and humor. Reason was burned to ashes the moment it saw Donald's broken body fall to the ground. Its tall and slender body, which even seemed a bit clumsy, erupted with unprecedented power in that moment. Muscles swelled like a balloon, visibly expanding. The funny orange turtleneck sweater and blue overalls were instantly ripped apart, revealing the dark, steel-like skin underneath. Warning! Survivor, Goofy has entered irreversible fury state. In this state, all abilities will be greatly enhanced, but at the cost of existence itself. Bang! The floor tiles under Goofy's feet were instantly shattered. Its body turned into an even faster, more furious black lightning than Peter before, without any dodging, without any skill. Only one word. Charge. With all its strength, it charged at the enemy that had torn apart its companion. Heavily, it crashed in. Peter's face, full of mockery and cruelty, finally showed a hint of true astonishment. It clearly did not expect this. This foolish dog, which in its impression would always be humble and timid, unexpectedly erupted with such terrifying power and momentum. Fast. So fast. So fast that even it couldn't make the perfect dodge in time. It could only instinctively raise its sharp claws, capable of tearing steel, crossing them in front of its chest to block. Boom! A sound more muffled and terrifying than the previous explosion, the clash of flesh and steel. Peter's massive body was actually knocked back by this pure force. Its body rolled in the air and finally crashed heavily onto the solid metal base of the merry-go-round, producing a sound that would make one's teeth ache. Damn! Goofy is amazing. It's ignited. It's ignited. Is this the power of anger? Kill that stinky cat. Avenge Donald Duck. But, the system prompt says irreversible rage. Does it mean? Goofy. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers' blood was completely ignited by this scene. But some observant viewers read a hint of tragic and ominous meaning from that cold system prompt. And in the center of the battlefield, with a successful strike, Goofy showed no signs of stopping. There was no joy of victory on its face. Only a numb, cold madness. In its eyes, the images of Peter, Donald, and even the entire world had vanished. Its only goal was to destroy and vent in the most primal and savage way. Roar! It charged wildly and indiscriminately like an out-of-control rhinoceros, crashing and destroying everything in the merry-go-round area. The decorated wooden horses were smashed to pieces by its charge. The sturdy metal railings were easily torn and twisted. The entire merry-go-round area turned into a ruin under its violent power, as if made of paper, instantly becoming a mess. And amidst this chaos, a broken figure, like a discarded doll, slowly and laboriously moved. It was Donald. It was not dead yet. Its torn, cotton-filled body relied on the last shred of its core program to support it as it slowly raised its equally damaged head. It looked at its old friend, who was madly destroying everything and avenging it. Those black, embroidered eyes, once filled with wisdom and calculation, now appeared unusually clear and gentle. It did not call out. Nor did it try to stop it. It knew everything was already too late. It only used its last bit of strength to push out the small, cold, yet hopeful screw that Goofy had protected with its life. Slowly, it pushed it out. Pushing towards the direction of the Meow Meow house. Pushing towards the direction of the only ally who must be anxiously waiting for its news at that moment. After finishing all of this, Donald's body finally lost all strength completely. Its black, embroidered eyes took one last deep look at the figure of Goofy still roaring madly. Then, slowly, it closed. Creak. In the ruins, Peter slowly stood up from a pile of twisted metal debris. It looked just as disheveled. A clear, deep dent was left on the fur on its chest, even some ribs were unnaturally twisted. A thick, black, oil-like liquid was slowly dripping from the corner of its mouth. It was injured. It was actually hurt by something it considered garbage. Ha! Peter extended his scarlet tongue, licking the black liquid at the corner of his mouth, and in his elongated eyes, all the playfulness and mockery had completely vanished. Replaced by pure, cold, and emotionless killing intent. Interesting. It looked at Gao Fei, who was still crazily venting in the ruins, but his aura was already starting to fade at a visibly rapid pace. Really, an interesting toy. Its figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. The next second, it appeared behind Gao Fei. Its claws were no longer probing or attacking like before, but silently, like the top assassin, aimed at Gao Fei's huge, defenseless back, which was exposed due to his fury. There, lay within Gao Fei, the one and only energy core that supported all its actions. Goodbye, disobedient. Stupid dog. Put. A muffled sound, the sound of sharp claws penetrating flesh and metal. Gao Fei's furious roar came to an abrupt end. His enormous, iron-like body abruptly stiffened. Slowly, with great difficulty, he lowered his head to look at the sharp claws that pierced through his chest, dark and still dripping with his own blood. His eyes, completely engulfed by crimson, remarkably began to regain a hint of clarity in his final moments. His gaze passed over Peter's shoulder, looking into the distance. That empty, spinning carousel exit. It seemed that he saw that little screw had safely rolled to where it was supposed to go. A look of a relieved, final smile appeared on his face. Bang! Gao Fei's massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing all vitality. Like a collapsing mountain. Chapter 66, the last part. Ding! A very faint sound, the sound of metal colliding with wood, unexpectedly rang out in the silent Miao Miao house living room. Su Ming, who was focused on the final assembly of the catapult chair at the low table, paused for a moment. He slowly lifted his head. A small, cold screw, still stained with some dirt and dew, had unknowingly rolled in from the dark night outside and finally stopped at his feet. It lay quietly on the smooth floor, offering no light and no special aura. It looked unremarkable, just like the most ordinary part you could find in any hardware store. But Su Ming's heart sank uncontrollably upon seeing it. Too fast. Much faster than he had anticipated. According to his and Donald's plan, the collection of the first batch of parts should have been done before dawn, with different survivors discreetly and in groups, bringing it to the designated handover point. It definitely should not have appeared like this, so directly and so abruptly in front of him. Something went wrong. An ominous thought, like the coldest ice pick, pierced deep into his heart. Damn, it's that screw. Delivered? What about Donald and Gao Fei? What happened to them? Don't ask. Didn't you watch the recent livestream? The livestream's chat flooded, momentarily overcome with countless cries and candles after a brief silence. All the viewers who witnessed the tragic battle from the gods' perspective felt an indescribable sadness and oppression at this moment. Su Ming did not look at the chat. He didn't need to. He simply stared quietly at the small screw at his feet. He could feel a lingering warmth from its cold metal surface that hadn't fully dissipated yet. It was the last warmth left behind when Gao Fei tightly gripped it in his palm. He seemed to be able to sniff a hint of belonging to Donald from its spiral texture. That unique, faint scent, a mix of cotton and old fabric. This tiny screw. It is not just a part. It is a relic. It is the last hope, bought back for him by his two allies, with their courage, wisdom, and even the very act of being. From the terrifying hunter. Su Ming slowly crouched down. His movements held a certain ritualistic feeling. He extended his hand, not pinching with his fingertips, but using his whole palm, carefully cradling the tiny screw in his hand. The cold metal touched the warmth of his palm. In that moment, countless images seemed to flash through Su Ming's mind. He saw the duck, dressed in a blue sailor suit, awakening for the first time, its eyes full of wisdom and vigilance. He saw it drawing the burning skull on the sand table, filled with serious determination. He saw it, to buy itself time, without hesitation, using its soft body to crash into that black lightning, tragically. He also saw the tall, thin figure, facing him with eyes filled with fear and numbness, an empty gaze. He saw the look on its face after hearing his plan, a smile more difficult to bear than tears, filled with resolute sorrow. He saw it, in its final moments, turning its massive body into an indestructible wall, protecting its companions with responsibility. Su Ming slowly clenched his fist. The tiny screw's hard edges dug deep into his palm, sending sharp stings of pain. But he seemed to feel nothing at all. He only quietly felt that pain. He felt the weight carried on that pain. I understand now. After a long while, Su Ming slowly stood up. There was no sadness on his face, nor any anger. Only a dead silence, an absolute calm, like the stillness of the sea before a storm. His eyes, usually filled with a hint of calculation and mockery, transformed, in this moment, into the deepest, unfathomable cold pond, revealing no ripples whatsoever. He didn't look at the screw again. He simply carefully placed it into his all-powerful Tom's toolbox. Then, he turned around and walked back to the half-finished catapult chair that was beginning to take shape. He picked up his tools, continuing his unfinished assembly work. But this time, his movements were no longer the focus and calm of before. Instead, they became unusually fast. So fast, it even felt a bit insane. Click. Bang. Creak. A series of powerful, urgent sounds of metal and wood colliding echoed repeatedly in the quiet living room of Miao Miao House. He moved like a tireless, precision machine that had received its final command, assembling, piecing together, transforming, at a pace close to self-mutilation, madly. There was no sadness in his eyes. No anger remained. Only a pure, cold, enough to burn the entire world to ashes goal. He wanted to take revenge for his two disobedient toy friends. He would create the final cat trap painted on the high-flying tombstone. In advance. Chapter 67, The Hunter and the Prey. Bang! With the final dull sound of metal fittings clicking together, Su Ming threw down the wrench in his hand and slowly straightened his sore back. Before him, a portable catapult chair, filled with Tom's mad imagination and the aesthetic of violence, assembled from various toy parts, was finally complete. It looked rough and ridiculous. The main body is a wooden chair taken apart from a toy corner, still showing the clumsy smile of Winnie the Pooh. Below the chair, there is a complex ejector mechanism made of several high-strength springs and cotton thread pulled from a stuffed animal's body, with excellent toughness. And the trigger of the entire device is a small wind-up toy frog he found in the corner of the kitchen, already starving and on the verge of death. As long as the wind-up is tightened and it is pressed onto the ground, when its wind-up runs out, it will jump forward one last time and precisely trigger the core of the ejector device, the trigger mechanism. Simple, absurd, filled with uncertainty, but also filled with Tom's style. Su Ming quietly gazed at the masterpiece before him, the product of his entire afternoon's work. His face still showed no expression. His once clear eyes, however, were now covered by an unbreakable, cold, thick fog, bottomless. He didn't look at the blueprint of the more complicated cat trap Max again. He knew that plan was already too late. He no longer had the time, nor the parts, to build such a massive trap. Pete wouldn't give him that opportunity, since the trap couldn't be finished. Then, Su Ming's gaze slowly moved to the dark, neon-lit, bizarrely beautiful, amusement park night view outside the window. Let him become, by himself, the most dangerous trap. He skillfully folded up the ejection seat, still faintly smelling of machine oil, and carried it on his back. Then, he walked to the tightly shut, mouth-shaped large door of the Meow Meow house. This time, he sought no one's help. He no longer cared about any rules. He simply, slowly, lifted one foot. Then, with an almost brutal, pure strength, he kicked it out. Boom! A loud crash. The door, symbolizing happiness and order, that separated Meow Meow House from the outside world, was kicked open with a huge crack. Warning! You have destroyed the core rule structure of Meow Meow House. The master's anger level is rising. Su Ming ignored the warning that rang in his mind. Like a beast breaking free from a cage, he rushed through the crack, leaping out. Once again, he stepped into the cold, silent amusement park square belonging to the night. The night wind, bone-chilling. He took a deep breath of this air filled with the smell of rust and disinfectant, the air of freedom. Then, he turned around, facing the mouth-shaped door he had kicked open, now showing a dark gap. Slowly, he raised one middle finger, as if declaring war on the high and mighty master, in the most direct, disdainful way. Fuck. Fuck 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 fuck. It's on fire. It's on fire. Now this is what a protagonist looks like. He's gone mad. Totally mad. He's going to overturn the entire copy. For Donald Duck and Goofy. Kill those sons of bitches. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers' adrenaline was completely ignited at that moment. And after doing all this, Su Ming didn't pause for a second. His figure, like a ghost, swiftly merged into the bizarre and confusing shadows of the amusement park, illuminated by neon lights. He was about to begin his hunting. The abandoned goods recycling center. Pete was leisurely licking the last bit of Goofy energy core residue on his claws. A satisfied and content expression filled his face. A perfect, clean cleanup operation. Not only did it get rid of two disobedient anomalies, but more importantly, it had successfully, completely extinguished the spark of rebellion that had just ignited. Snuffed out in its infancy. The mirror in front of it was watching the wall. That mirror reflecting Meow Meow's house was calm. The blue-gray new toy seemed completely scared out of its wits by the earlier killing the chicken to scare the monkey show. For an entire afternoon, it just numbly hid in that tiny toy box, fiddling with some meaningless junk parts. Everything was back under its control. Peter yawned in satisfaction, ready to enjoy his peaceful and powerful night, as usual. However, just then, whoosh! An extremely sharp and almost uncatchable sound of something cutting through the air suddenly whizzed past above its head in the shadows. Peter's body tensed instantly. Its sensitive ears, unique to felines, perked up suddenly, trying to catch the source of the sound. But nothing was there. The night remained dead silent. Was it an illusion? Peter's brow furrowed slightly. It stood up from its throne, warily looking around. And just as it turned around, it saw, on its monitoring wall made of countless shattered mirrors, a huge, provocative sketch of a cartoon cat, drawn in red, resembling paint by someone, it seemed. And below the sketch, a crooked line of mocking words. I see you. Peter's pupils suddenly constricted into the most dangerous pinpoints. A surge of unprecedented humiliation erupted, feeling like the prey was peering back at it. Roar! It roared with furious rage, its massive body transforming into a black flash, instantly smashing through the fragile iron door of the recycling center, charging into the dark night. It was going to drag out that daring, clueless mouse who had provoked it. And just as it burst out of the recycling center, in the distance, on top of an abandoned teacup ride, a blue-gray, slender figure sat calmly on the edge of the teacup, swinging its feet in the air, relaxed. In its hand, it seemed to hold a half-eaten hot dog, found who knows where. It saw it. It raised the hot dog far away, as if to wave hello. Then, its figure leaned back. Along with the entire massive teacup beneath it, it disappeared behind the building. Peter was thoroughly outraged. Chapter 68: A Game of Cat and Mouse. Roar. The utterly enraged Peter's massive body turned into a blur of black as it crazily darted through the dead silence of the amusement park street. Its eyes flashed with ghostly green fire, fixed tightly on that blaring blue-gray figure repeatedly appearing on the rooftop in the distance. Fast. The speed of that new toy was beyond its imagination. It was like a true agile nightcat, familiar with this dark jungle, always managing to use various terrains at incredible angles, dazzlingly jumping and dodging between the buildings. Several times, Peter's claws almost touched the other's afterimage, but ultimately, they escaped in a way that was almost humiliatingly close. Whoosh! Su Ming's figure, using the powerful thrust from the simple yet efficient catapult seat, once again shot out from the rooftop of a haunted house, like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc in the air, landing precisely on the mast of a huge pirate ship not far away. The night wind blew against his blue-gray fur. He looked down from an elevated position at the massive black beast below, chasing madly like a headless fly, yet always unable to touch him. His face still showed no expression. But in his heart, he was calm to the extreme. He was tugging. And also testing. He was testing Peter's limits of speed, strength, and jump, and its remaining intelligence in a furious state. Oh my god. This is too cool. Is this the legendary Tom-style movement? All sorts of anti-physics laws. I declare that Su is not playing a horror story, he is playing Assassin's Creed. So amazing. He is not just running away, he is walking a dog. No, he is walking a cat. In the live broadcast room, the adrenaline of all the viewers had been completely ignited by this imaginative and violent aesthetic parkour chase happening in a strange amusement park. In the Horror Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu and others were sweating in their palms. He is guiding. Professor Zhang Yu's eyes were fixed on the amusement park map on the screen that Su Ming knew by heart, his voice trembling with excitement. Every jump he makes, every landing, is not random. He is leading him to a preset position. Yes, the layout. Every provocation and every escape by Su Ming had a purpose. He was using his body as the most eye-catching road sign, leading that beast, which was already blinded by anger, step by step towards the slaughterhouse. Bastard. The humiliation from a long-term attack pushed Peter's anger to its peak. It finally gave up on this inefficient ground chase. It stopped, its massive body suddenly sank down, the dark muscles, like steel, tightened to the extreme in an instant. And then, boom! The tiles beneath it exploded. Its massive body, filled with explosive power, shot up like a black cannonball. It lunged straight toward the tall pirate ship mast. It wanted to use its absolute power advantage to shorten the distance forcefully, to kill that little bug jumping around in the sky with one hit. Seeing this, a hint of seriousness flashed in Su Ming's eyes for the first time. Fast. So fast. Peter's burst this time exceeded his calculations. He had almost no time to think and could only rely on his fighting instincts to turn the power of the catapult seat behind him to the maximum. Boom! The spring was compressed to the extreme. Su Ming's body was once again violently ejected. And just a second after he left the mast. Crack! A painful, ear-splitting sound of wood breaking. That huge mast, which required several people to wrap their arms around, was actually ripped apart by Peter with one claw. The broken wood splintered and scattered like a torrential rain. A few sharp splinters even cut through Su Ming's fur, leaving several shallow blood marks. What a close call! Su Ming adjusted his posture in midair, glancing back at the massive pirate ship which was slowly tilting and collapsing, feeling a lingering fear. The strength of this monster was far more terrifying than he imagined. Oh my! That scared me to death. I almost got hit. This power is too freakish. It broke the mast with one claw? Su is injured. What now? He is about to be caught. The viewers' hearts tightened once again. Peter, having successfully destroyed Su Ming's landing spot, let out a victorious, cruel roar. It landed steadily on the roof of a nearby building, like a real black panther locked onto its prey, giving Su Ming no chance to breathe, its body exerting force again, lunging violently toward the falling Su Ming. This time, Su Ming was in midair, with nowhere to brace. He could no longer avoid it. just when everyone thought that Su Ming was about to lose his second life. Su Ming's face, however, showed no sign of panic. The corner of his mouth raised instead into a relieved, planned smile. Finally, it's here. He looked down at the dark area below, giving off a familiar smell of rust and oil. Then, in front of Peter, he slowly reached his empty hand into his all-powerful Tom's toolbox. He didn't make any more complicated wishes. He just silently repeated in his heart, "Give me something that can make him stop." Ding! Tom's toolbox has responded to your wish. Determining rules? Determination successful. In the next second, Su Ming's hand emerged from the toolbox. In his hand, there were no bombs or weapons. Only a half-used, sticky little jar of butter with an enticing smell, for some creatures. And a mysterious, seemingly ordinary thing. A banana peel. Su Ming smiled. Without even looking, he directly threw this classic combination behind him at the fast-approaching black figure with a gaping, bloody mouth. He hurled it with all his might. Then, his body, like a kite with a broken string, fell straight down towards the dark place he had carefully prepared for Peter. The final stage. Chapter 69, A Classic Accident. Under the night sky, Su Ming's body fell like a powerless leaf, heading straight into the bottomless darkness below. And above him, Peter's massive, explosive black figure was already close at hand. Its eyes, glimmering with a ghostly green light, were filled with cruel pleasure at the impending victory. It had even opened its mouth wide enough to crush steel, ready to swallow this little bug that had toyed with it for half the night. However, just as its fangs were about to touch Su Ming's blue-gray fur, it saw the new toy, with a face that was not at all filled with fear but instead showed it a pitying, mocking, victorious smile. Not good. A sense of unprecedented, deadly crisis surged through Peter's entire body like electricity. But it was already too late. A slippery, faintly milk-scented yellow object had, somehow, splat right against its face, completely blocking its vision. It was butter. Immediately after, a yellow object, full of fascinating resilience and perfect arc, silently appeared beneath its ready-to-pounce back foot. It was a banana peel. These two, in the world of Tom and Jerry, were the most classic, unsolvable, and unreasonable causal weapons. In this moment, they were presented to their destined victim in the most reasonable manner by Tom's toolbox. Meow? Peter's murderous roar took an extremely comical and confused turn in midair. Its body instantly lost all balance. Its massive, originally powerful predatory stance turned into that of the clumsiest clown in a third-rate circus. Its limbs flailed uselessly in the air, trying to regain its center. But everything was in vain. Gravity, along with that damn banana peel, had achieved final victory at this moment. Boom! A sound louder and duller than before when it crashed through the mast. Peter's enormous body fell to the cold, rusty, oil-scented ground in a quite undignified position, as if a dog eating poop. The place where it fell was not off by a bit. It was exactly where Su Ming had chosen for it on the map, that perfect stage. Right in the center. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ming, in an embarrassing state, crawled out from a pile of rusted, unidentified parts. The fall just now, though most of the impact was buffered by these scraps, still made him feel like his bones were about to fall apart. You have taken high-altitude fall damage, remaining life, 7. Died again. But it was worth it. Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly standing up from the scrap heap. His eyes were cold and calm, like a Caesar overlooking his gladiatorial arena. Beneath his feet, the entire scrap recycling center, at some point, had turned into a gigantic, almost unbelievable chain reaction trap. A trap built from countless discarded springs, gears, tracks, iron plates, and screws borrowed from amusement rides, a trap filled with Tom-like madness and vengeful fury. Multifunctional, adaptive, chain reaction. Catcatcher Max. And Pete, at this moment, was lying on the core, the activation pressure plate of this massive killing machine. F***K, 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 F***K. Is this the final stage? It's magnificent. So he didn't just take Pete in circles earlier, he wasn't just guiding, he was also buying time for the final assembly of this gigantic trap. Gaufey. Donald. Did you see that? The revenge is about to begin. In the live stream, all the pent-up emotions were completely ignited at this moment. And in the center of the trap, Pete, who had just recovered from the violent impact and dizziness, finally realized something was wrong. It slowly got up from the ground, shaking its still dizzy head, looking around confusedly at this environment that was both familiar and strange. It saw it. It saw the massive springs hidden in the shadows of the scrap heap, connected to taut cables. It saw above its head the giant anvils and safes, suspended by iron chains, filled with sharp iron spikes. It saw, from all directions, the water cannons aimed at it, made from fire hydrants and high-pressure water pipes. And it saw that figure, standing at the highest point of the scrap heap, holding a long lever, wearing an icy, death-like smile on its face, a blue-gray figure. At this moment, even if Pete's intelligence was low, it finally understood. It had been set up. From the very beginning. From that damn sound of something tearing through the air, to the provoking graffiti, to the seemingly foolish chase. Everything was a trap. A fatal trap tailor-made for it. You. From Pete's throat came a hoarse, enraged growl, full of endless fury and a trace of disbelief. Su Ming didn't answer. He simply slowly raised the lever in his hand, the one that connected to the core mechanism of the gigantic trap. His gaze passed over Pete's massive, murderous body. It looked into the distance. At the long-abandoned ruins of the carousel. Before his eyes, the towering figure, who had turned into a berserk guardian of hope, reappeared. The small figure, who had crashed into destruction to buy time, also appeared. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold, vengeful smile. His voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed across the massive slaughterhouse, where the final performance was about to unfold. The show has begun. Pete. Asterisk asterisk surprise asterisk asterisk? As the words fell. Without hesitation, he forcefully yanked the lever. And pulled it down. Ding, clang, bang. The sound of metal clashing, the wail of gears, and the sound of parts scattering all over the ground. In the huge recycling center for abandoned goods, slowly, it fell into silence. That machine, Cat Trap Max, crafted with Su Ming's heart and the shared hopes of countless survivors, an artwork in its own right, after completing its dazzling and deadly one-time performance. Finally, completely, turned into a pile of true, scrap metal. The entire venue was in disarray. On the ground, there were sticky oil, broken bowling balls, snapped springs, and murky puddles mixed with rust in machine oil after being blasted by high-pressure water guns. In the air, there was an indescribable odd smell, a mix of gunpowder, sweetness, and a hint of burnt fur. Su Ming still quietly stood atop the pile of scrap that served as the command platform. He was breathing heavily, and there was not a clean spot on him. His face and arms were smeared with various colors of paint and stains, looking even more disheveled than the tortured Peter from earlier. Yet his eyes were astonishingly bright. Like stars in the night that have burned all their fuel, exploding with the most brilliant light. His gaze pierced through the swirling steam and dust, firmly locking onto the very center of the trap. That place, where a gigantic safe had fallen from the sky, striking with precision. There, at this moment, it was utterly silent. In the live broadcast room, it was also dead quiet. All the viewers held their breath, eyes wide, waiting for the final result to be revealed. Is it over? It should be over, right? An attack of that degree, even a god would be done for, right? Did Peter die? No one could give an answer. Time seemed to have hit the slow motion button at that moment. Under the tense gaze of billions of viewers. That heavy, even smashing a shallow pit into the concrete, gigantic safe, suddenly, extremely subtly. Creak. Wobbled slightly. All the viewers' hearts instantly climbed into their throats. Not dead yet? Su Ming's eyes also narrowed instantly, gripping tightly the deformed iron bar he used as the pull lever, ready to respond to the worst possible situation. Creak. 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 The safe was slowly, extremely laboriously, creaking open from the inside. A dark, still slightly trembling paw, cracked and frayed, slowly extended from the gap. Then, a large, fluffy, bewildered black cat head popped out of the gap. It was Peter. It was surprisingly still alive. Only, at this moment, it looked pitiful to the extreme. Its black fur was burned in patches, revealing the pink skin underneath. Its body, once full of strength, was now as soft as a puddle of mud. The most deadly part was that its head had a perfectly standard, cartoonish, bump from being hit by the damn safe. That bump was big and round, with even a few little stars spinning on top. It shook its head, and those once cruel and cunning eyes now looked dazed and hollow. It seemed stunned. What the hell? Why does it suddenly look so cute? I can't stop laughing. The hardcore horror boss has been turned into a comical animated villain. Is this the Tom-style punishment? Low on damage, high on humiliation. In the live room, that intense atmosphere was instantly broken by this absurd and comical scene. All the viewers couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Su Ming's face showed no signs of laughter. His gaze remained icy. He knew that for a creature like Peter, as long as its core was not destroyed, any physical damage, no matter how severe it appeared, was merely temporary. Right now, it was just stunned. If it regained its senses, Su Ming did not give it this chance. He slowly raised the heavy iron rod in his hand, aimed at the huge black cat head below that was still dazed, like a cruel executioner, ready to deliver the final judgment. Wait. Just as Su Ming was about to make the final deadly strike, a hoarse voice, filled with fatigue and weakness, suddenly rang out from another corner of the ruins. Su Ming's movement suddenly paused. He slowly turned his head. What came into view was the Donald puppet, which he had long deemed fallen, body torn apart in disarray. He didn't know when, but relying on the last bit of core energy, it was extremely difficult to sit up from a pile of parts. Its body was in ruins. One arm and one leg were already missing, and the blue sailor suit was covered with hideous rips. But its eyes, embroidered with black thread, still flickered with indomitable light. Keep it. Donald looked at the completely dazed Peter, his voice filled with complex emotions. There was hatred, reluctance, but more so, a kind of calculation. It is still useful. The master's dog can only be executed by the master himself. Leave it for Minnie. Su Ming instantly understood Donald's intention. This guy, despite being so badly injured, was still thinking about how to maximize benefits. Using the severely wounded, dying Peter as a letter of allegiance, a gift, to hand over to the same Minnie of the wonderful house who viewed Peter as a thorn in her side. This was not just revenge. This was even more of a counter-revolution. You guy. Su Ming looked at the dilapidated yet still gleaming puppet, and a true, heartfelt smile finally appeared on his face. He slowly lowered the iron rod in his hand. Deal. And just at the moment they completed this deal filled with black humor. Woo. A sound louder and more mournful than any before suddenly erupted from the center of the amusement park, from the direction of the massive dreamlike fairy tale castle. The very ground of the mad amusement park trembled violently at that moment. In the sky, the fake moon made of neon lights was instantly devoured by a deep, ominous blood red. Su Ming and Donald simultaneously looked up. All smiles on their faces froze entirely at that moment. They knew. This good play, hunting the hunter, which they had meticulously directed, had finally completely startled the existence that had been watching everything from above, the highest level of this toy box. The game was over. The war had begun. Chapter 71, A Letter of Allegiance. The harsh alarm sounded like invisible tidal waves, repeatedly washing over every corner of the mad amusement park. The sky was completely devoured by that ominous blood red, casting a strange apocalyptic hue over the silent amusement park. In the discarded goods recycling center, Su Ming no longer paid attention to the already changed sky. His gaze calmly moved away from the completely dazed Peter, curled up and shivering under the safe. He walked in front of Donald, whose body was already shattered, almost reduced to half a core trunk, and slowly crouched down. He did not say any comforting words. Nor did he make any unnecessary movements. He simply extended his oil-stained and dusty hands, carefully gathering the white cotton stuffing and black circuit board fragments belonging to Donald, piece by piece. His movements were gentle and focused, like cleaning up a beloved puppet that had been torn apart by mischievous children. Donald just sat there quietly, watching. In its black, embroidered eyes, all calculations, anger, and emptiness slowly faded away at this moment. Only a trace remained, something called warmth, which even it did not notice. Ding. Your actions towards Survivor, Donald, have earned its highest level of trust. Your relationship with Donald has fundamentally changed, elevating from core ally to sole designated heir? Su Ming did not pay attention to the strange notification in his mind. He simply collected all the remains, along with the now motionless puppet body, and carefully placed them in his all-powerful Tom's toolbox. He knew that as long as the core program was still intact, as long as there were enough parts, someday he would be able to reassemble this noisy yet reliable duck. After finishing all this, he finally stood up. He walked towards today's second trophy, Peter, who had completely lost all will to resist. He dragged Peter out from beneath the safe like dragging a dead dog, pulling at his thick, limp tail. Then, without looking back, he slowly walked toward the Meow Meow house. Behind him, the cat catcher Max, which had just performed an epic show, lay quietly among the ruins under the blood-red sky, like a silent monument built for fallen heroes. When Su Ming dragged Peter's massive, battered body back into the living room of Meow Meow house, the peacefulness from before was long gone. In the kitchen, the canary was anxiously flying back and forth on the windowsill. And in the triangular hole, Jerry was peeking out half of his head, gazing seriously at the blood-red sky outside. They were all waiting for him to return. When they saw Su Ming and the defeated-looking Peter being dragged behind him, their eyes burst with disbelief. He actually succeeded. Su Ming ignored their shocked gazes. He simply threw Peter's body in the middle of the living room like tossing out trash. Then he slowly raised his head, his gaze passing through the living room and landing on the always closed kitchen door. His voice was not loud but resonated clearly throughout the silent Meow house. Minnie. Come out, the package has arrived. As soon as the words fell. Creak. The kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. Minnie, wearing a red polka-dotted dress, slowly walked out from the darkness. Her face was no longer the innocent cuteness from before, nor was it the cold, murderous intent. It was a kind of unprecedented seriousness, mixed with shock, apprehension, and a hint of uncontrollable curiosity. Her gaze was firmly locked on the massive black figure lying on the ground, already unconscious. She knew better than anyone how terrifying Peter's strength was, the most loyal yet the cruelest executioner of the master. And now, he was actually like a dead dog, beaten by this new toy that had only arrived less than a day ago? This was completely beyond her realm of understanding. Su Ming did not pay attention to her shocked gaze. He simply kicked the still twitching body of Peter with his toes, like a businessman who had just completed a deal, calmly saying to his client. How is it? This gift. Still relatively obedient? Minnie's gaze slowly moved from Peter's body to Su Ming's face. Her large, obsidian-like eyes fixed intently on this Tom, who looked disheveled yet surprisingly calm. She finally understood. The guy in front of her was not a new toy at all. He was a monster that could overturn the entire toy box. After a long time, the serious expression on Minnie's face slowly melted away. In its place was a genuine smile filled with appreciation and relief. She was no longer the cold housekeeper. She looked like a little girl who had finally found a partner to fight alongside, and she gave Su Ming a formal lady's curtsy of the highest respect in her world. Welcome home. For the first time, her voice carried a hint of real emotion. Good friend. Ding. You have gained Minnie's highest level of trust. The Kitchen Alliance has completed its final upgrade, and the rebel faction is officially established. Su Ming also smiled. He knew that his long, calculated defection plan had finally come to a perfect conclusion at this moment. And now, it was time to meet the true master who had been manipulating everything from the shadows all along. He turned around and gently removed the small wooden board that had been used to block the hole from the beginning. He crouched down and slowly addressed the dark, bottomless hole that emitted an ancient and cold aura. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder that pierced through the endless darkness. Mickey. It's time to come out and play. Chapter 72 Master's Invitation. When Su Ming uttered the provocative phrase, "It's time to come out and play," the whole Meow house seemed to have pressed the mute button. The piercing, blood-red alarm that had echoed throughout the amusement park suddenly stopped. Outside, the sky, tinged with the color of doomsday, instantly froze, like a giant, still oil painting. At that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning. In the kitchen, Minnie stopped her elegant bow, and for the first time, true, heartfelt, fear appeared on her lovely face. She instinctively took a half-step back and hid behind Su Ming, like a little girl seeking shelter. Even the canary, which had maintained elegance and calm throughout, nervously clutched Su Ming's collar. They were all afraid. Afraid of the true master who was about to awaken from the darkness of this toy box. Su Ming did not move. He simply crouched quietly in front of the dark hole, patiently waiting. There was no fear on his face. Only a calm, even slightly expectant, tranquility, as if he was about to meet a fated opponent. After a long while. He. A very faint, almost piercing laugh, carrying a childish innocence yet imbued with a godlike indifference, slowly emerged from the bottomless dark hole. Interesting. So very interesting. You are the first to dare to actively invite me to play. New toy. The voice was very youthful and pleasant. Like a carefree child playing. But every being that heard this sound, whether it was Su Ming, Minnie, or the billions of viewers in the livestream, felt an uncontrollable shiver rise from the depths of their souls. Oh my, it's Mickey. It's the master's voice. This voice is so eerie. It's both innocent and terrifying. It's coming. The final boss is finally making its appearance. In the livestream, all the viewers' hearts were in their throats. And at the moment Su Ming heard this voice, his pupils dilated. Because he had heard this voice before. Before he was pulled into this fairy tale town, it was the cold, emotionless, system mechanical voice that announced the rules in his rental room that, after shedding all pretense, had revealed its true, lowest tone. At this moment, it was exactly like that innocent child's voice. Identical. A thought, so crazy that it nearly froze his blood, surged into his mind. Could it be? This so-called fairy tale town is not a replica world at all. It, itself, is the toy box in front of him? Su Ming's heart sank to the very bottom. And just as he was overwhelmed by this terrifying truth, That elegant hand, wearing white gloves, full of cartoonish charm, slowly emerged from the darkness once more. But this time, it was no longer reaching for afternoon tea. Instead, it was extremely politely, slowly, opening its palm towards Su Ming at the entrance. In the palm, there were no weapons, nor any dangerous items. Only a crystal clear, shimmering with 7 colors, looking very delicious candy. As a thank you for inviting me. That innocent child's voice rang out again, filled with friendliness and kindness. Also as a reward for accompanying me for so long and bringing me so many surprises. This piece of candy, please. Eat it. And then stay forever, becoming the most perfect and my most beloved collectible in my toy box, okay? These words were said lightly, filled with a child's possessiveness. But the undeniable will within them, like that of a god, began to warp the very rules of the space. Su Ming felt a terrifying force, emerging from the rules themselves, immediately enveloping him. His body began to uncontrollably reach out his hand towards that candy, wanting to bring it to his mouth. This was a forced command. The master of this toy box had issued a rule of the highest level that could not be defied. Warning! You are undergoing rule erasure. Your existence is being forcibly assimilated by the master's will. In the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned by this sudden, unreasonable scene. Damn! The tables flipped. The final boss isn't playing anymore, directly going for hacks. Is this the master's power? Directly modifying the rules? How can we fight this? In the Strange Talk Strategic Bureau, Zhang Guoquan and others also turned pale. They never expected that the final showdown would unfold in such a dimensional strike manner. However, just as Su Ming's fingertips were about to touch that flashing, deadly candy, his face showed no signs of despair at all. Instead, what replaced it was a sigh of relief, a well-planned, long-awaited smile. He looked at the dark entrance, using the last of his willpower that he could control. Slowly, yet incredibly clearly, he spoke a line that took the master in the cave and all the viewers in the live room completely by surprise. Do you know? Actually, I've been waiting. Waiting for a chance for you to willingly invite me inside. Opportunity. The moment he finished speaking. Instead of resisting the forced assimilation power, he actively grasped the deadly candy in his hand. Then, he made a shocking move that everyone could not anticipate, an act that could be termed self-destructing the Great Wall. Instead of bringing the candy to his own mouth, he suddenly turned and fiercely shoved it into the mouth of Minnie, who had been hiding behind him, seeking shelter and now looked utterly astonished. Ding. Good friends should share everything. Chapter 73, The Last Good Friend. Time seemed to freeze completely in that moment. That flashing, 7-colored candy, containing the master's will, was just shoved into Minnie's mouth. Minnie's huge, pure black cartoon eyes lost all their sparkle for the first time, becoming hollow and dazed. She seemed unable to understand what had just happened in that fleeting moment. Why? This good friend, who had just fought alongside her against the master, would do such a thing to her? And the elegant hand wearing a white glove at the entrance froze in midair. Pulling it back was not an option. Extending it forward was also not an option. The entire Meow Meow house fell into an unprecedented, absurd, and eerie silence. F***CK. Betrayal? King. King want to ascend right here. This twist is something I never thought would happen in my wildest dreams. He poisoned Minnie? What kind of divine logic is this? Is this something a human can think of? I get it. I completely understand. Good friends should share everything. He's not defying orders, he's executing another rule of the master on a deeper level. In the live broadcast room, after a collective silence lasting over 10 seconds, it was suddenly drowned by a tsunami of shocked and incredulous comments. The minds of all the viewers were utterly shattered by Su Ming's earth-shattering, godlike reversal operation. Within the Strange Tales Strategic Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu suddenly jumped up from his chair, pointing at the screen, his voice cracking with extreme excitement. Using rules to fight against rules. He's using the underlying social rules of Meow Meow House to fight against the absolute personal orders given by the master. This is exploiting the gaps in the divine orders. Yes. This was the final and craziest trap Su Ming had set from the very beginning. He knew he couldn't confront the master's godlike, compulsory orders on a strength level. The only thing he could do was to transfer this order through another equally high-priority rule. And Minnie, who had always regarded herself as the mistress under the title of good friend, was his best sharing partner. It was a gamble. What he was betting on was whether the master of this toy box would fall into chaos due to the self-contradictory rules he had set. After a long time. The innocent yet cold childish voice slowly came out from the entrance again. But this time, there was less calmness and mockery in its voice. But more. A coldness that Su Ming had never heard before, one that seemed to freeze the entire space. Anger. It was furious. It was thoroughly betrayed by the toy it had created with its own hands, using the rules it had set. This was an unprecedented, absolute humiliation. And just as its seething rage was about to explode, an anomaly occurred. The Minnie who had been force-fed candy by Su Ming, who had been in a state of crashing, suddenly began to tremble violently. Ah, ah. She let out a painful moan filled with indecipherable meaning. Her adorable red polka-dot princess dress was rapidly polluted by a thick, black liquid, as if it came from nowhere, resembling oil. Her pure and sweet smile twisted and melted, transforming into a grotesque expression filled with pain and madness. Ding! Perfect toy, Minnie is being assimilated by the master's will. Being forcibly reset. The candy that Mickey used to assimilate Su Ming had now become the deadly poison that would destroy its most perfect creation. No! Seeing this scene, the ever-mysterious and lofty master deep within the entrance finally let out a genuine, panicked scream. It lost control. To stop its most beloved collection from being ruined by its own hands, it had no choice but to temporarily halt the rule erasure aimed at Su Ming. The power that could imprison everything. An invisible force of terror disappeared in an instant from Su Ming's body. Opportunity. Now is the time. A sharp, calculating light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He didn't care about Minnie, who was undergoing a horrific transformation, nor did he pay attention to the master who was completely flustered. His hand shot into his toolbox, which had never truly revealed its final trump card. Tom's toolbox. This time, he didn't issue any random intent. Instead, with the highest authority as a strategic partner, he sent a direct call to the only ally hidden in the box, from another world. The final summoning. Donald. It's time to end things. The moment the words fell. Boom. A massive explosion. That ancient-looking, seemingly ordinary wooden toolbox burst open. From it emerged not any props or weapons, but a small, steampunk-styled, fully armed battle mecha. Inside the mecha cockpit, Donald's perfectly intact eye, embroidered with black thread, locked onto the dark hole that had exposed its breath due to panic. His eyes were filled with the burning anger of revenge. Yoo-hoo! A roar filled with classic Donald Duck style, fierce and brimming with battle spirit, resonated throughout the funhouse. Surprised, Master? The next second, the mecha's thrusters ignited with a roar. It carried Donald's endless anger, along with the last hope of soaring high, transforming into an unstoppable, avenging meteor. It charged into the dark hole that represented the source of all evil, and hurled itself inside. Chapter 74. An imperfect performance. The thunderous sound and light from the depths of the hole did not last long. Like a dazzling yet brief meteor shower, after bursting forth in the brightest light, it quickly returned to silence. The entire funhouse, even the whole crazy amusement park, fell into an unprecedented, absolute tranquility as if time had even stopped. Outside the window, the apocalyptic crimson sky slowly faded away like a worn-out curtain. Replacing it was a gentle, real deep blue night sky that had never appeared in the amusement park. And, in the night sky, twinkled real stars. Su Ming stood quietly in the center of the living room. He watched the still dark, bottomless hole, neither stepping forward nor backing away. He was waiting. Waiting for a result. After a long time. Click. A very faint sound, like a clockwork reaching its end, came from the hole. Then, a wrecked battle mecha carcass, almost only a cockpit and half a thruster remained, slowly slid out of the darkness. The glass cover of the cockpit was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Inside the cockpit, Donald's body, made of fabric and cotton, was quietly sitting there, now completely torn apart. His black embroidered eyes quietly looked at Su Ming. Gone were the previous anger and unwillingness. Also absent was the joy of victory. Only a profound sense of calm, as if a burden had been lifted. In his embrace, he held tightly onto an equally worn-out, grease and dust-covered tin toy mouse. It was the token from another world that Su Ming had previously used for exchange. At this moment, this tin mouse had completely lost all power. The winding key behind it was broken. Its murky glass eyes had completely lost their last spark, transforming into a truly cold, silent old toy. Su Ming knew that Donald had won. With its anger full of imperfections, and a persistent imperfection from another world, it successfully shattered the false perfect world built by the master, which allowed no flaws to exist. Su Ming slowly stepped forward. He did not look at Donald, nor did he glance at the tin mouse that had completed its mission. His gaze fell on the dark hole. Inside the hole, It was no longer the kind of bottomless dark filled with unknown and malice. Instead, it was an emptiness. As if the lofty, godlike master, along with its toy box rules filled with childish possessiveness, had been completely reset. Ding! The master of the toy box has entered sleep mode. The core rules of Meow Meow House have collapsed. Su Ming quietly stared at the emptiness, yet felt no joy of victory in his heart. Only a kind of ineffable desolation. Just then, a weak, yet gentle voice sounded from behind him. Thank you. Su Ming turned around. He saw Minnie, who he had force-fed candy and had been corrupted beyond recognition, had somehow returned to her original form. Her cute polka-dot dress, though still stained with some black smudges, was no longer twisted. The smile on her face was no longer the false, calculating template expression from before. Instead, it carried a hint of fatigue, a trace of sadness, and a sincere, heartfelt gratitude. She slowly walked to the wreckage of the broken mech, reaching out to gently embrace the immobile, stuffed body of Donald, along with the cold tin mouse, carefully into her arms. Her movements were like treating a rare treasure. Welcome, home. She whispered softly to the two silent heroes in her arms. The disobedient. Good friends. After doing all this. She looked up, her large, obsidian-like eyes now filled with regret, gazing at Su Ming. Then, she slowly performed the most standard and respectful lady's curtsy towards Su Ming. This time, it was no longer out of rules or calculation, but pure, heartfelt gratitude and apology. Main quest updated, escape the toy box, completed. SS grade dungeon, crazy amusement park, has been successfully cleared by you. Clearing evaluation is calculating. Roleplay completion, S, you not only played Tom but became the subverter of order. Quest completion, S, you not only escaped but also achieved liberation. Exploration degree, S, you discovered all the secrets and created new rules. Special achievements, Orderer of the Kitchen, Negotiator of the Courtyard, Breaker of Meow Meow House, Terminator of the Master. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS, perfect. You have gained an epic clearance reward. Dragon Country National Fortune plus 20 million. Technology tree unlocked, spatial stability branch. National spirit resilience greatly increased. Chosen one Su Ming, your mental strength will undergo secondary refinement from the fairy tale origin. Your resistance against rule-type corruption will be permanently greatly increased. You have obtained a unique special item, Donald's Revenge, can summon a combat mech projection once in any dungeon to launch a powerful saturation strike at a designated target. Note, this item is a one-time consumable and is filled with unpredictable Donald Duck-style side effects. Teleportation will start in 10 seconds. Su Ming looked at the scene before him, and finally, a real, relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that this story had come to an end. He gently nodded to Minnie, who was silently crying while holding the two heroes, one last time. Then, he turned around. He did not look back again. A white light completely surrounded his blue-gray, slender figure that belonged to Tom. Chapter 75, The Responsibility of Heroes. When Su Ming came back to his senses from that familiar, brief feeling of tearing, what welcomed him was no longer the cold white light of the medical cabin or the pungent smell of disinfectant, but a deafening, overwhelming cheer. Su God! Su God! We love you! Long Country is victorious! Su God is victorious! He found himself standing in the wide central square of the Strange Tales Strategic Bureau headquarters. And around him, countless excited, flushed faces had completely overwhelmed him. There were researchers in white lab coats, soldiers in military uniforms, and hurried logistics personnel. At this moment, all of them had put down their work, gathering here spontaneously. Their faces no longer bore the numbness and despair from before. Instead, it was filled with a heartfelt, worshipping, and passionate admiration. Their eyes were fixed, like pilgrims looking up at a deity, intently focusing on the slender young man who had just walked out from the white light, looking a bit dazed. Su Ming was momentarily stunned by this sudden scene. He instinctively took half a step back, still a bit unaccustomed to this overwhelming enthusiasm. And at the very front of the crowd, Zhang Guoquan hurriedly crossed through the crowd and reached in front of him. This elderly man, who had seen countless storms, had reddened eyes like never before at this moment. His lips trembled slightly, as if he had 1,000 words to say but did not know where to start. In the end, he just reached out his rough, calloused hands and firmly grasped Su Ming's hand. His voice was hoarse yet filled with unprecedented strength and gratitude. Comrade Su Ming. Welcome, home. This return was far more shocking than the last one. In the spacious and bright highest conference room, Su Ming drank the hot tea that Zhang Guoquan had personally made for him, listening to Professor Zhang Yu's report filled with excitement and enthusiasm beside him. Right after you cleared the copy, the Fairy Tale Town system released the first version update announcement to the world. Professor Zhang Yu pushed up his glasses, handing a document to Su Ming. The announcement was very simple, just one sentence: toys also have the right to choose their masters. Su Ming's eyes instantly sharpened. What does that mean? We analyzed that this sentence likely stemmed from your actions in the crazy amusement park copy, completely shaking the core rules of Fairy Tale Town. Zhang Yu's voice was filled with admiration. You may have won a completely new way for all future chosen ones to ally with non-hostile NPCs within the copy. This news made Su Ming's heart tremble. He did not expect that his actions, aimed only for self-preservation and revenge, would inadvertently lead to such profound consequences. Not only that. Zhang Guoquan took over, his face marked with seriousness and a hint of undeniable pride. Because you once again achieved an SSS-level perfect rating, the national luck rewards for Long Country are unprecedented. The unlocking of the Space Stability Technology Tree has given our homeland defense system a qualitative leap. We now have the capability to resist, to some extent, possible small-scale space invasions caused by copy failures. In other words, Zhang Guoquan's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented sharpness. Our dragon country now finally has a bit of the confidence to talk equally with other countries. Su Ming listened quietly. He knew that behind this confidence lay the sacrifices of Donald and Gao Fei, the trust of Jerry and Canary, and Spike's clumsy protection. It also carried himself, those 7 lives that had long been completely exhausted, belonging to Tom. I understand. After a long time, Su Ming nodded, without a trace of arrogance on his face. Instead, there was an unprecedented, heavy sense of responsibility. He was no longer just a chosen one struggling to survive for himself and his country. Every choice he made seemed to unknowingly influence the direction of this cruel game. He looked at Zhang Guoquan and, for the first time, took the initiative to ask his question. What is the next instance? Zhang Guoquan and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. It's strange. Professor Zhang Yu pushed another document in front of Su Ming. This time, Fairy Tale Town did not immediately announce the specific information of the next instance as before. It only released a preview image. Su Ming directed his gaze to the document. In the center of the document, there was only a simple, mysteriously colored black and white illustration. On the picture was an endless expanse, filled with bizarre plants of a garden. Deep in the garden, there seemed to be a small tea party, where tea was being served in the afternoon. And at the end of that tea party, a white rabbit with a pocket watch, wearing a waistcoat, looking hurried, was diving headfirst into a bottomless tree hole. At the bottom of the picture, there was a line filled with childlike fun, yet chillingly handwritten English. You're late. Instance warning? Level Wonderland Tea Party. Alice in Wonderland? Su Ming's heart sank sharply the moment he saw that white rabbit. If Tom and Jerry and Mickey Mouse still followed some relatively normal cartoon logic, then, Alice in Wonderland. That would be a filled with madness, chaos, and complete lack of logic. A true nightmare. Just when he felt incredibly tricky. That newly obtained, one-time ultimate item in his pocket. Donald's revenge. Suddenly, extremely faintly, vibrated slightly. Chapter 76: A Late Tea Party. The extremely subtle vibration of Donald's revenge was like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, instantly rippling across the heart of Su Ming. His hand unconsciously reached into his pocket, tightly grasping that cold metal model made from fighter jet wreckage. That vibration was very light, just a brief moment, as if it were merely an illusion. But Su Ming could clearly feel that it was not meaningless mechanical failure. Rather, it was a resonance similar to a biological stress response. Like a lock meeting its destined, only key. What's wrong, Su Ming? Zhang Guoquan keenly noticed the fleeting unusual expression on his face. Su Ming did not immediately respond. He simply shifted his gaze slowly from the document with the Wonderland Tea Party preview image to his pocket, his expression becoming incredibly profound. Donald. Is this memento you left me perhaps? Not just a one-time revenge weapon? A bold yet logically possible speculation began to slowly emerge in his mind. What the hell? What's going on? The item moved? Is it because of the new instance? Could Donald Duck and Alice's worlds be related? No, aren't these two worlds not part of the same universe? Disney's copyright issues are complex. The upstairs key point is wrong. The key point is that this item. Does it mean that Donald still has consciousness? In the live broadcast room, those top detail-oriented viewers instantly caught this unusual detail and began a heated discussion. Su Ming did not immediately reveal this discovery. Before figuring out the specific connections within this, any speculation is just speculation. He slowly took his hand out of his pocket and regained his calm. He suppressed all the cluttered thoughts, pulling his attention back to this more troublesome, entirely new instance before him. You're late. Su Ming pointed with his finger, gently tapping the playful yet chillingly written English words on the document, his voice becoming extremely serious. Director Zhang, Professor Zhang. I feel that this is not just a scene dialogue. This is very likely the core, and also the most deadly part of this new instance. Rules. Professor Zhang Yu nodded, his expression equally grave. We thought the same. He pushed another document in front of Su Ming. It clearly had the analysis done in just a few hours by top linguists, psychologists, and folklore experts from Dragon Country on this sentence, in multiple dimensions. Late is a word that runs almost throughout the entire story of Alice in Wonderland. Zhang Yu's voice was filled with concern. The white rabbit with the pocket watch is always worried about being late. The Mad Hatter in the March Hare's tea party is forever stuck at 6 in the afternoon for offending time. The Queen of Hearts croquet game is also full of unreasonable, ever-changing temporary rules. We have reason to suspect, Zhang Yu's gaze became extremely serious, that the Tea Party instance is testing not just simple spatial exploration or factional confrontation. It is likely testing the Chosen One's understanding and control over time. Su Ming's heart sank. No matter how complex the traps in space are, there are always signs to follow. But time? That is an even more abstract, more elusive, and harder to grasp dimension. Once trapped in some sort of time loop or time paradox, it would be more desperate than any physical annihilation. Worse, Zhang Guoquan sighed and added, the level of this instance is. This is the first time since Fairytale Town opened that an instance level cannot be directly defined by the system. This typically only signifies one thing. The rules of this instance are, in themselves, chaotic and disordered. The conference room fell into a long silence. A world filled with time traps, completely devoid of logic. This is almost a, theoretically unsolvable game. After a long time. Su Ming, however, slowly smiled. That smile was light yet filled with an unprecedented, flame-like, fighting spirit. The absence of logic is, in itself, a form of logic. He looked at the brilliant sunlight outside, reborn because of his return, his voice soft yet clear, resonating in every corner of the conference room. Since it will not reason with me. Then. He slowly stood up from his chair. I also do not need to reason with it anymore. He turned around, facing Zhang Guoquan and all the experts who were looking at him with concern, revealing a familiar, confident smile full of Tom-like madness. Rest assured. When it comes to not reasoning, I am a professional. The moment his voice fell. That cold, mechanical voice familiar to everyone resonated throughout the world once again. Warning! An unknown fairy tale force is detected in violent conflict. The instance Tea Party opening time has been forced to advance. Transmission will begin in 3 seconds. A blood-red pillar of light didn't give anyone time to react. Once again, it completely swallowed Su Ming's tall and battle-ready figure. Thoroughly devoured. Chapter 77 Falling into the Rabbit Hole. The blood light devoured everything. But this time, Su Ming did not feel that familiar, brief, and intense sensation of space tearing apart. Instead, he felt a long, weightless, seemingly endless fall. His body seemed to be thrown into a bottomless tunnel, made up of countless bizarre colors and distorted geometric shapes, like a kaleidoscope. There was no up or down, no left or right. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. He saw an ancient, moss-covered clock floating beside him, its hands rapidly spinning backward. He saw again an afternoon tea table filled with exquisite tea sets, fixed to a vertical wall, as if gravity had no effect on it. The top hat and teacup at the table politely tipped their hats to him, the passing faller. He also saw countless playing cards, forming a mighty army, holding spears and marching in unison, patrolling and standing guard on a giant floating mushroom. Everything was filled with a sense of absurdity. Everything followed a kind of logic that Su Ming couldn't understand, a mad inner logic unique to this world. What the hell is this place? Is this Alice's world? It's too trippy. I feel my sanity dropping. Just looking at these scenes makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. Where is Su God? What happened to him? In a place like this, does previous experience even matter? In the live broadcast room, all the viewers' thoughts were completely shattered by the surreal, bizarre images before them. In the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu and others also showed expressions of helplessness for the first time. Cannot analyze. Zhang Yu looked at the illogical images on the screen, his voice was filled with a sense of powerlessness. This world, it does not follow any known physical laws, spatial rules, and even, cause and effect relationships may be reversed. Here, all intelligence might be meaningless. Comrade Su Ming can only rely on himself now. Su Ming didn't know how long he had been falling. He gave up thinking and resisted. He simply, like a true Alice who had first fallen into this crazy world, opened his eyes wide and greedily, yet calmly, imprinted everything he saw in his mind. He was learning. In the most direct, primitive way, he was learning and trying to understand this new world, and its unique, absurd language. Finally. He didn't know how much time passed. At the end of this strange rabbit hole, a faint, soft white light appeared. An exit. Su Ming's mind suddenly focused. He immediately adjusted his posture, curled his body, and prepared to meet the unknown impact ahead. Thud. A light sound. The expected intense pain did not come. His body felt as if it had fallen into a sea made of the softest cotton and feathers, all the impact perfectly cushioned and dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes. To find himself lying in a vast, underground forest made of various glowing, colorful mushrooms and strange plants. The air was filled with a mixture of earthy fragrance and some unknown flower's strange sweetness. The whole world was quiet and dreamlike. Su Ming slowly stood up from the soft mossy ground. He patted off the shining spore powder that clung to him like stardust and began to cautiously examine this entirely new, unknown world. Ding! You have arrived at the level instance, the tea party in Wonderland. Your initial identity, lost guest. Detecting world rule disturbance, recalibrating the way to obtain rules. Calibration successful. New way to obtain rules, dialogue. Dialogue? Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He had not yet had time to ponder the deeper meaning of this prompt. Suddenly, an extremely hurried, anxious pitter-patter of footsteps came from deep within the mushroom forest nearby. Su Ming instantly became alert, instinctively darting behind a huge mushroom that glowed with a faint blue light, holding his breath. Before him, a white rabbit, dressed in a blue vest, with a red bow tie, and clutching a golden pocket watch, was frantically hopping along with short legs, nervously glancing at the watch in its hand, muttering in a speed so fast it was almost inaudible, anxiously repeating. I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late. Oh no. The queen will chop off my head. I'm really going to be late. Its face was filled with an almost overflowing anxiety and panic. It zipped past the mushroom where Su Ming was hiding, stirring up a breeze mingled with grass and panic. It did not notice Su Ming. Su Ming did not dare to reveal himself recklessly. He simply watched quietly as the white rabbit's figure was about to disappear at the edge of the forest. However, just at the last moment when the white rabbit was about to completely run out of his line of sight, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its red, anxious eyes snapped around, piercing through layers of mushrooms and shadows. Precisely. Locking onto Su Ming's face. Its nose twitched ever so slightly. Then, on that panicked rabbit face, an even more terrified and even more angry expression emerged. It suddenly raised a paw clad in a white glove, pointing at Su Ming with an expression full of endless resentment and blame. Then, with a voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums, sharp to the extreme, and hysterical, it shouted at Su Ming, unleashing a absurd, unreasonable, ultimate judgment. It's you. It's all because of you, damn outsider. Appearing out of nowhere in my path. Wasting my precious time. Now. I'm going to be late too. As soon as the words fell. Ding. You have been judged by the white rabbit as latecomer. You have gained your first negative status, curse of time. Effect, in this instance, your time flow speed will always be slower than normal time by 1 second. Chapter 78, A World Slower by 1 second. Slower by 1 second? Su Ming stood quietly behind the huge, faintly glowing blue mushroom, chewing on the last 3 words of the system prompt, which were filled with absurdity and malice. Not far at the edge of the forest, the hysterical white rabbit, having flung a huge misfortune upon him, had long since vanished into thin air, leaving behind a string of increasingly distant, anxious complaints. The whole world returned to that dreamy, lifeless tranquility. But Su Ming's heart could no longer calm down. Negative status, curse of time, permanent. Effect, in this instance, your time flow speed will always be slower than normal time by 1 second. This curse seemed to not sound that terrifying. There was no direct harm, nor an increase in pollution value. Just a mere, slow by 1 second. For an ordinary person, 1 second is merely the blink of an eye, hardly painful. But Su Ming's calm face had taken on an unprecedented seriousness. For the first time, a hint of tricky emerged in his eyes, which had remained calm facing countless strange situations. Because he knew better than anyone. In this world full of unknown dangers and strange tales. Especially in a wonderland where time is the core rule, with no logic at all. This 1 second delay will be deadly. What the hell? What kind of curse is this? Forced delay? Isn't this just like playing a game with a 1000 ping? How do you even play? It's done. This is truly unsolvable. Any traps or attacks that need a reaction, so God can't avoid them. So sinister. The malice of this dungeon directly attacks the rules from the ground up. It's simply unbeatable. In the live stream, those experienced gamers instantly understood the horror of this 1-second delay and began to sweat for Su Ming. Su Ming did not act immediately. He simply leaned quietly against the giant mushroom, slowly raising his right hand, fingers spread, in front of him. Then, he gave the simplest command. Clench your fist. At the moment he issued the command, a blurry, translucent, palm with fingers spread, lingering image flashed briefly in his vision. Immediately after, the hand in reality then slowly, very unnaturally, began to clench into a fist. The whole process was smooth yet filled with an indescribable sense of disconnection. It was as if his soul and his body were separated by a thick, invisible glass. His will could clearly be transmitted, but his body would always need another second to make a reaction. Su Ming looked at his slow fist, silent. He could imagine. If a trap suddenly appeared ahead, his brain would react immediately and command his body to dodge. But his body would only slowly execute this command 1 second later. And that 1 second was enough for him to die 100 times. This was no longer just a simple delay. This was a fundamental dimensional strike against his existence. In this dungeon, he would forever live in the past. And danger would always come from the future. Interesting. After a long while, Su Ming's face showed no hint of despair or anger. Instead, there was a familiar, cold smile full of madness and desire for challenge. A world without now? He slowly walked out from behind the mushroom. He no longer tried to adapt to this delay. He knew this was a curse at the level of rules, one that could not be overcome through practice. Since it cannot be overcome, then the only thing he could do was use it. He began to walk slowly in this underground forest filled with strange plants. His steps looked a bit strange. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes suddenly turning left, then sharply turning right. What is he doing? Dancing? I don't understand, he seems to be testing something? In the live stream, everyone was baffled by his bizarre movements. Only Professor Zhang Yu of the Strange Tales Strategy Bureau stared at the screen intently, as if seeing something incredible, his breath quickening. He is predicting. He is predicting where he will be 1 second later. Oh my god, Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with shock. He is not passively adapting to the delay, he is actively calculating the delay. He wants to turn this curse into a tool he can control. Yes, this was indeed Su Ming's plan. Since his body would always be 1 second slower than his consciousness, then, as long as he could accurately calculate the exact position and state his body would be in 1 second after he gave the command, he could issue the next command to that position in advance. This was an extremely terrifying, almost self-predictive, crazy thought process. It requires the user to have extraordinary spatial imagination, time calculation ability, and a mind that can madness-like process both the past and the present dimensions at the same time. And Su Ming just happened to possess all of this. He was like a top programmer encountering a new operating system for the first time, madly testing every bug of this new system in the most primitive yet efficient way, analyzing its underlying logic. Just as he became more and more immersed in this unique self-game. Meow? A voice full of curiosity, yet with a hint of laziness, a classic cat's meow suddenly rang out from above him, from a huge tree branch. Su Ming's predicted movement suddenly paused. He slowly raised his head. There, on a massive mushroom branch that stretched across the forest above, was a fat cat with purple and pink stripes on its fur. And on its face hung an incredibly large, philosophically meaningful, grinning face of a Cheshire cat. It was slowly and magically appearing out of thin air. Its body was sometimes clear, sometimes transparent, as if it didn't belong to this space. Its huge yellow eyes, like searchlights, were curiously surveying the newcomer below who was engaged in some kind of peculiar dance. Then, its signature huge grin, stretching from one ear root to the other, widened even more. A magnetic voice, with a hint of cynicism, like it was chanting poetry, echoed directly in Su Ming's mind. Oh, a slow little fellow. Are you chasing yourself? Chapter 79. A Laughing Cat. The Cheshire Cat's philosophically meaningful question, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly interrupted Su Ming's selfless game of time delay. He stopped in his tracks. Slowly, he raised his head and met those huge yellow eyes, suspended in midair, like searchlights. An inexplicable pressure, which words could not describe, instantly enveloped his entire body. Unlike the authority of the Mistress and the cruelty of Peter, the aura exuding from this cat was pure chaos and unknown. It seemed to belong to no rules, yet transcended all rules. It was the most free and unpredictable variable in this Wonderland world. Damn! It's the Cheshire Cat. The most buggy existence in this story has appeared. It seems to have no malice. It's smiling. The upstairs is too naive. In Alice's world, is there a difference between smiling and malice? This cat might be chatting with you 1 second, and the next second lead you to the Queen of Hearts guillotine. Su God is in trouble this time. The White Rabbit's curse hasn't been resolved, and now he's encountered such an elusive guy. In the live broadcast room, those who understood the original Alice's adventures in Wonderland instantly realized the terror of this grinning cat. Su Ming's heart also rose to his throat. He knew that this fellow in front of him would be the first true test of wisdom he faced since entering this story. Conventional logic was useless against it. False performances would be easily seen through by it. All he could do was use a similarly mad way filled with mad words to cater to its unique logic of madness in Wonderland. I am chasing? Su Ming looked at the strange cat on the branch, sometimes clear, sometimes transparent, and instead of showing any tension, he also grinned, revealing a similarly philosophically meaningful, odd smile. No. I am just waiting. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, equally filled with a kind of ethereal. It felt as if there was a rhythmic chant like a poem. Waiting for that, I ran to 1 second later me. Tell the current me. The road underfoot, where exactly should it go? This paradoxical yet perfectly fitting response, could be called God-level, suited his current curse of time state. It made the Cheshire Cat, floating in midair, that massive, eternal grin, for the first time, have a moment of freeze. Its huge yellow eye suddenly shrank a bit. Seemingly not anticipated. The slow and leisurely little guy, who just fell into this world, could actually say such local crazy talk. Its interest was completely piqued. Ding. Your dialogue with the Cheshire Cat has been successfully established. The Cheshire Cat resonates with your chaotic attribute. Oh? After a long while, the Cheshire Cat's magnetic, cynical voice rang out again, but this time, it had less of its previous condescending tone and more of true interest. Awaiting for its guide? Interesting. Its body slowly turned from a translucent state to a more solid form. It jumped down from the branch, its massive body gliding silently, like a ghost, right in front of Su Ming. Its gigantic smiling face was almost touching Su Ming's own face. Su Ming could even see in its yellow eyes, like deep pools, his face that appeared a bit stiff from time delay, also smiling. So then. The Cheshire Cat's voice, like a devil's whisper, was filled with temptation. Do you want to know where the White Rabbit, who is always worried about being late, is actually going? Here it comes. New rule acquisition method, dialogue. The first, actively offered, clue to the rules. Su Ming's heart began to race uncontrollably. But he knew, he absolutely could not show any eagerness. In Wonderland, any overly clear purpose could lead to the worst outcomes. He slowly shook his head. On his face, he showed an expression of no interest. A hurried rabbit? No, I don't want to know. His answer once again took the Cheshire Cat by surprise. Oh? The Cheshire Cat's iconic big smile seemed to widen a little more, filled with amusement. Why? Because. Su Ming's gaze passed beyond the Cheshire Cat's huge, translucent body. He looked at the endless, unknown, and madness-filled mushroom jungle behind it. His voice was ethereal yet certain. Like a true madman, immersed in his own world, stating an undeniable truth. If even I don't know where I'm going, then, no matter where I walk, I will not be late. This invincible crazy talk left the Cheshire Cat completely silent. Its huge yellow eyes stared intently at Su Ming. After a long while, it suddenly erupted into a burst of uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. So wonderful. So wonderful. Its body began to uncontrollably flicker in and out, like an unstable television signal. You are the most understanding fool I've seen here. So, as a thank you for making me so happy. Its figure gradually faded, about to disappear completely. But its magnetic last words clearly remained in Su Ming's mind. Go down, little guy. To attend that afternoon tea that will never begin. Afternoon tea. In the instant the words fell, the Cheshire Cat's massive figure completely vanished into the air. Only its iconic, philosophically significant, enormous, eerie grin was left. Still, it hovered in midair, silently, watching him. Chapter 80, The Road Going Down. The voice of the Cheshire Cat, filled with madness and laughter, still slowly echoed in the forest, lingering endlessly. And its huge, iconic smiling face still floated in midair, like a strange, never-setting crescent moon, quietly watching over this little guy it had acknowledged below. Su Ming did not act immediately. He simply stood still, looking up, silently locking eyes with that gigantic smiling face, savoring the dense information of the Cheshire Cat's farewell gift. Go down. The afternoon tea that will never begin. This sounded like two paradoxical, mad riddles. But from this seemingly illogical crazy talk, Su Ming precisely extracted two most crucial core messages. Direction and goal. What? Is this the clue? The Cheshire Cat is indeed from the chaotic neutral camp. It neither helps the protagonist nor harms him, it's just a fun provider of road signs. But, what does going down mean? Isn't this the underground forest? What's further down? Hell. An afternoon tea that will never begin, what the heck is that? Does it mean the target does not exist? This is a dead end. The audience in the livestream was also completely baffled by these two riddle-like clues. Meanwhile, in the Strange Talk Strategy Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu's team was frantically mobilizing all materials related to Alice's adventures in Wonderland, trying to find traces related to these two keywords from the vast texts and imagery. However, Su Ming couldn't wait for support from behind. He knew that in this world where time itself is a trap, any hesitation could completely immerse him in some unknown late judgment. He had to act, immediately. But where was down? He looked around. This was a flat, boundless underground forest. Beneath his feet was soft moss, and all around were giant mushrooms glowing in various colors. There were no downward slopes, nor were there any caves leading deeper underground. This place seemed like a closed, horizontal space. Su Ming frowned slightly. He tried to take a few steps forward. However, the moment he took a step, his body, affected by the curse of time, slowed for a second, suddenly felt an extremely subtle, abnormal sensation of falling. That feeling was very faint, like stepping down an invisible, extremely low step. If it were a normal person, they might not sense it at all. But for Su Ming, who was fully concentrated on predicting every subtle change in his body at this moment, the small abnormality was like a lighthouse in the dark, instantly captured by him. So that's how it is. Su Ming's heart suddenly understood. Down was not a direction in a physical sense, but a kind of flow rate in the dimension of time. In this world, perhaps, the faster the existence, the higher it is. For example, that rabbit always in a rush, it always exists at the upper levels of this world. And the slower the existence, the more it sinks down. For example, the Mad Hatter's tea party, forever punished by time, stuck at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And another example. Su Ming looked at his legs, which had become slow because of the curse. A wry, absurd expression appeared on his face. Another example was himself, who had been forced to slow down. That damned rabbit, in its view, that malicious curse, had indeed unknowingly become the only correct road sign leading Su Ming to afternoon tea. Damn. I'm utterly floored. This is causality as a weapon. Everything in this copy is interconnected. So, Su Shin is now passively walking on the right path? This is just too outrageous. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers who realized this were stunned by the intricate design of this dungeon that was filled with a sense of fate and absurdity. Su Ming no longer hesitated. He stopped trying to fight against that feeling of being a second too slow. He completely gave up resisting. He let his body, in the most natural and slow manner, slowly walk forward in this dreamlike forest, as if strolling. With every step forward, that subtle feeling of falling became clearer. He felt as if he was walking on an invisible, spiraling staircase leading deep into the earth. The surroundings began to undergo strange changes. Those originally brightly colored mushrooms gradually dimmed, becoming bizarre. The fresh air, mixed with the scent of earth, was slowly replaced by a smell, filled with decay and stagnation, like aged tea. Above his head, the huge smile of the Cheshire Cat disappeared without him noticing. He was drifting away from the normal flow of time. Entering a space, forgotten and punished by time, a stagnant space. Not knowing how long he had walked down. When Su Ming felt he was about to fully adapt to this slow pace, a hint of unusual light finally appeared before him. And, a faint, crazy, and monotonous song. Twinkle twinkle, little bat. I really wonder what you look like. Su Ming stopped walking. Slowly, he pushed aside a huge, glowing fern that looked like a drooping willow. A scene filled with absurdity and humor, yet chilling, suddenly appeared before his eyes. On a ground paved with countless stopped, old clocks. Beside a long table covered with a white tablecloth. 3 figures were maintaining an extremely stiff, seemingly paused position, sitting there. One was wearing an oversized, disproportionate top hat, holding up a teacup, with a blank Mad Hatter face. One had grass tied around its ears, excitedly spreading butter on its pocket watch, a March hare. And the last one was a sleeping dormouse, lying in between them, sound asleep. Their bodies showed not a trace of movement. It seemed they had been sitting here, for hundreds of years. Yet that song filled with madness and monotony, the bizarre little bat song, was endlessly, looping in the silent tea party's air. This was that afternoon tea that would never start and would forever never end. Chapter 81, The Rude Guests. That repetitive, crazy, murmuring little bat song was like an invisible sound barrier, utterly separating the area paved with still clocks from the silent underground forest around it. Su Ming quietly stood behind the glowing fern, hesitating to step into that area. His gaze acted like the most precise scanner, carefully examining this bizarre, seemingly abandoned static image by time itself. The Mad Hatter's face was an absolute, disturbing blank. No eyes, no nose, and no mouth. Just so smoothly maintaining the stance of raising his cup to toast an empty seat. The March Hare's movements were equally stiff. Its red eyes, which should have been full of vitality, were now murky. Like two dull glass beads. It mechanically and repeatedly performed the meaningless action of spreading butter on the pocket watch gears. And the dormouse lying between them was simply a lifelike animal specimen, with even no rise and fall of breathing. What kind of afternoon tea party is this? This is clearly a funeral of time. Damn, this atmosphere is even weirder than the underground forest just now. Those two people's faces are completely blank? Isn't that too scary? How are we supposed to communicate? The way to obtain rules is through dialogue, but how can we talk? Chat with two wooden people? I feel this place is more dangerous than the Wonderland. At least the Wonderland still talks about good friends. Here it feels like there are no rules at all. The audience in the livestream room was also deeply frightened by the scene filled with surrealism and Cthulhu-style eerie ambience. Su Ming's heart sank. He knew that the Cheshire Cat wouldn't guide him here without a reason. There must be hidden key clues about this Wonderland instance here, even the way to lift the curse of time on him. But likewise, here it must also be filled with rules of madness that are more deadly and beyond common sense than any place before. He took a deep breath. In the end, he still took a step forward. He slowly walked out from the shadow of ferns, stepping onto the cold ground paved with steel clocks. Click. A very subtle sound, like stepping on a broken clock part. At the instant he stepped into this area, that strange little bat song, which had been looping for who knows how long, suddenly stopped. The entire world fell into absolute silence. Then, the Mad Hatter, who had remained in a rigid posture, with no features on his face, slowly, very unnaturally, turned his blank, boiled egg-like head toward Su Ming. Immediately, another equally stiff March Hare also put down the pocket watch and butter, and with its murky, expressionless red glass eyes, stared intently at this uninvited guest. Two gazes filled with scrutiny, not belonging to humans, instantly locked onto Su Ming. A breath of pure madness hit him, more chaotic than the Cheshire Cat's confusion and more anxious than the White Rabbit's worry. Su Ming's footsteps halted. He did not step forward again. He simply stood quietly, not far from the long table. Then, when everyone thought he would start by greeting or testing the waters, he suddenly exaggeratedly pretended to be a bad actor, and towards those two eerie figures, performed a extremely standard, yet full of sarcastic kneel. Like a humble subject meeting the queen. After making this gesture, he did not stand up. He just maintained that ridiculous pose and spoke with the same theatrical tone, with rising and falling intonations. His first words were not hello, nor may I ask where this is, but rather a completely absurd, causally inverted, mad accusation. Hey! No seats left. No seats left. His voice was not loud, yet in this silent space, it sounded exceptionally clear. He pointed at the long table, which clearly still had more than 10 empty seats, but on his face was an extremely unpleasant expression, as if he couldn't find a seat and was very upset. This somewhat crazy opening line completely stunned the two eerie hosts, who had just awakened. The Mad Hatter's blank head tilted slightly, seemingly unable to understand this guest's line of thought. The March Hare's murky red eyes. He also blinked, seeming to doubt whether he was seeing an illusion. What is this bizarre operation? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Is this a battle of gods? Is Su Ming, is he trying to compete with two madmen to see who is crazier? In the live broadcast room, the thoughts of all the viewers were completely crashed by Su Ming's earth-shattering opening. And Su Ming, after making that unreasonable accusation, did not give those two masters any time to react. He slowly straightened up. Then, on his face, a more exaggerated expression of realization appeared. Oh. So that's it. So that's it. He pointed at himself and then at the long table, like Columbus discovering a new continent, excitedly. So, it's not that there is no seat, but that you didn't invite me, the late guest. He emphasized the word late heavily. Then, he deeply bowed again to the dumbfounded Mad Hatter and March Hare. But this time, his tone was no longer accusatory. Instead, it was a more frenzied monologue full of apology and self-blame. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not coming at the right time. I disturbed you during this great afternoon tea that will never start. As soon as the words fell, the two strange masters, who had been in a daze, suddenly trembled. As if they had been completely activated by Su Ming's words that should not have been known to outsiders. On the Mad Hatter's blank face, a gigantic and distorted, weird smiley face drawn with black lines slowly emerged. And the March Hare's murky red eyes instantly regained their brilliance, filled with a mad, frenzied blood-like glow. A hoarse voice, full of mania and nervousness, echoed from the Mad Hatter's smiley face. "Oh my god. What a rude guest. Quick, please take a seat. The tea party is now starting." Chapter 82: A Cup of Dirty Tea. When the Mad Hatter's hoarse and mad voice announced, "The tea party is now starting." The entire still world seemed to be instantly injected with a chaotic, vibrant soul. Ding ding dang. Crash. On the long table, those originally motionless teacups, teapots, and plates suddenly began to move themselves like awakened mischievous children. They joyfully jumped, spun, and bumped into each other on the tablecloth, making crisp and chaotic sounds, playing a welcome symphony full of absurdity. The dormouse, which had been lying in the middle of the table like a specimen, suddenly opened its eyes wide, yawned big, and then picked up a teapot bigger than its body, wobbling, beginning to pour an unknown, steaming liquid into every empty teacup. And the Mad Hatter and March Hare came completely alive. They were no longer in their previous stiff, puppet-like postures but had become extraordinarily excited. "Oh. Come. My dear rude guest." The Mad Hatter jumped up from its seat, stepping on the table, treading on the clanging tableware, moving in an exaggerated manner as if performing tap dance, rushing to Su Ming's front. Its mouth, formed by black lines, curved into an unbelievable arc. Without any say, it grabbed Su Ming's hand and pulled him to a nearby empty seat at the long dining table. Sit down. It eagerly pressed Su Ming into the chair. A late guest should sit closest to the host. That way, they won't run away again, right? He. Its laughter was hoarse, yet filled with a certain ominous meaning. Su Ming was pressed down in the chair, not resisting at all. He simply, quietly, watched the suddenly lively tea party before him. On his face, there remained a perfect expression, hovering between curiosity and vigilance, resembling that of a madman. He knew that the real game had only just begun. Drink tea. Beside him, the March Hare leaned in with its fluffy, crazily shining head. In its hand, it held a teacup freshly filled by the dormouse, still steaming, and unceremoniously stuffed it into Su Ming's hand. "Our best hospitality is to serve our guests a cup of the most unclean tea." The March Hare's blood-red eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Ming's gaze fell on the delicate ceramic teacup in his hand, imprinted with a rose pattern. Inside the cup was a deep brown liquid that looked very clear. That liquid exuded a rich aroma, mingled with the fragrance of tea leaves and something reminiscent of damp earth's fishy smell. Unclean tea? What the hell is this code? Damn, is this tea safe? Just escaped from heart biscuits, now facing poison tea? Feels like a trap. Unclean doesn't sound like a good word. Drinking it would definitely lead to trouble. In the live streaming room, all the viewers' hearts raced again. However, Su Ming's face showed no signs of difficulty. He didn't even hesitate for a moment. He just smiled at the two overly enthusiastic hosts before him with an expression full of approval and delight. Then, under the expectant and scrutinizing gazes of the Mad Hatter and the March Hare, he lifted the teacup and, in one gulp, downed the cup of unclean tea that emitted a strange fishy smell. Burp. He even very impolitely let out a loud burp. After doing all this, he faced the two pairs of frantic eyes staring intently at him, with a tone filled with reminiscence and admiration, sincerely said, "Not bad. Indeed, quite dirty. This praise caused the equally strange faces of the Mad Hatter and the March Hare to break into a kind of ecstatic expression, as if they had found a kindred spirit. "Ha ha! I told you, the March Hare exclaimed, jumping around on the table. "Only the most distinguished guests can appreciate the taste of unclean delicacies." The Mad Hatter also joyfully removed his huge, disproportionately large top hat and performed an exaggerated hat tip to Su Ming. "Oh, my dear guest." His voice was filled with appreciation. "It seems you truly understand the rules." As he spoke, he slowly pulled out from the seemingly bottomless hat a menu crafted from various tea leaves and biscuit crumbs, brimming with the scent of afternoon tea. He solemnly placed that menu in front of Su Ming. "So, to reward you, such a polite and rule-understanding guest." The Mad Hatter's line-formed smile widened even more, filled with mystery. "Please, from this carefully prepared menu for you, choose a brand new time for our never-ending tea party. Ding! You have obtained the core rules manual for the Mad Hatter's tea party. You have triggered the core mission. Choose time." Su Ming's gaze fell on the strange-smelling menu. He knew. The only key to breaking the time curse on him had finally appeared. Chapter 83: A menu filled with time. The menu handed over by the Mad Hatter felt very peculiar. It did not feel like paper, but more like thin sheets made from countless compressed and dried tea leaves. Holding it, one could still smell a rich. Amidst the smell of Earl Grey tea mixed with the scent of bergamot and a certain mustiness of old books. Su Ming did not open it immediately. He simply, with a gaze full of curiosity and admiration, carefully appreciated this unique menu, like a country bumpkin seeing a rare treasure for the first time. Oh, heavens! His tone was filled with exaggerated drama. This is the most useless and also the most creative menu I have ever seen. It is simply a work of art. At this tea party, where logic was turned upside down, praise had to use derogatory words. Common sense had to be reversed. In just a few hours of contact, Su Ming had already grasped the core language system to deal with these two madmen. Sure enough. Hearing his from the heart denigration, the smiley face made of lines on the Mad Hatter widened even more in joy. Oh ho ho ho. My dear rude guest, you truly have no taste. Its voice was full of delight from being affirmed. The March Hare, beside them, excitedly spread more butter on its poor pocket watch, agreeing, yes. Yes. We spent the whole of yesterday making this. Yesterday. Su Ming's eyes subtly flickered. For these two trapped in eternal 6 o'clock, did they really still have the concept of yesterday? He did not delve into this question. He knew that trying to discuss the logic of time with two purely mad beings was itself the most illogical thing. He simply concentrated all his attention on the menu in his hand, which gave off a strange tea aroma. He slowly turned to the first page. What met his eyes was not any dish's name, but one option after another, written in different colors and fonts, regarding time. Each option was followed by a bracketed phrase full of temptation and absurdity. Mad Tea Party Time Menu. Option 1, tomorrow morning. Description, everything will be refreshed. The sun will rise as usual, and the tea party will welcome its most unwelcome guest awake. Option 2, yesterday evening. Description, oh, what a nostalgic time. We can do it all over again. Of course, the premise is, if you can catch that relentless, damned yesterday. Option 3, 1 minute later. Description, tick-tock, tick-tock. This is the simplest and also the most boring choice. Life will continue without surprises. Option 4, 1 second before. Description, go back to the past. What a wonderful word. You can correct a trivial mistake, like avoiding a damned, unexpected curse? Su Ming read through each page carefully. His expression grew increasingly serious. What was this menu? This was clearly a fate contract placed before him. Each option was like a beautifully packaged candy, filled with temptation. But Su Ming could smell a deadly, trap-filled poison beneath the magnificent wording and absurd descriptions. In the live stream room, all the viewers' hearts were caught in their throats. Damn, how do I choose? Isn't this just an easy question? Definitely choose the fourth one. Correcting mistakes, avoiding curses. Isn't this clearly telling Su Ming that choosing this would lift that 1 second late debuff? Don't be stupid upstairs. Have you forgotten where this place is? In Wonderland, the most obvious path to survival is often the most direct road to death. This is definitely a trap. Then which one? The first tomorrow? Seems good, awakened. I feel the third one is the safest. 1 minute later, at least there won't be too much change. The comments quickly divided into several factions, arguing heatedly. Inside the Bureau of Strange Tales, Professor Zhang Yu's team urgently began the highest level of intelligence analysis and logical deduction on these 4 options. However, Su Ming simply remained quiet, looking at that menu. His finger gently lingered for a moment on the 4th option, the one that looked the most tempting and aligned with his current needs, 1 second ago. His brain was engaged in an unprecedented, high-speed reverse storm. Go back to the past. Correct the errors. It sounded indeed wonderful. But Su Ming's gaze pierced through the tempting candy coating, reaching the cold essence at its core. If he chose this option, then the white rabbit that had placed the curse on him would no longer be late. The causality between him and the white rabbit would be forcibly erased. And he would completely lose the only qualification that allowed him to come to this crazy tea party with a sense of legitimacy. He would be treated as an unrelated foreign object by this space abandoned by time, mercilessly rejected ***. This was the true killing move behind this option. Cold sweat trickled down Su Ming's back. He slowly moved his finger away from the 4th option. He then looked at the first option, tomorrow's morning. Awake? It also sounded good. But for these two who took madness for fun and fed on chaos, would awakening really be a popular guest? Su Ming was almost certain that once he chose awakening, the first to completely shred him, the outsider, would be the 2 so-called hosts of the tea party, who had just been so enthusiastic about him. After eliminating the 2 most obvious traps, only the second and third options remained. Yesterday's dusk, or 1 minute after? One was repetition, and the other was continuation. Both seemed relatively safe. But from that seemingly plain description, Su Ming read a hint of a deeper despair. Whether repeating yesterday or continuing the next minute, their essence was simply to let this never-ending tea party continue never-ending. He would be thoroughly trapped in this time loop of 6 o'clock in the afternoon, becoming the third participant in this crazy tea party. Until the next major reset arrived. 4 options, 4 paths. In fact, they were all dead ends. Su Ming's heart sank to the bottom. And just as he felt an unprecedented dilemma, his gaze unintentionally fell on the back cover of that absurd menu made of tea leaves. There, in an extremely small, almost imperceptible font, was printed a line. Like a printing error, a small note. P.S. If you are dissatisfied with all the above times, why not try some dessert after the meal? Chapter 84, The Taste of Dessert After the Meal. That line hidden on the back cover of the menu, like an Easter egg, struck Su Ming's stalled thoughts like a lightning bolt cutting through thick fog. Dessert after the meal. He looked at the absurd tea leaf menu in his hand and then raised his head to see the 2 mad hosts before him, eagerly waiting to see his show. A bold thought, nearly crazy yet perfectly aligned with the logic of this Wonderland, surged uncontrollably in his mind like mushrooms after the rain. What the hell? There's a hidden option? Dessert after the meal? What does that mean? Should I eat the menu? Don't be stupid upstairs. Did you forget how Su God dealt with these 2 lunatics? In this world, eating doesn't necessarily mean eating. I feel like Su God is about to start his insane performance again. In the livestream, everyone's appetite was completely whetted by this sudden twist. After a brief storm of contemplation, Su Ming's face, that serious expression, slowly faded away. In its place was an unprecedented, strange smile that mixed a gourmet's picky nature, an artist's madness, and a hint of a gambler's resolve. He no longer tangled with those 4 time-filled options full of traps. He simply lifted the menu, exuding a bizarre tea fragrance, slowly to his nose. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His pose did not resemble reading a menu. It felt more like savoring a bottle of centuries-old, exquisite wine. After a long while, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. His voice was filled with a kind of intoxicating, dreamy tone. It's really too foul-smelling. He shook his head, and on his face appeared an extremely irritating expression full of regret. What a pity. This strange tasting inside brought a hint of confusion to the equally bizarre faces of the Mad Hatter and the March Hare. They couldn't understand. They couldn't grasp what this rude guest was playing at this time. Regret? The smile made of lines on the Mad Hatter's face seemed to tilt. My dear guest, what are you regretting? I regret. Su Ming's gaze slowly swept across the tea menu in his hand. Finally, it fixed on the first page, where the option written in bright red ink read, the morning of tomorrow. He extended a finger and pointed at that word, extremely disdainfully. Such a fresh tomorrow actually is used to steep into a cup that has long lost all vitality. Herbal tea. He then moved his finger to the second option, the dusk of yesterday. Such a rich yesterday is actually used as a seasoning, muddling the whole cup's layers. His finger finally paused on the third and fourth options, those 2 regarding a minute later and a second ago. He let out a long sigh full of sorrow. As for these scraps, they don't even have the qualification to be considered sugar cubes. This food critique filled with upside-down logic yet having its own unique style left the tea party hosts, proud of their madness, completely in a blackout. Their minds seemed unable to process such novel, artistic mad talk. And Su Ming's performance had not yet ended. After belittling those 4 official options to worthlessness, he slowly flipped the menu back to the back cover. Then, with his extremely precise fingertips as an animator, he gently tore off that line that read, P.S. Why not have a little dessert after your meal? He elegantly placed that small, tea leaf made note, like the most precious dragon well tea leaf, into the now empty teacup before him, which even had a hint of muddy smell. Immediately, he raised his head, looking at the dormouse holding the teapot with an undisputable gaze filled with anticipation and command. Add tea. The dormouse's sleepy eyes suddenly quivered. It instinctively clutched the enormous teapot and wobbled forward, glug glug, filling Su Ming's teacup with the unclean muddy-smelling tea again. The note made of tea leaves quickly unfurled and melted in the scalding tea. A scent more strange and difficult to describe than any before, as if directly affecting time itself, instantly wafted out from that tiny teacup. Su Ming raised the teacup without any hesitation, under the shocked and unbelievable gaze of the Mad Hatter and the March Hare. Drink it all in one go. Ding! You have consumed the 5th option, dessert. You have successfully chosen a new time that does not exist on the menu. The next second, Su Ming only felt an indescribable, terrifying force, as if it wanted to completely reorganize his very existence, instantly sweeping over his whole body. That curse of time, almost unsolvable, cast upon him by the white rabbit. In this moment, like an ice cube thrown into a furnace. Boom! Shattered. And at the moment his eyes, made slow by the curse, returned to normal, he finally saw clearly on the equally strange faces of the Mad Hatter and March Hare, besides madness and chaos. A glimpse hidden deep within, a thread of. Filled with sadness and plea, the real expression. Chapter 85 The Madman Trapped by Time. Time resumed its flow. It was an unspeakable feeling. Su Ming could clearly feel that his soul and body, after a long separation, finally fit together tightly at this moment. That maddening sense of being a beat behind in everything disappeared. Replaced by an unprecedented, absolute feeling of being in control of every moment of now. He looked at his hand, which could move with his thoughts, with no delay, and for the first time, he had a deep understanding of the word normal. Ding! The curse of time has been lifted. You have gained a temporary enhancement status, favor of time. Effect: in this instance, your reaction speed will be slightly increased, and your resistance to time-related abnormal conditions will also increase. This unexpected reward brought a faint wry smile to Su Ming's face. It seemed that the host of the tea party truly showed his favor to this rude guest who had disrupted the scene. And facing him, the Mad Hatter and March Hare, after experiencing the system shock brought by the brief reset of time, gradually regained their senses. But this time, the way they looked at Su Ming changed completely. No longer was there the previous gaze filled with scrutiny and madness when viewing a guest. Instead, it was an extremely complex gaze, mixed with awe, shock, and a hint of, even they themselves had not noticed, hope. You. The smile on the Mad Hatter's face, made of black lines, disappeared for the first time. Replaced by emptiness. Its hoarse voice, filled with madness and nervousness, also for the first time carried a hint of uncertainty. You are not a guest. It slowly stated a fact. Su Ming did not answer. He simply quietly pushed back the menu, now with a corner he had already eaten, emitting a strange tea fragrance, back to the Mad Hatter. Then he slowly spoke, his voice calm yet full of power. I am indeed not. I am merely a repairman who has been late for a long time. Here to repair some clocks that should have been fixed long ago. This metaphor-filled statement struck hard, like two heavy hammers, on the hearts of the Mad Hatter and March Hare. Their two pairs of eyes, also filled with madness, suddenly trembled violently. Repair, repair. The March Hare, holding its pocket watch smeared with butter, mumbled to itself, a hint of pain appearing for the first time in its murky red eyes. Can it still be repaired? It looked at the pocket watch in its hand, the hands forever stopped on one number. 6. And beside it, the Mad Hatter also slowly lowered its empty head and stared at its disproportionately large top hat. The edge of the hat held a small, already yellowed card. On the card, a line of small words was written. In this style 10 to 6. That was its price as a hat. Also, it is a cage for the toy. Damn. It's breaking me. So it turns out, the madness of the Mad Hatter and the March Hare has a reason. They are driven insane by time. I remember in the original story, because the Mad Hatter and March Hare offended time, they were punished, forever stuck in the time of afternoon tea. The horror story has made this setting a reality. So, Sushin not only lifted his curse but also gave these two madmen hope of being restored? In the live broadcast room, all the viewers felt their hearts tightly gripped by this sudden, tragic truth. Maybe. Su Ming looked at the two suddenly fragile madmen before him, his voice unintentionally softening slightly. But, I can't fix it alone. He slowly stood up from his chair. His gaze crossed the absurd, never-ending tea table. He looked towards the depths of the silent underground forest, that path, the only way back to the above world. I need more helpers. And I need a reason that can make all the broken clocks start moving again. Reason. The Mad Hatter and the March Hare slowly lifted their heads. Their eyes, filled with madness and pain, at this moment seemed to cross the endless time cage, reigniting two faint yet extremely steadfast flames. What do you want to do? The Mad Hatter's hoarse voice for the first time carried a hint of genuine seriousness, belonging to allies. Su Ming smiled. He slowly pulled out from the Tom's toolbox, which he had long regarded as a warehouse. He took out that list of names, countless survivors, retrieved with Donald's life and hope. He gently placed the list on the tea table, which represented time standing still. Then, he took out the charcoal pencil he had cherished all along. At the end of that list, he solemnly added two brand new names. Mad Hatter. And March Hare. The first step. Su Ming's voice was calm yet filled with undeniable power, as if reading a declaration that would change the whole world. We need a real tea party. A party that can wake up all the sleeping survivors? All awakening. Mad Tea Party. Chapter 86, A Grand Awakening. When Su Ming wrote the Mad Hatter and March Hare's names on that leaf list, the rules of the eternal tea party trapped at 6 o'clock had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a prison of madmen, but rather, it became the first and most important stronghold of the rebellion. The Mad Hatter, who once only understood the meaningless repetition of afternoon tea as a prisoner of time, was now the general director of this great awakening ceremony. His eyes, which once reflected madness and chaos, now sparkled with an unprecedented, passionate creativity belonging to an artist. No! 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 In a fit of rage, he snatched the charcoal pencil from Su Ming's hand and, in an extremely messy yet filled with a certain frenzied beauty, wrote something quickly beside the leaf list. The tea party, my dear repairman, is not just about tea and snacks in such a boring way. We need music. The loudest music that can pull those sleeping souls out from their numb nightmares. His gaze instantly locked onto the dormouse, who was still bewildered by everything that had just happened. Dormouse! Go! Get that violin you cherished, hidden under the teapot. Remember. The more awful it sounds, the better. And you. March Hare. His gaze shifted again to the one holding the pocket watch. A companion with a bewildered face. Take out your butter and jam. We need something more delicious, enough to let the whole amusement park smell the scent of freedom. Perfume. An unprecedented, wildly absurd pre-war mobilization unfolded in this pause of time, tense yet ridiculous. Su Ming, the so-called repairman, at this moment became the most leisurely person. He merely sat quietly aside, watching these madmen who had just escaped from the eternal cage, using their uniquely Wonderland logic to plan a great awakening ceremony destined to be recorded in the annals of Fairy Tale Town. Damn, why do I feel the Mad Hatter is the real commander? Is this what they call professional matching? Letting a madman deal with another madman's world? I am completely kneeling. Su God turned from main character to support in one move, leaving professional matters to the professionals. What a setup! The viewers in the live stream were completely ignited by this absurd yet passionate scene. Not knowing how long had passed. When that fake moon made of neon lights rose again, announcing the arrival of another false night. Everything was ready. The Iron Tin Mouse, who had always been the messenger, quietly delivered letters filled with the Mad Hatter's unique invitation style, made from tea leaves, to every corner of the amusement park. It was delivered to the hands of every name on the survivor list. In the shadow of the carousel. The tall highfly, no, it was Pluto. It glanced at the invitation in its hand, which depicted an exploding teapot, and then looked at the carousel that had already turned to ruins in the distance. A flicker of weak, vengeful flame slowly ignited in its always innocent and sad eyes. It quietly hid the strongest rebar, taken from the roller coaster tracks, behind its back. Under the counter of the small shop. Clabeel, the cow, was pretending to clean. At her feet, quietly lay a whole box of the park's most powerful flash magic wand fireworks she had secretly hidden away. In the depths of the tree hole. Kiki and Titi, the squirrels, the most agile thieves, had filled every sack behind them with a large amount of acorns, processed to be as hard as steel balls, that they had collected all day, capable of paralyzing any machine instantly. All the sparks were waiting for a signal. A signal that could ignite a prairie fire. And that signal is about to arrive tonight. Ding dong. The clock struck midnight at 12 o'clock on time. This was the last, peaceful night before the Great Reset arrived. And at the moment the clock struck. Boom. A previously unseen, massive sound that mixed music, explosions, and various harsh noises tore through the dead silence of the entire amusement park like thunder from a clear sky. The Mad Hatter's tea party, which had been hidden deep underground, imprisoned by time, at this moment, burst forth like a huge stage rising from hell. The dormouse stood at the center of the stage, eyes closed, passionately and painfully playing its poor violin. The sound was so shrill that it could make the dead rise from their graves. And the March Hare, holding a gigantic perfume sprayer transformed from a teapot, scattered the sticky liquid full of freedom scent mixed with butter and expired jam across every corner of the amusement park like a fairy spreading flowers. The entire amusement park was boiling. Those tourists and mascots who had still been playing the role of happiness by day. When they smelled the perfume filled with the scent of Beyond the Rules, they instantly, like activated zombies, rushed out from their resting rooms. Their goal was only one. That damned Mad Tea Party stage, which was crazily creating disharmonious noise. And Su Ming stood at the highest point of the stage, atop the huge hat belonging to the Mad Hatter. His face had no expression at all. He held no weapons in his hands. He simply stood quietly, like a conductor about to lead a grand symphony, slowly raised his arms. Then, towards those who had gathered from all directions, whose eyes rekindled with the flames of courage and anger. All the survivors. Gently, they fell. The war began. No. This was no longer a war. This was a revolution initiated by countless oppressed toys. Revolution. Chapter 87, A Revolution of Toys. When Su Ming's arm, acting as a baton, slowly fell, the entire crazy amusement park was divided into two completely different worlds. On one side, centered around the Mad Tea Party stage, surged a crowd of guests with eerie smiles and mascots with crimson compound eyes, coming from all directions. The Army of Order. They were the master's most loyal, cold programs maintaining the stability of this perfect toy box. On the other side was the revolution stage filled with absurdity and madness beneath Su Ming's feet, serving as a clarion call, slowly yet remarkably steadily rising from the dark corners. The rebels. Their numbers were few. Their weapons were very crude. On their faces even lingered a hint of fear and numbness that could not fully fade away. But in their eyes burned a flame, enough to burn the entire false world to ashes. 4. The final freedom. It was unknown who roared first. The next second. Roar. The tall, slender figure Bruto was the first to charge out from the ruins of the carousel. It was no longer that honest pet who only followed Mickey wagging its tail. Its body swelled and hardened at a visible rate as it ran. Its pitch-black fur became like the hardest, glimmering black iron. In its hand, it tightly gripped a heavy steel bar taken from the roller coaster tracks. It charged like an unstoppable heavy tank filled with vengeful fury, crashing fiercely into the dense white wave of pseudo-humans. Boom! With one crash, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The war broke out in the most primal and violent way. Fire! On the roof of the kiosk, Clara, the cow, whose voice always carried a hint of gentleness and timidity, now became unusually loud and full of strength. She aimed a whole box of prepared sparkling magic wands at the densest area of enemies below. Whoosh! 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 Countless dazzling magic fireworks filled with a sense of joy, like the densest Katyusha rocket launcher, instantly covered the entire area. Boom! 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 The explosions went off one after another. Those pseudo-humans constructed from joy pollution, when exposed to this purer, more magical energy of happiness, screamed like vampires in sunlight, their bodies slowly dissolving and purifying in the dazzling fireworks. The battle situation instantly entered a fever pitch from the very start. Fuck! It's on fire. This is the damn final battle. Bruto is amazing. Clara is amazing. Every toy is a hero. Fight! Hit them hard. Tear apart all these fake, disgusting smiles. Whoa whoa! Cried. It turned out that they did not lack courage, they were just waiting for a signal. In the live broadcast, all the viewers' blood and passion were completely ignited by this epic, magnificent picture filled with the spirit of rebellion. And Su Ming still quietly stood at the highest point of the stage. He was like a true, cold conductor, overlooking the grand symphony below, built by flames, blood, and steel. In his eyes, there was not a trace of excitement. Only an absolute calm. Because he knew this was still far from enough. These pseudo-people soldiers were endless. And his allies, who had just found their courage, their strength was ultimately limited. They needed a wonder weapon capable of turning the entire battle around. His gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield. It landed on those two, who had vanished into the tree hole at the very moment the battle began, the most agile thieves, Chi-Chi and Didi, the squirrels. He was waiting. Waiting for them to complete the most dangerous and critical decapitation mission, which he had personally ordered. Faster. Go a bit faster. In the depths of the amusement park, in the intricate underground pipeline network that only squirrels could navigate, Chi-Chi and Didi were crazily darting around, carrying two disproportioned huge sacks filled with steel ball acorns at a speed so fast that it was blurry. Their goal was only one. The castle, located at the very center of the amusement park, which looked the most luxurious and was heavily defended. Fairy Tale Castle. There was the source where all the pseudo-people programs were transmitted out. And it was also another core control room, as important as the Meow Meow House, in this mad amusement park. As long as they could destroy there, the seemingly hopeless war could truly turn the tide. We're here. When Chi-Chi and Didi squeezed out from a hidden vent located beneath the castle's foundation, they had finally arrived at their destination. However, before they could execute the next step of their explosion plan, a huge, oppressive, black shadow, like a mountain, had already silently enveloped them. A faint but playful yet coldly murderous voice slowly rang out from above their heads. Two little mice sneaking into the kitchen. Chi-Chi and Didi's bodies stiffened suddenly. They slowly, and with great difficulty, lifted their heads. There stood the gatekeeper, Peter, who should have been lured away from the castle by their strategy. At some point, he had regained his senses. He was looking down at them, mocking, with his narrow eyes flickering with ghostly green flames. A cruel smile hung on his face, like a cat catching a mouse. Surprise? Chapter 88, The Weight of Two Acorns. In the shadows beneath the castle foundation, the air seemed completely frozen, as if by the cold murderous aura radiating from Peter. Chi-Chi and Dee, those two small, furry bodies, were as stiff as two stone statues in the face of absolute power. Their minds went blank. It's over. This was the only thought that surfaced in their minds simultaneously. Peter, the ultimate nightmare of all survivors, had not fallen for it. Or rather, he had known from the beginning that the ambush at the recycling center was just a scheme to lure the tiger from his mountain lair. His previous silly, stunned appearance was not real at all. He was acting. He was using the method that Su Ming taught him to turn the table on all of them. This cunning old bastard, from the very beginning, his target was not Su Ming, the bait. But rather, it was these two. Responsible for executing the real decapitation mission. The odd squad. Damn. It flipped. It flipped. Peter. Peter, it was actually a fake? That old sly fellow. His acting is too good. It's over, now Chi-Chi and Dee are trapped like turtles in a jar. Is Su Shen's plan going to fail? No. I love those two little squirrels the most. Run. In the live broadcast room, everyone's heart was tightly gripped by the sudden, despairing, earth-shattering reversal. And in the shadow of the castle, Peter, with elegant yet oppressive steps, was slowly approaching those two small figures that had completely fallen into despair. On its face, there was a smile full of cruel satisfaction, as if the outcome was already decided. Really, it made me wait long. Its mocking voice, like the scythe of death, gently crossed the already cold hearts of the two little squirrels. I thought you guys would directly give up this silly plan. But this is fine too. Its gaze fell on those heavy burlap sacks filled with steel ball acorns. Saves me from having to pick up those damn garbages one by one. Hand over the bomb. Its voice was undeniable. Then I can give you a dignified way to die. Chi-Chi and Dee bodies trembled violently from extreme fear. Their eyes were filled with despair. However, just when Peter thought it had completely controlled the situation and was ready to enjoy the sight of these two little ones pleading for mercy, the slightly larger Chi-Chi, who had been silent, suddenly lifted its head. In its small eyes, which were originally full of fear, a faint, yet incredibly firm, light unexpectedly reignited. It glanced at its brother Dee, who was almost in tears from fright. Then, it made a move that surprised Peter and all the viewers alike. It slowly unloaded the heavy burlap sack from behind itself. Then, slowly, pushed it towards Peter's direction. As if, surrendering. Oh. Peter's face revealed a sneer full of contempt. As expected. Garbage is ultimately garbage. Courage was indeed too luxurious for them. It slowly stretched out its huge, pitch-black claw, preparing to receive this loot. But just as its claw was about to touch the burlap sack, a change occurred. The silent Chi-Chi suddenly exerted all its strength, letting out the loudest and bravest noise of its life. Squeak. Now's the time. In the next second, the seemingly ordinary burlap sack that it pushed out, the cord used to tie the top, disguised as an ordinary rope, ignited instantly. Boom. A thunderous and terrifying explosion, compressed in a small space, erupted. The sack, filled with thousands of steel ball acorns, exploded like a powerful directional mine. Countless acorns, specially processed and as hard as steel, mixed with the terrifying energy enough to tear steel, immediately engulfed Peter's large, unguarded body. Roar! Peter let out its first true scream of pain and disbelief since it appeared. Its proud black fur, as hard as steel, was instantly pierced through by this strike. Thick, dark liquid gushed out like a flood from the countless wounds on its body. And this was not the end. Just as Chi-Chi detonated the first sack, attracting all of Peter's attention. Behind it, that seemingly dumbfounded, tiny brother, Dee. At some unknown time, he had dragged their last remaining sack to this foundational space, the most core, and also the most fragile. Under the load-bearing column. On its face, there was no longer the previous fear and weakness. Instead, there was a kind of calm and determination that was entirely mismatched with its small body. In its eyes, there flashed a hint of nostalgia for this world and a trace of reluctance for its brother. In the end, all transformed into a sigh of relief, smile. It looked at the huge black figure that had gone mad from the intense pain. Then looked at its brother, Kiki, who had been thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion, unconscious. Slowly, it lifted its tiny paw. In its paw, it held a short fuse that had also been ignited, with only a last bit left. It was the last, and also the most crucial. Insurance. Goodbye, toy box. It whispered softly, as if bidding farewell, or perhaps pronouncing a sentence. Goodbye, brother. The moment the words fell. Boom. A louder, more terrifying sound than ever before, enough to overturn the entire earth, the final roar. That castle, symbolizing the master's absolute rule, looking magnificent and indestructible. Its foundation, at this moment, was completely destroyed by a power that came from the very bottom, the most insignificant. The massive castle began to shake violently, tilt, and collapse like a child's sandcastle that had all its blocks pulled out. Finally, amidst a series of deafening roars, it utterly transformed into a magnificent ruin. And at the highest point of the ruins, that blue-gray figure standing silently on the stage of the mad tea party, observing everything, slowly took off his non-existent top hat. He bowed deeply. Chapter 89: A road paved by ruins. The deafening collapse of the fairy tale castle echoed throughout the mad amusement park, like the final judgment's horn. In the square, the dense white wave formed by countless puppets suddenly froze upon hearing the loud sound. Their faces, adorned with eternal smiles, for the first time, all turned toward the dust-filled direction of the ruins, no longer showing the past glory. In their eyes, the originally programmed, cold directive light began to flicker chaotically, like a broken television signal. Warning! Core Control Room Fairy Tale Castle has been destroyed. The Order Army's action logic is collapsing. The next moment. Puff. Puff, puff. Those seemingly indestructible puppets, their bodies began to deflate one by one, like burst balloons, disintegrating from the inside. They turned into pools of black, foul-smelling viscous liquid, collapsing to the ground, ultimately being completely consumed and purified by the land ignited by the revolution flames. The once hopeless, endless white ocean completely receded within just a few dozen seconds. The battlefield instantly became empty and silent. Only remaining were those battered, significantly reduced but still standing tall, rebels. Bruto's black iron-like skin was already covered with jagged scars and indentations. He leaned on the already bent steel bar, gasping heavily, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. On the roof of the small store, Crab had already exhausted all her fireworks. She slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted. But when she saw the castle, a symbol of the master's absolute power, reduced to ruins, an unprecedented, brilliant smile appeared on her usually timid face. Victory! They, actually, really, won. All the surviving toys slowly emerged from their hiding places. They supported each other, looking at one another's battered and disheveled appearances. In their eyes, there was no wild joy of victory. Only a complex mix of sorrow and hope, a feeling of being alive after a disaster. They had won. But they had also lost too much. They all turned their gazes toward that small stage of the mad tea party, which had quietly stood at the eye of the storm from the beginning. Toward that blue-gray figure that had given them courage and hope. Su Ming slowly straightened his back, which had bent deeply to honor the fallen heroes. His face still showed no expression. He simply gazed quietly in the direction of the castle, now completely turned to ruins. In his heart, there was no joy of victory. Only a heavy, almost crushing weight. Kiki, Dee, Donald, Goofy. One by one, the names of the lively allies who had just fought alongside him flashed through his mind. Is it worth it? For the first time, he hesitated about himself and this revolution filled with sacrifices. And in that moment of lost confidence, a warm, soft thing gently landed on his shoulder. It was a canary. It didn't sing, nor did it make any sound. It merely rubbed its warm, small head gently against Su Ming's slightly cold cheek due to sadness. Like a silent embrace. Like a gentle comfort. It was telling him in its own way. It's worth it. All the sacrifices made for freedom are worth it. Su Ming's body trembled sharply. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the confusion and hesitation in his eyes had faded away. Only a solidness remained, never seen before, as if tempered by a raging fire, like steel. He gently nodded to the canary on his shoulder. I understand. Then, he slowly leaped down from the stage of the mad tea party, which had long since fulfilled its historical mission. He did not look back at the battered survivors who were gathering. He simply walked alone. Stepping onto the black scorched earth, melted by countless fake people, and the white ruins left by the collapsed fairy tale castle, forming the only road leading to the final judgment. At the end of that road was a place that remained intact amidst the earth-shaking explosions and collapses, the only one, untouched. A Mickey's Funhouse filled with childlike fun yet exuding endless strange vibes. And the door, shaped like a mouth, that should have been tightly closed. I do not know when. Had slowly opened for him. As if it were a silent, gigantic stage waiting for the ultimate victor's return. Also like a gaping abyss waiting for the last offering. Chapter 90 The Master in the Toy Box. As Su Ming stepped onto the road paved with ruins and scorched earth, his steps were light yet heavy. Light because he no longer bore any plans or calculations. All conspiracies and schemes had burned away in that magnificent revolution. Heavy because he carried the last and only wish of all the sacrificed toys in his heart. Freedom. He did not look back. He knew that behind him, those battered survivors were silently watching him. They could no longer take a step forward. The next. It was his, and his alone, final performance. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse still appeared full of childish fun and warmth. As if the external war capable of turning the whole world upside down had nothing to do with it. But Su Ming could clearly feel that here. It had already become empty. The pollution of joy that had always lingered in the air had vanished. Minnie, who once took the role of housekeeper, was nowhere to be found. Everything had become clean and tidy, yet it had lost all its soul. All that remained was a cold, hollow box. And the master who was always hiding deep inside the box, silently watching all this. Su Ming slowly walked into the large door shaped like a mouth that was open for him. In the living room. Just as he had imagined. In that small, pitch-black, bottomless triangular hole in the wall. The master, who had always only wished to communicate with the outside world using a single glove, finally revealed its true form. It was not a complete creature. It couldn't even be called a creature. It was just a pure, shapeless mass made up of countless flickering zeros and ones, the most basic code. That mass of code had no fixed shape. At times, it condensed into a huge, classic black mouse outline with two round ears. At times, it dissipated into a chaotic data stream filled with bugs, continuously flashing with error codes. It was the creator god of this toy box world. And also, the only prisoner of this world. What the hell, is this, the final boss? A bunch of code? So, Mickey, it doesn't even have a body? It itself is the rule of this world? I understand. No wonder it wants to capture other toys. Because it is lonely. It just wants some playmates. How the hell do you even fight this? Fight a bunch of code? In the live broadcast room, everyone's worldview had been completely overturned by this surreal scene filled with sci-fi and philosophical meaning. And Su Ming, upon seeing that constantly changing data stream, had no sign of surprise on his face. It was as if everything was within his expectations. So, this is how it is. He looked at the massive code representing the master and murmured softly, his voice filled with complex emotions. There was confusion, there was pity, but more importantly, it was understanding. A creator that wants perfection yet is full of bugs? Su Ming's words seemed to touch the core of that data stream. Its chaotic, flickering code suddenly paused for a moment. Then, that innocent and cold, youthful voice rang out in Su Ming's mind again. New toy. You are very clever. Clever enough to make me feel bored. Its voice carried no emotion. Yet Su Ming could hear a hint of exhaustion that even it itself had not noticed. You won. The master actually admitted its defeat voluntarily. You successfully polluted my box and my most perfect creation using those old, imperfect things that I detest. It was referring to Minnie. According to the game rules, the winner can receive a reward. The mass of data slowly writhed, eventually condensing into a huge arrow pointing toward the door. Now, you can leave. Take your victory and your imperfect friends with you. Leave my failed toy box. This was its surrender. And also, the last mercy it could offer. In the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. So, this is it, the end? What happened? No fight? Just let them go? Why do I feel a bit sorry for this final boss? Yes, pity. It was like a lonely child with supreme power, seeking companionship in the wrong way. In the end, it discovered that everything was in chaos, including itself and its world. It was tired. It was weary. However, Su Ming did not move. He did not turn and leave like a victor. He simply, quietly, looked at the data stream that gathered into an arrow shape, filled with the meaning of expulsion. Slowly, he shook his head. No. His voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed in this hollow toy box that no longer had any soul. It's not over yet. That mass of data shook violently. The tender child's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of true, filled with confusion. Bewilderment. Why? Su Ming did not answer immediately. He just slowly reached out his hand. In his palm, there were no weapons, no tools. Only One, that he himself, in the clumsiest way, had resewn and pieced together the already broken Donald's puppet body, along with those equally broken mechanical parts. One, extremely ugly, extremely imperfect, and even could be said to be a failure. A new toy. Because. Su Ming looked at the bewildered master, and a previously unseen, gentle smile filled with the light of creation appeared on his face. The real game is not repetition. But is to create something with friends? That is new, imperfect, but full of surprises. New toys. Chapter 91, A New Birth That Is Imperfect. Su Ming's words, filled with the light of creation, pierced through, like the gentlest sunlight, that mass of the master's logical core built from cold code. That massive arrow-shaped data stream representing departure suddenly collapsed. It transformed back into a chaotic stream of data filled with bugs and flickering error codes. It seemed unable to understand. Unable to understand why this powerful new toy, which had clearly won, would give up the ultimate reward of leaving. Instead, it wanted to stay and accompany its failed, lonely master, to continue playing a new game that was bound to be imperfect? Damn. I cried. Su God. What? What is he doing? Is he crazy? He has a chance to leave and doesn't? No. He is not crazy, he is saving it. Woo. I understand. Escaping the toy box does not mean physically leaving, but rather, not letting this box itself become a prison. This is the true perfect ending. In the live broadcast room, everyone's hearts were deeply moved by Su Ming's final choice, filled with divine brilliance. They finally understood. This young man had never wanted mere, individual victory. What he wanted was a true fairy tale ending where all people could find happiness. And in the living room of Meow Meow House, Su Ming did not bother with the master who had completely fallen into a thought crash state. He simply, slowly crouched down. He gently placed the ugly yet hopeful new toy Donald, which he had personally stitched together, on the ground. Then, he slowly reached out his hand towards the empty, dark hole. Palm up. Like a real, patient big friend, inviting a lonely child, afraid to step outside, to join this brand new, full of unknown and surprises, creative game. Want to join? His voice was soft, gentle. Friends? The tender, bewildered child's voice did not respond. But Su Ming saw. That hand, wearing a white glove, full of cartoon quality, graceful, after a long and intense hesitation. Finally, slowly, very uncertainly, reached out from that darkness representing absolute perfection and supreme loneliness. Its fingertips gently touched Su Ming's palm. Cold, yet, with a hint of a desire for warmth, trembling. The next moment, a massive, unprecedented, yet no longer malicious stream of information rushed into Su Ming's body in an instant. Ding! Master has accepted your new game invitation. You have gained highest creation rights for the toy box. A true, relieved smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He knew. He had won the bet. Click. Bang. Creak. In the following, infinite stretch of time, this Meow Meow house, which had long become hollow and lifeless, once again rang with all sorts of imperfect, yet full of vitality, sounds of knocking and assembling. It was no longer a arms race filled with revenge and destruction, but a truly meaningful, filled with childlike fun and laughter. Toy Story. Su Ming, and the clumsy master who first stepped out of the hole, learning to use those imperfect tools with him, together. They transformed the wreckage of the long-abandoned Catcatcher Max back into a giant, filled with postmodern artistic style, slide, where all the survivors could play happily. They revived Peter, who had been knocked silly, restoring its original cat instinct to catch mice, of course, in the same funny and imperfect manner. They even invited the Mad Hatter and March Hare, trapped at 6 o'clock, to prepare for this unprecedented new life party, organizing a truly mad tea party that was still filled with inverted logic, but no longer held any sadness. When the first ray of morning light under the true deep blue night sky finally broke through the crack of the door that Su Ming had kicked open with a meaning of rebellion, illuminating this already completely renewed new world, Su Ming was lying on that giant, repaired red slide sofa. Beside him lay a Donald, patched up by Minnie, snoring its classic quack quack. At his feet, a happy goofy, Pluto, who was also healed, played with a tin mouse, wagging its tail joyfully. Above his head, a canary sang its most beautiful, joyous song of new life. And in his arms, a small, transparent mouse outline, with 2 huge round ears, made of the purest code and light, was quietly, completely relying. Asleep. Its face was devoid of previous coldness and loneliness. Only serenity remained. Su Ming looked at all this, and a genuine, fatigue-filled yet immensely satisfied, smile spread across his face. He knew, this story had finally welcomed its most imperfect, yet most perfect end. Main task updated, create a new imperfect toy, exceeded completion. SS grade. Grade, Instance Crazy Theme Park / Wonderland Tea Party has been successfully perfectly cleared by you. Clearing evaluation in progress. Overall evaluation, EX, undefinable / surpassing rules. You have obtained mythical grade clearing rewards. The national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. The chosen one, Su Ming. You have gained. Teleportation will open in 10 seconds. Su Ming no longer paid attention to those already unimportant, cold system prompts. He just slowly closed his eyes. Before leaving this fairy tale world, filled with madness and warmth, which he had saved with his own hands, he softly whispered, "Goodbye, friends." Chapter 92: A New Storm. The white light, as gentle as a warm feather. When Su Ming once again came to his senses from that familiar, dimensional crossing sensation of transportation, there were no expected, thunderous cheers in his ears. Only an extreme, filled with awe and solemnity, silence. He discovered that he was standing in the familiar, futuristic central square of the Strange Tale Strategy Bureau. But this time, there was no crowd around him. Instead, there were 2 rows of soldiers standing straight, like ancient pines and cypress trees. They wore the most formal uniforms, and on each of their faces was a raw, almost sacred reverence. At the end of the red carpet, paved by the soldiers' honor guard, was Zhang Guoquan, quietly standing there. Beside him stood several high-ranking figures from Longwa that Su Ming had never seen before, identifiable by the dazzling stars gleaming on their shoulders. Their faces showed no excessive excitement. Only a heavy, solemn expression that bore the hopes of 1.4 billion people. Upon seeing Su Ming, Zhang Guoquan slowly raised his arm. Then, with a powerful military salute, he solemnly honored the thin young man who had just saved the entire country. Salute! Swish! Behind him, the rows of honor guards all moved in perfect unison, instantly raising their arms. The crisp sound of palms colliding with the brims of hats gathered into a silent torrent that could shake mountains and rivers. This was a nation's highest respect for its hero. Still in that top-spec conference room. But this time, sitting across from Su Ming were not just Zhang Guoquan and Professor Zhang Yu, but a whole table of the highest strategic decision-making body that would determine the future direction of Longwa. Su Ming held his hot tea with a calm expression, showing no sign of nervousness. Having experienced the baptism of 3 SSS level, even higher, dungeons, his mind had been tempered like the toughest rock. Comrade Su Ming. An elegant-looking elder with graying hair but eyes sharp as a hawk, sitting at the head of the table, slowly began to speak. His voice was gentle yet filled with undeniable power. First of all, allow me, on behalf of the highest level of this country, and all the people, to once again express our deepest and most sincere gratitude to you. You have saved us all. Su Ming put down his teacup, nodded slightly, and replied calmly, "This is what I should do." There was no hint of pride in his tone, only a sense of serenity after experiencing storms. The elder looked at him, filled with appreciation in his gaze. Good. He did not say more pleasantries but went straight to the point. We called you here today, not just to thank you, but to consult you. The elder gently pushed a document toward Su Ming. After you cleared the Fairy Tale Tea Party, the entire Fairy Tale Town system underwent a second and most intense version update to date. Su Ming opened the document. The content of the document was very simple. Yet, it was incredibly shocking. Fairy Tale Town version 2.0 update announcement. 1. The faction system is officially opened. All dungeon worlds will no longer be a single hostile relationship. The chosen one will have the opportunity to choose different factions to join and receive that faction's protection or missions. 2. Worlds are no longer completely isolated. Some core items or characters from dungeons may, upon meeting specific conditions, perform cross-dungeon linkages. 3. A new mythical, EX, dungeon evaluation system has been added. 4. Announcement, given that the master of the toy box has fallen into sleep mode, the Crazy Amusement Park dungeon will be temporarily closed for internal reorganization. 5. New dungeon preview? After reading the announcement, Su Ming's heart sank completely. He knew. He had thoroughly stirred the waters. His seemingly perfect, redemptive dungeon clearing, while saving a toy box. But it had also made the entire Fairy Tale Town game rules more complicated and more dangerous. Faction, linkage. These words instantly made Su Ming realize. In the future, the copy will no longer be just him alone, relying on the information gap and sneaky operations to easily clear this single-player game. It is transforming into a more grand, full of alliances and deception, multiplayer online strategy game. So the old man's voice pulled Su Ming back from his contemplation. His gaze was more serious than ever. Comrade Su Ming. In the face of this new game that has completely changed into something none of us recognize, you, as the only one who personally pushed this update, what do you think, our dragon country, the next path should take? This question was heavy, yet filled with trust. They no longer saw Su Ming as someone to be protected or guided, a chosen one. Instead, they placed him in a position as a strategic advisor, equal to them, to jointly decide the future of the nation. Su Ming fell silent. He looked outside the window at the city, which had become more vibrant and prosperous than ever because of his return. After a long while, he slowly turned his head, meeting the gazes of everyone present. His eyes were calm yet deep as the sea. Old Zhang, all leaders. His voice was steady and unhurried. The collapse of a box is often just because it encountered a stronger box. We can no longer be satisfied with merely clearing one fairy tale after another. He slowly stood up from his chair. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the conference room, piercing through the atmosphere, looking towards the unseen firmament that envelopes the entire blue star. We need to build our own fairy tale. A powerful myth of dragon country that can stand against it. These words struck like lightning, fiercely hitting the hearts of everyone present. They looked at this young man, still slender in figure, yet whose spirit and will were as strong as a deity. In their eyes, an unprecedented light burst forth. Chapter 93, The First Cornerstone. Build our own myth? The conference room fell into a long, shocking silence. Everyone present was the top strategist of Dragon Country. But Su Ming's imaginative, even arrogant, idea still struck them with an unprecedented impact. To fight against the bizarre tales? No. This young man wanted to contend with it. Even replace it. After a long while, the elegant elder who had been hosting the meeting gradually came back to his senses from the enormous shock. There was no doubt in his eyes, only a kind of extreme excitement upon seeing infinite possibilities. Good. He heavily slapped the table. What a Dragon Country myth. His gaze was blazing as he looked at Su Ming, filled with trust and hope. Comrade Su Ming, go ahead and do it. Whatever you need, we will provide. If you need people, we give you people. If you need resources, we provide resources. From today on, all resources of the entire Bizarre Tales Strategy Bureau will be infinitely inclined towards your myth plan. This is the highest level of authorization a country can give to an individual. Wow. This is an all-out mobilization order. It's ignited. It's ignited. We don't just want to win, we also want to set the rules. This pattern. From chosen one to rulemaker. Su God's evolution speed is too fast. I declare, the Dragon Country myth plan is officially launched today. In the live broadcast room, the blood of all Dragon Country viewers was completely ignited by this epic construction plan. And Su Ming, after receiving this supreme authorization. His face, however, showed no signs of excitement or pride. He simply, calmly, sat back in his position. Then, he spoke to all the top strategists present about the first step of his grand plan. That step was very simple, yet solid. I need to replay. Replay? Professor Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Yes, replay. Su Ming's eyes became exceptionally focused and bright. I need, with your help, to take everything I have experienced since entering Fairy Tale Town, every instance I have gone through, every NPC I have encountered, every rule I have interpreted, every choice I have made, and every time I have died. He paused here. To transform all of this into something that can be recorded, analyzed, and learned. Data. I need to turn the vague experiences and intuition that only exist in my mind into that anyone can understand. Strategy guide. This statement shocked all the experts present. They instantly understood Su Ming's intention. He was not trying to keep his treasure to himself. What he wanted was to pass down his almost legendary experience of clearing the game. To carry it forward. He wanted to leave behind even without him, could still follow a trail and overcome obstacles. Rules database for Long Country and all the future possible chosen ones. This was the first and most solid cornerstone of building the divine myth of Long Country. I understand now. Professor Zhang Yu was so excited that his face turned red. He pushed up his glasses vigorously. I will immediately organize the top linguists, logicians, behavioral psychologists of the whole academy. No. I want to pull in all those old folks from the Academy of Sciences. We will form a high-level rules analysis project team. 24 hours, fully cooperating with your work. Good. Zhang Guoquan nodded seriously. Comrade Su Ming, don't worry. You just need to output, all the remaining work will be handed over to us. In the following days, the entire Long Country Strange Tale Strategic Bureau entered an unprecedented, high-speed operation preparation state. In a highly confidential closed meeting room, codenamed Zhuhong, Su Ming became the absolute core. In front of him were more than a dozen massive, holographic screens connected to supercomputers. The screens were repeatedly playing all his battle recordings from the 3 instances from various angles and data models. Stop here. Su Ming reached out, pointing to the moment in the Eternal Chase instance where he first used a suicidal charge to gather intelligence. The first death, the information I obtained was about the physical properties of the mousetrap. He paused, recalling that almost instinctual understanding. But behind this instinct, there must be some sort of quantifiable information exchange mechanism. I need you to help me calculate whether there is any kind of fixed exchange ratio between the cost of each death and the value of the information obtained. And here. He pointed again to the scene in the crazy amusement park instance, where he was conversing with the Cheshire Cat. Dialogue is the core rule of the Wonderland instance. But I can feel that every successful dialogue not only gathered clues, it seemingly also subtly changed the synchronization rate between me and that world. This synchronization rate is likely the key value that determines whether we will ultimately be classified as guests or others. Su Ming, with unprecedented focus, dissected, interpreted, and transformed his scattered, ineffable clearance instincts into analyzable, computable data models. Beside him, the top minds of Long Country recorded, deduced, and modeled frantically in a nearly fanatical manner. They were collectively working on an unprecedented great undertaking. They were trying to crack the game of the god. And just as their grand foundational project was underway in full swing, the cold mechanical voice of Fairy Tale Town, which had been silent for several days, again echoed. Without warning, it echoed throughout the world. But this time, its voice no longer held that coldness, as if from a god, above all else. Instead, it carried a hint of Su Ming, incredibly familiar with. Filled with programmed emotions, yet difficult to conceal its anger. Like a system bug, chaotic noise. Warning. Detecting rules being affected by unknown forces. Deconstruction. Anti-cheat program initiating. Emergency version update. New instance opening early. Instance type, confrontation mode. Enemies against chosen ones locked in. Ugly country. Chapter 90 for the first human opponent. That warning, filled with electrical noise and clear anger, like a system crash, struck heavily against the hearts of everyone in the Zhurong project team. Anti-cheat program? Professor Zhang Yu's face instantly turned pale. He looked at the holographic screen where the rules data model was frantically jumping due to signal interference, his voice filled with disbelief. It actually judged our analysis behavior as cheating? This is no simple judgment now. An old academician from the Academy of Sciences adjusted his glasses, his gaze filled with unprecedented seriousness. Did you hear it? Deconstruction. The term it used is deconstruction. This means our actions, in its cognition, have already touched upon its fundamental essence. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was utterly shaken by this terrifying conclusion. They had unknowingly pried into the underlying code of this divine game. And what followed was the most direct and furious punishment from this game developer. Confrontation mode. Zhang Guoquan slowly chewed on this new term filled with a tense flavor, his gaze finally falling on the last line of the system announcement, those two glaring characters. Ugly country. A cold and sharp light burst forth from his eyes, like chill steel. What was meant to come has finally arrived. Damn. Confrontation mode? Is this going to become a national war? Ugly country. It's actually ugly country. Fairy Tale Town is forcing the two strongest to fight amongst themselves. It's over, it's really over now. That chosen one from ugly country, I remember, seems to have survived several high-level instances already, right? Not just survived. Don't you remember? His name is Tom. Not a cat, but a human. He is the only one who, before Su God appeared, also received an SSS level rating as a monster. The live room exploded with chatter due to the sudden, earth-shattering event. All the Dragon Country viewers' hearts tightened. They were finally going to face that which had long loomed over all chosen ones like another towering mountain, another legend. And at this moment, Su Ming, the absolute center of this storm, was unexpectedly calm. When that static-filled warning sounded, a brief, yet sharp surprise flickered across his face. He was not surprised by the reaction of Fairy Tale Town. What shocked him was that this high and mighty divine game had a reaction speed that was surprisingly more slow than he had expected. And its punishment methods were even more modeled than he imagined. So, you can also feel fear. Su Ming looked at the holographic screen that had returned to calm, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up into a smile filled with sarcasm and comprehension. He knew his previous guess was correct. This Fairy Tale Town system was not omniscient and omnipotent. It was more like an ancient artificial intelligence program that, while having supreme authority, was itself full of bugs and vulnerabilities. It could also feel panic due to the unknown. And his earlier act of deconstructing the rules had undoubtedly touched upon its most core fear. Thus, it became so restless. Even at the cost of system error, forcibly opening a brand new game mode. It aims to eliminate him, this uncontrollable virus, in the simplest and most brutal way. By using someone else's knife to kill. Comrade Su Ming. Zhang Guoquan looked at Su Ming's face, which was overly calm, his voice filled with worry. You. I'm fine. Su Ming slowly shook his head, interrupting Zhang Guoquan's words. He turned around, facing all the worried and tense gazes in the conference room. His eyes were calm, yet deep as the sea. Actually, this way is also good. His voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed in everyone's ears, like a calming pill, instantly soothing everyone's inner turmoil. Since the camp system has already been activated, then this kind of confrontation between chosen ones will eventually happen. Rather than being passively ambushed by an unknown enemy in some unknown instance. He slowly walked to the huge main screen displaying the information of chosen ones from around the world. His gaze passed through countless bright and dark avatars. Finally, it was fixed on that one name, which had always been in the top tier and not long ago, had even been his equal at times. Chosen 1, Thomas Anderson. Codename, Matrix. Country, Ugly Country. Cleared instances, The Matrix, SSS level, Westworld, SS level, Inception, S level. It's better to meet that strongest opponent right now. Su Ming looked at the photo of the young man on the screen, whose eyes were filled with a kind of mathematician-like absolute calm and rationality. A previously unseen smile, filled with fighting spirit and anticipation, appeared on his face. Let's play a good game. And as soon as he finished speaking, the cold mechanical voice of the ever-silent fairy tale town reverberated through the world once more. But this time, all the noise in its voice had disappeared. Replaced by a kind of, once again high and mighty, like a god's indifferent declaration. Confrontation mode has officially started. Instance world locked, Westworld. Dragon Country Chosen 1, Su Ming, Camp Identity Locked, Guest. Ugly Country Chosen 1, Thomas Anderson, Camp Identity Locked, Host. Mission Objectives. Survive. And, kill the opponent. Teleportation starting. Chapter 95. A familiar yet strange place. Bloodlight swallowed everything once more. But this transmission was different from any before. Su Ming did not feel that familiar, brief sense of spatial tearing. Instead, there was a very peculiar feeling, as if his soul was forcibly stripped from his body, then brutally shoved into a brand new shell, a disjointed feeling like formatting. When he regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, a dry and hot air mixed with yellow sand, cheap alcohol, and the smell of horse sweat rushed into his nostrils. In his ears, there were the broken, out-of-tune notes of an old piano, along with the clinking sound of glasses mixed with rude laughter and curses. He was sitting in an old-fashioned steam train running across the wilderness. Outside the train carriage, there was an endless expanse of desolate Gobi, dyed gold red by the setting sun. Huge, weathered red rocks stood silently on the wilderness like the bones of ancient giants. Inside the carriage, it was another scene. Smoke filled the air. One after another, travelers dressed in old Western attire, cowboy hats, leather boots, and fringed jackets, were gathering in groups, loudly chatting, gambling, and drinking. Their faces bore a rugged, unhidden expression, full of primal vitality. Everything was filled with the chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere of the 19th century American westward expansion era. However, Su Ming's heart, at the moment of seeing all this clearly, sank to the bottom. He lowered his head and looked at himself. On his body, he had unknowingly changed into a brand new, exquisitely crafted black suit, and on his feet were a pair of shining leather shoes. This outfit was completely out of place among the surrounding rough cowboys. He looked like a modern city dweller who accidentally stumbled into a Western movie set. Ding! Confrontation mode has been activated. You have entered Western World Theme Park. Your identity, visitor, guest. Warning! You are in the homeground dungeon of the enemy chosen one, and all your previous clear records and information advantages are ineffective here. Su Ming's eyes suddenly became extremely serious. He knew he was in big trouble. This was no longer just a simple away game. This was a most thorough weakening of him, from the bottom of the rules. The fairy tale town system, in order to punish him for being a cheater, had nearly exhausted all means. It not only matched him with the strongest opponent, but also directly threw him into the world that his opponent had perfectly cleared. Here, all the rules, all the secrets, all the bugs were unknown to him. Yet for his opponent, Thomas Anderson, they were likely well known. This was a completely unfair game. What the hell? Is it possible to play like this? The system is so shameless. It's over, it's really over. This is like a fully leveled expert being stripped of all gear and thrown into another fully leveled expert's arena, right? The information gap has completely reversed. This time, Su God has become the clueless newbie. What should we do? How can we fight? The opponent has home ground advantage. In the livestream room, all the Dragon Kingdom viewers, who were just excited about the national war, felt their hearts chill the moment they understood this rule. Inside the Strange Talk Strategic Bureau, Zhang Guoquan and others also turned pale. They never expected that the fairy tale town's anti-cheating mechanism would be so shameless. However, there was no sign of despair on Su Ming's face. After the initial shock, his eyes instead became calmer and more dangerous than ever. He was like a proud lone wolf thrown into a strange jungle. Although he had lost the home ground advantage, his fangs and hunting instincts were still sharp. He slowly stood up from his seat. He no longer paid attention to the rules filled with unknowns and traps. He knew that in this absolutely disadvantaged start, any analysis based on rules could fall into traps set by his opponent long ago. The only thing he could believe in now was himself. And his primal and most keen intuition as a top player. He began to walk slowly in this noisy and chaotic carriage. He looked like a true visitor, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, observing every person here. He was searching for another player hidden among these seemingly lively cowboy NPCs, just like him. His gaze swept over a burly man with a beard loudly boasting about his recently won chips at the poker table. He then glanced at a seductive woman in a red dress, flirting with the bartender at the bar. Finally, his gaze fell into the far corner of the carriage. There sat a host, quietly at the window, gently wiping a silver revolver with a white handkerchief. He was an NPC who looked very ordinary. He was dressed in the same shabby attire as the other cowboys, his face bore a set expression that was numb yet calm. But he was too clean. So clean that it clashed with this carriage filled with smoke and the smell of sweat. And Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that receptionist, while cleaning the gun barrel, had a pair of, on those remarkably steady hands. Completely incompatible with this Western world background, filled with futuristic technology. Translucent data gloves. Found it. In an instant, Su Ming understood. Just as he locked onto that receptionist. That receptionist, who had been keeping his head down, as if isolated from the world, slowly raised his head. His pair of eyes that should have been numb and programmed had unknowingly transformed into a sea of countless flashing zeros and ones. Cold, absolutely rational, data sea. Two gazes met midair. No sparks. And no killing intent. Only a pure, cold feeling when masters meet other masters. Confirmation. Then the man codenamed Matrix, Thomas Anderson, slowly lifted the perfectly clean silver revolver in his hand. The muzzle was not aimed at Su Ming. Instead, it was aimed at himself, that heart of his, as a receptionist. He looked at Su Ming, revealing a faint smile filled with the precision and confidence of a mathematician. As if greeting. Also as if challenging. Bang! A clear gunshot sounded. The bullet pierced through his own chest. His body trembled violently, then, like a puppet with its strings cut, slowly fell down. Chosen one from the ugly country, Thomas Anderson has died. Receptionist, host, program restarting. Remaining restart attempts, infinity. And just before his data eyes lost their light completely. Clearly, it transmitted to Su Ming the last message, filled with provocation and superiority. The message. Welcome to my world. Chapter 96, Welcome to Sweetwater Town. The gunshot did not cause the slightest ripple in the noisy carriage. The cowboys around drinking and gambling seemed oblivious to it. They continued to immerse themselves in their raucous and lively script. As if the surreal suicide that just happened in the corner was merely an insignificant backdrop. Su Ming stood quietly in place, watching the receptionist lying in a pool of blood, with no wounds on his chest, not even a drop of blood flowing out. Its body was slowly dataizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turning into countless flashing zeros and ones, then regathering and condensing in the air. Receptionist, host, program restart successful. Just a few seconds later, an identical receptionist, wearing a programmed numb expression, reappeared in that seat. It slowly picked up the silver revolver from the ground, then picked up the white handkerchief stained with its own non-existent blood. Continuing its endless, repetitive routine of cleaning the gun barrel. As if the provocative death show that had just occurred had never happened. But Su Ming clearly received the last message transmitted from the other party. Remaining restart attempts, infinity. Infinite. Su Ming's gaze was more serious than ever. He finally understood why this man's codename was Matrix. And he finally understood why he could clear a dungeon like the Matrix with an SSS rating. In this Western world, he, as the receptionist, host, was immortal. He could use this infinite restart attempts to test and break any rules in this world without paying any price. He possessed infinite fault tolerance. And himself, as the guest, an outsider, possibly only had one life. Damn, how do we play this? The other side has opened an invincibility cheat. Unlimited reboot? This This is 100 times more bugged than Su's previous 9 lives. One is an urbanite who can respawn infinitely, and the other is a foreigner with only 1 life, yet they have to fight each other. Fairy Tale Town, system, you have no heart. In the livestream, the hearts of all the viewers from Long Country sank to the bottom. This confrontation was, from the very beginning, a completely unequal slaughter. However, on Su Ming's face, there was not a trace of despair. He simply took a deep look at the man who had already turned back into an ordinary NPC, firmly engraving that face full of mathematician-like absolute calmness and confidence into his mind. Then, he turned around. He no longer paid attention to him. He knew that before finding the rules of this world and discovering that one method capable of killing a program, any provocation was utterly meaningless. He needed intelligence. Woo woo. At that moment, a long and ancient whistle echoed across the entire wilderness. The train's speed gradually slowed down. Outside the window, a small town, filled with the style of the Western frontier era, appeared on the horizon. It looked a bit old but was full of vibrant life. Ladies and gentlemen. At the front of the carriage, an NPC dressed as a conductor, also a receptionist, shouted loudly. Sweetwater Town arrived. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The train slowly came to a stop beside the town's simple wooden platform. The doors opened. Those cowboys who had been chatting and gambling before stood up like robots activated by a new program, stepping down from the train in orderly fashion, blending into the bustling crowd of the town. Su Ming mixed into the crowd and got off the train as well. As his feet touched the hot, dry ground of Sweetwater Town, he finally set foot in the hunting ground of this hunting game. He lifted his head. A breath more intense and alive than on the train rushed towards him. Before him was a wide main street paved with yellow earth. On both sides of the street were various wooden buildings full of a sense of history, taverns, general stores, gunsmiths, and barbershops. At the tavern's entrance, a cowboy portrait sign swung in the wind. Cowboys galloped by on tall horses, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Women in elaborate long dresses held parasols, stopping to chat in front of shop windows. Everything felt like a well-crafted, top-notch Western movie. Real to the point of outrageousness. Su Ming stood quietly on the platform, like a genuine tourist who was shocked by the scene before him for the first time. But his eyes were like the most precise scanner, quickly capturing every detail of this small town, analyzing its disharmony. He observed. At the tavern's entrance, 2 cowboys arguing over a minor dispute had expressions full of anger, even their hands resting on their gun holsters. But their movements had a certain stiffness, as if they had been carefully choreographed and repeated countless times. He also saw. At the end of the street, the lonely receptionist, Thomas Anderson, who was polishing a revolver, had quietly reappeared there. He had already blended into this world before Su Ming. He was watching Su Ming. Su Ming calmly shifted his gaze away. He knew that from now on, every move he made would be under the careful surveillance of his opponent. He couldn't show any flaws. Like all tourists visiting here for the first time, he feigned curiosity and walked towards a wooden sign for town tours at the end of the platform. There, in vintage font, it read. It had a map of a small town, and what he needed the most now. Welcome to Sweetwater Town Visitor Behavior Guide. Chapter 97, a guide written for visitors. Sweetwater Town Visitor Behavior Guide. On that weathered wooden sign, in a font that was full of vintage charm and burned with a hot iron, it clearly wrote the rules that every newcomer must follow. Su Ming's gaze was like the sharpest carving knife, word by word, line by line, deeply branding the content in his mind. Welcome to Sweetwater Town, newcomer. To give you the most authentic and immersive Western experience, please be sure to follow these few simple suggestions. First, the host is your best friend and guide. They know everything here. When you encounter any trouble, getting lost, needing help, or wanting to begin an exciting adventure, please ask the nearest host for help right away. They are glad to serve you. Second, please enjoy experiencing life. Whether it's going to the tavern for a drink, betting big at the card table, or participating in a just street duel. Please, do not suppress your nature. Here, all your actions will be seen as part of the story. Third, the storyline is the soul of the town. Please do not interrupt or interfere with the storyline that hosts are currently conducting. Of course, if you are powerful enough or rich enough, you can become the star of the story. Fourth, firearms are toys for adults. The general store and the gun shop are happy to provide the necessary defense tools for adult visitors. But remember, every time you pull the trigger, it means you need to bear the corresponding consequences for the direction of the story. Fifth, Sweetwater Town at night is very dangerous. When the church bells of the town toll, please stay indoors in a safe place, like an inn or tavern. The wild beasts of the wilderness do not like to be disturbed by curious eyes. After reading these 5 simple suggestions, there was no expression on Su Ming's face. But in his heart, a storm had already surged. Why do these rules feel so friendly? Yeah. It's just like a pure simulation game of a free world. Do whatever you want? Isn't the first rule a tutorial for beginners? Let the NPC guide you. The second rule encourages you to experience to the fullest. The third tells you that you can participate in the main quests. The fourth reminds you that you can get weapons. The fifth tells you not to go out at night. These rules are just too normal, right? Normal? Are you crazy? In the world of spooky tales, normal itself is the greatest abnormal. This is definitely all traps. In the live broadcast room, the experienced viewers instantly sensed an unusual and unsettling atmosphere. And Su Ming felt an icy chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Friendly? No. This is not friendliness. This is a love-filled, most venomous love letter. It is a death invitation tailored personally for him, the only visitor, by his rival, Thomas Anderson. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his brain was working at an unprecedented speed, breaking down and grinding these 5 rules into the deepest, most malicious reverse interpretation. The first rule: the host is your best friend. In this world, who is the host? Him. It means when I encounter any trouble, the first person I ask for help is my enemy. This is not guidance for beginners, it is a surveillance camera. One that can let him appear at any time and place to monitor my every move. The second rule: enjoy experiencing life, participate in duels. In a world where I only have one life, but he has unlimited response, encouraging me to participate in duels? Hey, this is not a trap anymore. This is a naked, most direct entrapment. The third rule: the storyline is the soul of the town, do not interfere. But those who are powerful or wealthy can become the protagonist. This is a dead cycle. I, a newcomer tourist, am neither wealthy nor could I be more powerful than him, the receptionist who can reset infinitely. So, I can never become the protagonist of the story. The only thing I can do is to be passively led like a real tourist by the storyline they designed. Once I try to break away from the script, it is a violation. The fourth rule: guns are toys for adults. This is also a false proposition. In a Western world where all receptionists can pull guns at any time, guns are not toys but power. And this rule uses a very clever way to remind me, the tourist, that wanting to gain power has a threshold. And what is this threshold? He didn't say. That is the most deadly part. Su Ming's face grew more serious. His gaze finally fell on the last rule, which looked the most like a kind reminder. The fifth rule: the sweet water town at night is very dangerous, stay indoors. At first glance, this seems to protect me. But Su Ming's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp. He recalled the last instance, Eternal Chase, where the seemingly protective night rule actually hid the shadow possession killing intent. A night only tourists need to hide from. And the receptionists can move freely outside, even hunt. This is not a safe house at all. This is a tailor-made for me, every night acting out a cage and arena. When Su Ming completely interpreted these 5 rules with a mindset full of malice, an invisible web of despair and death appeared right before his eyes. This is a perfect, nearly flaw-free, death script specifically designed to hunt the only tourist like him. Damn, listening to Su Shin's analysis, my scalp went numb. How the hell do you play? Every rule is a dead end. This is no longer unfair, this is cheating. It's naked cheating. That guy named Thomas is too terrifying. This scheming, this layout, simply flawless. In the live broadcast room, the hearts of all Dragon Kingdom viewers sank to the bottom. And Su Ming, after seeing through everything, had his serious expression slowly fade away. Instead, a familiar, cold smile full of madness and challenge appeared on his face. A perfect script, is it? He slowly turned around. His gaze passed through the bustling crowd and once again silently locked onto the tall and thin receptionist, leaning against the gun shop in trance, quietly wiping his silver revolver. So, Su Ming's mouth curled into a brazen arc full of Tom-like wisdom. His voice was only audible to him. Let me teach you how a true player jumps out of the script. His gaze shifted away from Thomas and finally landed on the shop beside him, with a huge revolver painted on its sign. Gun shop. His first counterattack target had already been established. Chapter 98, The Old Man in the Gun Shop. When Su Ming confirmed the gun shop as his first target for counterattack, he did not act immediately. He knew that at this moment, there were at least dozens, even hundreds of gazes in the town, quietly locking onto him, the only outlier. Among them, the most dangerous undoubtedly came from the one who had already reset, leisurely leaning against the gun shop door, wiping his silver revolver, Thomas Anderson. He was waiting. Wait for an opportunity. Wait for a moment, one that would allow him to walk into that store with a legitimate reason, a script moment. Su Ming didn't make him wait long. He walked like a true, first-time tourist, a hint of just the right amount of longing for this masculine western town on his face, slowly strolling along the main street paved with yellow earth. His steps looked leisurely and casual. But the route he took was like a blade about to unsheath, seemingly winding, yet in reality, with a clear goal, heading straight forward. He passed the noisy tavern, even politely nodding and smiling at the red-dressed woman standing at the door, trying to attract customers. He passed the grocery store where the smell of bread wafted, his gaze lingering for a moment on the dusty cans in the window. His performance was flawless. Like a true, curious person who knew nothing but wanted to experience everything, a new player in the starting village. Finally, after accidentally wandering a little circle, he coincidentally arrived at the gun store, the one with the huge revolver sign hanging above, filled with a strong masculine energy. He stopped in front. A complex expression appeared on his face, a perfect blend of longing and a hint of hesitation. He looked at the store, then glanced at the tall, thin receptionist blocking the only entrance, leaning against the door like a door god. It seemed like he was afraid. It seemed like he was hesitating, whether to approach or not. This expression, this posture, perfectly matched the identity of a newcomer, weak, yet desiring strength. In the livestream, the viewers who had been sweating for Su Ming immediately understood what was happening upon seeing this scene. Damn! It's happening again. The Oscar-winning actor is back online. Act. Keep acting. Is this playing hard to get? Feigning weakness to mislead? I get it. He's trying to make Thomas let down his guard. To make him think he's just an ordinary, scared rookie. On the other side of the street, Thomas Anderson, who had been focused on cleaning his gun barrel, seemed to have noticed that longing gaze from across the street. Slowly, he raised his head. Those eyes, made purely of data, absolutely rational, calmly met Su Ming's eyes filled with hesitation for a moment. Then, the corner of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile, full of confidence as an upper-level figure, and a hint of mockery. Slowly, he slid the already polished silver revolver back into the holster at his waist. Then, he straightened up, turned, and with a tone void of any emotion, in a programmed voice, he casually said to the dark, bottomless space inside the store. "Boss, there's a customer. After speaking, he even took a step, slowly leaving the door, walking toward the other end of the street, to the noisy tavern. He actively made way for Su Ming. Because, in his calculation, even if this tourist walked into the gun store, it was impossible for him to get any toys under his watch. Rule 4, guns are toys for adults. This threshold was something he personally set, a never-crossable, dead loop. He wanted this overly clever opponent to experience firsthand what true despair felt like in this world under his control. Watching Thomas Anderson's confident figure slowly recede, Su Ming's eyes flickered with a cold, calculated gleam. He knew that his impromptu performance had succeeded. He had successfully gained a valuable opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with the very rules themselves. He didn't hesitate any longer. He adjusted his black suit that clashed with the surroundings and took a step forward, crossing the dusty street, walking straight into the shop that exuded a strong smell of gunpowder and metal. The gun shop. Ding-ling. The brass bell hanging on the doorframe rang with a crisp yet slightly hoarse sound. The light inside the store was much dimmer than outside. In the air, a complicated smell mixed with gun oil, saltpeter, and some kind of rotting, aged wood lingered. The shop was not big, but the walls were densely packed with all kinds of long guns and handguns of various styles and models. From old single-shot rifles to classic double-barreled shotguns, to those exquisite revolvers that frequently appeared in Western movies. A dazzling array, like a small military museum. And right in the center of this museum, behind a huge counter made from a solid piece of red cedar wood, an old man with graying hair, his face covered in deep wrinkles like ravines, with a spent cigar dangling from his mouth. He was raising his somewhat murky eyes, which seemed to have seen too much gunpowder, and was expressionlessly examining Su Ming, who looked like a newcomer who had wandered in here. His gaze was very calm. So calm, like two bottomless, stagnant pools of dead water. Completely different from the vibrant and theatrical receptionists outside. Su Ming's heart sank slightly. He knew that this old man was not easy to deal with. "What are you looking at, newcomer?" After a long while, the old man slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse and filled with a mechanical, emotionless indifference. Su Ming didn't immediately tell him he wanted to buy a gun. He knew that in the face of these unknown rules and traps, any overly direct intention could lead to deadly consequences. He merely smiled, like a true tourist, politely showing a friendly smile to the local. Then, in a respectful and inquiring tone, he asked the most unlikely to go wrong, yet most crucial question. "Sir, may I ask, in this small town, what must one do to be regarded as an adult?" Chapter 99, The Proof of an Adult. When Su Ming asked that question about the definition of adult, the air that was already a bit stiff in the gun shop seemed to become even heavier. Behind the counter, the old man with the extinguished cigar suddenly moved his murky eyes. His face, as dry as tree bark, remained expressionless. But Su Ming could clearly feel a more acute and scrutinizing programmatic gaze enveloping him instantaneously. He was being judged. Judged whether this tourist had touched upon some core code that should not be touched. Here it comes. The core question is here. Damn, I'm so nervous. This old man has such a strong oppressive presence. Sushin is playing his cards now. Let's see how this NPC responds. I feel like this old man is different from those flashy and cheap locals. He might not be so easy to fool. In the live stream, the hearts of all the viewers were in their throats. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. After a long while, the old man slowly took the tasteless cigar from his mouth. He gently knocked it on the counter, shaking off the non-existent ashes. Then, he spoke in a hoarse, emotionless voice, as if synthesized by a machine. Adult? He repeated the word, as if savoring its profound meaning. In this town, he said slowly, raising his eyes to meet Su Ming's gaze, filled with scrutiny, one must be responsible for their choices. The one who pays the cost is the adult. This philosophical and riddle-like answer instantly threw the live stream audience into greater confusion. Choice and cost? What kind of strange code is this? Isn't this just the same as saying nothing? Isn't this just nonsense? That's it, this NPC is a riddle master, now Sushin has no way out. However, on Su Ming's face, there was not a hint of confusion. At the moment he heard this answer, his eyes flashed with a light never seen before, like a hunter spotting the trail of its prey. He understood. He completely understood. Choice and cost. This is not just a riddle. This is the very core of the seemingly perfect death loop custom made for him by Thomas Anderson. In that moment, Su Ming's brain was operating at an unprecedented speed, connecting all the clues together. In this copy, I, Su Ming, have only one life. This is my greatest disadvantage, and it's also the only cost I can pay. And my opponent, Thomas, has infinite lives. This seems to be his greatest advantage, but if you think about it, this also means he has absolutely no cost to pay. So, the true meaning of Rule 4, firearms are toys for adults, is only people like me, who every time they shoot, every time they make a choice, stake their only life, are qualified to be deemed capable of paying the cost. Adults. And he, Thomas, no matter how many times he shoots, no matter how many choices he makes, for him, it's just an endlessly repeatable game. He can never truly pay the cost for his actions. Thus, within the judgment of this rule, he, Thomas Anderson, the master of this copy, will always just be a child. A child who has no right to own toys. This is such an ironic yet exquisitely clever rule paradox. I'm losing my mind. I'm completely stunned. So that's what it meant? So, this rule was never meant for the receptionist? It was specifically written for Sushin, this visitor? Use your own spear to attack your own shield. Use your own rules to trap your own army. This is true dimensionality reduction attack. Inside the Strange Talk Strategic Bureau, Professor Zhang Yu suddenly jumped up from his chair, his voice changed pitch due to overwhelming excitement. A genius. A genius-like concept. That Thomas, he created a perfect killing rule loop aimed at Comrade Su Ming, but unknowingly, locked himself outside the rules. He is caught in his own web. Inside the gun shop. Having figured all this out, Su Ming no longer felt any confusion in his heart. He looked at the expressionless rulekeeper who was still waiting for him to back down. On his face appeared a smile filled with confidence and composure, a smile of victory. He no longer engaged in any debate or probing. He simply slowly extended one of his hands. Opened. Palm up. Then, in a calm, undeniable tone, as if stating a fact, he slowly said to the raspy, programmed old man. So, now. I have made my choice. I choose to stand here. I choose to talk to you. And my cost, Su Ming's gaze became sharp like that of a hawk, is my life. If any word I say, any action I take, displeases you, you can, at any time, kill me. But, only this one opportunity. Now. Su Ming's gaze swept across the cold, deathly arsenal of guns displayed on the wall. His voice was not loud. But it struck the old man's stagnant heart like a thunderclap. A grown-up, who has already bet on the cost for their own choice. May I ask? Do I have the right to choose a toy that belongs to me? The entire gun shop fell into an absolute, suffocating silence. Behind the counter. The old man's face, like dry bark, finally showed a hint of a severe data fluctuation created by a shock from the underlying code. His murky eyes were fixed on Su Ming. He seemed unable to comprehend. Unable to understand why the perfect logical loop set by the master was broken through by this outsider in such a simple, unreasonable yet so in line with the rules. A direct hit. Ding. Your logic has received the highest level recognition of the gun shop rules. You have gained adult qualification. You have gained the permission to buy a toy. Chapter 100, the first toy. Ding. When that cold, program-like system prompt rang clearly in Su Ming's mind. Behind the counter, the old man, like a living fossil, finally saw the fluctuations of data on his face slowly settle down. His murky, emotionless eyes stared deeply, deeply at Su Ming. That gaze was extremely complex. Surprise, relief, but more than that, was a sense of ease that Su Ming could not yet understand, as if some heavy shackles had been removed. Ha! A very faint, self-deprecating dry laugh escaped from the old man's cracked lips. This was the first time since Su Ming entered the shop that he sensed a real, unprogrammed emotion from him. Then, the old man slowly, very reluctantly, turned his stiff body. With a very slight movement, he opened the only passage to the wall's dazzling array of armory. This was a silent permission. I can't believe it. It worked. Su is amazing. Woo woo woo. It's been so hard. Finally got the weapon. Chapter 100. Let's commemorate this. From now on, the offense and defense will switch. It's our turn to fight back. Quick, choose. Pick the biggest and strongest one. RPG. Blow that Thomas to the sky. In the livestream, all the suppressed Dragon Country viewers erupted at that moment. Since entering this instance, they had been in a passive, monitored state, always at risk of being lured to death. And now, Su Ming, with his unparalleled wisdom and courage, forcibly tore a gap from this unfairly ruled death script that allowed him to pick up weapons. This significance was extraordinary. Su Ming did not rush forward. He faced the solitary figure who turned away, seemingly unwilling to look at him again, and slowly, with great seriousness, slightly bowed. He knew. What he just said had not only breached the rules. It was more likely that it touched the soul of this once prisoner of those rules, a sad gatekeeper. After bowing, Su Ming stepped forward, without any politeness, directly walking into the world of toys filled with rich smells of gunpowder and death. He did not look for the long guns or shotguns that seemed powerful and full of violent aesthetics as expected by the live audience. His gaze calmly swept over rows of cold, lethal big killers that could make any man excited. In the end, his eyes stopped at the bottom of the wall, on a humble, even somewhat rusted wooden gun rack. There, quietly, lay a, even not worthy of being called a gun, an antique. It was an old-fashioned, most common gun from the 19th century westward expansion era. Single-loading, signal gun. Its body is short, the barrel is thick, and the wooden grip is covered with scars from time, looking like an outdated old item about to be sent to a museum. Compared to the surrounding modern weapons flashing with deadly cold light, it seems so out of place. So old. Did I see it wrong? He has taken a liking to what? A signal gun? No way, sir. With all these powerful artifacts in the room, you choose a thing that can only make noise in the sky? I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. What does Sushin want to do? Call for help if he can't win? In the live broadcast room, everyone was completely bewildered by Su Ming's unusual way of thinking. However, on Su Ming's face, there was not a trace of hesitation. In his eyes, instead, sparkled a kind of wisdom, as if he had found the perfect puzzle piece. He reached out and gently took down the age-old signal gun from the rack. The feeling in his hand was heavy, full of brass and solid wood texture. Ding! You have chosen your first toy, old signal gun. Item info, an outdated signal launcher that has no direct killing power. But the light and sound it emits may attract some unexpected viewers. Attached ammunition, signal shell, red, X1. Su Ming was satisfied as he weighed this new weapon in his hand. He knew. In this game of rules, killing a program that can restart infinitely is never about stronger firepower. But rather, a signal that can cause its base code to experience chaos and conflict. He slowly turned around. Just as he was about to pay the old man, who had always had his back to him, the price he owed, like an arm, or half a life. However, he saw. The old man had turned around at some unknown time. He held no weapon in his hands. Only a, similarly dusty and cobweb-covered, old, leather bullet pouch. The old man looked at the signal gun in Su Ming's hand, and in his murky eyes, a flash of extremely complex emotions passed by that Su Ming couldn't fully understand. There was admiration, relief, and even a glimmer of imperceptible expectation. He slowly tossed the bullet pouch onto the counter. It made a soft thud sound. This, the old man's hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, slowly spoke, counts as a gift. It's been a long time since a guest has understood the appreciation of old things like you. He paused, his murky eyes seeming to pierce through time and space, looking towards some distant, long-forgotten past. Take it and go do some things that adults should do. Su Ming was stunned. He slowly stepped forward and opened the bullet pouch that exuded the aroma of aged leather. Inside, there were no regular bullets packed at all. Only 3, lying quietly inside, identical to the signal shell in his hand, flickering with a dangerous light. Red signal shells. And one unique, completely pitch-black one, as if it could absorb all light, exuding an ominous aura of a black, unknown, signal shell.